Welcome back to the Blast Bounty, where we are ready to set another team of bounty hunters up against another
That's not Freya.
wanted. I'm not Freya. We're changing things up. We're mixing things up. I wanted to get in on the morning action here, Jacob. So I hopped up bright and early just to see your shining face.
So we now have to deal with you instead of Freya.
Come on, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, that's great. You know, I'm just trying to soak it in right now, and I'm actually, you know, coming to think of it, I'm very happy for that.
No offense to Freya, but you get Mike.
That's great, Mike.
I feel like I've been put in the middle of a dispute that I don't fully understand.
Well, sometimes that happens.
I'm all on you, man.
Yeah.
I'm all you.
All on me.
Grow up, Mike.
All eyes on me. That's right. Keep them focused on in. But what we're going to need to put our eyes on is what actually happened yesterday, boys. Because I know you guys went to bed early. I know, you know, Jacob, you got to get rested up for that Ironman. He's basically 87 now, so he goes to bed at 6 with a glass of milk. But what do we have going on? What happened in those morning games?
I mean, VP MIBR, first and foremost. Again, 2-0 on the cards. Wasn't really a 2-0 game, Peter. I felt like it was a game that I would argue MIBR could have won. MIBR had plenty of opportunity, especially on the second map on Overpass, to win it out. At a certain point, they were leading 18-17, and then they lose a 2v4, and VP somehow, some way keep themselves alive to win the map. So very close, very competitive, very much back and forth.
I think that VP showed good counter-strike to a certain degree, but then when we got into Overpass, it just seemed to be a little bit sloppy once again. Like, I'm still concerned about the whole atmosphere inside the team, and I still think that that is where they need to put Derek into the basket to get things working. So yeah, I mean, I think VP overall they looked good, but they also look bad.
Yeah.
Good and bad, all things.
Just like
it's a mix.
That's right.
One team that I thought looked very good, that I was hoping was going to look good at this event, couldn't take it over the line. TNL, though, nice surprise against Na'Vi, giving them the business.
Gotta say, you know, that first map win on Ancient, one they really had to fight for. Going into overtime, I thought, all right, you know, you pushed them to overtime, now experience are gonna kick in like we've seen so far in this tournament. But let's be honest, TNL, they played with no fear, not a care in the world, were willing to fight, willing to play with confidence. And I think it's fair they won Ancient, but we also did see the limitations on map number 2 and map number 3.
I think that Na'Vi overall, I mean, coming from Cologne, the thing they did in Cologne, coming to the semifinal and then going into this game was half a transition for them. They seem to be struggling just finding that groove. But now that they actually lost the first one coming in, I think they definitely looked better. And I'm all in for TNL. You know, it's a team that we heard that Onyx say that he want to qualify for the Cologne major. You know, they have the ambition, they have everything that they, you know, coming into this game. I mean, like, the ambition is there, that's what I mean. Like, the ambition and the upward trajectory of them keeping and grinding is definitely on par.
I feel like it's the exciting thing about this event, about the format, about the fact that we get 32 teams coming in, is that you get some teams that have been grinding away in the online sphere, that they get their first shots at the big dog. And TNL called it out. They were like, we want to play Na'Vi, biggest team in our region, the org we all grew up watching. We want our chance to take them down. They did it on a map. Another team that did a similar thing, paiN taking on Spirit. paiN again. The guys who just lifted the Cologne trophy, they took a map off them. They made things very interesting indeed.
It definitely felt like that Spirit, you know, they forgot to turn on their monitors for the first game. You know, we saw the paiN, you know, they came in hot fire, and they definitely showed that they could play great Counter-Strike. But once they got into the second and third one, it just seemed like Spirit were like, guys, we're actually not playing Counter right now. We need to turn on our monitor and plug in our mouse, and then just completely dominate the paiN UA.
I feel like that followed the script for what we've seen so far in this tournament, that most of the most wanted teams have ended up winning, you know, in fact, all of them. But all of these challenger teams, you know, all of them, you know, who are trying to take down the most wanted, they have done a good job pushing them at a certain point in the game, whether that's going into overtime, whether that's taking maps away from their opponents, but they can't get it over the finish line. So it's kind of this, you know, narrative where they get close, Mike, but they just doesn't get the job done. And that's not a nice feeling, but at least they're making the games competitive.
And sometimes they don't even do that, as in the case of our last game, because it was Astralis taking on Rare Adam, and I gotta say, that was the most unbalanced game we've had so far.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, you know, Astralis, maybe they're just onliners, Peter, I don't know.
I mean, I just like that Astralis keeps going in this upward trajectory. You know, sure, they still have a lot of things to work on, but at least now they seem to be a team that is functioning a little bit better after getting hooks online. I think that...
How about that mustache?
I mean, like, I actually looked at that yesterday, and I was like thinking, he's trying to go for a new groove. I kind of like it, you know. It's kind of cool with the glasses and the mustache and everything. I actually think it's pretty cool. But overall, Astralis are still looking good, but I still want to see them do better against, like, great opposition. I still feel like every time they play a team that is maybe inside the top 10, that is where they start to struggle. They seem to be knocking the teams that are below them. They seem to be eating for breakfast.
I'll be honest, I feel like the only two teams who's done their job properly so far has been FaZe, you know, winning rather convincingly, and now Astralis is winning rather convincingly. Everyone else has struggled a little bit, and I know, Mike, a win is a win, and that's all that matters, you know, but in terms of leaving an impression on the server, Astralis and FaZe are the two best teams we've seen so far. And I know it's early days, but that's at least a sign what direction they're going in.
Yes.
It's kind of funny as well, if you took it back like a year and a half, that those are the two teams taking care of business against the underdogs. They're usually the ones
online
that struggle.
as well. Yeah.
But just a reminder of where we're at here. We've got 32 teams that entered. We've now already eliminated 8 of them. We're starting to whittle this on down. 8 more bounty hunters trying to target those most wanted teams. We got 4 of them squaring up today, and me personally, I'm just waiting to see who's going to take down one of the big dogs. It's going to happen. You can't have this many online BO3s without an upset. I need an upset.
We will have it eventually. I do think we've been close. I think that I think we're turning into that online Counter-Strike is still like difficult for some of the top teams, and obviously for the teams that's mainly inside the bounty hunters. You know, they come from where they like to play on. That's where they have played their majority of career. So obviously, coming into the next couple of games, there's going to be a case for that one.
Well,
I think so too.
My question is which one, and we can do a little simulation, shall we say? Yeah. Because we have the Blast.tv simulator here we're going to take a look at to see which games we might actually be thinking go which way. Today, let's focus on our matchups today. Who do we think might actually pull off the upset?
I mean, I don't want to go big. I don't think Big can do it. Honestly, I don't think Big can do it. And obviously I don't think OG can do it either. So at least that's the case for me.
What about NiP?
I like the NiP call. I actually think that what Snappy has done, you know, he played alongside me inside of Falcons. You know, that was a difficult one. You know, he never really got to the point where he felt like he could implement his game plan, and that has always been like his strong core, that he can actually go in and dictate the game, have young players around him that buys into his game plan and actually feel that they believe in what he's doing. He didn't have that chance in Falcons. I think now that he's inside of NiP, he has been able to just dictate that, and I think they've actually, you know, they have grinded it out. They feel like they had to start from the get-go and actually work their way into where they are now. So I think that NiP could be a case.
I love you, Peter. You talk a lot. NiP's going to win that game. NiP's going to win that game. It's their home turf. It's online Counter-Strike. They've been grinding it, as you said, Peter. Online, been gathering those VIS points, got into Cologne, left a good impression. NiP's going to be the first team to do that. paiN, was it a fluke at the major? I don't know. They've been off to a rough start to this part of the season. Obviously, they're a great team, but I think NiP's going to win on their home turf. And you know what, Mike? I also think Fnatic is going to take down Legacy.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Online, huh?
Make your case. Make your case.
Make my case. I think, oh, sheesh, all these Brazilians are going to hate me now. I think Legacy and paiN did a tremendous job at the major at overachieving and over-delivering, you know, playing way better than we anticipated. The whole storyline heading into the major was that Brazilian Counter-Strike had stagnated. I think it wasn't necessarily a fluke, but they're not going to reproduce the same results. And I think Fnatic are coming in very hungry. And as I said, NiP and Fnatic, they live and breathe online Counter-Strike right now. So I'm going to give them the edge. It's going to be close games, but if anyone can take down the most wanted, I think those are the 2 games today.
I think there's a case. I mean, I still think that I think NiP is the biggest case for winning. I'm not sure that Fnatic is at a point where they are ready to do that. I still think that I think the NiP's got to be the biggest.
You don't believe in Blame F?
I don't. No. I'm not buying into it. You know, I'm not buying into it. I'm not saying that Fnatic is bad, but I still feel like Fnatic is still a team that has like inconsistent results, and for that matter, I think that the safest call in this regard is going to be NiP.
Well, we do know that Fnatic love the safest call. Maybe a little bit too often sometimes, but I don't know. I believe in Legacy. I believe in the Cinderella story. It might just be cope. It might just be hope. It might just be a little bit of excitement, but I do think that they've got what it takes to maybe build on that major performance this season. You know, you guys have some strong opinions about who might win, which teams might be on the rise, whose stonks might be headed up. Ooh. You know what you can do if you have those opinions is you can head on over to AnovaShots and hop on in and put your imaginary money where your mouth is. It's actually free to play. Yeah. You just need to sign up. There's no entry required. There are prizes on the line, but you can stake some clout, shall we say.
So you're telling me and Peter, we can actually invest some of our portfolio value. We started, if I'm not mistaken, we started with 1,000. We invested all in on MOUZ. Now we have 1,373. So we're actually on the uprise, Peter.
We've gained some.
Good job. Good
Which
job.
Which is crazy because they haven't played yet.
Good job. I think, Peter, and I want to make a case right here. I want to go all in on one team.
But you didn't want me to do that on MOUZ the other day, so why are you supposed to do it this time around?
Because your idea was bad, my idea is good. FURIA, that's a team on the uprise. They're playing big today. Maybe arguably the most irrelevant team out of all the good teams we have at the tournament. I know that sounds harsh, but Big used to be this gatekeeper of top 15. Now
Can you even say out of the good teams?
Yeah, but now they're like a gatekeeper, of top 25. I don't know what happened to Big. I used to like them. I used to like the unique approach they had. I used to like them as a team that could always make an an upset. But I think FURIA are going to beat them today. I want to go all in on FURIA. I want to invest all my money on FURIA. Unless you tell me not to, Peter.
You know what, Jacob? I was not allowed to, so now I'm going to allow you to do it because I'm a good guy.
It's because you're nice. I'm going to confirm my deal, and hopefully this transaction will go through. I think FURIA will beat Big today. I think FURIA will be part of the teams entering this stage as well next week. I'm actually starting to believe in FURIA for the first time in 5 years. If anything, they've changed positions. Big were a decent team at times. FURIA were a laughingstock, let's be honest. Now it's the other way around.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. What I'm saying is just a tip for tomorrow. by the dip on NRG early. Stonks gonna go through the roof. Just letting you know. I'm a soothsayer here. Reminder as well that that is completely free to play, so head on over to novashots.io and give it a chance yourself. For us, we're going to give ourselves a chance to breathe here, and when we come back, it's time to get ready for our first matchup of the day. Big try and hunt the bounty of the FURIA, but this Panther, they've got claws, and we are here in sunny Malta at the Blast Bounty, ready to see what our first match of the day is going to bring. Jacob, what's it going to bring?
Well, I hope another competitive game. I think that's been the trend so far for this tournament, that all the games have had moments where it was super, super close, overtimes, etc. I don't have too high hopes for it, though. I think FURIA, as of late, really have impressed me with the way they play Counter-Strike, with the way they approach Counter-Strike, and basically their uprise. Whereas for Big, it's a team that stagnated a lot. You know, had this game been a year ago, I would even argue that Big were maybe the favorites, considering it's online. They had a bit of online repetition. They always come in well prepared for some of these games, but I don't know why, but I've completely lost faith in Big as of late. They have stagnated. They haven't really done any sort of big results as of late, Peter, and it's hard to find any excitement. There used to be a couple of these players that I would be like, okay, Crimbo, fantastic, great player, but even he feels, you know, stuck in this project, and I think that's a bit of a shame.
I think that Big overall, you know, they vowed themselves into German counts right now, and we've talked a lot about a lot of scenes, like a lot of countries that are lacking, like, you know, producing actual talent from their country. And I think that Germany is one of those cases as well. You know, they have also had their stint at doing international stuff. And I think actually once they had, you know, St. Harris, that was probably when they did the best, you know. And now I feel like they are at a state right now where they continue to try and build a German team that just doesn't function. And we've seen Tapson in this lineup for I don't know how long now. He's vowed his total career of just staying inside of Big, and he's a guy that he's been talked about. Maybe he should try and see like international things, but this never really worked out for him. So I think Big is just at a point right now where they've stagnated, as you mentioned, and they can't really seem to be moving forward.
8 years and 7 months in Big, and it's not a lot he got to show for Tapson. I know this online period where they were ranked #1 in the world, that was fantastic. They had a couple of moments, Peter, where they were interesting. As I said, maybe even a top 10 gatekeeper team, top 15, but those days are long gone, Mike. It's not the same Big anymore.
No, it certainly isn't. But somebody who's been a part of that new Big, we got JDC here for a little interview. JDC, it's been a tough start to the season for you guys. A couple losses in Fissure and Cologne. What are you taking away from those early setbacks?
I think we are taking away that we are just not good enough right now, and that we have to step up, everyone in the team. So it's been just a very self-reflecting and like tough period for us, where we just try to realize our potential, but as well like try to get more humble, you know, and just improve day by day.
Now, with that improvement, Scrunk coming in as the new coach at the beginning of this season, what do you think the timeline looks like for that? He's been saying, I hope that we'll see, you know, a different Big clan in the coming months. Where do you think you are in that journey?
I think we are going to that direction. We are trying new ways of playing the game, trying to free up a bit, loosen up our style in a way, just let the individuals shine more in their positions. But, I mean, it's a long road ahead of us, you know. We will see today where it's heading and how it's going for us. We've been feeling very comfortable in practice. We had a whole week. But practice and officials always differ, so the real test is today.
Certainly always the case. Now, in this matchup, you've got FURIA on the other side. They've had some good results recently. How do you think it's going to stack up?
I mean, they've been playing very well. They had a great run in Cologne. They nearly beat MOUZ. So I think they're very strong right now, full of confidence. But, I mean, I think in Counter-Strike 2 right now you can beat every team in the world, maybe besides Vitality, if you just play your game and you play well. So I'm just looking forward to have a great game and maybe show a better Big side than the last 2 tournaments.
Nobody tell it to MOUZ. Because they did. They did beat Vitality. Okay, we've got a graph here. It's not a happy graph. That wasn't really a happy interview with JDC either. I was hoping for a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of fire, and he was kind of like, you know, we're getting along. We'll get some tests in the server. I don't know. We'll find out.
At least he's not being delusional. He recognizes that they're in a tough position, you know, that they have been struggling, and then he also touched on the fact that they have been looking good in practice, but practice and official is not always the same. You know, it's always hard sometimes to go from having a good week of practice, and then you find yourself in a position in official, and if you start sucking, then you feel like, what is going wrong? What are we doing different? And he just also mentioned that if you just play, you know, your own game, you can beat everyone in the world apart from Vitality. So in his case, he means that he can, if they play well today, they can beat FURIA, which I don't think it's the case.
I mean, we are painting a really dire picture of Big, you know. To be completely honest, I do think they deserve that. I think JDC is aware. I think the team is aware as well. But this is a great opportunity for Big. We can also turn it around and try to spin it into a positive, Mike. They are playing FURIA, who, yes, they have been on the uprise as of late, but it's not like FURIA is established as a top 5 team or unbeatable, you know, against a team like Big. Big usually also play better online, you know. They have better results. They have a little bit more confidence, maybe. And he's talking about, you know, having a little bit more of a loose style within the team, JDC, that is. So I think there's a way where Big can use this as a great opportunity to maybe kickstart what used to be the old Big as well. The problem is they're facing a team who's on the opposite side of Big have been on the uprise. You see the steady rise ever since Molo joined the team together with Yakinda as well. I think the last 2 events, you know, making playoff at Austin, making playoff at Cologne, it's been very impressive to see FURIA come back into contention and now become a team that you actually speak about with a positive notion.
It's so nice. When you talk about teams that you'd like to be good for the overall ecosystem of Counter-Strike, you want a Brazilian representative. You want a Brazilian representative that's really punching up.
They're now international, right? But they have a Brazilian core.
come to Brazil, you can. He said, you know, once you go, you never want to leave. And that's definitely been the case, right? It's good to see a good FURIA. It's good to see a smiling Queserado on the server.
I think the first time I saw that they decided to pick up Malta and Yakinda, I was actually, I wouldn't say worried, but I was questioning maybe the move. But now the fact that what they have shown ever since they gotten those 2 players, it has just been like, as you mentioned, Jacob, we've actually started to believe in FURIA again, you know, because FURIA back in the days was a team that would consistently make like top 5 or top 4 like placements inside of tournaments, and it's been a while since that's been the case. So I'm just happy to see them back. You know, I think it's great to see that Fallen has taken a step back and now has also given up the AWP due to Moldoy, a guy that has just straight up impressed me, like the way that he's been playing, brought into this team, has learned so much, and it's just constantly developing.
I think that's a great point if I can just attach to that one. You know, having Molodoj on your team as well in an online environment like this, he's not going to care about that. Like, he's used to grinding that. He's used to be playing that. Whereas if you had the old iteration of FURIA where they were all experienced players, they would hate to play online. At least you have a couple of guys now in your Kinder and Molodoj who's going to come in with passion, come in with you know, a little bit more confidence playing the online games, which I also think is going to help out evening out the playing ground here.
My favorite detail about Molodoj is that it's the old classic way of picking up a player where he owned them in a scrim and they were like, well, we got to get this guy. We got to get this guy. To hear a little bit more about Molodoj and FURIA as well, I caught up with Queserado. Queserado, it's been a good upwards trend for you guys. Playoffs in Cologne, playoffs in the major before the break. How's the team feeling coming into the Bounty?
Feeling good, actually. Feeling really confident. It's been a great journey since the beginning of the team, so I think we're ready.
And it feels like, I mean, initially this is the experiment, right? Now we've got the hypothesis. We've got it tested at this point that this is working. The international FURIA is working. What's the next point? What's the next growth point, especially for, say, Molodoj, who's a little bit newer to this level of play? How far along do you think he is to his maximum potential?
I think he's not that far, to be honest. I think he's showing himself right now, and I think he needs a little bit of experience to come back from the game, do some aggressive plays. We call this some playoff highlights, something like that. And I think he's doing good. I think our team is doing good. Maddox is playing good. Fallen is playing really well. The old donk, they call. And Yuri is playing really in form as well. So I think we are in good match right now.
This guy. We already talked about it a little bit, but I mean, it is so rare as somebody who casts a fair chunk of online Tier 2, Tier 3 CS that somebody picks up a player I've never heard of. I had never heard of Molodoj when he joined this team.
No, he was a new guy, obviously, a guy we had to learn a lot about, you know, also the tendencies on the server, how aggressive he is, how much he seems unaffected by the pressure, how much he seems unaffected when the games gets close. I love the fact that he's playing with a certain fire inside him and a certain carelessness, despite joining a team with players like Fallen, Queserado, Yuri, who's been around for forever. He's been one of the best pickups so far this season, if not the best.
I think that's the beauty of it, that you can have a player that comes from kind of nowhere, come in and have that much impact. And also in the folds of FURIA with the likes of Fallen and Yuri and Queserado, like a very experienced squad, he just seems to be fitting in and playing his style, but still, you know, getting informed and helped by how he should approach things and keep developing. I think it's great to see him doing that.
Speaking of your Kinder, Mike, you know, where was he before he joined FURIA, you remember?
Well,
he
was hanging out at home, you know, playing some mixed teams with like just a couple friends.
And before that?
Well, there was this team called Liquid that crushed his hopes and dreams.
Yeah, but he's back now.
He's back. He's got hopes. He's got dreams. He's got fire and light in his eyes.
He seems like a player that is enjoying to play Counter-Strike. I'm obviously not going to put that on Team Liquid. I think he was getting an awful lot of help.
Sounded like you were, Jacob.
Yeah,
it sounded like you were.
I think Liquid did everything they could to support him, but there were maybe a few mistakes happening within his tenure in Liquid. You know, him being an in-game leader, then going back to becoming a player, losing a lot of confidence. You know, many thought that was it for his career. Many thought that if he wanted to continue to play Counter-Strike, it would have to be Tier 2, Tier 3. He gets a final opportunity, dare I say, in FURIA. Fallen even said it, you know, we're taking a bit of a risk here, a bit of a gamble. If we can just get 80% of the old Kinder, 90% of the old Kinder, that's going to be enough. We're not at a place, Peter, where he's playing as good as he did in VP, where he was arguably the best entry fragger in the entire world, but we're seeing more and more of Kinder, and he's definitely a positive impact when it comes to FURIA.
And I think that's more than enough that we need from Kinder. I don't think himself, I hope he doesn't expect to go back to the live that he had in VP, because that was where he was at his peak. And I think that's not necessary of him coming into this lineup. I think it's just great, as you mentioned, having like an 80% of him will give him that aggression that FURIA also needs. And it's great to see. I mean, it's a classic thing that people think it's so easy to go and pick up an in-game leading role, that I can do better than my in-game leader. That was a horrible decision, in my opinion, back in the Liquid days, you know. And it's good to see that he's kind of reinvented. He found some joy in the game. He's found himself some excitement, and, you know, it just helped him to reinvent the player that he is.
I mean, it's easy to find that joy when you're playing with, apparently, the old man Donk, we heard. But it's time to figure out where they're going to play with old man Donk, because it's time for the veto. Where we going with this, boys?
I don't think there's going to be any big surprises in terms of what's going to be banned. We see no nuke, we see no ancient. That makes an awful lot of sense. In terms of the pick, I don't feel like there's anywhere Big can go to surprise FURIA. I don't think there's a punish pick in their stable right now. They are going with Inferno by the looks of it, yeah.
I feel that's like a big classic by now.
It is
like
a big classic.
Always like to play Inferno.
It's also a map that FURIA played a lot during Cologne.
Yep.
It's a map they played during FURIA. It's a map that FURIA played during the major. They played to a high level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that looking into the pick of FURIA, you know, like they've shown that they can definitely have like a variety of map pools. You know, that is where they go, and you does too for the fact of FURIA. You know, it's a map they feel comfortable around. It's a map that obviously Big has also played in a series, and they need to go to a point where Dust 2 needs to not be so. I don't know what I'm gonna say.
Okay, well.
So what now?
I completely lost the red line.
You know what? That happens sometimes, and I get it. I'll pick it up for you.
Much like in Execute, sometimes it just goes wrong.
I'll pick it up for you. You know, Big needs to go to a place where that used to be their strength. Right? You remember the old Big a year ago, 2 years ago? They would always pick Dust 2. It would always be their map. Tapson, Crimbo played fantastic on that map. CEST with the AWP, no longer around. Too bad. I think Big needs to go back to the root, and maybe today is a chance of showing that on Dust 2 versus a good team like FURIA. MOUZ being the decider, no big surprise here as well. I think FURIA is very happy with these. There's a stale maps, you know, that is very common to play in best of threes. MOUZ offers a lot of opportunities for individuals to showcase themselves, but I do firmly believe that FURIA are walking into this game thinking we are much better than opposition, so we don't really care if we give them an opening by playing maps like Dust 2 and MOUZ. We're going to win because we're better.
Well, they're going to win because they're better, according to Mr. Jacob Pimp Winicky. Two guys who are better than all the rest. Harry and Hugo, take it away, boys.
Lying now, huh?
No.
Wow. Oh, wow. I heard Jacob.
A little
there,
side-eye from Jacob on the way out.
Check this out as well. It's a blast slushy, bro. It's
blast
all
theme.
the colors.
Can you rotate that for me?
Yeah,
Show me both sides. You got some red, you got some blue.
A little bit of red and blue.
That's hot.
Lovely.
I mean, it's cold.
I decided to have this instead of doing my hair today.
I think you prioritized pretty well so far. Which did Crimbo do, Harry? Did he get his hair done, or did he get hydrated ahead of this game, this big FURIA game that everybody's been waiting for?
Oh, dude, it is the largest game you could hope for. Now, look, I think FURIA coming into. I mean, I'm a bit of a huge FURIA fan.
You're kind of clashing here because you're a big fan, but you're also a big FURIA fan.
I am a big FURIA fan.
So what do you do with that information? How do you balance which you like more?
Easy. I'm more of a FURIA fan than I am a big fan.
Ah, okay. Well, you know, recent form certainly gives you reason to believe that. This has been a very exciting couple of months for this new FURIA look squad, making it all the way to the major playoffs, running it back in Cologne as well. Molodoi, some would say he's pretty good.
Some would say, and they would be right for saying that. We would all say, good job, guy. You've nailed it. Molodoi is pretty darn good. No, I mean, you absolutely love what this guy's brought to the table. Yekindar as well, going through like a career renaissance. He says it's because he's gone back to 16/9, but I don't think that's true. I think Yekindar could hang on any res, apart from whatever he was playing on in Liquid.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. Crimbo is getting hydrated.
Yo, Crimbo's
so the
getting
hair is
hydrated,
off the table.
Dude.
We've got Inferno in this veto as well, and actually we spoke to CEST, or someone presumably did. Maybe it was Mike, to find out about that map. Let's hear.
This matchup, you've got Big up against you. They picked into you. You gonna punish that pick? How's it gonna go?
They pick Inferno, right?
I don't know the veto yet, but you could tell me.
Yeah, they pick Inferno against us. They think our Inferno is not that good, but we're gonna show them.
Fighting talk from CEST, picking Inferno against us. How dare they, Harry? How dare they?
Yeah, you know, I mean, you can understand why. It's been a good map for this big team, one that FURIA have had a mixed bag of results on. But I'll say this, even whenever they face top opposition or games that they end up losing, they're always close for FURIA on Inferno. It feels like they're in with a chance on that map regardless. I think FURIA undoubtedly heavy favorites coming into this. Big have got a bounty to claim. And so, you know, maybe there's a way through here. I think it does depend as well what type of form we're going to get out of Molodoi coming in.
Yeah, back to online as well. I mean, he played for so long from, you know, Kazakhstan with high ping. Hopefully now somewhere more central to connect to these servers. Big, they're going to have one ping, Harry, because all servers are German. At least in CS. Let's see. Welcome back to Bounty. It's FURIA Big. It's the big FURIA game. It's the game of the day for some. For these guys, certainly. As we get into this pistol round.
I know for some of the exciting games coming up later.
Which one?
OG versus MOUZ. MOUZ with a crowd, no less.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And some great BM for this game too. When they announced the time they were opening the doors to that, they brought it forward because they said we didn't realize the game before was Big v FURIA.
Well,
which is so good.
Well, FURIA make it
so good, man.
That sets, yeah, for MOUZ v Big, that's, you know, it's kind of spicy. I like that. We'll see if FURIA can make quick work of Big or if Big have more to show here in this matchup. Big online noticing, but no CS in here. Big goes storming up short. There's a couple of players in the site. Molodoi gets run out. The flash already expired. He gets a one tap before the reload, and FURIA holding strong, but for how long?
Tapson and Hyped go hunting. They're getting flanked by Yakindar in all this downtime. He's not even required. Keserato and Yuri hold on. And I mean, those shots from Molodoi in the pistol was special. That little second flick. Tap. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it felt weird because Big got a good flash out, but they didn't drop out apps until the flash had already expired. Crimbo waiting for his team to get up short side with all those smokes down, but I feel like if he could get out a little bit earlier, he might have had Molodoi there.
I'm feeling uniquely mischievous today.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know what that means.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Anything could happen.
But I just feel kind of riled. Maybe it's this slushy, actually. I don't normally have sugar. You can believe it.
You're going to crash, though, aren't you? Eventually.
Not if I keep drinking them.
Oh, yeah, argument there. That will create different problems down the line.
Is the straw usable with a broadcast headphone on?
Don't make people listen to that, Harry.
It is. It's very usable. I don't think that came through. This is just an eco round. So everyone calm down.
Whoa.
Yakindar.
Chill. Bomb him. So here we go. Big buy round. Got to hit hard, Harry. Got to come in quick into this series. It's their map pick. It's been their go-to map. And also, there's no time to stop, or no time to wait, rather, in...
Play to the best you can every round. Help your teammates. Protect my life as soon as possible.
Go, Marek.
Protect my life. Never bait me.
Never bait me, says Fallen. Who's the guy on the webcam mic there, though? That's what I want to know.
Oh.
Someone's like...
Dude... Fallen, he knows how to set a great vibe.
Never bait. True captain right there. Knows what he wants.
I also just think he's been doing a phenomenal job at calling in this new FURIA.
He's also had some great...
We were actually talking about them when we first got here to Malta, and I was fanboying some more.
Oh, do you think FURIA in Malta? Because they boot camp here? Or they used to,
if they are...
Hit them up.
I bet Yakindar knows all the spots.
Night out on the town.
All right, little play out in the top mid. They're going to go looking for this space, but FURIA are one step ahead. They're bringing 4 players around into this A site. Only just arriving now at long, and that's where Big are heading. So they're going to be playing into the reinforcements for FURIA, and they get past them. QB and Hyped, both in with a kill.
Might tempt you to go B now. Wasn't the plan, but it's the weakest site. It's just Fallen in spawn.
Oh, God, he said don't bait me. Don't want to make Fallen angry. Oh. Feels like they're baiting him right now. Fallen's having to do it all on his own.
Big smoke.
And he's just so good, so smart, so Fallen.
They've swapped places.
Yeah, but that's fine. Fallen knows about this. You really think he couldn't figure that out?
Oh,
Fallen's now giving chase. And sure, he's given up a B plant, but he's still alive, and that's what matters. In this retake, he did good damage on these players rotating through the spawn. Gonna be pressure on Crimbo here to try and clutch up. Only guy with health for Big.
Ooh, Oh dear, Fallen, they're right beside you on the other side of that smoke. His team need to move in quick. Clearing the site will be time wasted. Hyped, overwhelmed. Crimbo on the clock, and Molotov just double dink denies as they pick up the round. Furia on a quick retake. I thought that was going to go very wrong with the post plants we see picked up by Big. The fact that they smoke off Fallen. And he did a lot of damage to Hyped as well. Couldn't capitalize on it as the smoke trade comes in. But still, Furia, nice pace on the retake. Up banana fast. Sharp shot for Molotov. And what can you do about that? Crimbo doesn't even get to clutch. Stall's out for Big now. This is a terrifying twosome to be going up against on B. You've got the master of the flash of Banana Fallen. And then you've got the most aggressive rifler you can imagine in your Kinder. Even he knows when to stop, or at least I thought he did. They run him down. Smoke here for Fallen. Can someone help him?
I swear to God, if I see one more person baiting Fallen, Molotov never would. There you go. That's why Fallen loves this dude. It's 2 quick kills from Molotov. Fallen tucked in.
Help!
And it just keeps on going.
Oh.
Fallen and Molotov. Stellar stuff, and Fallen likes what he sees.
Dude, the fact that he can still do it online, Harry, after all these years.
Oh, he's so great.
It's great to see, isn't it?
And you're dead on. I'm glad you credited Fallen for his util. I think he's got some of the best util going right now.
I mean, bro, we call it the Fallen Flash.
Yeah.
We've called it the Fallen Flash forever, for a decade. I mean, he also...
They just so consistently finish, like, top of the board in flash assists in tournaments. It's wild. Like,
yeah.
They do just have such a well-drilled util in this Furia team. And a lot of it does come from Fallen, but... You know, the rest of the gang are no slouches either.
Yeah,
that's kind of a belief instilled all across the roster with Fallen helming it.
When he would AWP as well, at his peak, we would see him, drop that pre-smoke on the molly, always fight through it in CSGO. Always be a nuisance. We get to see this new Inferno as well, how this plays out. If we see more potential for retakes with the windows, I don't think it's going to be as big as maybe we'd hope. But the smaller oranges box as well. All these little details adding up here. Let's see how Inferno feels. Is Banana bigger? Those are the rumors. Is it bigger, Harry? I can't tell.
No, you need some kind of...
See, that camera shot's so wild, I don't know if it's even helping me.
Yeah, keep panning the FOV out. Oh, it's getting bigger by the second!
It's huge and it's tiny. I really can't tell. Flash?
Flashing the top banana, and they're all blind! Yakindar, chance at a double. JDC with anti-flash able to come round and lend a helping hand. Big pump the brakes. Bomb still up here outside of B.
Boost or bait? Never bait Fallen, Keserato.
Oh, they counted down for the gun drop.
Yeah.
Dude, and like Fallen just gives so much back to his teammates. You know, he's just traded Keserato the high power gun, putting him on top of the boost, even though Fallen is widely considered to be the best rifler in this team.
That is arguable. Big are going to execute. Okay, I want to see Big, no excuse on missing this new box molly. They've gone for the easy one. You can go wide on this. Look, it's not going to do a thing. This is the new box molly. This is a lazy new box molly. You need the new meta util. Why is no one throwing it? You're going to live to regret it. Keserato on top of the boost, taking a headshot. They know there's 2 here at least, but running out of time. 8 seconds, 7, 6. Fallen, can he buy enough? They've not planted yet. He stops them. And that's the round. Of all teams, I don't expect Big to be the one throwing the lazy new box molly. It's easy to throw, and that's why. Harry. We can't be letting them off.
No, we can't. I'm glad. You've really had a bee in your bonnet about this issue, and with good reason.
We saw it at Cologne as well. Teams are still throwing this Molotov. It's the same molly they've been throwing since the start of CS2, and it doesn't burn all of New Box. It burns out oranges, it burns out the corner. No one sits there. No one sits there. They sit where you don't burn. Come on.
No, I like this rant, and it's good, and you're right. I bet Fallen will throw the proper one in the second half.
I want to see the proper one. Yeah, well, that's.
I mean, he might only get to play one round. Dude, I think FURIA are playing some of the best CS at the top level. Like, not just talking. I think other teams have like really powerful pieces, and obviously I'm not like saying, oh yeah, FURIA are better than Vitality, like they'll beat them in a head-to-head.
No, but I think they have a superstar.
Exactly, right? Like, and I think they're just playing a really, really good game of CS, and that's why we've seen some of these like repeatable runs out of them now. They did it in Austin, they have a good time in Cologne. This is a FURIA, I think, that are gonna prove to be a threat all throughout this year, as long as they keep this level of Counter-Strike up.
I just don't see
Super
why
clean. They have great util. Fallen still cooking a hell of a lot in the mid round as well in some of these T sides. Master of like change of pace coolers, cools. Oh my god.
Molotov alone here. Still trying to squeak out a kill. Jump denied. Missed shot for Molotov. He goes back. He's alone here. He's not blocking either. He's kind of letting them in. If Big want to speed it up, they can go. They would choose not to. Molotov takes the angle back. Big. They throw some B nades. Then they throw some A nades. And they look to go A. Fallen here in middle. Triple setup.
Correct read. Yuri's just been more bang, so now they know he's up here. That's gonna, the molly under triggers him to try and reposition. It's really ruined this top mid setup.
Just blocking.
So they're gonna play the delay. Another molly out in top mid. Big start to change their mind. I'll explore the other avenue.
Bit early, but better early than too late. On that B smoke, Fallen rotates round. They still have two strong at A. Make that one. Yakinda against the world.
Swing out to mid. He'll catch JDC, but getting charged at now is Yakinda. He's really lived up to his side of the bargain here. 2 kills from him. Keep FURIA in this round. A 3-on-3 retake available. So they're going to start scrambling over. Plant found with seconds to spare. Hype down in the pit on this AWP. It's a powerful post plant, but with FURIA embarking so heavily through short in the apartments, Yuri might even be able to catch Hype. There's the AWP firing off. Waiting back in the apps is Crimbo for this exact move, and so in round 7, bigger on the board.
Yeah, better late than never, and you know, they go into the one-man hold, they find the read. Fallen calls a bit of a rotation towards B. And it's the wrong move.
Unfortunately, Big won't win this next round.
Why?
Because every single time these teams play, the scoreline is 7-1. Like, the meme is unavoidable.
That is true. Yeah, we need the screenshot.
Exactly.
Eternal.
What's it all for if you don't get the screenshot, Hugo? Hype's AWP looks like the slush drink.
Slush doggy. Other brands are available.
Yakinda boosted. Oh no! Fallen has too much synergy with him. They both ran back at the same time, and he just stayed on the boost.
Yeah. Decent nade though.
Wow. Curious how they're going to win this 4v5, but they will. Fallen's been trapped in a top banana alone. It goes 1-for-1. Flash tee up from his teammates. If you're FURIA, you kind of want Big to commit here. They're gonna do the reflash back in again. Retake top banana. JDC dead. More examples of just great util usage in the mid round from FURIA, and that repels Big back into this A site, into the Molodoi AWP. Is he ready for the apartment swing? Crimbo moving in through here. FURIA have fully bit down on this rotate, by the way. They've cleared top banana. They're coming back A. Big are walking into a full-on stack. They've got 40 seconds left to try and win this round.
No reason to peek this AWP here. They know they've got Molodoi in the site still. This AWP has to go back short side with 30 seconds. FURIA just shoot him in the back. What a nice move for BIG.CEST. He was never known about at Arch. And Molodoi cleans up in the apartment. 7-1. There it is, Harry. You got what you wanted.
It always happens. It's unavoidable, man. At least it's FURIA sat pretty in the lead.
Look at this. Both running backwards. Oh. FURIA having fun right now, making the right reads. Sure, that one round, but other than that, not much to complain about. Everyone holding their own in their positions. Oh, a bit of a speedier one, huh? Careful on that ammo. BIG.CEST fires his mag, but the AK is up close. BIG.CEST shot through the smoke. 2v3 from a 2v5. Are we cooking, chat?
I mean, they've been gifted a couple of kills, but FURIA remain active here, and they actually fight for CT.
Whoa.
tabseN!
2v5.
That's a rough whiff out of Yakindar. It's going to take Fallen and Molodoi, the two top performers here, to try and bail FURIA out of a 5v2 that now sits even. This was Tech 9s for Hyped and tabseN. Low health on both of them. Fallen could finish the round right here, right now.
Oh, they're in the site, bro. He drops the bomb at least. tabseN. Can he really get this plant in? It's going to be very difficult. Nade goes through. It's not going to stop Fallen. Might deafen him for a moment, but tabseN won't take that time to plant. They've grouped up in banana. tabseN going for the full stick. With a missed flash, FURIA don't jump at it. tabseN's got nowhere to go, though, as Fallen hunts him down. FURIA keep up their winning ways. 8-1. Good day in the office here for FURIA.
Now, if you are just tuning in, Big actually selected FURIA to play here. They wanted this to happen. They picked this map of Inferno.
Masochists, maybe.
And if you're wondering why, don't worry, we all are. FURIA are running away with this game.
It's looking good.
Oh, MOUZ is so happy. Whoever's running there, like event coordination's thinking, thank God we moved the time back. Like, look at this. This game's gonna take 15 minutes, bro. We might need to put another announcement out.
The nade to the spam, and there's nowhere to go. Just shooting fish in the barrel. And it's a very small barrel with a large quantity of fish. What I'm saying is it's hard to miss. tabseN 2 and 10, spammed. FURIA sit back 5-on-4. The double app setup. Crimbo hits the ground, and so Yuri knows this is coming. Meanwhile, taking some space towards B. Rotates coming out, Fallen moving back to banana. This kill change anything? I mean, you killed the lurker. It shouldn't change anything. Block at the B site. Perfect call from Yakindar. The flash is ready, Harry.
It always is.
There's always a flash.
Fallen's nickname may as well be the Flash.
I think it's taken. That's a sick nade, though. Wow.
In the current day, Fallen has done more to deserve the nickname the Flash.
Valid.
Oh. Flash in the pad for Fallen. Yakindar dead as well. These are good openings for JDC. And Big is suddenly in with a chance for a second round. They've gotten through this B defense. Oh, okay, Serato. Is he going to fire off?
Tab out there. Flash.
Teed up for the peak. Oh, missed shot from the AWP.
No way.
BIG.CEST's been handed a freebie here. chance to close the distance on Hyped and Banana. He's going to wait for Molodoy. They try and play this together. That is a really, really bitter pill to swallow if you're big, and a wild retake to hit the landing off for FURIA.
I don't even know how to talk about that round, because it's just like, you just got to hit your shots, Big. You just got to hit your shots in the post line. He gets flashed through. Pool player, maybe a bit blind. Okay, not the end of the world.
type miss from
maybe
Hype.
he was blind. We didn't see his POV, but just like, yeah.
Do we have his POV?
I don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. Either way, Harry, sometimes you just got to hit the shot, man. That was his POV. We just saw it.
No,
Oh,
it's the vintage
that is a Jaquinho.
Hype Jaquinho whip.
No.
The double Jaquinho. The never before seen double Jaquinho.
Just put the fries in the bag, bro.
Oh, JDC head in his hands. He can't believe what's happening.
I don't know how you lose that round. Oh, I'll take a double Jaquinho meal, please.
The double Jaquinho with extra cheese, bro. Tabson, come on.
Okay,
do something.
Pass the molly. Pass the molly. The bomb's in. It's going. Oh, Ash is good.
Surely dead.
Oh, what? What?
No.
Okay.
What's happening?
Can't account for that.
Fallen in with 2.
Can't account.
Suddenly, FURIA back right where they want to be.
Oh, it's so horrible, but you can't look away. You just can't look away from this game. Another post plant where Big, arguably favored, but there's so much util. Will they use a new Windows, Harry? Probably not.
No one is.
No one knows about the Windows. Jay, show us the Windows.
Windows needs an update, and it got it. QB dead. No Windows needed.
TikTok.
The Mac Daddy have fallen with 2.
Oh,
Hype just can't.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, easy. Can't lose that one.
Where did K-Serato think he was?
Just sticking the bomb, bro. This is
K-Serato, he's probably gonna miss anyway. It's fine.
Okay. They won a round.
Guys, I need everyone to know, like, I'm really trying to lock in these games. Like, I'm actually trying for things to be a good, hyped up time.
Look at this. How?
But the games just keep on going crazier.
Wait, did he get a kill by accident?
He did. He killed Yuri through the smoke, and that's why K-Serato didn't know where he was. It said smoke kill. He thought he was Banana. Hyped killed someone by mistake on a stray bullet, and it won them the round. So, in a way,
who's laughing
he's
now?
kind of the GOAT.
Yeah, shut up, Harry.
That ain't Jaquinho. That's JW. I don't know if that's true.
No, I think it was kind of a nice reference to the JW on Tuscan. Real ones remember. I don't know if you get that reference, but...
I'm nodding along, aren't I?
He just shook his head at me, guys. It's when he was getting accused back in the day. Young wonder child. But that's another story for another time. Because right now, FURIA... Well... 1v4 for Yuri and Pitt.
In theory, this should be good for Big.
Theory. There's 2 in the site now.
Now going into the Fangs of FURIA, Yuri and K-Serato. The OGs of this FURIA squad, they've been together a long time now, and you can see it in how they play. Peeking on each other's contact, they decimate Big's attempt to get in, and FURIA make a statement to open up in this series. 10-2, it's not even close. Well, FURIA are right where they're supposed to be. They are running away with this opening map of Inferno. It's Big's map pick, and things do not go well for the German squad. They get kind of wrecked there in that first half, and it doesn't feel like they're hitting how they're supposed to. We're seeing a lot of frustration in the cams. Actually, it's not even really frustration. It's kind of sadder than that. It's just like when everything's going wrong. We've seen JDC head in his hands. It's been a rough start. There's absolutely no denying it. But you know that Big are capable of a bit more than this. QB gonna start off strong in the pistol. 2 kills found. And Big are quite happy with that. You saw that tabseN was down to go aggressive too. When QB nets you a double, you can just ease back into a 4-on-3.
Nothing's off the table in these comebacks, as we've learned so far at the Bounty. Pistol is only the first step here for Big. Fallen 16-6. Oh, your kid turned around, but he looks back at the right time. Dex tabseN, 3-13. There's 2 captains on opposite ends right now, having very different games. Back to B for FURIA, or not. Fallen going to fake this one out, hoping to pull JDC off his perch. Hyped inside of the site. It's Fallen contact. I thought the Molotov would be part of the fake, but he just hits the headshot. And none of this matters anymore. The only fear is FURIA just walking to Hyped, who won't rotate until that bomb is down. JDC clears middle, runs away, but there's still a 2v1. Fallen throwing Molotov, Hyped starts to move. Here's an awkward timing now for Big, as they're gonna lose to the A plant. Dear, oh dear. What a masterclass from Fallen. He's really got it all.
Dude, he's so like
that one tap was crazy.
Yeah. No, he's really, really good. 2025, and you just can't help but not be a Fallen fan all over again. Like, it's for the first time. Now, Big is still gonna attempt this, but yeah. You know, I didn't feel like I had to explain, like what was going to happen there in that retake there. They're really late coming, they're 2v3. Dude, the thing that's so funny to me is, like, this used to be, if you remember, there was, like, this wild stat, which was for a period of, like, 8 years, Fallen was unable to beat Big.
What map's next? Desto?
Desto. Your map. I kicked because of you. Actually.
Not Big, rather, tabseN. But, like, yeah,
Fallen was unable to beat tabseN.
Yeah. For years, till last year. And, well, it's a real sign of how things have changed.
I thought it was the other way around. Am I crazy? I might be crazy.
Kind of brutal. Okay, nice little top mid crunch. This is good, and that's the bomb away from FURIA. We're now in a bit of a recovery mission. 2-on-5. Well, 2v4. KXerato sweetens the deal, and believe me, no one from FURIA feels like this is impossible. They want to give it a go. KXerato trying to lurk through these mid-smokes on a timing. Set up with the flash. That is a thing of beauty. KXerato on for the ace. Just Crimbo left to stop it. And how's he supposed to succeed where all of Big have tried and failed?
Oh, dear.
This is getting embarrassing now for Big. They just can't win a round.
There's just too many strong players on FURIA.
No odd is enough, bro. Like, that's essentially a 5v1 here. I know Yuri teed him up with a flash, so I'm kind of overselling it, but still,
sick.
5v2 turnaround and barely a point of damage, barely a scratch on FURIA at the end of that. So that's map point.
Yeah, I do the same.
tabseN has just decided, like, I'm actually done.
Bro, the game's over in like 1 round. You couldn't hang out 1 more round. You need to go now.
Maybe he thought it was over.
Yeah, honestly.
He just took the headset off and walked away.
Don't blame him. And Harry, I'm sorry I questioned your wise memory. You were exactly on the money. tabseN, Fallen never beat tabseN until...
It was. I think it was the major last year, right?
Last year, until Shanghai. He never won.
Maybe I'm wrong on the timing.
No, you're right.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Shanghai was the
Yeah,
first
yeah, yeah.
time Fallen beat Big. Across SK, MIBR, Liquid, Imperial, FURIA, losing.
And now look at how far it swung the other way.
Exactly. They lost 5 BO. He lost 5 BO3s. 1, 2, 3, 4 BO1s.
This is, you know, this is Fallen in the best iteration of FURIA we've had in a very long time, playing some of his best CS. That's while going through, you know, the change away from no longer AWPing. He's reinvented himself as a rifler at the ripe age of 34. Complete role swap.
Yeah.
Holds his own, plays well, and it feels like he's calling some of his best CS. It's been a real treat watching this FURIA squad grow.
Yeah, and to put it in...
And yeah, I know, we're just glazing Fallen and FURIA, but I don't have a lot to say about Big.
Oh no, I'm glazing a legend of the game who's returned to form, who's 17 and 7, who is doing this, who's running to playoffs of majors still at the ripe age of 34 years of age. Double age. He's old, Harry, for a CS player, but he's looking like a young man in the server. Oh no.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this one's done. I think it's been done for a while.
Get him out.
Hyped, yeah, it's fine, it's over. Fallen with the final kill, the game-ending kill, or at least the map. That's Inferno, Big's map pick, going handily the way of FURIA. It's not even close. Good luck talking about this on the desk.
Thanks.
Well, that was quite a dominant affair coming through from FURIA. Big not able to muster much of anything at all, to be quite frank.
I know we painted a dire picture of Big coming into this matchup. A picture, you know, that showcased them not being relevant as of late, maybe in a very rough period. I didn't think it was going to be this bad, Peter. I think that was close to what I would consider to be an embarrassing performance. I don't care whether it's online or whatnot, but the way they were losing this game, tactless, toothless, not a single fight in them, I think that was very, very disappointing to watch.
I don't think I could point out one thing that I actually liked from Big. I think the majority of things they did were just really, really bad. Maybe the grunts they did on the 4v2, but then they ended up losing it regardless. Yeah. I think that Big looked very stale in a lot of things. Like one thing was being their tactics. They failed utility, their scaling. They didn't dare to go for plays, and it just feels like a team that is just completely out of confidence, where they go for plays as a unit, but they're just still scared and don't get things done.
Their own map pick.
On their own map pick.
It was them who picked MOUZ.
We got around to illustrate the failed utility aspect of this. Round 5.
Yeah, I think the casters hit it pretty good. You know, it's an outdated utility. It's not up to the new standard, up to the new world. You have a double boost in this position. That's the one position you actually Molotov, and it doesn't work out for you. You can see the time is running down. So even though they know there's 2 players in this position, they're doing a good job. Fallen obviously getting a multi-kill, and at this point the round is over. We used to think of Big as this team that always came in well prepared, you know, that would make the most out of the quality of the players they had to work with. That on the utility side of things would be, you know, one of the best teams in the world in that regard. But overall, it just feels like everything we thought we knew about Big, everything that used to be their strengths back in the day, like a strong dust 2, strong utility, strong preparation, at least not messing up utility. It's like they have no ID left whatsoever. You know, they're undocumented at this point.
That is exactly the Big that I remember playing against. You know, a team that wouldn't make that many mistakes. They would always come up with a new idea about how to play a map with new tactics, and they were like trying to win. They spent so much time theory crafting. But I mean, obviously, if you can't hit your shots and you can't play well and do the fundamentals right, then your theory crafting doesn't work. And obviously, if you fail to chill in this case, and also the scaling, the first guy gets traded, he knows that he's boosted, but still the 3 of the last guys are just so slow of getting in. They're afraid of going in, and man, it just seems like they don't go for the plays.
And it just feels hard to give them any excuses, right? Because this is their map pick. It's not like, okay, they've made a change. They brought in a new coach, but it's not like they've changed a player. And even when they have changed players, it's like players they're familiar with. It's players they played before. It's people coming in. It's people coming out. Nothing's changed that much.
No, and you're right on, and I think, as I said before, there's different ways of losing a game of Counter-Strike. It's this toothless performance where you could even see in the body language from the players as well that, 4 rounds into the game is over. The game is lost. It's just a question of whether it's going to be 13-5 or 13-6 or 13-8. Felt like FURIA were in no danger at any point.
And hell, even tabseN decided to walk away. He didn't want any more of that thing. Just decided to walk away round before the game ended.
We can watch the round that made him walk away if we just want to rub some salt in the wound. Let's cue this up because this was bad. This was tough to watch.
You think that's bad? I think it's kind of cool from KSerado. Overall,
it was sick.
It was sick, but it is bad on behalf of Big. Finally, they do a proactive play in middle. Good flash, good spacing. It's a 2v5. At this point, it's unlosable. Nice little play right here. 2v4, still unlosable. Another smoke goes down the middle with 45 seconds left. How the do you lose this round? 2 players caught off guard in the middle of nowhere. No clue what the hell is going on. Third kill, maybe a little bit lucky from KSerado, and then they just walk in and get the last guy. Peter, what we're watching right here is not acceptable, and that's my point about this. Yes, we were a little bit rough on the edges when it came to describing Big and where they're at right now, but losing in this fashion, it's not okay. I think the players right now are speaking to each other in the same terms right now. What we did right here was unacceptable.
Yeah, and then, that's sometimes the issue, that they know that it is unacceptable, but it's not like anyone inside of that server was like, now I'm just going to go out and throw a 4v2. No. That's not going to be the case, I think that the issue with that specific round, I actually did say that the one thing that Big did well was that crunch in middle. They actually got the advantage, got the bomb down. But once they throw the smoke up to try and recover the bomb, we just have 2 players watching the smoke. They don't expect a flashbang. No one is dodging. They're not communicating. And obviously the third frag that KSerado gets through the smoke is lucky. But it's just like, you can play this situation so much better. But they still decide to go for a play that this is one of the only ways they can actually lose the round, but just standing there looking at this world and then just losing the round. I mean, it just looks like they're out of ideas, they're out of confidence, and there's probably some issues within the team that we do not know of that is causing these kind of things.
4v2. 45 seconds left. A new smoke has just been deployed in middle, and KSerado just gave up his position with the nade kill prior to that. Why is 2 guys staying close to the smoke with a third guy not staying close on the other side of it? I know it's a good flash play coming in for FURIA. Credit where credit is due. Nice execution by KSerado. But Big, at this point, come on. You finally do a great play in the game, and then you've it up.
Just have one guy dodging a flashbang. Stay on the corner. I don't know. Someone go in boiler. Someone play on the port side.
Does it make you mad?
That does make me mad. Even a guy like me that I've only been retired for like a couple of
You should be mad.
I should be mad. I am mad.
Okay, let's flip the script. We're mad, we're sad, Big we're bad.
Yeah,
but
there we go.
Who was great? FURIA. FURIA were phenomenal. The players were snappy, they were on point, they were decisive, everything that we want Big to one day be.
Yeah, as much as we painted a rough picture of Big and they, I guess, underperforming compared to that rough picture, same could be said for FURIA. We painted a picture of them getting much, much better.
Yes.
Way more competitive. 2 playoff in a row. IM Cologne, the Austin Major. No, Fisher didn't go too well for them, but that's what it is. Overall, stellar performance coming out of FURIA right here. Fallen, old man Fallen, older than you, I guess. He's been playing Counter-Strike longer than you have, and there's only a few people in the world who's done that. Playing at an incredible high level. I have nothing but positive to say for FURIA as of late. The way they've been able to turn the ship around, Pete, after a couple of years where it's been looking rough, it's great to see.
It's so great to see this team function, and it just looks like they're having a really good time together,
Yeah.
We can see that Fallen is throwing hand signs across the board when he's playing in the room. He's telling Malta, hey, that was a good flashbang, that's a good job, Fallen just individually has just showcased today in this specific map that he can really play at a high level. It's good to see Fallen doing that now that he doesn't handle the AWP anymore, that he's given the AWPs over to Malta. But Malta still is this very proactive guy.
And you're spot on, the body language, Mike, of Fallen throughout this game. There's a lot of, oh, it's online, it's hard to motivate yourself, experienced players playing online games. Man, Fallen has been playing Counter-Strike for God know how many years, and he's still motivated. He still has energy. He still enjoys it. He still has a positive body language. So next time someone tells you that just because it's online Counter-Strike, the NiPs of the world, the experienced players are having a tough time motivating themselves, look at this man.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my God, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man, I wish... Oh, I was about to... If I could... if he could be my father, I would be fine with that.
Okay.
Wow. Well, my father passed away, so...
Mine too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Taking this in a different direction. This is unexpected at this point. I do want to call back to the listen-in that we got after, I think it was after round 2, where, you talk about how to motivate, how to set the mood, how to set the tempo. He's got jokes. He's got jokes. So protect my life as soon as possible. Never bait me. I mean, he's just everything. He's the comedian. He's the father figure. He's the leader. He's whatever you want.
I think Peter said it pretty well. You know, it looks like a team that is really enjoying themselves. It looks like a team that enjoys playing Counter-Strike, enjoys spending time together, sitting in a boot camp as well. We've seen a lot of teams where they sit at home, not together. FURIA takes this seriously, and I love the attitude from them. You know, it's the first time I've been this positive around them in forever.
And obviously, also from where they come from, they have been struggling. Now, all of a sudden, things are working out for them. They're enjoying themselves. You know, a guy like Fallen has probably considered the whole retirement thing a couple of times, you know, but he's still giving it a go, at least for the remainder of the year. And I think, you know, that he's just enjoying it. And he spreads that community and he spreads that joy throughout the team. And it just feels like a FURIA that functions.
It always gives you that nice little spark as well when you get a new young gamer in that you get to mold. And one of those, Molodoi, had some pretty good showing here on Inferno. He's doing some good molding himself, perhaps.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. I'm not going to lie. I think he's been... It's hard to think of, you know, has there been a better signing than this guy throughout the entire season? Has there been a guy who's come into a team that has done that much? You know, Rob's obviously a great candidate for that in Vitality.
It's probably Rob's.
But outside of that, you know, do we have a player that has taken a team from being, were FURIA a top 15 team? You know, a team that would never go into the playoff, a team that were a bit of a laughingstock to now, I would argue, top 5, 2 playoffs in a row. They should have beaten MOUZ in Cologne as well. You cannot contest the whole Rob's point joining Vitality, but if you exclude that one and look, you know, towards the top 5 to top 20 teams, I don't think there's been a better signing or more impactful signing than Molodoi.
And arguably, he is probably the best player on FURIA right now. For a long time, it's been Keserata alongside Yuri. Maybe Keserata has won out that battle, but, you know, Malta has come in and now is probably the best performer inside of the team. And one thing is that he's doing it online, but he's also doing it on stage. You know, in Cologne, like, he had some good showings. He also throughout the major has some good showings. So it's like, even though the pressure is there, he still delivers. And that's what's good. He's so young. He still has so much to learn. And the FURIA guy's still talking about that he needs more experience. But if this is what he does with, like, limited experience, then imagine if when he gets, like, a couple of years more, how good he will be.
I mean, if you think about it, right, this guy was playing, like, only online CS at Tier 3 until, what, 4 months ago? Are we even that far into his time on FURIA?
Something like that.
Insane how quickly he's adjusted and adapted, how quickly he just took to it like a duck to water.
Yeah, I think it's impressive, and he serves a great inspiration. I think Fallen, as we spoke about, serves a great inspiration. I think Molodoi for some of the younger kids out there. I think if you're Brazilian teams right now, if you're other teams as well, maybe you're willing to take a bit of a risk on some of these youngsters who does well in online cups and Fated, etc., because it does pay off sometimes. I think they serve as a great inspiration right now, and as you can see on the graph right here, the stonks are up.
I mean, look, I think maybe a team like BIG could maybe take a page out of FURIA's book. The next time they get owned by some guy they've never heard of in a scrim, pick them up. Why not? What do you have to lose? That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they do have to take another direction right now. BIG seems to be in a position where something has to happen at least.
We kind of did the same with you and FURIA.
I'm going to leave that one for itself. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll unpack what's going on with Jacob.
Nothing.
Dust 2 on the books here for the second map between FURIA and Big. And I have to ask you a question. FURIA is apparently only picking this for their opera, so he can have a good time. Do we think that gives Big any sort of a chance here?
I mean, judging by what we've seen so far, no. That being said, though, historically speaking, if I were to give anything to Big, tabseN have shown that he can play Dust 2. You know, he's been great at in-game leading on that specific map. Crimbo as well, usually a player that does a good job, you know, anchoring some of the positions on the CT side as well, even though that his roles have changed over time within Big. I'm grasping for straws here, Peter. I don't think that FURIA are going to lose, but if anything, Big have shown before they can play the map at a high level.
Well, I don't think there's anything that can be said for the Big team right now that can actually change the course of the match. I think they're going to lose this one.
How much, Mike?
So optimistic. How much what?
How much
they're going to lose by?
Yeah.
I don't want to answer that question. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. I like the bucket hat on the back of Hype's chair. That's something nice.
I mean, if there was anything positive, it was Hype. You know, he tried on Inferno and had a bit of an output, dare I say it. And Dust 2, Molodoi, Orb versus Orb, maybe he can put up a fight.
I like it. Well, we're going to bring it in to the fight in the server, and two guys to be your ringside announcers for this one at the Bounty. It's Harry and Hugo. Take it away, boys.
Good luck casting this one.
Ding ding, and that's right, we're off to another fight, and well, I would like to watch Pimp v Dupree in the ring. Actually, I don't know if you'd co-sign that, Harry.
Who would even win there?
Well, I mean,
Dupree.
Pimp's pretty fit, but you know.
Pimp would have, I think, more stamina, but I think Dupree just needs one good hit.
Yeah.
You know,
He's
like
got that strength. Yeah.
He does. He does have that. He's got that strength in him. Strength of the GOAT in Dupree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. For this game, I think FURIA have it in the bag.
Yeah, okay. Bold prediction of the day here from Harry Russell.
There is a way the Big could win.
Yeah, they would get 13 rounds.
No. If they went away in this break and they have decided to just sacrifice, like, I don't know, who would you sacrifice? QB? And he's just like...
Poor guy.
He's installed cheats for this game. Maybe they win. Let's see. I have no doubt in FURIA's Dust 2. Molodoi is a beast on this map. It's one of the reasons why FURIA love playing it. But this is the bomb on the back of Fallen in top mid. He doesn't play like it. He wasn't stressed, and he doesn't die with the bomb on his back. Instead, he actually gets the opener here for FURIA. And so a 5v4, they wanted to go long on this. They had the util to do so. They've lobbed in the cross smoke already. They get the long space, but Fallen doesn't want to feel 2-1 note in this pistol, and with the 5v4 gifted so early, he takes the pace out of the round, leaving Molodoi to just keep pressure over here at long. Never let Big reclaim that space. FURIA go for the full slowdown and try to run it in through mid.
Ooh, QB maybe saves around from getting out of control there. It would have opened up a path on mid to B. I'm still going back to B, sorry, as FURIA comes. Reset from long. Thank you, Harry. Draw
Dude, that can't be real hiccup.
Well, this is yeah, I contained it. This is a crazy call for Fallen, going all the way back round when Big have seen FURIA leave long, and he's still going to go long with the bomb late, presumably. They guide him out middle.
What is Fallen cooking in this
Round
pistol?
the world, bro. Back.
He's gone around the world twice.
Can't go mid to B now. That's just insulting. So up cat they go. Kserato jump in the corner.
Kserato's played Tony Hawk, pro skater.
They are just going, aren't they? And Crimbo along can win this.
Ooh.
10 seconds.
Just needs to stop that bomb, but he won't be able to. Plant secured at the last few seconds here. FURIA goes scrapping for Crimbo at long.
Indecisive. If he commits there, he can maybe stop the plant on ramp, but he gets stuck between giving it up and fighting for it. Now Bigger in a predicament, and it's going to get worse. Repeat back from Yuri on the site, and it's hyped 1v2. Position known. They peek him together, and that's all they need. That was a shame for Crimbo. I felt like for a moment he was going to commit ramp with the flash. I wouldn't hate that. You know, go for one more. 2v2 post-bomb. And then it looked like he wanted to run away, but then he's taking fights. So neither taken, really, by Crimbo.
Also, I want to say, in that little break between games, Fallen aura farming with the guitar.
He was playing the guitar. That is aura farming. Because every player... yeah, look at him. Look at him aura farming. Everyone turns off their camera between maps, I noticed, but Fallen keeps it on, and he just plays guitar.
Kept it on, went away, got the guitar, came back, played the guitar.
based, honestly.
That might be his day. That might be his day. Hugo, imagine that. That's your day. You show up, have some fun with your mates in CS for half an hour. Quick little game. Play the guitar a bit, and then you're done. That's a dream day.
That is a lovely day.
Slow in this round, and that's because the scout's done some early damage. And they're very happy with the control they've been able to get in spite of that, right? 3 players up here on short. You've got your Kindar, who looks like he wants to play just a long lurk here. Later with the UMP. He's low on health, remember, after taking that scout tag, so we'll need the... Oh, it's a CT drop. Cesarato dropping down. He loves this move. Didn't like it in that round. Big pick up the kill, and they're full leaving. They think this is the mid to B. Fallen is such a genius, bro. He threw the mid to B drop down util, sent Cesarato in. Big have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. They leave the site. Everyone on short hears them scrambling, and they just play into an empty A.
Flash good. Dodged. 1 for 1. Still not out of the woods. Big may have fell for it, but they can get back in with this cat plant as well. Not set up for Yakinda on a UMP. Gonna have to win these fights on the cross right now. Furia look to engage. Big coming around the corner. There is a low scout, but the rifle starting to scale. The pistol alongside. QB covered by Yakinda. Low health, low time. Big have got to get a move on. They've got to get a kill, and they just can't do either. Shut down at the door. Tabson. It's all about the exits now as Furia win out that round. Fallen masterclass.
Yeah, let's glaze him some more. Dude,
so
that's great because he uses, like, he knows Big are going to feel anything but confident after map 1. They're going to be really twitchy. They're going to bite down on info early. In that round, it's actually kind of stressful. You know you're up against the Force. Even though you have good control over on short, you've got the tag on your Kindar to make him feel weaker. That's one of your space takers. So Fallen uses a strategy that he plays a hell of a lot on Dust 2, which is those short smokes that waterfall down into CT. Sends Cesarato in for the drop. And Big overreact to the information. They see that, they try to get ahead of Furia and end up playing right into their hands. Fallen just used their prep against them. Lovely.
Oh no. Mid-smoked, guys. At least. Oh, I thought he saw him. No shots connect. Nothing does. Is this going to be another dominant win?
I just kind of want to watch. Like,
yeah, yeah.
Like, what if we, if we didn't speak? We will just enjoy it. I think that would be nice.
Yeah, I'd enjoy it a lot more if you didn't speak too.
That's hurtful.
Aww.
We're longtime friends.
It's a little jokey joke.
I'm just not mentally strong enough to take that.
Yeah, okay, man. Fair enough. I'm with you.
I'm having the...
Oh. Crimbo 1v5. 1v5 from Crimbo. There's one. Well, you know. If you don't believe.
I'm on the come down from the slush drink.
Oh, you said you could just drink them forever, Harry.
Yeah, well, here's the problem. The first game was so quick, the ice hadn't even melted yet, so I couldn't drink it all. And now I've finished it, but this game's already live.
You can go get another one. I can take a round for you.
No, that feels...
Yeah, maybe.
That feels wrong.
Waiter!
If I'm not here to tell you the Big are losing this game, then
who will?
Who else will? Exactly. I can't have you spouting,
what?
All this big support that you've been offering up all series long.
Tons of that. I feel bad. I want the best for them, Harry, but I've wanted that for a long time, and how long can you keep coping? I don't know. Surely there's a limit. Something has to happen here for Big, and this is not the game for it to happen. It doesn't feel. This is all the thing that's crazy about this pick as well. Maybe they did it because of map veto. I think that is actually a fair angle. Like, Big got the maps arguably that they would be comfortable with. But Big was seed number 28. That means they get fifth pick, sorry, on what team they want. They got the 5th pick. They picked a team that's made back-to-back playoffs of Tier 1 events. I just think that's kind of crazy, though. I feel like there were weaker teams that Big could have chosen. And Big aren't in a position where, like, a big underdog like TNL, where it's like, okay, you want to pick one of the best teams in the world to really prove it. It's already lopsided. Like, Big could have picked a middle-of-the-pack team that maybe they can beat. But they picked a really good team.
Dude, these rounds are so insane. Yeah. You'll watch Big scrap for a man advantage. They'll end up in a pretty good spot. And then in like 1 second, the round gets torn away. This is actually one of the best positions they've been in the entire series. And it's a JDC 1v3 attempt. He's 1 kill deep already. Let's see if JDC can find a way back in. Nope, nothing offered. And so just has to run off and save this gun. You know, coming into this series, I thought FURIA were going to win it pretty handedly anyway. I've made no secret of the fact that I actually think they are just playing some of the best Counter-Strike out of all the top teams right now. And that's going to make them hard to upset. But I think like it's that, but it's also just coupled with like, this feels like an off day for Big. I know our expectations are pretty low already. But it just feels like they're having one of these games where nothing's hitting. I at least thought they'd be able to challenge FURIA a little.
That's
and so, yeah, I do think this is like an underperformance from a team that is struggling, sure.
Here we go. Kinder AWP out long, by the way. They've bought a double AWP this early in the half. Did they save it? I couldn't tell you. Either way, putting it to use. And neither AWP, by the way, is on Molotov. Finally, it trades back. After Yakindo begs to get a fight at long, pushing through the smoke. Yuri gets a B entry. So rotate back in. Are they going to give him another?
Yeah, we talked about like that kind of head-to-head streak of games where tabseN, for a period of like 8 years, was able to beat Fallen, and that only got broken last year at the Shanghai Major. Yeah. But that even, you know, could be a justification for this pick for Big, right? They've looked into the game plan. It's provably, historically, a very comfortable matchup for tabseN, one where he's been able to have a good read on Fallen. Good stuff from the guy we're talking about. tabseN with 2. But FURIA have had no issue digging themselves out of these situations. I'm not ready to get excited yet. Crimbo at least holds the promise of a good timing here. Had to give him a sound cue, I guess. Something to work with. And now they block behind. They focus forward. QB. Fallen. And there's Yakindo with the final 2. And that's how every round has gone. Big, they leave you a little bit interested, and then they all die in an instant.
Yeah, they get into a good position, but, well, the shots just connect for FURIA. Simply done. And it's got to be hard to be facing FURIA in this form right now, keeping it up online as they have on LAN for the last couple of big events here. FURIA 5-0 start, T-side dust 2. Molotov very consistent on these cross shots, so Big know about that. They're gonna throw a nade to get across. It's a good idea. Should definitely be doing that in this game.
Dude, everyone's just playing so confident right now.
That's also a problem.
They're trying everything because everything's working. They're not afraid to smoke spam with good reason. 2 kills found from Queserato. Hype's just running away. He hates this. Okay, AWP at the cross. Chance for Hype. Dead instantly. Immediately just swept aside, and so it's 6-0. It's 6-0 here.
Yeah, it's an off day for Big, it feels like, and it's an on day for FURIA, otherwise known as any day right now for this team. They look to smoothly run through this first round of Bounty. They look to eliminate Big after 1BO3.
It's just cool to me as well that, like, 2025, there is a more valid reason than ever to watch back some of these Furia games, to see how Fallen calls, and to try and draw some lessons from what he does.
But I also think, you have players like Yikinda who know how he wants to open rounds, who has his own plays, that doesn't even necessarily need a lot of resources to make his plays.
No,
I think to the T-side of Train, for example, he does a lot of stuff where he gets an insta-lurk smoke and he plays out through it and he plays behind red. He's often not getting supported in a lot of these moves.
No, you're dead on. His role's kind of... you think of Yikinda, you think of like this hardcore entry power, but he very much occupies more the role of like an aggro lurker inside of Furia. He's been speaking about how like he studied a lot of Bit, who kind of fits into like the same category, right? And has ended up in a lot of the same places as Bit on these maps. He's been going through one hell of an uptick, and I think he brings a lot to the table in this team. Not only is he an incredibly vocal player with his own set of opinions, his own view of the game, which likely has had some influence on how Furia play. You know that from his previous stints in squads like Liquid, where he was this secondary caller trying to catch up the team on the meta, on the view of the game in the current day. Even back on VP, though, he was always credited as someone who offered up those mid-round calls, gave Jame a lot to play around back then. And so, yeah, everyone sings this guy's praises for what he brings both in and out of the server. And I know the sentiment changed on Yikinda after the Liquid stint. You didn't ever think he could get back to top form, but you feel like he's really found his way in this Furia team, which when it was put together as well was like such a weird Frankenstein project, you didn't have a tremendous degree of faith. One man he did was Fallen, and good to know he has a serious eye for talent.
Yeah, I love the story that
Big could actually get around here.
Okay.
They have a 5v4. They started with an aggro play. They're regrouping again to go up through short. Tag on a K-Serato is pretty huge. This could be a low econ round win. They've done so much damage, and they've fought hard early for strong positions off the top of the round. They are just swarming onto Furia. It's out of the box thinking from Big. When they've found 2 rounds in the game so far, that's the type of thinking you need. And when I say the game, I mean like the whole series.
Yeah.
This map and the last map. It's not been a fun day.
Orb waiting.
But this could be round number 3.
K-Serato Orb. Low health. Is Yuri going to walk this smoke? Something naughty. Crimbo will not let that happen. Molly is a problem, but there's room to move here for Crimbo. Flank dead. 30 seconds. Boost up in the spot. They're not going to win this. They have no chance. Crimbo is on the money, setting up QB for a kill.
Finally.
And K-Serato's dead, so Big get on the board. Better late than never.
That's their 3rd round in this series.
You really are rubbing it in.
I'm just repeating a fact. I can't help how it's felt.
So, yeah, are you saying facts don't care about your feelings, Harry?
I guess.
Shapiroing right now. All right, Benjamin.
I guess I did actually just say that, yeah. Oh, well, there it is. Let's see. Is it going to be another 7-1? Because it always happens. We're available, it always happens. And it's very available. Molodoy burns down to 10.
He tried.
It's going to be tricky. But just the meme Rolodex dictates that Furia will win this round.
Hard to argue with that. What?
I just said,
so funny.
It's been an off day for Big for 3 years.
Sorry for him. He's not usually like this.
I did say I was feeling a little mischievous today.
Are you indeed, aren't you? Nice blind shot for Hyped.
That's good.
Let's bomb up Cat. They've got to go get that before they embark on a B hit. How do you 7-1 from this scoreline, from this position rather, Harry?
Dude, we said the same thing back on Inferno when they did it. They were like 3v5 or something, yeah.
4v5 at least. All right, Furia, what have you got? Some mid-to-B nades, perhaps. Although flashing them through. Over they go, but no smoke means no.
I think this round is kind of FURIA suffering from success a bit. It's a little too loose.
Yeah.
Every round has felt so winnable. They think, well, let's just stop playing them properly then. Let's just run it big. You know, we can take fights. We're playing with a lot of confidence. And so they leave the mid-cross open. They didn't have the util to go. They try and shoehorn in a mid-to-B play to recover that round, and they won't be able to find their way. It's flawless here for Big.
That's good.
This is a nice sign of the times. We don't get the meme score this time.
You've had it already. tabseN trying to re-inspire some hope, some faith in the troops on this recovery run. He knows what he wants. Can Big find their form late in this game? Or is it too late in this game? 6-2 up, FURIA in good control right now. Oh, Molotow's not been hitting the cross shot.
Which is rare.
Yeah. He's HEing it.
Really, really strong at landing that, but that's been missing from FURIA's arsenal in this game. And like, he does hit it with terrifying consistency, usually. So it feels worth mentioning. Oh my God, why am I nervous, dude?
Shouldn't be, he's not gonna blind shot the smoke, don't worry.
No, but it's just if they spam, and Molotov is that close already.
Leave the open pick, go back.
Fallen has made so much use of T-spawn.
Yeah.
Going for these long rotates once they set up Molotov. That was a chance for the opener. He's going to go searching for the AWP. But crouched down behind this smoke.
Oh, I think he dies here.
It's not a very good fight for him. Hyped looking. They're just shy of one another for now. Meanwhile, this B hit's been building in the background with Molotov keeping 3 players bogged down at A. Crimbo with the spot. Yakindar tries to barrel through that, and Crimbo feasts. Rotate in from the JDC AWP, and it's only Molotov left. 35 seconds out in top mid. Bomb away from him. There's no winning this. Big are bouncing back. We saw tabseN trying to rally the troops in the camera. Molotov has missed a couple of shots here. Usually a top performer for FURIA on Dust 2. And so there are some win conditions materializing. If a Molotov slowdown can be, you know, there alongside a big resurgence here. If they go 6-6 on the half, maybe there's some intrigue, although this is warming Molotov up in the hunt. These are the kind of fights you like. If you feel like you're missing some of your usual flicks, some of your usual cross shots, and then you get a couple of pot shots at the close, and those are just, you know, players running at you with their guard kind of down. They're focused on getting the gun removed, so you're getting charged at. The peaks are lazier, the peaks are wider. It can be a good way to build up some confidence. I hope they haven't just put Molotov back online.
Well, it's what FURIA need. They're slowing down on this T side right now, not really getting into post plants or winnable positions. Molotov has tried a variety of opening moves. That's one that will connect. At least a bullet. Double orb is still here for Big. Hyped tries again, and as that smoke blooms, he is lucky to be alive. Molotov denied presence on the catwalk. He's all they have in this round. A bunch of pistols surround Molotov. So putting this orb to use is integral. Nice shot through
Oh God, I'm so scared. They do 2 kills and a save. And Molotov is thinking, I'm so back.
Oh, nice, okay.
That's a huge pickup for tabseN. Bit of help from QB to make it happen.
Crimbo.
All game, FURIA have been very interested in the promise of a late B hit. Crimbo plays ahead of the util, getting aggressive, only good for the first. Molotov dead down in lower. So Big still hold the advantage. Cross for Fallen, but he's low here as he tries to plant that bomb. There's this fast tunnels flank getting switched on now as well. Is tabseN ready for Yuri up close?
Oh my God, that's a team flash. That's a team
Why did you flash him? tabseN's doing everything, man. They're going to recover the round. They're going to make up for it.
That's like the most comical team flash you could have thrown in that. Who threw it? Who threw it, Harry?
tabseN had to turn away. Like, he's so frustrated.
He had it. He had the round. I mean, they still win, but
they
like,
still win the round.
You're not making
But also,
it easy.
we spent all of map 1 glazing FURIA for how good their util is, and then you get to see the flip side of it, which is...
I'm flashing you. I'm blind.
I mean, if the comm was, I'm flashing you, Tabson, they weren't lying.
That's pretty good. Yeah, right on the money there. Who threw it? That's what I want to know. Yeah, that's...
Tabson is really going through it in this game, man. Dude, you're going to make Tabson crash out. He's 10-9.
Oh. All right, hyped up, though.
This is a bit of schadenfreude for Big. Hyped up down and lower. You'd like to think it's good for the trade, but he's scared off.
Ooh, 85 on him. Hype breaking the smoke. Aggression on Catwalk punish. Fallen saw that up cross. A little bit boxed in. So smoke bloom, yes. It's good for him. He needs to get that bomb though. Again, Crimbo be alone. Oh, Yakinda has A. Somehow, Yakinda is on the site. And that molly pushes him back into Yakinda.
QB has a false sense of security as well. He just went back, looked at the cross. It hasn't been shot from sight. Yakinda is playing a long game here, hoping that if he can just lull them into a false sense of security, springing out later is going to sweeten the deal for FURIA. This is them trying to break a 4-round streak as well, with Big picking up some momentum.
I don't blame them for being scared of B, just with what FURIA have been doing all this half. They're still scared to cross FURIA, but that bomb can be thrown over if you want to be careful about it. Yakinda even gets a spot. Oh, jumping in. Plant allowed. Fallen try to cover with utility, but this plant's down. Bigger have to force this one. They have to get back in. The flank is covered. The AWP is a dead man walking. Double kill for Yuri, and they know QB is stuck on short with nowhere to go either. 1v3, and he's already out of there. Big have the money for that last round. He needs to try. Big have the money. This it doesn't make sense.
I know you always...
Pointless.
Yeah.
It's literally pointless. They have 9 grand, 7 grand, 7 grand. This is a pointless save. This changes nothing about the game. The only thing this does is not give FURIA an AWP. Yeah. Pointless save. Pointless save.
You know.
Complete waste of time. Go for it.
Not giving them the AWP is nice.
Just run in with the rifle. Didn't need to grab the AWP.
Yeah,
get
true.
that kill. Run up cat. I don't know. Pointless save. Get him out.
Don't sassily drink water after saying that, bro.
I'm thirsty.
Okay, Big, back to the long take. I don't like that Yakinda got so much room here last round. Hyped, looking on. Trying to spot this opener, sees the molly, knows they're there, but we'll get displaced by it. It's a nice opener for JDC. Hyped up next and left to the long push on Yakinda, but Big took this right at the start of the round. They're trying to bait him in here. Oh, they're taking peeks ahead of Tabson. Oh, he's been spotted! There's the check! Molodoy with the trade. And it's times like that, Tabson has to remember, that's a 16-by-9 player out through the long doors, slightly wider, FOV rather. And so gets spotted, gets cleaned up. 2 versus 3 now for FURIA.
Oh, it's fine if they win the round. That's far from guaranteed. Molodoy out top middle. And there's the swing off his contact. Nice jump of the gun there for Yuri. 2v1 on this B bomb site. Crimbo, he's had stellar B holds with the rifle. Let's see how his AWP is looking. Reset from long QB. Might be able to catch him mid to B. They're going very slow. The smoke might fade soon. They don't have a re-smoke. Can QB stop this on the break? They can go 15 seconds. I'm not sure. He can jump up box quickly. There's a 1v1 ensuing. 10 seconds. I think he's got the plant. Molodoy. 5. And he's got it. Nice move for Molodoy.
You think he's done it? in this 1v1. Molodoi with the reposition. Crimbo only needs to land one bullet or that nade. The nade comes out early, sent sightbound. Molodoi with the reposition.
Needs a kill. There's a smoke, but there's also a molly, a smoke for Molodoi's molly. Headshot required. Missed chance. Damage. And Molodoi now, this is the problem. If he plays a Molotov, Crimbo's going to smoke it. He has the advantage now.
Oh, he just smoked short. He smoked short. He needed that for the Molotov. No. Oh no, Crimbo! Not like this! Ah!
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players. Yes. This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And
of course.
Starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
Well, we're into the second and potentially last half here between FURIA and BIG. It's been a kind of a sad day for BIG fans here. They haven't shown up in this series at all. They managed 2 rounds in the first half of map 1. They've got 4 here on Dust 2. It's FURIA's map pick. They're looking for the 2-0. They're looking to keep that 30k bounty on their heads.
It's been a hard game for BIG, but I think it also speaks to the level of FURIA that they brought in to this new season off the back of an Austin run, doing it again in Cologne, and looking reliable online. It's a great sign for FURIA, more than anything, and that's hopefully what we can all take away. Little B play here. Yuri's got the smoke. They're going to go diving through. Julies. Oh, the flash is great, but Yuri still finds that first headshot of the Tabson. Can he find any more? Pushed into a corner. He's got support. Yuri with a couple. And it's a decent hold. JDC and Hyped breaking through. This flank has great timing. Just go for it. Go on, go for it.
Come on, Molodoi, straight in, head lopped off, Hype dead, JDC about to get finished off. He's living on borrowed time, and Fallen will take it back. We've been bigging up the FURIA. Util that round as well is another good example of it. They have an anti-rush flash pop through the door by BIG.CEST. It splits up the B hit and allows Yuri to stay alive a hell of a lot longer. Him and BIG.CEST do fall fairly quickly, but just a nice bit of interplay. Pops right there at the close. Kind of blinded Yuri a little bit, but it set BIG.CEST up to move in and help him out.
Yeah, round of applause there for FURIA. Fallen's having a great day in the office. He's laughing all the way to the bank. Carried them last game. But everyone's had their moments here for FURIA. So we have a full eco for Big. It's going to be a slaughter on short.
Oh, but wait.
No.
What if Big win this round?
No.
In their darkest hour, their time of need, Hyped and Crimbo, there for kills on Glocks. It's an M4 pickup now that propels them forward. This would be such a big round to win. Plant found. That's money made already. Falling over along.
Yeah.
Scared. Yuri. Ooh, Dink's done. And
it's Glocks. It's Glocks.
Yeah,
You can't laugh that off. They're taking the fights. They have to take the fights.
Yeah, they do. They played it right. They played it good.
10 rounds for FURIA, and I just want to just talk more about FURIA at this point because, yeah, it's not much to say.
I liked Hype's hat.
I haven't even noticed it, to be honest.
He's not wearing it. It's on the seat behind him.
Okay. Nice spray. That is a nice hat, actually.
Yeah.
Is that what's on it?
It looks
Fruits of some sort.
It's either
Pizza?
pineapples or corn.
Or is it pizza?
Oh, it could be pizza slices.
I don't know.
What is that?
We'll never know.
If anyone can figure it out, use AI to digitally enhance the image to 8K resolution.
Enhance.
Super zoom and enhance on the objects.
Corn.
On the what?
Corn.
Oh, okay.
Calm down.
I say, calm down, Jimmy. They're playing later today. MOUZ up next.
Yeah.
Playing with a crowd, no less. So that'll be exciting.
Late long. Fallen. Needs to get one here. Late flash, and he's very blind. Luckily, so are Big, so he squeezes out the first shot before Tabson trades. Tabson and Crimbo, the only ones really putting kills on the board in this map. Molodoy scout, alone in the bomb site. In comes Yakindar, in CT. Flash goes high. Yakindar doesn't play it. It's a second flash that's perfect. Another 1-for-1 with the bomb drop deep. Big. Committed to a degree. Crimbo walks through the B smoke. It's a nice move. He needs his kill on the backstab right now.
Yuri started backing up to check for the B walkthrough. FURIA know they still had that bomb over on long, but they've actually left it. They've allowed Big to go and retrieve this. Molodoy goes looking for Crimbo at the spawn. He'll leave the sight hold down in case BIG.CEST's dead.
Through the smoke.
It's only Molodoy left, and they hear him. They know where he is. They've got him trapped down here in CT. That's more like it for Big.
On the board, on the T-side gun round, trading out efficiently on this first and most important buy to keep them in the game, keep them in the bounty. FURIA take a reserved approach to this round. They go for the full eco, mostly. Scout for Molodoy, Eagle for Yakindar. But otherwise, letting bygones be bygones. That was scary. But Tabson lives to tell the tale. Push on the long smoke. Fallen goes through. Scout looking for a mid kill, but it's B contact into the P250. They clear it. Oh.
Win it. Win the round. Win the round, FURIA. Win the round.
I can't believe he got...
Win the round.
Oh,
Molodoy. He did hit it. More damage done. Win the round. Ah, damn it. They tried.
That headshot falling off the box. Crimbo's like double peek. Doesn't believe. Oh, that just epitomizes this game, doesn't it? Well, FURIA going to have a nice early buy here. Crazy.
JDC trying to take away this mid space. Exchange a util to try and win out this short control. JDC knows he will displace them. They could still be close, so he's tentative going around the corner, but he does have this control that Big were looking for. Also, while Fallen's one that you always credit his util on, I think BIG.CEST actually has fantastic flashes. And for someone who's supposed to be more of a star, he does a lot to set this team up.
He's at the back of the pack, right? He's often last alive.
Yeah. And he really gets a lot of value out, you know.
He smoked mid, guys. They smoked mid. Cancel the plan, make a new plan, go B.
They only have one more smoke now.
It's not ideal.
And they're like, okay, we'll change it on the fly. Tabson's thinking, okay, I'll change it on the fly. I'll smoke the B site for you. Okay, we can still win this, guys. It's all good. We got the doors smoking. We just need the entries, and JDC provides them. Tabson doesn't have to be upset for long.
Calculated.
They get in. And FURIA, 3 versus 4. I think a save is more than justifiable here as the gap is closing. Big trying to make this a competitive game after all.
That would be a shocker if they suddenly showed up in this series. But I'm here for it. What have Big got? A late resurgence on the T side. Ooh, yoink. Holiday protecting his teammates. JDC can't save here. So out they go together.
Terrorists win.
Starting to look a little pretty here for Big. And sure, there's still been some rough util down the stretch. But even when they miss their smokes, even when they have to come up with something new, they're still finding their way to success here. And that is a notable change from really any other point in this series. You know, they're turning bad situations into good ones. Up until now, they've been turning good situations into bad ones. And so Big, I'm noticing...
Wow! That's off flash. That's not off info. That's not off seeing hyped. Spam through the door. Yakinda finishes it off. And so quickly, FURIA amass an advantage. Issue with these kind of rounds is FURIA can afford to play 2 inside of B, and so Big deciding to split it rather than just get go through the chokehold rather of the tunnels.
Gonna give JDC some time to try and creep out through middle. He's doing this quietly. No sound made. The only signal was that CT smoke. BIG.CEST, check this out. Earlier, he's being held from the car. BIG.CEST can't catch him on the swing. Pick up for Fallen. He will get that trade at least. That might keep FURIA interested here. Fallen, does he want to play with some pace? No, just going to try and make life uncomfortable for the site player. Fallen battling onto QB, mollied forward. Molidoy can't save him in time. 1 versus 2 now for Molidoy, dead instantly. Big are building back.
We're finally seeing good rounds from Big. It's taken the whole series, but it's about time. JDC, couple of sexy entry rounds on this B-bomb site, coming through tunnels previously, now on the mid-split with a double. It's a hard second shot getting peeked in from the window. And they're closing rounds as well.
First timeout they've called in the entire series.
I believe
and
that.
so that does show how the nature of the game has changed a bit here for FURIA.
Big activating late in the day, but not too late to save themselves. That was a 5v3 for a moment before a trade came in for FURIA, or for Big onto FURIA. So Big winning a very difficult round down the stretch, and no longer a laughing matter for Fallen. As this is a 2-round game, FURIA broken economy. Molodoi, another orb.
And given that hero gun in this round, it's Molodoi KScEST playing late from the car.
But you molly car, right? You check car if you don't molly.
I don't think you do.
You clear car, you don't clear car.
Teed up with a flash from Molodoi. He gets out with one. KScEST's done his job in the round. He also heard a lot of footsteps. He knows that Big were trying to all in this site. FURIA, this would be a crazy round to pick up, but with Fallen landing that on the cross, it feels destined, it feels on rails. FURIA looking for their breakthrough round. Can they stop the Big comeback? First shot lands for Hyped. Yekinda's not pumping the accelerator on this flank. Instead, he's just keeping them trapped at long. Hyped, dead on the swing. And so it's a hero AWP and an MP9 to see FURIA through.
Dude, that's Fallen lower with the 5-7, finds that first kill, upgrades gun, goes long, and that, you know, I don't want to call it a miss smoke, but a bit of a gap on this edge of the smoke is all he needs to line up 2 kills as they cross in. That's a Fallen round right there for FURIA on low economy. That will make all the difference down the stretch. 11 rounds within reach. Oh, leg? Dude, how? No info, just shot through the smoke.
Oh, Molodoi so blind. Oh, no! JDC, I mean, he's been a real turning point player in this game for Big. Losing him is a huge deal. Multiple times over, he's bailed them out with openings, and so for that to be how he dies, it's a real rough way to go in this make or break round for Big's T side. 4-on-4. Hyped at least gets the important trade. They still set their sights on this B play. Yuri gonna have to go huge. First shot lands. He's done after one. It's down to this retake. The AWP still waiting in middle.
Yeah, this rotation now very, very difficult for FURIA with the AWP training on middle. It's a great grenade, but you still got to flush out this AWP, and Crimbo's coming in to save the round if he dies. Back covered as Yekinda drops in, denied. Hype does get hard cleared. Fallen's followed up into the B-bomb site, and Crimbo has to run away. 1v2 for Crimbo on the clock. They both come through the window together. Crimbo headshot.
Are so good. They threw 2 of them, one through the window, one into the tunnel. Crimbo tries to turn from it and turns into the second flashbang from FURIA.
Wow.
No matter which way he faced, he was getting blinded. That was not going to be an easy clutch.
Insane.
I want to see that on the replay. Like, that's mad.
And they flush out AWP mid. Fallen reads the repeat B. Just, FURIA should not be winning that round. What a shot.
You hear that second flash pop, right? It's over towards the tunnels. And so when he turns from the window flash, he gets full blind. That is a very frustrating round to lose if you're Crimbo.
Absolutely.
And you felt like there was no way to play it. Crimbo, in his defense, did everything he could. It's the death of Kyubi at the window, allowing that pace to get picked up. And so this comeback might all be for naught. Big certainly showed a far better face here on Dust 2, closer to the Big we wanted to see, but a failure to get going on map 1, showing up to the series way too late. It's just not left Big with enough breathing room.
It's an elimination here for Big. Good grenade up short, AWP denies, Crimbo in middle, and Yekinda here to slip the knife in the back of Big. Flash is good. They're getting closer. You can't see a thing. Gun gifted, and FURIA are locked out of this bomb site right now. That resmoke will make it so. They might just save. I don't know. I don't think they know how many pistols are in play. If they go for this and find out, it's going to get a lot easier. That's a gun gone. Fallen finding tabseN. This resmoke is a big problem, though.
Oh. JDC tries to go for a flash play. QB up close, Tech9 only good for one. It's the hyped Eagle that's got to clutch up, or else Big are done at the bounty. Swarmed over by FURIA and collapsed upon in this series. It's no contest here as FURIA walk away with an easy 2-0, quelling that comeback on Dust 2. Lights out stuff from FURIA though, who are in great form. That 30k stays on their head as the bounty hunters are sent packing. Big gone from Blast Bounty.
Signs of life from Big, but unfortunately too little too late to make a series of this. The Panthers close around the throats of Big Clan, and they will survive at the bounty.
They will. Another impressive performance coming out for FURIA. This one not as one-sided as the first map, obviously, but it never really felt like FURIA were in too much of trouble. First half had competitive moments, Peter, where scoreline was 6-4, then FURIA wins a couple of important rounds. Same could be said for the second half as well. Big is mounting a little bit of a comeback, then FURIA wins a force buy, and from that point onwards, it was GG. It took nothing to break the back of Big.
That Big took, I mean, obviously a big hit on the first map. Now saved a little bit of dignity coming into the second one, but I think for FURIA's side, you know, really playing great. I think that FURIA, obviously, as a team, played really great on those two. I like the patience they had in a lot of the retakes. They seem to be understanding the way that they want to approach some the majority of the rounds. A few hiccups here and there, but I still think that FURIA by far were the better team today.
I think that's pretty apparent. That's pretty apparent.
With the scoreline, that is pretty apparent.
But yeah, I mean, lots of moments as well, right? Where, again, you see some of those miscues coming through from Big. We see some utility issues. We see some errors in execution. We see them getting in the way of each other.
FURIA winning the force buy when the score was it 10-8 or 10-7? That was just unacceptable. Again, Big are mounting a comeback. They're remaining competitive in the game, and then they lose that round. And then I think it's round 22, round 20, where Big have the B bomb side under control. FURIA once again have to retake. They take an awful long time. Yakinda is coming on a big backstep towards middle. He gets killed from a guy from lower, and it's a 2v2. And I don't know how. You know, we don't get to see it on the cam, but Kyobi dies on the B bomb side, which means that the guy from lower dark that is rotating in towards the B bomb side have no chance of winning the round. All Kyobi had to do was sit in a corner somewhere in the B bomb side, unplug his mouse, unplug his keyboard, and that round would have been over. So when you lose rounds like that, you're prone to lose. So it kind of fills me with a bit of frustration in the sense that Big actually did play some decent Counter-Strike, but some of the individual decision-making in those clutches is what cost them the game.
And that is sometimes the case also when a team is actually playing bad. Maybe you do have the right approach as the team, the tactics are functioning. Sure, they had their fumbles with utility. But if your individuals are making too many mistakes, that will put each other individual in a really bad situation. Because obviously in this case, if Kibbe would just stayed alive, that could have saved the round. It could have done a whole other thing. And obviously, Big is just not really on par right now. I feel like Big is still struggling to not only have the firepower, but it just seems like whenever they go into a situation where they have the advantage, they either like hesitate because they make mistakes, or they simply just straight misplay them.
Well, you know, Big maybe perhaps under a bit of construction, but to find out from the foreman, we've got tabseN joining us for an exit interview. tabseN, tough loss today. What do you think was going wrong for you guys?
Rookie mistakes, I would say. Not so much to say. They punished us for not playing good. They were definitely the better team. We had chances for sure, but yeah, a horrible showing.
There's no doubt, tabseN, that it's been a rough start to the season for you guys. You said it yourself, rookie mistakes today. Do you think that you're showing better results and better play in practice, or is it just a rough time right now to be a Big player?
We are not comparable practice Big and official Big. It's laughable if I mention how we perform in practice.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we are not really able to show a wind, you know, like we are not able to show anything. That's really unfortunate. And yeah, at the moment it's really rough, as you mentioned. Hopefully there will be better times.
Is it fair to say that given you are playing well in practice, you know that you can do better? You know, I guess that's a positive. It would be worse off if you played bad in practice and also bad in official. So is there still some sort of hope that you can turn it around?
Yeah, obviously, if there's no hope, then we would not play. Pimp, what's this question, bro?
I'm curious to think, like, why do you think there's such a big difference from how you play in practice and then coming to officials? And where do you think these rookie mistakes come from? Because you have players on your team that's played the game for a while, and why do you seem to find yourself in this kind of dire situation?
It's a tough question to answer. If I would know the answer, then we would not play this way. But the easiest answer, I would say, is probably pressure. You know, like the way we play in practice, everyone is communicating so fluent. Everyone knows exactly which decision needs to be done. Everyone also picks up the ball if someone says something right. In official, everything feels like stuck, like people are really frozen, you know, like they are really making mistakes, which we never do, especially in afterplan situations. And I don't know, it's been rough, you're not gonna lie.
This is probably the best answer I've ever had, because I can really relate to this one. I've actually been in that situation before, so that makes perfect sense. Where do you go now? What do you think is the solution for you guys? Obviously, you're still looking for it, but do you think there's like a clear path that you need to take to just loosen up things?
Yeah, we right now with our new coach, he's trying to lose up a lot, and I'm absolutely down. Like, you know, like we are not the big which people might think. We definitely changed a lot of things up, and we try to loosen up. We try to play more free, but yeah, if we are not able to show it in official games and we are not really playing the loose way like we play in practice, that's not really work.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. When is the next time we're going to see you? Do you have some time now to practice and iron it out, or do you have other tournaments coming up?
Now we have the online era is coming now. Like we have a lot of CCTs coming up, some online tournaments here and there. We definitely have some practice going on, but yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, practice is not the issue. We are practicing really good. We know exactly what we need to work on, but unfortunately, we don't really are capable of showing it in official games.
Well, answers still to come, perhaps, but thank you for joining us for this interview, Tabson. Commiserations on the loss.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Thank you.
You too. Searching for answers.
Yeah.
I mean, clear frustration.
In all honesty, I understand the frustration. If you are practicing well, if what you're doing in practice is working out, if you can feel a different energy level in practice, if Tabson is leading well in practice and he has the feeling that all the players are feeding him with great information so he can call at his absolute best, you get results in practice, and you then go into officials and none of that works out, it must be the most frustrating thing ever. I fully understand why he's frustrated. However, as I said, you know, it does make me kind of happy to hear that there's still some hope, in the sense that if you practice well and you're working out in practice, then that's what they have to get over. You know, it's worse off, Peter, if you shit in practice and you shit in officials, then you just shit all over the place. So I guess that's, you know, there's a silver lining here, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, like, this is probably the answer that I can have heard in an interview that I can relate the most to, because I've been in situations like this as a team, but also as an individual, where you play so well in practice, and then once you get to the officials, then your anchor is not doing the same thing, your star player is not delivering the same, like, people are not communicating, and then all of a sudden...
Not your fault, right?
No, never. It's everyone's fault. It's everyone's responsibility to function in a team, but then your in-game leader will not get fed all the information that you need to actually create the rounds, and then he just sits there thinking, what happened the last, like, 24 hours ago? We practiced and everyone was playing so great. Now everyone is afraid of making that right decision. Everyone is afraid of making mistakes, and that puts you in a situation where everyone does not dare to play Counter-Strike.
And I just wanna, you know, free Tabson a little bit for the responsibility, because I do think on Dust 2, the game plan was there, the execution was there, it was the individual decision making. When he said rookie mistakes, I felt that, you know, because that's what we saw. We saw a couple of instances in 3v3s, 2v2s, where Big have the advantage. The individuals are just not good enough to showcase it. So Tabson set them up for success. The coach set them up for success. The opening in the rounds were okay, but the individual delivery, not there.
Not there. Seems like we found something that's quite relatable to you guys, but we are going to have to keep moving on, because there's more Counter-Strike to play. There's a whole lot of Counter-Strike here at the Bounty. Just to set the stage for you, these were the 32 teams we came in with. Big, the latest to join the ranks of the eliminated squads. It's do or die at the Bounty. Every game is elimination. There are no second chances here. And now we're going to move into two teams that might need some chances. Well, they'll get their only chance. We got OG versus MOUZ. Let's hear from Crizin to set the stage for OG. Crizin, some changes coming in just recently. I believe you're playing with Rosdos at this event, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so with the changes coming in, Adam B in the roster, Rosdos now playing with you guys, how is the team feeling?
I mean, I think we're feeling pretty good. We've been having a couple of weeks of practice so far, and I think the vibes are great. I think people fit well with each other, and yeah, we're excited to play.
Now, with this matchup in particular, MOUZ coming off of that grand final in Cologne, looking in good form. How do you think you're going to stack up?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that MOUZ is a really strong team, and it's a strong opponent, but we are, of course, going to give it our all, and I think we have pretty good chances with the Visu that has come in, so yeah, pretty excited for that.
What's going to be the key here? What's the game plan? You guys are known for maybe causing some rumbles occasionally. What's the game plan to pull off the upset here?
I mean, I think me and Lambert has put down a pretty good anti, so I mean, follow the plan, of course, would be very natural to say. So yeah, I think if we just stick to what we're good at and focus on ourselves more than them, then it's going to pan out in our favor.
Well, it's a new way to say play our own game.
Yeah, I like the confidence, you know. Let's be completely honest. MOUZ were just in the grand final of IM Cologne. MOUZ have actually been the most consistent team in the world of Counter-Strike outside of Vitality.
Yep.
To say that it's going to pan out well for us if we play our own game, I like the confidence from Kristen, but I would like to see that being showcased on the server.
They definitely need the confidence as well, you know. Like, OG is still a team also coming out of the Austin Major that has made changes to their roster, and for me, it's always been a team that is trying to create talents, and they just constantly make changes because it's like a talent development team. And obviously now going up, they didn't really have a choice. Now they went up against the likes of MOUZ. They were given MOUZ, didn't have a chance. So of course they knew in advance that coming up with a good game plan and some good anti-strat is probably going to be vital for them. And MOUZ has a lot of data out there. There is a case that you can make a really good game plan. But of course, anti-stratting and game plan is not all everything. You also need to deal with what's in front of you. And you do have MOUZ, which is a very excellent team right in front of you.
They are. They are an excellent team indeed. I was curious. They're doing something a little bit interesting in this one. They're playing in their office, inviting fans in to watch them compete while they play this online tournament. Wanted to find out what that was going to be like. You can actually see it. This is a live feed of their crowd right now, which is kind of dope. They've been doing a really good job of trying to build that fan engagement, trying to build those interactions, and I was curious to hear about it, so I went ahead and asked Zershan. We've got an interview with him now. Now, you guys are coming off of a big tournament. Obviously, you made it to that grand final. Finally dealt with the Vitality problem. What's the team feeling like coming off of that?
Well, after Cologne, we just try to look at the positives as much as possible. Obviously, it's tough to lose another final. Also, in the fashion we did. Obviously, beating Vitality was a step forward, obviously. But I think that we are not as happy as we would be if we won the final, of course. So for us at the moment, it's just about minimizing the damage mentally that it does to you to lose such a final to Spirit, and learning about how you can be better for the next time.
You guys have taken a little bit of an interesting approach to this event. It's online games, but you're bringing it to LAN. You're playing in front of a crowd. You're simulating the stadium experience. What went into that decision?
It was not too much about stimulating the stage experience, but more about just interacting with fans and having some fans over, doing a unique experience for them. Obviously, the schedule is tight, so it was a decision that was talked about often, but we decided to do it, so yeah.
And how do you personally feel about it?
Well, of course, I miss home, but at the same time, I think it's also nice to play on a good ping from here in Hamburg and also have some fans cheering for us in the game. So I hope it will go well. It's the first time we're doing such a thing. So, yeah.
For a long time, MOUZ had the reputation of being the ultimate studio merchants, and now they're going so far into their LAN era, their arena era, that they're importing fans to their online games.
I love it, you know, like this is online, you know, this is a playground of the teams that are grinding things online, and you know, the place where MOUZ is probably spent the most of their time is playing in front of a crowd at a stage, so why not create a small edition of that one at their headquarters and just provide them one? Maybe this will give them a bigger edge. I mean, I don't think they need it specifically against OG, but it could create like something special for them.
It's honestly super cool. Just think of the development MOUZ has been in. You know, now they're doing this for the fans and trying to engage with the local, I guess, fans that they have in Germany. It's not necessarily a German team anymore, but still a lot of support for the MOUZ organization and the MOUZ name. Let's not forget that 6 months ago, they were able to sign a player of the caliber of Spinks. Had you said that 6 months ago, 12 months ago, you'd be like, yeah, I don't think Spinks want to go to MOUZ. I don't think any of the top players in the world want to join MOUZ. They've kind of changed, you know, how people perceive them right now. They're one of the best teams in the world. They've shown that time and time again. They've been in an awful lot of grand finals. Maybe maybe yet to win some of those big tournaments outside of the Cluj PGL and the poker win they had. That was obviously a good one for them. But I think overall we have to change the perception of how we view MOUZ, you know, and things like this, what they're doing today, bringing in the fans as well, is definitely going to help with that from, you know, I guess a holistic perspective where everyone is kind of involved into this project. It's
been a really interesting evolution to see. I think you're right to highlight it that way, because it's not just been the players, right? We've seen more and more personality coming through from them where you're starting to get that identity, but it is the organization. They built that headquarter. They've done a lot of focus on building fan presence, on having interactions, having meetups and so on, and just building their identity and becoming a true contender and presence in the space.
I'll tell you what, and people, maybe you can attest to this, you know, when you were joining Falcons and when you're looking for teams to join, I think most players, you know, a year or 2 years ago would look at MOUZ and be like, that's a stepping stone. That's a team that I'm joining. If I do well, then I'm getting sent off to FaZe, then I'm getting sent off to G2, then I'm getting sent off to Vitality. No longer the case. They were able to re-sign JimFat on a long-term contract when he was wanted by Vitality, by FaZe, by Falcons, by all these top teams. You are able to sign a guy like Spinks as well to a team who at the time is, you know, close to being a superstar, one of the best rifle capabilities you could acquire. So I think they changed the narrative in that regard. MOUZ is no longer just a farmer's team or a springboard. You join MOUZ, you're supposed to win trophies.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a place where you want to go now, and not to also to mention like their academy project is also, if you're a young, inspiring talent, if you could actually get into the MOUZ Academy, then that is where you probably develop the most. You know? There's still hope, right? And also, like, if you just look at the main team, right, the majority of the team is actually out of their academy team. So, I mean, MOUZ Sports is doing something right, and, you know, for me, MOUZ Sports is just a very interesting. They're still lacking that specific superstar, but they're just playing very good Counter-Strike as a team, and they have their individuals. My only concern is that they do have a tendency of having their individuals sometimes lose a bit of a firepower thing.
Well, from farm team to aura farming themselves, two guys who bring plenty of aura to this stage. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
You're funny today.
Mike throws.
Yeah, he's good. I always like it when Mike throws to us, man. He's great. And he's always so complimentary. Mike, I like you too, man. You're doing a great job. And you have aura.
You look at me like that's a question.
No, usually I say something, then you say so. That's kind of the foundation of this whole agreement.
No, it's just the speed that you looked at me there. It felt, you know, yeah, it was a lot, Harry. It was intense. OG, they didn't get to pick Harry. They come in 32nd seed to this game, and all that was left were the scraps that MOUZ left on the table. And this is not a team you want to be facing right now in the form they're in. A Cologne Grand Final, a run in Austin, finally beating their final foe in Vitality as well. MOUZ are in a great position right now, so poor OG have to bear the brunt of that. 60 grand on MOUZ's head if OG are up for the task with a new roster and a lot to prove. But we saw this at core, at least, surprise and impress back at the major. Maybe they have more to show online. Oh dear. Panic.
Brolin can't contain. Jimmy getting run at. Jimmy holds on. A bit of help from Torshi in this fight. And they're going to try and re-clear ramp. They give one to Adam B. And hold on a second. Adam's going to try and just slink on out of there.
He's free. Cheeky flank. Kristen not going for the kill, going for the control. Climb up into heaven. Torshi clearing this, but just missing this timing. They both do. No one has any idea. Bomb plant coming in. Kristen set up to win the round right now. Torshi reroutes, avoids danger. They need this backside kill quick to open up the 1v1 into heaven. Spinks clearing lobby. It should start to piece together here for MOUZ where these positions are. Backside in heaven. The likely destination of OG, and even with that kill, you've got to cover this full stick. You've got to hit the headshot, and Spinks will do exactly that. Nice shot. The crowd goes wild, presumably. Oh, of course it's going to be delayed because it is online. So we won't see live reactions here. We hear Pimp in the MOUZ HQ. Hi guys, hope you're having fun.
Yeah, I think it's a cool thing, by the way, that not just MOUZ put this on, but that fine folks decided to show up to it and go support the MOUZ squad in this endeavor at Bounty. Just know you might be a part of something bigger if MOUZ suddenly get real good on stages, real comfortable playing in front of the crowd, and you went, you can say, well, I was a part of that.
Yeah, so you got to cheer for every kill OG gets to really battle hard in this team. But no, they're no studio merchants anymore. MOUZ proven on the biggest of stages. Spinks double kill through the door smoke, looking for a third, pre-fired. Spinks might ace this. Oh, psych, Torshi gets a kill. Down the vent goes Arosdos looking for the plant. Not gonna happen, buddy. MOUZ full control right now. How will this work though? Because they have the stream playing. It's gonna be behind what they're seeing.
I'm not responsible for thinking of the logistics of this situation.
That's on the MOUZ HQ. Very cool initiative regardless.
No, it is sick. And the MOUZ HQ building as a whole just kind of looks fantastic.
Yeah, clean.
Big, delicious testament to one of Counter-Strike's most dearest organizations.
How's the testament this season? I hear it's delicious. Deagle spamming. Nothing to find here. Jimmy at ramp. Committed.
Very committed on Jimmy. But he's telling himself it's only pistols, so nothing to worry about.
Right.
Support can arrive, but it's not going to be super fast. Brolin will have to drop down, rotate over. And so that would involve a pretty long scrap for Jimmy. You'd hope at that point he would already have won the round. He's out on an island here, and Jimmy with 3 does everything right. Now just Nika does.
Yeah, this guy's got a Deagle on him. Ooh. NT, MOUZ though 3-0 up. Here comes the buy round for OG.
I mean, everyone is wondering if Nikados can get back to his Austin form.
Yeah.
You also have the clash of the Adams in this game.
Okay.
Adam B versus Adam Torshi.
Adam T. It's right there.
True. Do you want Adam spelt the normal way or the fancy way with the extra bits on? How Torshi does. For anyone who knows more about language, you'll know what I'm talking about. I just don't have the capability to do so. Torshi takes his AWP out into the yard and looks to put it to work. Nade on the smoke, they break it open, and he's just shy of that first spot. OG dodge. His plan being uncovered to open up the round. Another smoke break. And another time that Torshi just misses this. That replenish on the smokes tells you that they might have players across, but you still don't know numbers. And every time they've gone to break these smokes open, they've missed the info. That's the first time they've seen anyone, and it's spooky to open. The 5v4 found as he clashes with Torshi. AWP now dropped. And OG looked to try and use this outside space.
Oh, Spink's not even looking. He just turns around in time. Missed that one, though. Krisen gets the entry. No one on this top site survives. Double kill. Cracks open the bomb site for OG. Nice little rotate out. Exertion giving it a go. Krisen's on for a hat trick. Jimmy should save. Let's see if they allow it. Will it be that easy? Nicely done. Oh God,
I mean, no one's actually in this site, but with them having Evan, it's safe regardless. Jimmy living on borrowed time here. As he's down to the pistol, they will swarm him. They will remove that gun. And so OG don't wait long to get on the board. And, you know, I think from some of these squads, some of these bounty hunters that we've had pull up here, you know, it's been some pretty scrappy CS at times. The thing with OG, I think it is going to feel a lot more refined. This is a team that have been grinding. Trying to play, you know, some good standard Counter-Strike.
I just think the most interesting part is that OG are a new roster to a degree. Sure, they have that core from Austin, but adding Adam a month ago, Arostos, you know, lone on this team, like it's still a very new piece. But I agree with you completely. I think they've got the fundamentals down pat. 100%. They showed that at Austin. They had a solid run. They had some legit wins there, and I think we have some really strong players on this roster. So even them being the lowest seed is, I think, not necessarily indicative of how good they've been.
I think the other thing that's kind of exciting is that, like, Arostos didn't have the best time in NiP, and like this guy when he was in SOAR was one of like the big proponents to its success. And so if you're able to get him unlocked and comfortable, a feat that you can imagine Snappy ever felt like he truly got the best mileage out of this guy, then that holds an awful lot of promise. Nikados, that's a great trade onto Spinks. Only the head visible, and Nikados rips it from his body. Another follow-up kill for Nikados on this AWP. There's the chase from Crizin out through the door. This is put together on the A-split. Jimmy deleted from the heavens. It's left on a Torshi. First kill comes through. And the follow-up. Arostos locked in the 1v1 as Torshi looks to recover this for MOUZ. He's going hunting. And he'll land the flick. That is stellar from Torshi. And MOUZ must love it.
Dude, crazy clutch out of Torshi. Nikados kicking himself for re-peeking in with the AWP, but he just fired. He thinks he can get a shot off quickly. Torshi is very fast indeed. Crizin, poor guy, does everything to make that round happen. He is sharp on these door lurks right now, and the A-splits are getting OG in. Torshi just shuts them out. Very nicely done. 4-1.
Trying to make it down the vents is spooky, and well, I mean, he wasn't. It's a bad time to use that as a word. But the bomb makes it down. Only one player survives. The other two churned up, attempting to get through the door. That's a spray from Exertion to find a very comfortable 5-on-3 for MOUZ. Hoping they can sneak down a little later maybe and try and link up with Adam, because he does have that bomb on his back. There's alternatives where he can try and like roam and link up with them. It just feels scarier.
I mean, with 2 kills coming in, I wonder if they think a player even made it down. They're not panicking about it. They know they shut out the plan enough of OG that they don't need to play that lower site. Adam could plant, but he has no way to know that. And even then, it would leave OG scrambling, 2 stuck lobbies still behind the smokes.
Yeah, it's just a very awkward situation to find yourselves in. What you're kind of hoping for here if you're OG is for an overextension, for a chance at a 3v4. Suddenly, you know, you explore the option of maybe trying to bring that bomb back up. It would be a vent rotate for Adam, so you need that kill on a site player, ideally hot or main. That's the kill you're looking for. It's this one on Exertion, and he just swings on out. Finds Spooky in the doors, continues his hot round, and you can see Adam will never really be in a position to succeed here. He certainly gave it a go.
One bullet, and he's on for 3 kills and a 1v5 with a player back site. Don't want to say anything's impossible at that point. Nice try for Adam, but yeah, his team can't get out into upper. You know, I think the biggest benefit for this bootcamp situation for MOUZ isn't even the fact they're playing in front of a crowd. I don't think that's as much of a factor as them being in a proper LAN setup side by side, like how they've been playing all their matches this season. I think that's the biggest benefit. Look at everyone else in this bounty. They're playing from their bedrooms. There's some players together. There's some players apart. It's not, you're not going to be as locked in as you are on a full proper LAN setup side by side in your normal seats like you would be at a major final. So I think that's very beneficial for MOUZ to still treat this like any other game, like it's a LAN match.
Yeah, you're dead on. And I think it's been doing a lot for the teams that have. Just saw FURIA play there all together as well. On this attempt at the low econ round, OG have done a stellar job of dealing with these rotates. 2 quick kills come in, and that's in addition to the one they picked up out in the yard. They find themselves in this 3-on-2. They pump the brakes, Adam with the bomb. Right now, they're giving some time to Alurk to try and secure info on A, but they might lose this bomb down at lower. Torshi, with some snappy aim there, was ready to try and take that fight. I mean, you've spotted one player down here. I wonder if that's already enough.
MOUZ is flanking ramp, though. With the rifle. See, now they know there's both lower. Can they fly up the vent in time? They don't want to. They let MOUZ over-rotate. MOUZ say, hey, they've seen us both. They're going to leave. What a bluff called by OG. That is a high-level move to still commit. You would really expect, like MOUZ really thought they were going to rotate out there. They can still win this round, 2v2. Coming back in, good shot for Torshi after a jiggle gets him the info. Spooky 1v2 in the door. Needs to pluck one out and then shut the door in their face. Bomb for him. MOUZ move in. There's that free kill, and Spooky shuts it up. Oh my god, even hits the wall bang as well. Brolin low, or lower. Another tap, running out of time, firing back through the door, and the Spooky's won it. 1v2, picked up for OG.
That's a really big round to win, and yeah, MOUZ learn a lesson. They've got to expect the unexpected here. That route back into the B play, as you say, MOUZ anticipate a rotate. They think that OG will go for the kind of standard, safest option, right? And just react to that info of both players lower.
But that's not even a case of like, oh, OG aren't smart enough to make that call. They read that MOUZ will over-rotate. They read that MOUZ will quickly move back up at top site. Spooky makes it worth it in the clutch. OG team is very exciting. It's a top-heavy matchup, but one that they've got fight in.
Yeah, it's one of these games. It's kind of similar to like the TNL versus Na'Vi match, right? Where like Na'Vi are still favorites in kind of every sense of the word, but there is a lot of intrigue around the other team. It's going to be some good high-level CS, and there is a chance to upset. Nade stack over in main. That's a nice opening for OG off the back of the timeout. And they try to follow through with a bit of pace on the back of it. Crizzen, double kill. Nikados spots the walk past ramp. That's a little slow to react for Nikados. So Jimmy's gifted a freebie. Crizzen is very, very wounded. Oh, they're going back for the bomb. This is why they're offering up these fights. Having to skirt back into the lobby. They've now given up the A space. Exertion trying to find where OG have ended up. And going back out in towards the yard would net him a chance to find them. Adam B with the cross. He was the guy sent back to go and get this bomb. He's going to play into Exertion's hands. Both players here, but they're worlds apart on this peak. And that gives Exertion a chance to back off. Spooky hits a blinder. And it's another big clutch for him. OG well and truly in this game.
Back-to-back clutches, and that one is not easy either. Has to hit the instant head. MOUZ getting tested here by this young, pucky OG squad. This lowest seed in the bounty with something to prove. Making magic happen here, putting MOUZ on pistols. I want to try something, Harry. Hamburg, make some noise!
That's good. In a couple of minutes.
They're going to love that.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah. You watching at home, that means nothing to you, but down in the MOUZ HQ, it's going crazy. Looks like they've showed up. OG looking to farm these ecos.
It's just a clean finish, a one-round game. OG is taking their claim to nuke. Coming out with a streak of rounds here. It starts with a couple of spooky clutches. Now they're getting to reap the benefit. Taking economic control over the game. Scoreline closing up. Another buy round looming for MOUZ, but if they don't find success in this next gun round, OG will find themselves up in the lead. Tech pause here.
Oh, the admin's on site, Harry, though.
Look at this. They're all looking over. There's got to be. It is cool. And it's starting to get more and more filled out as well. We see a Hamburg. But I'm liking what OG have brought to the table here, right? Showing a good depth thus far on this T side, been a variety of rounds. I like the one where they call the pause, they follow it up with that nade stack in main, they pick up the pace, they then have the spooky clutch at the end to round it out. They've kept it dynamic, they've kept MOUZ guessing.
Got a PC crash on the MOUZ side of things. Some things never change, Harry.
It's a good chance to practice some crowd work, Hugo. It is cool how close the seats are, too.
Yeah. Through the looking glass.
You are up close and personal with MOUZ.
Stark difference to the bedrooms of OG.
Yeah, but we can't see the full frame. Maybe Nikados has his entire extended family sat in the room cheering him on. His biggest fans in the background.
Oh, it's good. It's really good.
Get it, guys?
I do.
If you're smart, you'll get it, but only if you have above 150 IQ.
It's pretty smart.
Like Dorian Berman. That's exertion.
Trophies adorning the studio.
Toshi's just looking up at everyone. Probably thinks this is kind of cool. I mean, we've noticed the rise of MOUZ fans as well. MOUZ Ultras pulled up to Cologne, saw that, and they were loud, man. That arena was going for this MOUZ team.
For sure.
Makes a lot of sense. That's the reaction.
There it is. Thank you, Hamburg.
Yeah, Hamburg.
Let's go.
It's where all the cool people are at tonight.
It's 2 p.m., but I'll allow it.
Look, man. It's always the night. somewhere.
I think we're getting ready to go back in, folks. MOUZ OG to continue here on Nuke. It's OG's map pick. It's a single elimination format. It's MOUZ hot off the press from a grand final in Cologne back to the realms of online.
All right, Hamburg. All right, Twitch chat. Let's get this one rolling again. As we're ready to head back in, let's go. MOUZ still sporting this lead, but OG have been working hard to close the gap. They've gone on a streak of rounds here. They've taken control of the money in the game as well. And so a big chance for OG to break through. Can MOUZ stop them? Or this outside util, Krizen lobs in an initial volley. Cross smokes to try and get them down into secret. They play ahead of it. It's a bit of an OG move. They run down before those smokes even bloom. A chance on the yard fights to open up, but it does give info. Exertion already down at lower. That's a big pickup for Aros-DOS.
Dude, OG are making this game very interesting. That block is going to test their cooling, but they've been really good at resetting and going back to this top site. This is going to be another example of that as OG pull back outside to lobby. Aros-DOS lurking, gets his kill. They're going to have to re-clear lobby position. Spinx is still here. A lot to do for OG, but more than enough players to do it. Spinx is stuck in this corner. This should be a trade. Even 2 would be more than you bargained for.
Oh, the timing. Spinx is to get back on the line, and that flick down costs him his life. Still gets out with 1. Did well to readjust for anything with the timing that was found there. Scrambling rotates now, are MOUZ, but a man down for this retake. A lot of squads would just look to save here. Maybe the positioning of Jimmy and soon to be Exertion in the lobby gives them a reason to give this one a go. And as they go looking for Jimmy, they line up on Exertion. Spooky needs to clutch again.
Not again.
He's had 2 of them in the game already. Spooky up through the vents, pressured, sure, but not broken by it in the 1v1. Torshi's retreating, Torshi's throwing in the towel. OG can rely on Spooky in these clutches.
Dude, 3 clutches, 2 1v2s and a 1v1 to pick up another round for OG. This guy is unstoppable right now. He is making rounds happen single-handedly for OG in these post plants. MOUZ put to the test here.
They're calling in their first timeout. This game is really closed up, and I mean, as we said, that's a really big clutch to find because this is OG kind of taking control over the game. They've had a string of these clutch rounds from Spooky, so their money never truly getting situated, but they keep breaking MOUZ's, and that's the big issue. OG on their map pick showing us why they lent in to Nuke to open up. This T side has been clean. Here's these money issues for MOUZ rearing their head again. Torshi on the saved gun, but other than that, it's Deagles, it's SMGs, and OG going to try and play a faster round into this force buy. They get through the double ramp hold, MOUZ crumble. OG set their sights on lower.
Just Mac-10s charging on anti-eco. OG know what they're up against, they deal with it easily. MOUZ have had chances to be winning out in this game. It's not going to come for them though. Spooky stops another. And Spinx 1v5. This is OG, 6 rounds on the half, worst case scenario. Captain Krizen from the MOUZ Academy, no less, that NXT squad graduated into OG. And now taking down, or trying to, the former team, the former organization that he played for. No exits either. 5 alive. OG in control.
Yeah, Krizen wants to make a bit of a statement. And he's certainly living up to that right now. Spent 2 years in that NXT squad that you talk about. He wanted Brolin's job. So he's going to make them regret the overlook. Nikados. No choice but to extinguish. This is OG trying to win out the half. It's an awkward, I don't...
He went through the door.
Yeah. All right. Exertion.
Oh my god.
Dead back in main. This is OG on their way to a 7-5 scoreline on the half. And that's with MOUZ finding all their success right off the top of this game.
No bomb though. This is still a weird position. They might actually have to change their mind. Burning out Adam B backside. Aros.CEST, where's he gonna go? Knows that orb could be on main. So Door is a very risky position. He goes back to the HUD. They think he's resetting. They're right. But he's picked up this bomb and he's gonna put it down. You would not expect A to be completely empty at this point, would you? Full stick, Aros.CEST calls their bluff, he calls correct. 1v2 now.
I was just can't have it be the case that 4 of the 7 rounds OG are looking for are clutches against them, and so finally they shut one of these clutch rounds down. That's MOUZ evening out on the half, tying up this game at 6-all. It's a far cry from what they promised with that initial 5-1 opening, but at least they stop OG's streak and stop one of these clutches coming through. We promise you a more even, more entertaining game, and this one is delivered in that metric. It's 6-all on the half. That was in spite of MOUZ opening strong. OG having a late game resurgence here to even things out. They go on a 5-round streak to close.
Some clutches down the line, though. OG squeezing out round after round. Spooky with some huge 1v2s and a 1v1 in there as well. And Chrism with some nice calls, some strong resets, getting down secrets, still coming back for top hits. Lots of hell wraps, lots of main splits. Liking the variety of calls here for OG. Question is, can they hold strong on defense as well? MOUZ put to the test by a very fresh roster. One that's not even official with AROS-DOS, but he's certainly having trouble. 3-10 on the latest piece to this team. Adam B added a month ago, holding his own. Can OG keep up this hard-fought battle against the MOUZ off the back of deep playoff runs in their last couple of tournaments?
I mean, something I have liked is, I remember watching OG both in Austin, but also a couple of times on the build-up. On the build-up, it was actually accidental. I was watching Kiyosuke demos, and you just so happened to play them. But they used to, like, you know, throw in like the yard smokes T side, but they kind of do it on like they play on a first timing, even though those smokes take a moment to pop, and they would do that to like skirmish and fight for the yard control. And it was cool because it felt like actually MOUZ kind of wanted and expected them to do that in the first half. OG more often than not actually just use the smoke straight up. We only saw them do their little long pop outside once in that game. Ooh. So nice bit of development here for OG. They have swapped things up since making some changes and evolved from Austin. This ramp clash, AROS-DOS just peppering shots into MOUZ, but won't get away with much. He's done a lot of damage. However, you wanted kills from AROS-DOS in that position. Let's see if Adam B and Nikados can complement those dual Berettas and the low health now on Spinks and Torshi. MOUZ have completely pumped the brakes.
Trap them here. The only way out is to go B, but MOUZ don't want to go into a stack. They know Nikados' position, though. He hasn't moved a muscle. Was B not tempting for MOUZ, you wonder, as Adam looks elsewhere. Nikados gets hungry for info. MOUZ's patience might just pay off. Jimmy telling them to wait. They can re-swing off of his contact, and there it is. Perfect round for MOUZ. I mean, painfully slow, but it works wonders. And info gathering, you see Jimmy's not committing with the bomb. Torshi's trying to find out if Adam's in this site, and if they find that, they might learn the hard way. Jimmy stops him. Having a great game here is young Jimpat. 15-10. 3 kills in the pistol. And MOUZ, first step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's not the fun way to win that 3v2, but fun isn't the objective. Winning the round is, and patience there nets them a way to play into that 3v2 and keep it really, really safe. They just use OG's kind of creeping insecurity about that round against them. Yard smokes in. Exertion with a fast cross, and that bombing the rest of MOUZ in behind him. He's playing on a very, very quick timing here to try and deny any kind of secret climb up. If you go too slow, you worry about fighting players at the stairs. So having him just gun it straight for this control lets the rest of MOUZ move in quietly. Right now, OG have only heard one player, if any. And it will remain that Exertion is the only one that's still making noise. That second bit of util, maybe looking to give away the true numbers down here at lower. So this is where you might see a bit of a reaction from OG. 3 players shuffling down in towards this B site. It's Spooky to open up on his Deagle. MOUZ can't get ahead of themselves here.
Looks like they're about to, though, trying to jump the gun into this B-bomb site. More dinks landing. Will Brolin provide them an exit route? Coming back up upper. Adam pushing in. It's Jimpat, rather, in the lobby. Waiting patiently, missing that timing. Vent now a danger to MOUZ. B also fraught with peril. 3 players in this site. Here's the flank. Adam B's got the timing. Kristen doesn't need to die. Runs away. Missed shot for Adam B. Jimmy at least given one. 3v3, they explode into B, and now they know that both OG players are back at the ramp. 20 seconds, all these kills coming in for MOUZ. A missed shot for Adam goes a long way, and they lose the round as a result. It was right there for the taking, but MOUZ stopped the force.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Ex-teammate, bit of banter.
They really went in. Holy, they wrote a whole novel.
That's cute.
I ain't reading all that. Congrats, or sorry that happened.
Yeah.
Bit of banter, as you say. Former friends for this game turned enemies.
Ramp stack avoided here. Jimmy lurking silo, and the rest of MOUZ are already down lower, so committing should just be fine. Jimmy faking outside, like a second wave of util. But they are rotating down B. OG have nothing to lose in a little roll of the dice here on this B-bomb site. Prison's missed everything.
Spooky, ain't? His Deagle hitting hard. But will the rest of OGs? There's Torshian with 2. Nikados delivers something from his Deag. Arostos tucked in. Bottom of the board right now in the OG squad. Things aren't going to get easier.
Oh, wait.
Backstab in for Krisen. Bomb plant denied. Things actually get weird now. Mac 10 retrieved. They've got to try and get past him. Exertion with an important kill. And seconds from disaster, MOUZ will find a way to recover that.
Yeah.
It gets uncomfortably close for what OG are fielding there in that round of play.
Very scary indeed with those lower rotates coming in. But only pistols for OG, some shots harder than others. And MOUZ collect their ecos, just about. But there's definitely more fight from OG in this game. That much feels likely as their first buy round on the CT side comes through. No AWP for Nikados, but we know he's strong on rifle. Gonna need Arostos to be careful here. 4 and 13 on ramp alone in this round. MOUZ try to punish him. Might be their way in. Crossing quick secret, Exertion gets down. But where will they meet him from? Of course, it's on ramp. He saw him.
Oh, Raphael's been having a rough game. Arostos couldn't get it going in the last round as the ramp player. He's got a lot of responsibility, but he does have help. Nikados nearby. There's the first.
Smoke didn't bloom as well as Brolin hoped.
On the wing of Arostos. Spooky mopped up next. Torshi taking heads off.
A split coming in. They drop back sight. OG prepared. If MOUZ can buy time for Heaven Flank, that'd be nice, but it doesn't look like they want to wait. Spix has found a headshot.
Oh, that's the lineup! And now down in this 1v1, they're not ready for a second man. They're not ready for Nikados. Bait and switch back at the site. And the stars align on that spray. OG with the response. Breakthrough when the guns come out. That was a round that was rapidly getting out of control.
Adam B just looking great in this game across the entire map so far. A player from a roster that fell apart. post-major Metisport picked into pieces. And what a pick up for OG. So far paying off. Great spray towards the door. And Nikados never suspected to finish off that round. OG keep this one close. Not letting MOUZ ever feel comfortable in this game. Not letting them ever run away. Valiant game out of OG. How far will it go?
It's given OG a huge leg up. For MOUZ, it's a round you're really not happy about giving away. That would have been you on a fast track to victory, but you also feel like, guys, we just lined up. It's unfortunate. Let's run it back again. They liked what they saw in this A play. They won't like it this time around. Spooky, low on health, but he had support from Adam B to bail him out, and it just leaves Torshi alone in the blink of an eye. 1 versus 4. And Torshi, well, he's had some nice rifling moments. This is asking a hell of a lot from him. Are they really going to try and make a play? Spooky will feed 1 kill to Torshi. Still has a minute to work with. OG layered to try and trade him in at the door. And it should be an instant trade soon as contact's taken. Adam's not even required. Chrism walks that one over the line. OG drag us back to an even kill here as they start to close the distance on MOUZ. That's now 2 in a row. Once more breaking through the money.
Should be eco now. This should be 9-9 all of a sudden. Oof, some sharp shots for Aros required.
Those rounds are hard to put a stop to, right? Like, especially when players have actually made it through all that initial wave of util. There were guys wide on the site. And so it was good cover from Adam and those rotating players up in heaven.
MOUZ got that double entry as well. It's just they couldn't flush the guy off of hut roof. It slowed Brolin down. He couldn't clear backside, and then it just all becomes unraveled for MOUZ. They had the entries, but OG shut the door on them. This one should be simple. Prepare to equalize. Aros caught out by Glocks. Too many shots rattled through. There's a gun gifted. Can't quite get there though. Oh dear, that is awkward.
That's rough.
Can they get the gun?
And oh no, it's given them a path to go and get that M4. Okay, you really hope that like that one Molotov misstep doesn't come back to haunt you, because it's like, you know, it's a misnade. In a 4-on-3, you feel like maybe it's inconsequential. You're up against Glocks. But it did give them the route to get this gun, and Torshi uses that gun to find a 2-on-3. Now he's roaming the yard. He's trying to help Spinks. Chrism knows he's about to be pressured. He knows they're going to try and collapse upon him. And so takes that heads-up fight onto Spinks. Well handled by Chrism here.
Yeah.
Playing the odds. Torshi left in an unwinnable clutch. And that nade up into the heaven on a perfect timing. There's the tie game that OG were looking for.
Yeah, I love that for Chrism. He could have taken a couple of fights there, but he'd just rather not lose that round to Torshi. He just doesn't give him the engagement that Torshi is desperate for at 20 seconds. And no clutch today. Cool on the nade when Torshi hits the ladder. Some great comms, some great setups for OG. One little mistake of a Molotov cost them some kills, but nothing more. And now we have an even game as MOUZ come into their bye round. It has to hit. On OG's map pick, up for the task. Risen. Danger. Spotted. Still
gonna win that?
No way, yeah.
Won't get away. Exertion gives chase. Doesn't want Spinks' death to be in vain. Yeah, but put a hacket on the cross as well.
Hey.
So he'll make it into secret. Bit of pressure put on lobby side as that bomb is moving back around to link up with Jimmy P. Maybe an A-split on the cards here with Exertion not deciding to play down through secret.
Again, same setup.
Double backside, bait and switch. Adam going to take first contact. That's another lineup. Adam's had a couple of crazy spray transfers in this game, and he's looking to add another to the tally. The better he does, the less you expect a second man as well. Nikados in with a backstab. The bomb lost in lobby. There should be no winning this for Exertion. He doesn't have the room, doesn't have a plant in his future, and so OG retake the lead, 10-9. Money once more gone for MOUZ.
This is a shocking game right now for OG, and they are just playing some excellent Counter-Strike. Some really strong setups on this CT side as well. And their anchors holding very well. We need to see MOUZ try to punish Aros-DOS, who's even warmed in a little bit with a multi-kill. But this A site is proving to be too much for MOUZ to break in. Getting down secret, never-ending rounds lower. Haven't even seen the AWP for Nikados really be a problem. It gets its first kill there on CT side.
And here in stage one at Bounty, we haven't had, you know, the underdogs, the bounty hunters coming up with wins. We only had our first map won by a bounty hunter yesterday. It happened twice. But other than that, these have been 2-0s for the favorites.
Nice position for Aros-DOS. He does re-swing back in and give a gun over. But Exertion lost his gun in the yard to the AWP, so this is all MOUZ have to work with, and it's being contained. Stopgap here at CT spawn. The AWP will not allow, so MOUZ have to go lower. Into lower sits Spooky.
It was his string of clutches that powered up the OG.CEST side. And so being all alone down here at B might not be the most uncomfortable feeling for Spooky. There's the first connection. Torshi with a quick trade keeps this round live.
These are rounds that MOUZ can win.
Here's the vent drop. Torshi looking to put some pressure on this first man down the vents. The rest of OG group for a ramp retake. Spinks should hear this. Bombs it down the line. Torshi just trying to keep pressure on all these players. There's the trade out of Spinks. Teed up now for a clutch. Gotta beat Adam in this head-to-head, and a quick jiggle from Adam B seals their fate. OG, they've got a lot of faith in their individuals here, and with good reason. Adam's had some fantastic spray transfers. Now he adds a clutch to the tally. Spooky with 3 clutches to his name. This OG squad not to be underestimated.
That's 4 clutches in this map here for OG to the 1 of Torshi. Next level. OG showing face here. And it may be online, but the pressure's on MOUZ now in not only a single elimination format, but with a crowd in front of them as well. In the booth. Oh dear indeed. MOUZ hit the brick wall. They can't break through. 4 rounds straight here for OG on defense. 5 rounds, in fact.
And the thing that makes this feel so staggering is like, this isn't MOUZ struggling. It's not like they've got quiet individuals here. The scoreboard is exactly how you would hope it looked in a MOUZ win. Nikados, that jump check from Torshi. Decision he may never live down.
How does he hit it though?
As he's fed Nikados a second, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true and fair. Real good stuff. Now they just have to finish 99. What Nikados started. They bring Jimmy down to 1 point of health. Spooky starts to traverse the yard.
This is risky.
Spinks waiting out here, offers up a kill. And now just going to slink back into a 3-on-2 with 1 HP on Jimmy. Brolin walk out through the door, attempting to reopen a window into this round. But Jimmy can't win this, right? 1 health, 1 bullet, his round's over. Hell, a flashbang, throw it in the right place, and the job is done.
Issue is you just need a kill with the element of surprise. If you go and you sneak down B and you plant the bomb, they're going to be able to trade you out. Like, the chance that you hit 2 headshots before they land a bullet feels so low. So even though this play for Jimmy opens up the chance to plant, winning the round is a different question. It is a near impossibility. Vent means he's going to stick it straight away. So out he goes into B, delayed by a second thanks to that Molotov. Jimmy can pick his position, but I don't know how you don't get traded here. This should be OG finding map point on their pick. Jimmy, pick a good position. It's going to be your only one. Needs 2 taps. Needs to be ice cold. Finn backside mollied out. It's decided. OG find map point on Nuke.
And they've got multiple chances now to get this over the line. Multiple opportunities to secure a shocking dub. There's OG undergoing some changes from Austin.
And this isn't even an OG who picked MOUZ in the bounty. They were the only team who didn't get the chance to pick. 32 seed, the last one. They got all that was left. It was number 2 in the world. No chance. This isn't OG thinking they have a really good matchup v MOUZ. They like how they play. They have a good read. No. They were forced to play this match, and they're giving us a great game.
I mean, even that feels staggering, right? The fact that no one else would pick this MOUZ squad. And I think that's because you don't doubt the level they normally play at. The only questions that have ever swirled around MOUZ have been in arenas.
Ooh.
So that only makes this more impressive for OG. Nikados back at Garage. Last round on that AWP, he put up 2 to open. He's got the spot on this close player. Aware that Exertion has tried to thread the needle here, but the position feels very restricted for Nikados with yard lost. He's taking a more passive line on the AWP. Catches Exertion, attempting to take that hell control. Aros Dos, just the one from him at ramp. Jimmy will get out and get this space. But the big question is, how do they deal with Nikados? Do they want to face him? They're also getting wrapped. Spooky on the flank. Round is in the palm of his hands here. Info on 2. Lines up the double. Spooky plays for the victory. Jimmy left as the last man standing. Top of the board right now for MOUZ, but they're asking a lot from him. Moving in, out into the yard. Adam and Jimmy. It's 2 very heavy hitters. He'll dodge that first fight. Spooky with a swing. Adam closing the net. Jimmy feeling the pressure, and the pressure's too much. OG with the win to open up this series. Nuke, their pick, goes their way.
That it does. OG pulling off a heck of an upset on map number 1, making this one downright spicy. There are some very awkwardly quiet fans in Hamburg, you'd imagine, right now.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. You know, OG came in, talked a lot of smack, you know, Quizzen saying that if we play our game, I think we can win. I think it's going to bound well for us. I think OG played their game in this game of Counter-Strike. I think they did everything I expected them to. Nikodos, you know, especially on the CT side, very prerogative with AWP, you know, in the open, constantly fighting, constantly getting some nice picks. Spooky, we're going to get back to him, you know, his clutching ability, but the last round is great, isolating what he was doing as well, constantly coming in from behind Peter, constantly moving, constantly being proactive, and I think OG didn't give any respect to MOUZ whatsoever, and I think MOUZ were caught caught off guard by the fact that they were playing against a team that actually played to win and not to lose.
And that's also what I took away from OG in Austin, was that they had this very proactive playstyle. They don't want to sit around, just wait for them. They want to be the one going for the aggressive play. Like, even if they have the advantage, they want to try and figure out where MOUZ and where their opponents are hitting. And they did that well. You saw multiple times there. In the last round, you saw Spooky come from behind as well, get another double kill. We've seen that they've actually decided to stack bombs up because they've gotten that much information. So OG, you know, we also heard Kristen said that they had a good game plan. They feel like they were ready for this matchup. So, I mean, OG played well, but then again, we've seen this kind of thing happen before where the bounty hunters actually getting the first map and then they just got blown out the next two. So we'll see what happens.
I will say, yeah, to throw some caution on this, we had Spirit, the other finalist from Cologne, come in. Maybe not look like themselves entirely on map number one, then get over that Cologne hangover and immediately rebound. So it's not done. It's not settled business, but I think this one has to be incredibly encouraging for OG.
I think the biggest difference is that OG is playing well, and I don't think MOUZ necessarily played poor Counter-Strike. They just didn't capitalize or won any of the clutches that they were supposed to win. We'll get into that later as well, but it wasn't like MOUZ didn't play decent Counter-Strike. It was more so OG playing well, and I think it's always this exercise, Peter, of is it OG overperforming? Is it MOUZ playing worse off? I'm not saying the MOUZ played their best brand of Counter-Strike right here. Then they would have won, but it wasn't an atrocious performance. It wasn't like they made an awful lot of mistake. It was OG putting on a lot of pressure and actually winning the most majority of the important key rounds.
I think that for me, looking into this game, then sure, I think OG played well. And as you mentioned, like MOUZ maybe didn't play their best, but I still feel like MOUZ was lacking a lot of the tradings. It seems like when you go up against an opponent that you should be beating, then if you don't play the trading game correctly, you constantly find yourself in a position where you need to over-adjust or overcompensate for what your teammates are doing by losing entry frags, or you don't get the trade frags. So that is probably where I feel like it went wrong for MOUZ. But I mean, also the clutches went the ways of OG, and that is just sometimes hard to deal with.
There were quite a few of these clutches, quite a few of them. The first one we're going to look at is actually from the MOUZ camp, and then I think we've got a whole bunch more of them coming through from OG. Let's roll it. Let's see what we got.
Round 5 is where I thought that this game was going to be GG. You know, MOUZ getting off to a good start, then OG answering back, winning their first buy round. That's good. The scoreline is 3-1. A lot of trading going back and forth. OG's going to come out in an advantage where I thought, you win this round, OG, you're in the game. You lose this, that's going to be game over. MOUZ is going to have all the experience to run it home. Again, they find themselves in a very, very difficult position. A 1v3 with Torsi in the door. First kill is fair enough. I have no clue what Nikodas is doing in this position, swinging out. And then this AK pickup from Torsi. Beautiful, you know, instant headshot. And I thought to myself, Peter, at this moment, OG, that was your chance into the game. It could have been 3-3. It could have been a good start. But when Torsi's clutching it out like that, it's game over.
Yeah, that was the worst thing. That was probably the clutch that MOUZ won out of the ones they didn't, obviously. And I think that Nikodas probably goes with the thought that, hey, he doesn't expect him to peak right away, but it just seems to him like looking silly. He puts his team in a very bad position, and he ends up throwing a given position away that they should have won.
He made it up for it in the second half, though, Nikodas.
He certainly did. He certainly did. But before we get to that, before we get to Nikodas, if you've ever wondered what it sounds like when a team clutches, we've got that answer for you. Let's give it a listen.
Adam with a Joker.
Link door, 1 HP door, and out main.
AVP main.
Planting for main.
Okay.
Main plant.
Adam, you're fucking sharp, bro. You're such an onliner, bro.
The crowd is gonna love it. The crowd will love it in 4
Yeah.
Such an onliner indeed. The crowd might have loved that. I don't think they loved a lot of these next clutches. So OG fans, we've made you wait. Now it's time to watch all your clutches. Let's see those, because this was crazy from OG. I mean, multiple players, multiple situations, locking it down in bad spots.
And I think we got to give it up to Spooky right here again. Look at the scoreline, 5-1. It's the only way they get back into this game is by winning this clutch. He did that. Another one right here. I don't know what OG was doing in this round. Really misplayed it, but Spooky saves them. Just goes for the swing, Peter. Wins the duel. Another 1v2 coming in for Spooky right here. And you can see the scoreboard. It went from 5-1 to 5-5. He single-handedly kept OG alive in this game.
And that is why when you are the underdog, you do need to win these type of clutch. You need to have this kind of performance where you actually have to go out and get these rounds. And you see Adam B also coming in with a clutch here that actually is very crucial for them to actually get into 12 rounds. And I feel like Adam B, apart from that, was also a player that had a lot of impact. He had a lot of multi-kills, especially on the A-bomb side, where he was anchoring, getting them back into... And there was also a round where he got like a triple kill, where they found this in a 4v2. And they constantly had this gamble with a guy hiding behind backside.
I like this narrative, you know, of the disrespect, right? Because if you stack these two teams against each other and you put them in 5 1v1s, where you're saying, okay, we're each taking on somebody in a phone booth, they're winning. OG are winning so many of these heads-up duels, so many of these clutch situations where normally if you're looking at a team of MOUZ's caliber, you'd be expecting them to take it 9 out of 10 times, and that just hasn't been the case here. OG really came up to play.
Yeah, they did, you know, and I think it's one or two things. Obviously, the fact that this game is being played online, I think OG being the least experienced team, they're probably freed up, they're used to it, they play all these qualifiers, they play all these CCT tournaments and whatnot they're called out there, so they're kind of used to being in this environment, whereas for MOUZ, are they really playing online right now? You know, that's the big question. They're sitting in a bit of a LAN environment, and maybe that is, you know, I don't think it's adding pressure towards the MOUZ players, but it's not necessarily freeing them up as much as it would have had they been at home, you know. I think Spinks would have been more likely to play a little bit more careless has he been sitting in his room. Same could be said for Exertion. So I think MOUZ are trying to approach this game as respectfully and as serious as they possibly can, whereas for OG, it was more so the OG we saw at the Austin Major in Stage 1, where they play careless, they play proactive, and they played a good game of Counter-Strike. I can't take anything away from them.
And that's also my concern with what is happening at the MOUZ Sports camp right now, since they're actually playing in front of the crowd. Like, are they actually giving this matchup in some sort too much respect? You know, are they actually in a position where they should be the team to go out and you know, take the lead and take the initiative and actually put themselves in favorable situations, where right now it just feels a little bit more they're playing on OG's term. They allow OG to search a lot for these duels, and it feels like, I remember back in the pitch round, I believe, that they just stood still for like 40 seconds. They knew that, and they know that OG likes to go for these kind of aggressive plays, and they need to try and search for information. Maybe they either need to be more aggressive and actually go and win the rounds by super aggressive, or actually just take a step back and wait for them whenever they get these opportunities.
I bet you that's part of the conversation they're having right now, Mike, heading into the next map. Go out there and show no respect. You know, you're telling Exertion to just play as free as absolutely possible. You're telling Spinks to go for whatever duel he wants to go for, and you're telling Torsi to punish Nikudas whenever he's going for one. I think that's Cyclone's, you know, get to conversation right now, where you gotta free up those players. And as you said, Peter, I think it's an excellent point. It may sound ridiculous for the viewers out there, but maybe show a little less respect to OG.
Yeah, just go hog wild, get weird with it. I mean, it's kind of that funny situation where you've set yourselves up for the situation where you're not at home drinking cola, most comfortable possible. But, I mean, we liked it before the series started, right? So we gotta stay supporting.
I still like it. I don't think it's a defining factor. I think it's just one of those things where, as Peter said as well, we've seen it before with Spirit yesterday as well, that maybe you have to ease into it, and maybe MOUZ, you know, it's all about finding the level of excitement for the game, you know, figuring out how much respect do we give them, how serious do we play, do we approach it as, was it an IM Cologne Grand Final, or do we take it down a notch? And I think that's what they have to realize right now. Take it down a notch, and then we'll be just fine for map number 2.
Yeah, and there's definitely a case where these top teams that just come out of Cologne, that's made a great result, they are obviously they're afraid of making a fool of themselves, because they know they need to win this type of matchup. You know, but you also need to go out and dare and play your style, because if you start playing too scared, or you're not usually making these plays because the opponents are maybe a team that I should be beating or should be dominating, maybe I consider them stupid or whatever it could be. You need to actually get into position. Stupid or whatever.
Stupid.
Like it's like you need to dare to play and play your style regardless of your opponent. And sometimes you just tend to forget to play your style when you play against an opponent that you should be beating, because you feel like, okay, by just showing up, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win.
Well, they need to do more than show up. They need to show up. They need to prove themselves. They need to perform if MOUZ are going to make a series of this, because right now, OG might just be our first bounty hunter team to actually claim their coveted prize. We'll be right back. shocking scenes in Hamburg after map number 1, but fortunately for MOUZ, there are more maps to play. That's how it works. It's a BO3.
I love the one guy trying to cheer them up inside the booth right there and hyping them up a little bit. I think MOUZ is fine. You know, I think MOUZ, they played against a well-playing OG. If OG continues to play at the level we saw in Nuke, then I think we have another competitive game on our hand. I don't think it's going to be a walkover for MOUZ like we saw with Spirit yesterday when they bounced back. But, Peter, I would be very disappointed if MOUZ is not winning Inferno.
I think MOUZ's Inferno, obviously it's been maybe if we go back in time, it's been a little bit of a weak point, but lately I think they have been looking better. Like the last 4 times they have won it, they manhandled Vitality not too long ago, and obviously it's a map they feel comfortable on since they also decide to pick it, and it's also a case that OG has not been looking good on Inferno. So I still think they're looking fine, and with what has happened previously in the Bounty, we have seen the most wanted teams struggle and then actually make it back into the best of 3.
I mean, look, it's one thing to manhandle the likes of ZywOo, but are you ready for NiKoDoz?
I mean, I think that's the win condition. If you want to talk win conditions for OG, that is to be as proactive as we just saw on Nuke. You know, I want NiKoDoz to throw away his brain and just do what he does best, which is play on his intuition. I think he's a very skilled player when it comes to the mechanics of the game. I think his intuition for the game is great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as good as he is. But it's one of those things that you can't rely on that if you want to win 10 times in a row. However, if you want to make the upset on your opponent's map pick, that's exactly what you want. You want a bit of unpredictability.
And the proactivity of OG is what characterizes them, and that's also what got them a lot of good situations on Nuke. I think it's going to be more difficult to do on Inferno. It's more narrowed down. There's not as many openings. So for that matter, I'm still curious to see how OG is going to get out of that one. And I think that if MouseSport has had this conversation in the break where they need to show them less respect, that will give, hopefully, Exertion, who's taking control of Banana on both sides, to try and go out and dictate the game a little bit more and actually just call for maybe a little bit more of help and just move things on.
Well, there's blood in the water, there's bounty in the air, and here to escort you through those waters, your captains, Harry and Hugo.
Aye,
Mike.
Oh, I hate us. I hate us so much. Okay, here we are, Hugo. Right now, OG sitting a map up, and they ran away with Nuke. They did so pretty convincingly too, right? Able to stop MOUZ shy of any type of heroics or comeback. But you don't want this to just be a dark day for German Counter-Strike. MOUZ have all their fans at the HQ in Hamburg looking on. They're expecting to get their money's worth. They want the reverse sweep here. They want MOUZ to have solutions moving onto their map pick.
And dare I say, Harry, they might actually get it. Not to be Doomer on OG after such a great map, but these are 2 very strong maps for MOUZ. These are 2 very weak maps for OG. 5 loss streak, 4 loss streak across Inferno and Barrage respectively. And a MOUZ that definitely have a fire lit beneath them. Crowd aside, just from the way that they got outplayed on Nuke. And I think big respect to OG for showing us arguably the best upset yet of the tournament. I know Patch and UA got a map off Spirit, TNO off Na'Vi, but I just love the way that OG played on that, on really both sides of Nuke.
Yeah, well, the thing that's sick there is, like, both those squads kind of did it with some real aggressive moves, some sick mechanics to back it all up, but OG beat them on a kind of team and tactical level.
Yeah, definitely. With some sick moments from players like Adam, as clutches from Spooky. Adam trades place in the smoke, but he's so low. Does Brolin know? Oh, now he does, running away. They've got to flush this kill out of the apartments. MOUZ have a bomb plant. The kill is forced. Brolin comes running and loses his life, but still 4v5 with no kit.
They're going to send Adam in first, try and throw the aim off. Torshi feasts upon these pistols, and so quickly a 5v4 is dominantly picked up for MOUZ.
Yeah, let's see how much confidence we get out of MOUZ in the second game. Are they deterred by that first one, or do they feel reignited now with a point to prove on their pick in the series? A map that, as Dupree said on the desk, they dominated Vitality on last time they played. You just got to hope OG, some individuals can shine in their solo spots, but this is a map where you've got to win as a team and you've got to lose as a team. Prison called upon in this BO3. trade allowed, not even a shot. 5v4 for MOUZ. Mid opens up. A lot of noise made on A and apartments, but it's back to Banana into prison. That's
Dead
the round.
instantly for OG. B site falls into enemy hands. MOUZ, I'll take this as a bit of a homecoming, a free round. Rolled out in front of them. They've picked right. OG just going to run back this force in the next if they're allowed to save. And I will say if, because Spinks is hanging around on a Mach 10 in top mid. So maybe as this timer ticks down, he gets a little bit curious and tries to knock something out of play.
Not really a necessity here for MOUZ to force a kill, though. 5 Alive does feel lovely. Spink's not known to be overly aggressive. Beautiful.
Terrorists win.
Ooh la la.
Okay, let's fucking go, boys. Okay, let's fucking go. Let's do it.
I love it.
Let's go. Who takes bomb?
MOUZ not feeling stressed.
Ah, it's so hard, you know, it's so hard to just not love Torshi.
Why are you trying?
Because we're supposed to be impartial.
Who said that?
Oh. And these pistols to worry about, so MOUZ, I like that they're trying to keep a nice high energy, kind of a trolly energy. But that's good. That's what this MOUZ team's all about. Team of trolls, in fact, that you even see reflected in the likes of someone like Frozen in FaZe till this day.
Three here. But Mach 10v pistols, we know who wins that head-to-head. Burned through. One dig out of Nikados, he always finds one. But that will be all here for OG. As I'm expecting MOUZ to come through with a cleaner victory here.
I think, you know, this has kind of been the issue for OG for a little while now, and that's their relatively shallow map pool. They have two, like, very, very good maps. Nuke, the one that they just won, and beat MOUZ on fairly handedly, and their Dust 2 usually, which fell out of the question in this series, what with it being a strong map for MOUZ as well. It's why they've ended up on like two pretty weak maps in the rest of the veto. And that was even the case, you know, back in Austin. It also made it like anytime they did lose a pick of Nuke, it would hit them like a train. If you remember, they went through the first stage really, really clean. I think it was 3-1 finish for OG. Only dropping one series in that. And then in stage 2, 0-3 finish.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, having to play versus some of these other squads that have a rounded map pool, are good on pretty much all of them. They end up falling to Falcons. And there, it was a loss on Nuke that sent them into the dreaded third map. Situation they weren't happy with. They kind of want everything to play like Nuke. Unfortunately, it's not the case in a BO3. An early 5v4. MOUZ just grouping for this banana play. They still have Torshi out here on an island in top mid. They might actually move back around and join him. They're doing a lot of posturing here all across the map, trying to force a reaction from OG. It's left there. Oh dear.
No, server down.
Well, that's never good.
Not ideal.
That's never good.
A kill had happened, right?
Yeah. It was 5v4.
Oh dear. Well,
the jury's out on what happens here.
I'm not guessing. That's a job for the admins. Good luck.
Because it's like, you can say damage was done, but like, what does that even mean? The whole thing.
No, I don't want to even have. I don't want to even entertain the discussion. It's past my pay grade. It's none of my business.
But as soon as we get official confirmation on what's happening, boy, will we let you know.
Oh, we'll let you know. We'll jibber jabber about it. We'll give our opinion. I mean, like that matters. Unlucky. Happens. Unlucky. Worms in the server, Harry.
Now worms.
Yeah.
There's a game.
That's a great game.
That's what we should do.
Give me your best worm impression.
Like from the game?
Yeah, the characters. They have like little voices. British
Hang on, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm
Bombs away or something like that.
Yeah. Bombs away is a good one. You picked the best one.
Yeah. There's got to be more.
But like in some of the newer worms, you can actually have different voices.
Yeah, voice packs. Yeah, but I'm talking OG, original worm action.
I think worms would be a great way to decide who picks sides. You play a round of worms to like kind of get the crowd going too. Like there's stakes. It's still a tactical game. You can win the pick order you want in a game of wits.
Bit longer than a coin flip or a knife round.
But it would be so good. Like imagine.
Is there pro worms?
Surely. There's pro everything. Imagine if Krisen and Brolin stepped up in the field of worms to do battle.
Who's your money on? Hypothetically.
For some reason, I think Brolin is really good at worms.
Yeah, I can see.
He just looks like the kind of guy who already has like 1,000 hours
I'm looking
in
up his
worms
Steam right now. Oh, his games are private, Harry. His games are private.
Brolin, in a couple of minutes.
Give me another player.
Go Krisen. Check his Steam. Right. Has he ever even heard of worms? Right. How old is he?
Oh wait, it's not Krisen. It's a fake Krisen.
Krisen's 18. I don't know if he's heard of worms, bro.
Games are private. Bro, they all hide their games, these pro players. They don't want us to know their hours, that's why. Like their last 2 weeks. I can't help you here. We're all wormed out.
Wormless. In Hamburg.
Bring on the worms. I think that was a round of applause for the crash, maybe?
No.
That would be a bit much.
Okay, well, we've talked worms. That whole conversation went nowhere.
Yeah, what next? Yeah.
What's next on the docket, everyone? No, let's go back to talking OG a little bit. I think it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I want this team to do well, actually. I like a lot of the pieces in it, and I think Krisen does a good job at cooling, especially like when you put him on a comfortable map, you see how this guy does have a really good brain for the game. And I think hopefully with these changes, right, that's where this map pool can start to get improved a little bit.
And I mean, his room is so clean. I respect a clean room.
You like that?
I see some people who like, they know that.
You know whose room also, I vibed with earlier? Tabson's.
Yeah, not sure about that. He's got the Wheezy photo, like the art on the wall, which is really good. He's got new, obviously, he's got new ramp. Krisen respect for the ramp photo. And
dude, this guy just loves new.
You can tell who doesn't make their bed because they'll just like haphazardly, throw like Adam B. He's just throwing it on there. He's not doing that consistently. He's only done it for the camera. Whereas Krisen, he gets up every day. He makes his bed, Harry. And I respect that.
I want to know what Torshi's bedroom's like.
Bit weird.
I was going to say, I've only ever been there once and I'd been drinking, so I don't remember.
Nice.
It's not true. I've never been to his room.
Yeah. Let's talk rest of the games of the day here, for those wondering. NiP v paiN coming up next.
NiP paiN, a series with a funny name.
That is good.
And surely one that will deliver.
Something.
paiN on a bit of a downturn from their stunning form at the major.
And NiP on an uptick.
They went to Fisher, they got banged out. They went to Cologne, they got banged out. Snow with some really rough games in there as well. In his head a little bit maybe. So going to be interested to see if he can recover in that bout versus NiP, who, as you say, are going through a bit of an uptick. And then Fnatic Legacy. Now it's another game with a funny name because
Fnatic have a legacy?
Fnatic do have a legacy.
Yeah, they pick.
They're an org with the best memories in the rear view, trying to go through a rebuild.
Yeah, and with a recent pickup as well, they got a Brit in there, Harry. The Cypher revealed here for Fnatic. BlameF still here.
I just always knew when Cypher looked good in Paris. We all remember it. I just knew that Cypher would end up on a team with Crims and BlameF.
Yeah, that was his the only way it really could have gone. Beautiful. Source. Remember that. Go was your first game, no? First CS?
It's weird. Like, I'd played the others, but I wasn't, into CS yet.
Yeah, I feel that.
And then it was Go where I was like, oh, damn. I'm about to waste my whole life on this and get like negligibly better as time goes on.
Yeah, true. And then fall off and then, yeah, we all get better, get worse. It's hard to stay consistent.
Now, when we were recently, when we were casting Vitality, and I said like, Mezzy, doing all the dads proud, showing us that we can still be good. Saw people writing like, how would being a dad affect your gaming? I'm like, if only you knew.
Sleep for a start.
If only you knew. You kind of decide, do I sleep, do I game? And gaming wins a lot, but there's only so long it can win.
Your poor neglected son. No, not really.
It's a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, kind of. He'll be fine. He's doing great. Presumably.
Oh, I'm feeling bad for everyone in Hamburg having to listen to us talk about worms and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry. The worm dialogue wasn't the place to start, okay? That's where you end. You save the best till last. We started with the good thing, and it's all been downhill from here.
Very cool, though, that people showed up to watch these games. To get the MOUZ HQ experience. Very clean setup, very cool place. Better than Adam's barely made bed.
Dude, I don't know. He's just keeping it real.
Yeah, no, it is real.
He's keeping it real.
Respect for that.
I don't know. No one makes their bed, Hugo. No one.
Sponge is in the chat. Harry Hugo, what are you doing once you finish casting today? Probably playing CS, if I know me.
Or that Sponge is in Chad Sponge, but
that's Sponge, yes.
He's here in Malta. Chad, you want to hang out?
He wants to hang out?
Chad, you want to hang out? Is this your kind of indirect, your like, your social aversive way of asking if we want to hang out?
I just presumed he didn't want to leave his house, I thought he
Come
was
on, Chad,
nice and
hang out
comfy.
with us. Guys, I'm trying to arrange something here, so let's just forget about the game that's on for a minute.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll have a nice, easy 4-minute delay conversation. You let us know. 4 minutes later, we'll let you know. We'll set this up.
But yeah, so I think you're going in on Adam too hard. This is like a very normal looking bedroom, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying...
If anything, I'll go as far as say it's pretty tidy.
Yeah.
Sure, there's some clothes in the chair, but like, who hasn't done that in their life? You get in, Hugo. You have a jacket on. Where's the jacket gonna go?
On the chair?
On a chair, exactly.
Glad we hired the #1 room psychologist. on the planet here. Really
dude, actually, it is something. I kind of forgot that I love this from online tournaments, is just seeing inside of the life of the pro players. Like, because you just think of them as a nickname, the guy, you know, behind the screen.
Yeah.
What are you pointing
No,
at?
sorry, I was... do you want to finish your point?
No, it's really throwing me off.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I
was just going to say, we can go to a 3-minute break, Harry.
Oh,
okay. Like. We'll throw it off to a break. We'll be back, hopefully with a game in just a few minutes.
They're playing us off.
Hamburg, make some noise.
Okay, we heard you. Everyone was loving the Worms dialogue, and it's better than sitting there on a break screen, so we're bringing it back, Hugo.
So
Give me your top 3 items from Worms.
Bunker Buster's got to be like up there, right? It's a strong piece. It can get through a lot of ground. It can really cause a lot of damage, Harry. So Bunker Buster, that's coming in number 3.
It's also good for any camping players, right? Like you can,
Parla,
like Parla Gilroyson, formerly known as Mantruce.
You might
anyone from the old school days.
Yeah, number 2. I'm gonna go with the sheep. Actually, I know it's not as fashionable these days.
No, the sheep, super sheep or
what's the
default? Super sheep can fly. Default sheep can jump. And like is a rarer unlock. You get it later in the game or at a crate.
The one that just runs around.
Yeah, that's just the regular sheep.
Just the regular sheep.
Fair play. These are strong picks, bro.
I just before I get that, I just saw Rigon get timed out in the chat. He said, "You will see me tomorrow in my bedroom." He got timed out for that. Poor Rigon. He's playing, guys. He's playing for Ents. You're timing him out. We will see him in his bedroom.
We gotta get this guy. He's making threats.
Let's unban Rigon. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're... Rigon is gone. Will you make your bed, Rigon? You can't answer me. Not only because of the 4-minute delay, but also because you're timed out. But I hope to see your bed made, Rigon. We have one more in my top 3, Harry.
Yeah, go on.
Above Sheep, and maybe you're going to love this from me.
Okay, go on.
It's got to be the baseball bat, because when you can jetpack in or rope in, you get next to someone there on the edge, and you just ego them with the baseball bat off the map.
No,
well, I want to play some worms right now.
Let's do it. Okay.
Chad invited us to his apartment to play some worms.
Yes! Okay. Jetpack strong.
Yeah,
so
of course,
strong. You need that on there, bro. Jetpack, that's one of mine. What was your first one that I really liked?
I went for the Bunker Buster.
Bunker Buster is a bit of a classic.
Holy Hand Grenade an option.
And Holy Hand Grenade is the other one for me. I love it. Even though I'm not very good with it, I love the idea of it. And like, you throw it, you get the little, and then it blows up. Damn. That's so fire. Guys, what's your 3 favorite Worms items?
Yeah, let us know in the chat. We're getting to the bottom of this. I'd like to know Chad's as well. That's very important to me.
But yeah, while we kind of mull over the Worms dialogue, let's go ahead and bring the desk back into the picture. I want to know what they think of Worms, but also what do they think of this matchup?
The sheep. The sheep. The sheep. That's the answer.
No,
Top 3
I like the
Worms
flying
weapon.
sheep.
Well, there were a few variants on the sheep.
You had the jumping sheep, and then you had the flying sheep with a cape that was like, you could like control it and would actually suicide somewhere.
Super sheep, and then just the ninja rope to get into the weirdest spots.
I like the firecracker as well.
Did you ever play Worms, Jacob? You look lost.
No clue what you nerds are talking about.
He doesn't know the meta. He doesn't know the way. Look, let's talk about... I'll give you a choice, Jacob. You want to go serious or you want to go not serious?
Not serious.
Not serious indeed. Okay, then. When you guys played studio events, or sorry, when you played online events at home, did you have any match day traditions in the safety of your bedroom?
I remember at one time, I wouldn't call it like a tradition. Yeah, obviously I would always like just get a coffee and everything. But at one point when in my room, I had a lamp that I could turn, like you had play cam, so you could turn on whether it should be obviously a lot of colors. But I went with like red or blue, depending on what side I was playing on. So I was like full nerdy. Whenever I was on CD side, it was blue, and then on the T side it was red, obviously.
Yeah, I'm boring. I got nothing, to be honest. I've had teammates. Yeah, I got nothing. I've had teammates who have ruined events of mine. I'm not gonna mention any names, but you get to an event, you know, and a certain player plays on a different monitor, or brightness doesn't go as high as he would like to, or the color grading on one graphics card to another is different, and then all of a sudden, I can't play. I can't do anything. You know, that's why I suck. And from that moment, I swore to myself I would never ever be the type of player who would get affected by whether or not the table was 1 centimeter higher than at home, or whether or not the mouse pad was a little bit, you know, to one side or to another, or whether or not you're playing on one graphics card or another, or one processor or another. So all these superficial things, I tried to cut them away from my life, Mike. I got nothing for you.
Okay, stoicism in your setup.
Something that hit me in my heart, man. We lost 2 events because of the same player played on a different graphics card at home compared to the event, and then all of a sudden, he can't play Counter-Strike. Who may that be? Well, you guys can take your wild guesses, but at that point I was like, okay, you're ruining my life right now, and you're ruining your own life by having these weird ass superstitions. So I made it a thing, you know, and took pride in just not caring at all in that regard.
It's funny, it's funny that we as players, or back when I was a player, actually, can be so superstitious about like whether
I'm sorry to cut you off here. We're going to save this for the next tech pause because we are going back into the game. Enough of us waffling. Pimp clearly needs some therapy, but it's back to Counter-Strike.
And here we are, the long-awaited continuation of MOUZ versus OG. Let's catch you up for the series so far, just in case you've only just tuned in and you're thinking, these guys have been talking about worms, therapy, all this wild stuff. Well, let's kind of zoom back in, Hugo. This series started, first map was Nuke. OG, shockingly, bested MOUZ there, 13-9 in a pretty handy victory. That was a string of clutches from Spooky and a great display of spray transfers for Adam B. But now MOUZ are out for revenge. Now they've got a point to prove. This is their map pick of Inferno, and one of the big problems leveled against this OG squad is their lack of a deep map pool. Let's see if that comes back to haunt them. Nikados and Aros Dos trade evenly here to keep this in a 3-on-3, but MOUZ are about to hit the go button on this B play. It's all eyes on Spooky, who's done his best work alone, but it's just the one and done here. This has set us up for a retake.
Explosive game out of MOUZ right now. Despite OG bringing the heat, they're going to keep it up through the smoke. Exertion denies. Bomb can get planted now in a 2v1. Nikados moving through, smoking that Molotov and looking to keep the pressure on in this clutch. Smoked off, has to go over top. They let him, nope, they just spam him through the box. Goodbye, thanks for trying. MOUZ, flawless game.
And man, I mean, in that little tech timeout there, Spinks was really wanting to play this next round. The charge straight up through mid after a lengthy tech pause, after OG and MOUZ have been keeping each other company, typing away in the timeout. Spinks goes right back to wanting to ruin their day.
Roland, confident, aggressive, up banana, jumping the corner. There's 3 players here, make that 1. Exertion is hounding him down, there's nowhere to move. He's trapped in a corner, in a coffin. Nikadoz denied, and MOUZ are coming in a little bit pissed after that previous map, looking to make a quick affair here on Inferno. Had enough after nuke.
Come on, Adam. Win this. No one's... I'm going to say no one's expecting it. But that's why it feels so much better if he did. MOUZ, still flawless 5-0. It's going to be another reinvestment here for OG and a chance to clash once more. They got handed a very, very fast rifle round with a bit of a delay before it last time. And so let's see what Crizzen has cooked up into this first rifle round. Well, not first. Return to the rifles. Nikadoz gets his AWP, and they're going to go for a 3B start. He has a pretty decent spawn. Not quite the best, maybe not the instant peak, but certainly an aggressive line from this AWP. Util down through banana. MOUZ were anticipating this. They didn't go quickly there. Flash play out in the top middle. Spinks leads the charge. That's the spot for Aros.CEST. He knows right now there's a player trapped out here on short. You want that reaction from OG to go and find this, and Adam peeling over at the perfect time, gets there to help out.
Oh, he's still wide on this though. Oh, she's got to make a micro adjustment. Nikadoz won't force it. 5v4, he knows he doesn't need to. Meanwhile, look at the map. Everyone congregating around the corner on shore. Aros.CEST needs a kill. He squeezes the shot out. Traded efficiently. Back in the pit goes Adam. A kill to his name already. MOUZ getting closer. They've got a couple of Molotovs to heat this one up as well. He's allowed to go wide without ticking. No info here for MOUZ as the orb gets in time. Wallbang down to 9. Nikadoz, they still don't know. Tries to grab a shot. He gets wallbanged. Adam again gone for 1. And Jimmy P with a big 3K picks up that bomb, can put it down. And OG are left to their clutch man a long way away.
Might just die around in the corner. Torshi, not the shot he was made to miss. Nails those. And so still flawless here for MOUZ. No contest thus far on this second map. For OG, get themselves into a fighting position here. It's this wild turn from Jimmy. 3 kills in a second. Suddenly course corrects. MOUZ are fired up. That tech pause hasn't taken any wind out of their sails.
No. We heard them on the voice comms coming into this map. Really hyped. Oh my god. It's a tower. I've never seen this before. I really hope someone walks in.
Radiator boost.
Can we go Jimmy's POV when he clears this? I want to see if he can react well. How will he check this position? Sees this crazy time, gets out.
He hates that.
Jump
he hated
down.
what was around the corner there. And here's Spooky with the swing. Set up in the apartment, still gets picked apart. Spinks, double opener, over towards that A site. He's gonna up and leave. The rest of MOUZ trying to move into B. Krisen and Nikodos adorn this bomb site. The climb over gets denied, and MOUZ might be about to lose their first round. Torshi and Spinks, and now just Torshi left up in this one. 1-on-3. 2 players in front of him, and double swung. Torshi doesn't know where to look.
A lot of jump scares in that round for MOUZ, and OG get out with a low economy win, picking up an AWP, picking up rifles. That might be their way to break into this game, but they've got to capitalize here. Down in the hole. Just keep digging. Cool setup as well. Krisen with a very nice pop flash over that box. Ruffles MOUZ. Nikodos getting his all back as well is a good sign here on the CT side. Or at least it was supposed to be. Inside of the molly, that smoke doesn't come through in time, and Brolin just spams him. Spooky's got to be careful, all alone. Teammate coming in to push
so heavy here.
Util.
3 strong from the get-go. They don't want to just immediately give up all the space. They've really responded to this B aggression. It's been 4 total players pulled over towards this B side of the map. A is under-defended. Aros-Dos here alone. Will have a chance to catch Brolin. Goes unaccounted for on the first, but he can't follow up, and that should be enough here. Even as OG try to scramble or rotate around. 3 versus 4 retake in at A with the bomb going down any second. There just isn't a world where you want to attempt this.
Really liking how MOUZ are just kind of jumping into bomb sites, finding gaps and committing. They're not playing super slow defaulty CS because they know they're more comfortable. They know they're stronger on this map. OG haven't so far done any crazy gambles. They've actually played pretty normal CT setups. And so when MOUZ find an entry, they just play off of it. That's another post-plant that OG can't really attempt. 6 turns 7. And saving your guns, Spooky gets that orb. So Hamburg's going to be happy. A lot better showing down the stretch here for MOUZ across Inferno and maybe even Mirage if they can take us the distance. Some quick calling from Brolin.
Fast timeout used for OG. And a lot of problems to address in a game that is rapidly slipping through their fingers. It's relieving to see that MOUZ can lock in like this after being handed an L on map 1. What with the streak of success we've had for the most wanted here in the first stage of the bounty. MOUZ don't want to go from Cologne finals just the other week to elimination, and the first team to not take down the bounty hunters in this first round. This is them looking to recover. Spinks, he's been a menace. Can OG contain him? They've got a double app set up. Last time they employed this, it was no issue for Spinks. Gonna get away with another opening. Does take one of the dome. Aggression out into the top of mid. Adam B, those sprays that were doing so well by him back on Nuke, let him down there.
Look at them go.
And it's only Nikodos left. Pace getting picked up here by MOUZ. Rotate starting to arrive. They're going to be locked off by this util, and Exertion still holding on to it. Denies the push back in. For now, Nikodos is entirely alone and dead at the hands of Brolin. Should seal the fate of this round.
Still not tempting enough in a 2v3. It's a nice get, but if they knew the health, it might be more so. Or picked up by Spinks because of his health. That smoke is a bit of a problem, though. Shot through it? Shot through it? No. Close. Not quite. Hit for 9. 1 more damage and he'd be dead. And then this would be doable. Instead, Roland takes one more with him, low health, fighting on the headshot angle. Spooky's got to save. So MOUZ walk it over the line. Again, decisive round victories on this A-bomb site. They notice that OG have strong setups at B. They have the AWP there. Krisen's playing annoying flashes. So MOUZ is just charging up, long and short, closing these rounds again and again. Very much back in business are MOUZ after just falling short last map. Double AWP here for OG, just trying to take any advantage. Look for any way back in. Oh, you're gonna get what you want, but dodged. Torshi does not hang around. 3-1 at this scoreline. Riflers have been tearing through OG. Second AWP, little slow to the shot.
Krisen in very hot water, reflash in. Spooky trying to make a play here, gonna live and die at the top of Banana, and it's just the one and done.
Brutal.
NiKoDoz attempts to make some headway, gets into B and holds this for the coming push, but MOUZ don't feel pressure to go here. They know the pace has been taken out of the round. They'll ease back into a 4-on-3. Still going about the early stages of map control here on this T side. They're in no rush to get going. Exertion with the spot and just seeing an AWP there out in the open, that gives you so much to work with. Double pit setup. That's all that's left to get past to win this round for MOUZ, Arosdos and Adam B. Molly comes into the pit, forces Adam wide. That is gonna,
second.
Maybe make them overlook Arosdos, who's on for a double. They start to try and chase him down. He can't make out with any more. Plant just goes down in time, and NiKoDoz not close enough to stop it.
That's NiKoDoz's career summed up. Juggling guns, he takes the AWP out. Dude, the second flash for MOUZ, that's brutal. Adam dodges first, second one ruins him. I guess he doesn't want to give his position away, but he has Molly, HE flash. Doesn't decide to use anything. Would love to just see a Molly go out on short or an App. So 20 seconds, they can read your pit anyway, and he could have really slowed that one down after they get in their util. But small detail here in a game that OG are being flushed away in. 9-1 now for MOUZ, full control.
And while OG, as you say, are getting flushed away, Spinks playing the part of a huge jacked man, topping the charts right now, and holding up the MOUZ T-Halves with some startling aggression.
I'm guessing Hugh Jackman voiced someone and flushed away.
He voiced Roddy.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, these aren't mice, these are rats. 9-1 game on this T side. They really try, force those banana fights with a flashbang, but they don't even look blind. MOUZ. Double lineup for Exertion, spraying into that smoke, 2 kills. And now it doesn't really matter what MOUZ do, they can just send it into this B-bomb site.
when you're handed a double like that to open up. It would almost be more impressive to lose this if you're MOUZ. So I'm just hoping they don't impress me. There's kind of no way this can go wrong.
With a full execute, probably not. Jimmy's found a lurker. They know positions of both OG players. And MOUZ have barely gone B in this T side. But even now, as they do in round number 11, it is an easy entry. No one stops them. And OG should be looking to save for the final round of the half. Bit off more than they can chew in this BO3. And those map pool issues that you brought up early in the series look to reveal themselves on Inferno. Oh no.
Oh, Arostos.
All right.
He might survive. No, he won't, but Adam will.
They lost the orb, though. It's kind of annoying for OG. Not that it was really saving them anyway. Oh, assertion anti-flash. Good cack from the replay team. The cinematic angle as well. Whole production squad has been killing it here in Bounty. A lot of camps to keep on top of.
Yeah.
The EVS guys, the cinematics, the observing, all been very nice.
No, it has been good. And down to lean into all the fun and the memes along the way, which has been nice.
Been a lot of that, a lot of trolling, but
we're pretty big Blast fans.
Feeling like a more serious game here this time around than that big FURIA matchup earlier on. Actually getting some real Counter-Strike, you could say.
No, 100%. And I know this map hasn't necessarily delivered. Sadly, that was kind of my worry. OG, I knew they would show us a good nuke. But Inferno was always going to be a very uphill battle for OG. I'm wondering who the biggest Blast fan is, though.
Surely we
think they have millions of channel points or something.
I think just we still listen to Ludwig, and we all just play good end round together. The flashes on A so far are really nice.
Oh, Cyclone, it's like, you know...
Dude, it's nice. It's nice getting to hear him.
Yeah. Positive piece of this team. Keep listening.
I like that he's keeping everyone focused, because like MOUZ have had a very relaxed atmosphere. They're trying to, you know, bring a lot of fun and a lot of energy, and I think that's really, really helpful after they lost the first map. But now he's like, okay, guys, I know we're 10-1 up, but let's not get so loose that we lose our way.
Oh,
Exertion has it. Another double kill through these banana smokes. And once more, MOUZ try to trick OG. They get those 2 kills at the B side. Now they want to meet up with Jimmy on his apps lurk. OG, the only info they have, the last player that was spotted was over towards that B site. They're going to go looking for info here. Top mid clear on 2. Arostos has been spotted and MOUZ are able to deal with him. This is them on their way to an 11-1 scoreline, looking to dominate OG after the surprising loss on Nuke to open up this series.
What can NiKoDoz do? Die is the answer. MOUZ deliver him that at least. 11-1 as they show up in spades on their map pick. This might be going to Mirage to figure out who's going home from the bounty.
Rumich remains posted now, no support.
And with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my god, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
For Na'Vi, I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m0NESY. One fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as eMAC tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m0NESY.
Flames and BIG.CEST. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just BIG.CEST left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! BIG.CEST! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
You've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in FAME, excuse me.
Very key. FAME slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If FAME waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
Well, here are the bounty. MOUZ have got a price on their head, 60 grand that OG are hunting for to try and steal and bank and wager on later. But right now, they're sitting destroyed on Inferno. A brutal 11-1 first half coming out from MOUZ. After dropping on OG's map pick, this series suddenly gets interesting. We might have to go to Mirage to answer this tale.
Yeah, OG said they were going to turn the MOUZ HQ into a library.
Did they say that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know, if libraries were a bit like this, I would still have my card. Everyone seems like they're having a good time right now. The vibes are great. Everyone's talking to each other. Good reason for it to be such a whale of a time over there. 11-1 up here for MOUZ on their pick of Inferno. Revenge is a dish, both best served quickly.
MOUZ want to hurry this map up. So please, OG, do us the honor. Hit this B-bomb site.
In they come. Xertion, Brolin, and Spinks all get theirs. And so it looks like Inferno just might be a done deal. Those map pull worries for OG, more than justified. You might be wondering, how's the rest of the series looking? You talked about it earlier on, but that feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
We're ending up the third and final map of Mirage, and it's one that's been a bit of a low point again for this OG squad. They're on a loss streak on it right now, have struggled to really find their form.
5 loss streak on Inferno, but 4 loss streak also on Mirage, and really just not the best T-sides on that map. They've been having trouble. Should certainly look better than this. Looking for the 13-1. MOUZ just a little late to the game, showing up. And they don't break a sweat here on Inferno. Some very quick T-sided rounds. Moving through this BO3 with ease and looking to finish off as favorites on a third. OG, they know they've just got to get it over with. Up middle they go. Torchy leaves Spinks, but the flash is perfection. One kill does it. Torchy can just swing through. They picked up the gun though. He won't let him depart with it. And this is MOUZ making it easy. 13-1. Hamburg loves it, and we love you, Hamburg. Let's show up for that third map of Mirage.
The Cologne hangover has lifted. MOUZ find their footing, find their whiskers perhaps, and chew right through OG.
Yeah, that was a much better looking MOUZ. Let's be honest, Peter, we could be waffling a little bit, we could be talking a little bit, trying to analyze the game. At the end of the day, there was only one team on the server. There was a clear disparity in skill, in approach to the game. Felt like OG were a bunch of mices, you know, not able to be put up to the task. And I gotta be honest, you know, when you lose in this fashion, there's not much to say outside of the fact that this was the MOUZ that we expected coming into the game, and it took a little while before we got him. Just like Spirit yesterday, they get the job done now.
It was good to see that they came out with less respect for their opponent. I feel like we saw that exertion. They took a lot of charges on the banana and actually coming out on top of that one. Overall, MOUZ, as you just mentioned, they did what they should have done on Nuke. Now they actually come into tradition, actually played way better, and obviously, you know, this is a good way forward for them.
It is. It certainly is. I mean, it's kind of the ideal way forward. There's not much else to say about that. If you just win pretty comprehensively, don't really lose any rounds. That's pretty nice.
It's a confidence farmer, you know, for some of these players as well. Jimfat, another great example. He's been actually under, I wouldn't say a lot of scrutiny, but he's been one of the few players within the MOUZ camp that has been criticized for not living up to the hype. Ever since he re-signed his contract with MOUZ, hasn't been up to the same level as we used to see from Jimfat. There's been certain events, certain games where he's given us glimpses of the good old Jimmy. This game was great from his side. I think the series so far has been great for him. He was also playing well on Nuke. And I mean, for a guy like Jimmy right now, who has maybe not had the best period in his career, don't take away the fact that you can farm confidence in online games. You know that, Peter. I know we as experts and the fans and the viewers, yeah, it's online, you know, it's against OG, it doesn't matter. For the player feeling the game and playing the game, he can use this to boost a bit of confidence.
Yeah, and for me, when it comes to Jimfat is that when he's actually on his groove, I actually feel like he's making a lot of good decisions. He's very good on the sides and actually knows and finds his timings. But when he has these games where he tends to disappear, then that kind of is just like missing, you know, and he's still young. He's still in a learning phase of his career, and obviously maybe he stands a little bit in the shadows of the praising that we give to the likes of Exertion and also Torshi, and now the Spinks and also joined the fray. You know, these guys are usually the ones that we talk about, but once in a while we do see Jimfat come out with the qualities that he do have. But there is also a tendency that when he goes missing, then he has a hard time figuring out how to get back into it. But obviously it's still new. The season is well, the second part of the season has just started, so there's still plenty of room for him to find back. So it's good to see that he as well also found some groove in this game.
It is good to see indeed, and they certainly did their part of entertaining those fans you were mentioning that were there with them in Hamburg. There's one round in particular we want to give a listen into. I think this is round 6. We're going to get the comms from MOUZ.
I'm ready.
Jimmy, flash Alexi.
Yeah,
flash
Alexi.
Alexi.
Let's go.
Flashing Alexi.
Side one. Boom.
Side one. Headshot.
Nice, Jimmy. I'm holding Niperi.
You guys are good.
Nice!
Good job, Jimmy, bro.
Thank you. Nice, Jimmy.
Holy shit, you're like a fucking fidget spinner, bro.
Like a fidget spinner, bro?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. You know what? Thank you, Jimmy, for entertaining us a little bit. Thank you for getting this one over with. Let's be honest, Inferno wasn't close, wasn't competitive, Mike. The sooner MOUZ could win, the sooner we can move on to the fun, which is going to be the third map. I think for OG's sake, Peter, just to round that off, winning Nuke, coming into Inferno, losing this, yes, it's a bad way of losing, but there's still a third deciding map, and I think if you're OG, all you got to do now is tell yourself, all right, we're heading into a best of 1 versus MOUZ. Anything can happen in the best of ones, and if I don't recall miscorrectly, then during Austin, they were the best of 1 kings. So I think there's a world and a way here where OG can still remain competitive in the series.
Yeah, and of course, like the map pool is a little bit of an issue for OG. You know, they do have Nuke as probably the strongest map. You know, once they win that out, they gave themselves a chance to go into the second, but now also obviously third map, and they do find themselves now in a position where they have been taken to a third map. There's still a chance they could do it, but obviously I'm still in worrying sense that this is a repeat of what we saw with the Spirit series as well, that Passionate, they also pushed them into a third map, but then just completely get mocked. And I think we're going to just see the exact same thing here.
Well, we'll see if history will repeat itself, or if maybe finally one of these bounty hunters can claim their prize. We'll talk more about that last map after this.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So,
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
the thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him, and then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
My God, inhuman reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
This is London!
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Oh, well, hello there, and welcome back to the Blast Bounty, where we've got a map 3 queued up between MOUZ and OG. If you looked at the beginning of the day, you might not have thought we got here, but if you looked at the score of map 2, that might have been what you were thinking was going to happen.
Let's hope we get more of map 1 energy coming out from OG than map 2 energy coming out from OG. Map 1 had potential and was competitive, you know, for the vast majority of it. Obviously, OG ended up winning that one with MOUZ taking a big L. Second map, not too much to talk about, Peter. I think third deciding map here should be a closer affair. Mirage is a map that everyone can
Mirage.
play.
Everyone likes Mirage.
Everyone likes Mirage, and everyone can play Mirage.
There's a case that it might get closer, but I'm also at a point where I feel like MOUZ has warmed up into the series now. They've shown off the loss of Nuke, and now they move into territory where they are pretty familiar, and also looking at the way that OG has like their percentage win on this one, OG it has the same, I think it's like 70%, somewhat similar to what we just saw on Inferno, whereas MOUZ has played a ton of Mirage, probably the one they played the most out of the last 3 months, and you know, it is against the top tier opposition outside in the world, so if MOUZ come out, if they don't win this one, I'm gonna be quite surprised that they don't convert it.
I will say, having seen some recent MOUZ Mirage, if anyone misses a window smoke, I'm expecting Cyclone to just hit them with a
It's all intentional.
I'll tell you this. I think the silver lining for OG is that the last couple of teams MOUZ have played at Mirage has been Spirit and Vitality. Those are different caliber teams than what they're going to face against OG. There's a different way of approaching the game when you're OG compared to Vitality, compared to Spirit. So if MOUZ is still in that limbo where they expect to meet a proper, well-structured team on the level of Spirit and on the level of Vitality, that could be a big caveat, I guess, almost to this game. As we spoke about, Peter, after map 1, what we wanted to see from MOUZ was them to loosen up a little bit, maybe not pay too much respect to their opponents. And, you know, as much as I hate to say it, Mike, just play your own game, for God's sake. You know, unleash the players, unleash Exertion, unleash Spinks. I hope they do the same here on Mirage. If they take it too seriously, I think OG have a play style that is not too similar with the likes of Spirit and Vitality, where it could become a bit of a messy game.
Yeah, but it's just important that MOUZ don't go into this game and start overthinking again. Just keep it simple, keep it what you're good at, you know, keep working the things that work for you on Inferno and just convert that kind of play into Mirage, because then it should be somewhat of a walk in the park.
Head's empty, mind's clear, purpose clear. That's what we're going to get from our casters right here. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
I like that one. That's a bit of spice on that. Yeah, dude, this, I can't get away from the fact that OG, their kind of whole impression here might be one really, really good map where you see this team at their very best, their very brightest, they have all the ideas, there's a good degree of comfortability, because that Inferno, there's kind of no getting away from it. It was pretty painful for OG. MOUZ looked way more comfortable, really came into their own. They had no issue dealing with them there. And I can't escape this feeling that Mirage might just be more of the same.
Hard to argue against that, right? MOUZ, go-to map, OG, 4-loss streak, not won it with this new roster. And Aristos struggling as well in this series doesn't add much hope here for this OG squad. We're going to have them on the T side of Mirage to finish off this series. Going straight towards the B-bomb site where only Jimmy sits. There's a way in here. And it's through Jimpat. Smoke is ready upon contact, but they're going to run and jump through this. So it's all about hitting those very hard headshots here for Jimmy. Krisen setting up perhaps a short Molotov. There's no one in position for that to affect. Oh, Krisen. Oh, he's made it quite far. Unable to fake out this site. Coming back to B.
Jimmy in the apartments. Jimmy Apartments, they call him. Oh, Adam Flames one back on the last shot. So they will get in with the bomb, but will they get it planted? Because MOUZ want to play ahead of that bomb plant, trying to deny Krisen and Adam B, both with kills apiece. And OG flipped the script. It's one guy left up against them, Spinks. He plays this one slow. I think fear creep into OG. There's a lot of damage done to the two that have found kills in this pistol round. Adam and Krisen both wounded. One shot ends their round. And it's on that check. Going back in for Spinks. Takes his eye off the bench. Allows that trade to come through. Hell of a turnaround in the pistol out of OG. And all right, maybe we weren't familiar with their game. That's a nice way to start here.
A 3v5 and the final bullet headshot. Without that, it's a bit of a disaster. Jimmy, I feel like he's still done enough. I know he whiffs all those shots at the end, but that double kill on the hold with the smoke down feels like it should be able to safeguard MOUZ. Instead, OG just run wild over the bomb site.
If you're looking for some like silver linings here for OG, it's that even though their stats on both these maps are bad, they always get Mirage closer, right? Like the 13-1 they just faced is, it is their worst losses of recent, but like not by a significant margin. They've actually been 13-2 to bunch on Inferno.
Oof.
Here on Mirage, they're at least losing close games. And so that is like a team, and this makes sense with the identity of OG, right? A team that's trying to build their way up, a team that's made some changes. They're good on a handful of maps. They're growing and trying to get better on the others. So should have a bit more flair here from OG. Fast out through the apartments. Once more, they break into this B site, and that might just force the save from MOUZ.
It's a shame for Jimmy. He almost gets into that corner in time, turns back, and they just pop him. And that's a FAMAS lost in the wind, in the worst location. So OG, it's a far more winnable map than Inferno. One where your individuals can shine, not limited by utility or position as much. And we know we have a lot of strong players here on this OG team. We saw that really showcased on Nuke. Yes, it was a team game that won them the map, but we had highlight moments from players like Adam, Spooky with clutches.
No, you're dead on. I think, Inferno is just such a punishing map for the individual, and if your whole team feels shaky on it, you're in for a bad time, right? Like, one overextension on Inferno can cost you the whole round. You ride it off, you go save if you're CT side.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's like here on Mirage, firstly, getting a start on the T half, you're the pace setters, you're the guys deciding how the rounds play out. But on top of that, there's just a bit more that, even if, you're a little bit shaky in your read of the game as a whole, individuals can still bail you out in these moments.
Yeah, you can pull yourself back from a lot of difficult situations. These 2v4s, etc., are still very winnable if you make the right gambles on CT, or if you find the gaps. So let's see if OG have fight left in them. MOUZ saving these guns, get another go on the Force. Don't really see the Sphinx scout too often. OG just looking to abuse this B bomb site right now. Walking it in again.
Sphinx has 21 kills in his entire career on the scout.
Well, I'm glad my read was right. Known to be a scouter. How about the AWP? Surely more.
Yeah, more. He has 1 scout kill this year. 1. He's looking for his 2nd scout kill in 2025. And his 22nd ever. Which is just crazy. Okay. Come on, Sphinx. Come on. Ooh, he's got the tag, but not the kill.
1 is all he gets.
Ah.
OG, they get away from that B site, come back up connector, look to pick up this round. This scout could connect something. Oh, that's all. Bomb coming in, they can't deny through the smoke.
There's low health on 3 players.
Yeah. Go on.
I hope MOUZ don't throw in the towel here, and now they shouldn't. Torshi has just deleted the only guy with HP. 3 on 3. Double jump into the window, but Exertion, couple of shots are all you need to win this round. Torshi moving in, going to try and get on this bomb. They pull to set them up for a con fight. Exertion's not giving it, and these kills are not coming to MOUZ. Even with low health, OG remain elusive. Just looking for damage here at MOUZ at the end of the round, and they're going to find it all. All 5 kills, bit of extra cash made, forcing the reinvestments from OG, but it could have been so much more.
Yeah, you're always limited by the lack of kit there, especially with those post plants nice and open, nice and wide, no one overcommitting. Really hope that tap would force the comp player into the flashbang, but OG just don't jump the gun, because the call there from the eyes in the sky are no kit. It's a lower econ round. Watch out. So OG don't overplay those bomb taps. They don't panic. MOUZ get a pretty good round from it. They get some kills, they get some upgrades, and now we have our first rifle.
Two golden opportunities for Nikados. Neither of them super easy shots, and we'll be able to pick it up. I'm liking what Krizen's doing here on some of these mid jaunts he's gone on.
Getting a lot of room.
And he's brought the rest of the team around now. Spinks from up in ladder. Start to put the hurt on this mid play. OG never allowed to get too comfortable here, and that's with MOUZ largely letting them have mid. Catch for exertion, Spinks on a swing out through the window, and even as Nikodos reclaims one of these kills, he's suddenly left as the last man standing. The guns make their appearance for this MOUZ team, and they instantly find success. Nikodos, a dead man for sure. And that is MOUZ on the board. The question now is, how many can they string together? See, Torshi's keeping that energy up. An energy that MOUZ brought into the start of this series. I think that's also why the nuke loss was so surprising. But they've kept it up all series long. And I mean, if they can lay this one to rest with some tidy wins on Inferno and Mirage, nuke can be swept under the rug for now.
Oh,
it happens every time. Torshi waits what feels like an eternity. Still, there's Brolin here trying to fend off an all-in A play. Won't get away with more than just the first. That's a bomb plant here for OG, or so you'd like to think. Spinks is removing them before they can cross in. And this bomb has tumbled away from OG in the chaos. Nikodos, Deagle 1v4, and a chance to say, I was here when he did it. First shot comes in, exertion dead. Any more from Nikodos on the swing? He's ready for a stairs fight, board down low. And they've got him trapped in a box. He's completing a Uber Eats order right now. Waiting for that smoke to fade. But the meal is on its way, and Nikodos is ready to go and resume this 1v4.
Fries bagged. Nikodos. Torshi hits the shot, and MOUZ stop any antics with that Deagle. Despite a messy spray for Brolin on the second, Spinks just makes up for it by spamming the smokes out. MOUZ's return to the rifles looking good as OG are put to pistols themselves. This game should even up now.
Just in case you are just joining in, and maybe you missed the news, in which case, I suggest you follow MOUZ on Twitter. This is being broadcast live in their HQ. I mean, I say live. It's being broadcast in their HQ. They got the fans watching. The guys all together on a LAN setup so that this can feel like a continuation of what MOUZ are used to. All 5 guys together. Not a burger nor fry in sight.
Yeah, win this one, MOUZ. They get another stage of online play. One more BO3. They win that. They make it to LAN finals. Pretty simple. Single elimination. Win 2 to go through. Out of 32 teams, we drag 8 into Malta to play another bracket. Single elimination playoffs with wagers on the line, with money to play for, where teams can gamble their teams can gamble their bank and wager cash on each game if they're up for it. Last season, Harry, they were too scared.
Last season, they were too scared.
You think
we're calling out all the teams by saying that.
Yeah.
All of you were scared.
Everyone.
They were all so petrified. Oh. Not my money. Oh, what do you think? You're going to lose?
Yeah, nice.
Come on, that's
mindset.
such a loser mentality.
These guys are millionaires.
Bet it all, win the game. It's as simple as that, teams.
Yeah, we'll be watching you here, putting the pressure on.
Oh, but if we lose? Yeah, well, who thinks like that?
Play to win.
Here we go, out in the mid. Exertion. First kill found. Roland, double of his own as he catches the spillover. Aros, oh, God, please.
Just one more bullet. Oh, God.
Hang on a second, the round's still live. Aros does, yes, there we go. Ball rolling, but it's promptly stopped by Jimmy P.
Messy. Very messy, but the mid shutdown for MOUZ and not letting them in easily. Giving them a lot of mid-control early in this game, letting Chrisen get out under, letting him walk down the valley. Now MOUZ throw everything they have at middle, stopping OG in their tracks.
I know what Torshi just said.
What?
Yes, boys, you can read his lips. He said it a lot louder than that. That room looks soundproof that they're in. He probably screamed it at the top of his lungs. There's actually no more fulfilling feeling than screaming in a soundproof room.
It's true, actually. Been there. But they let me out the asylum. Stuck in Eternal Counter-Strike. BO3 after BO3, round after round, every moment, every frag. Mattering massively to someone, presumably. MOUZ, full control.
Yeah, the only thing that OG have had was those pistols and the conversions. Yet to find any type of success in these rifle rounds. Lambert weighing in. OG coach with something to say. But with how active the mid play has been for MOUZ, and honestly, even in the rounds where they haven't played for this mid control and OG have gotten out, they just end up getting bullied by Util, and so it starts to feel really restrictive here. Mid kind of feels off limits. Wouldn't mind seeing just like a little set piece finish here for OG. Seeing as mid has felt so rough for them. Chrisen, full blind. Clash with Spooky, gonna find Exertion, and here is a set piece out through ramp, grouping together.
Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy up on the balcony, can't convert his kill. OG might be onto something here, looking to break through after a 5-round stint for MOUZ.
Volley is very important to allow them to cross into the bomb site. No one can stop this plant. Unfortunately, he tries to dodge the flash, he reveals his position with the orb. Spinks coming back in, has been tagged up in jungle. Backing up might be his death sentence. Spooky has middle under control. This should already be done, but they've got money, so MOUZ want to risk it. Torshi looking for his kill, looking for his way back in. Nothing presented here by OG, tucked in their post spawn. Even Spooky hunting towards a B-bomb site. OG onto their fourth here. Oh, I didn't see it. Goes both ways. Who clears this? Nobody. So MOUZ keep their guns, but OG will take the round. Their first since the anti-ecos.
Nice as well, just putting a bit less focus on mid as the first point of call. Sure, they went and tried to battle for the space. They're going to go back to it again, and this is just looking like a repeat round here. They get the spot this time on Exertion down in lower. They hear a bunch of guns firing off in mid, and that should be enough of a signal for these players on ramp to try and make their move. grind it to a bit of an awkward halt here as OG wait for the util to come down. That timing has allowed MOUZ to pull these players out of mid, moving them back round to help in the A-hold. Spinks over the stairs, looking to make quick work of this A-hit. And so as OG try to go back to what worked, this time MOUZ will have the defense there to stop it.
Spinks is having such a great game, 12-4, not let them in on this A site. Been spamming smokes, been coming over the top. Very quick to rotate. Prison checking for a non-existent flank here. Decides to recommit later to A, but Torshi is jump spotting for info. Jimmy reconfirms B. Prison, is this just a elongated save in the 1v3? Seems like it. MOUZ onto 6, respond to that first rifle round win from OG.
Elongated save, and MOUZ say save if you must. It's them up into the lead.
Counter-terrorists win.
And looking to widen that gap, 6-4. I like that OG had the realization, like, okay, let's not fight the mid on their terms. They're kind of wrecking us here. Try and move into these more controlled rounds where you have util down to kind of manage expectations, manage the peaks. Another timeout from OG. Because it only took MOUZ one round of trying to successfully stop these A-hits. See, it's Crizzen doing a lot of the talking there. Lambert, he was the one on the mic in that last tag pause. This is Crizzen after a kind of taking the weight off of his shoulders. In the last with these set piece A plays, he's had a round to try and come up with a solution. So making sure the rest of OG understand the plan, understand how they can get back into this game. It's Spinks and Exertion going absolutely huge. So Crizzen wants more attention on mid. That leaves Nikodos in the prying eyes of this AWP.
Not ready for the open ladder so fast, but Torshi jumped window onto cinder blocks into ladder. It's a really smooth opener for Torshi. Oh, and he follows up. Torshi's feeling it now. 10-2, double entry on the CT side, and this was OG's chance to even out the scoreline at halftime. Stolen right away by Torshi's orb. Can someone recover this? Bomb is still top mid. You feel like Spooky has to go back for it, but he's got bigger problems right now. They're all over middle. He's moving through connector. They're just looking for kills right now. 1 minute on the clock. Who's it going to be? Maybe Aros-DOS, but right now they're getting picked apart one by one. Forget the bomb. Good flash and entry.
All right, Spooky and Aros-DOS bring a 2v4 back into a 2v1 now. Only Jimmy left. They still don't have this bomb to work with. They needed all the kills, and Jimmy will meet them in the heat of battle. That 1v2 picked up for Yimpat. And so MOUZ in control of this game. Stopping that clutch from forming right before our very eyes. Nice little 2v4 attempt cancelled out by MOUZ's Finn.
Yeah, that was their chance. They made it very interesting from a 3v5 down to the 1v1. Jimmy, that's a high impact clutch from a player who's been quiet. He's not really had his chance on this B-bomb site. Gonna have another go. Gotta give it his all. Dead look on A. Jimmy seeing the B spill. They come flooding in. Jimmy jumps up, looks for more, double kill. And he might send this half off with 8 rounds on his CT side. A MOUZ shutdown on Mirage. Inferno might have been an absolute beating, but OG had chances in this game, and MOUZ looked to end them.
Still a hold, and jumping Jimmy, MOUZ man, they're off into a great half here, and 1 half left for MOUZ to eliminate OG and make up for that slow start to this series.
Sweet taste of victory in MOUZ's mouth as that first half comes in clean. 8-4, locked down after the pistol gets converted by OG. It feels like MOUZ are finally here to play at Blast Bounty. They came in a bit quiet to nuke, but I don't want to take that away from OG.
Okay, boys, we have great city side, but I also agree we need to play without fear. Okay?
Yep.
We have like small balls, so play with big balls, boys. Yeah.
Clear goal in mind for OG.
Yeah.
So they look to pull this game back.
Now we did say we have small balls, play like we have big balls. Which is such a good line. Let's see if that has inspired some faith in OG. It's words of wisdom, words to live by. But will words be enough? Nikados. Oh! He certainly seems to think so.
Pistol player.
Adam in the feed next, double of his own, and Nikados,
blimey.
the man with the golden pair, has just secured a pistol round, the second here on Mirage for OG.
Golden Gun as well, just tapping one shots only on that pistol. Nika does. He's just so good. And he's a P2K player, Harry. He just put on the USP for that round. He picked someone else's up. Why has he got this gun? Makes it easy. Get him off the P2K if he's going to do that. Lovely stuff. All right, MOUZ force up without a plant. They've got 2 Galils.
Tag down range. Oh, no. Purchase of the orb might be a decision they live to regret. OG.
Oh, second round orb. And look what it's left them.
Spam could still connect for Spooky. Hoping and praying he can find something. Arasdos also trapped back here in the spawn. It leaves it to chance. As the old saying goes, the bigger the balls, the harder you fall. OG go for that AWP investment, which is certainly a brave decision. They lose this round convincingly. The Force Buy follow-up found for MOUZ.
MOUZ don't even want it. They have no interest. Let it go. Get it out. Looking to play some pops on this T side, perhaps. And after a round like that, stealing away the second here. MOUZ with a set play into A. It looks beautiful. Not long now from taking this series.
Rough moment for Chris, and he knows that that was the lifeline snipped shut. Now they have to try and win on a force of their own. Save on Spooky. Facing mid first. Runs the risk of going down, but gets out with a 5v4 for his team.
That's how you have to play this hero rifle. You have to put it to work, get in, get out, reposition, find your entries. Jimmy shows bomb at B. They don't need to hurry, though. Another kill comes through connector. Spooky still on this site. MOUZ walking back from under. It may be another late B execute, so Spooky who will have a second chance at this round. They make a trade. Low health. Nika does. Instead, that bomb going back through T-spawn. Adam on the ramp. Only line of defense here.
OG is starting to lean back. All these players rotating get there in time. Wait a second.
Why?
Wait. Okay, Brolin's brought them back to him. So guys, where are you going? I'm in charge.
I said B.
Come with me.
I said B, guys.
And so now he's showing them the way.
Well, it's worked perfectly, hasn't it? That's their round. It's done.
And it's a bloody good thing they listened to that, Brolin.
Nice call. Sacrificial pathing, just clearing everything out as quickly as possible. Bomb has been planted. They save the round.
The rough part is here. It's really only going to leave you with 1, possibly 2 save depending, rifle rounds between you and this game being over. OG have to really lock in and play a flawless game here, or else feeling of elation they all experienced back at the start of this series, taking MOUZ down on Nuke, will be nothing but a memory. I think this is, as far as it goes, was supposed to be a one-sided matchup. OG.
They already got more than you bargained for.
Yeah, they've already done a good job. And like we said, it's still a team with room to grow. When you look at this squad, it is the map pool that's kind of your biggest concern. Very proficient on a couple of maps. And quite easily toppled on the rest.
Again, this hero M4 looks to force an opening kill. Spooky moves towards connected. It's short last time. Walk out for under. Roland just left. Doing everything he can to find that incision, and there it is again. This time knowing one wasn't enough. Attempted a second turn. Roland comes back out from under.
Pick up for Brolin. This M4 rotating around. We'll get here in time. Chance for Spooky. He's feeling a lot of pressure right now. Down to the pistol. And MOUZ have time to get the reload off. Spooky is so dead back here. Exertion plays through, deals with the biggest threat, the biggest danger in this round. Crizzen has added a little bit of intrigue with that one there. Down to this 1v1, and NiP won't be able to stop Exertion planting, but one shot from this scout's going to hit like an AWP. Scout gives him a bit more pace. Ooh, that's a dink the other way. NiP onto the pistol. Gonna need a headshot here, and around the corner, Exertion collects a cool, calm clutch, getting out at 1 HP.
Oh, he got dinged for 64 out of 65 by that P2K. That one hurts for NiP. What a nice try. But Exertion finishes what MOUZ started, and they look to end this game. All OG have is a buy round. They've been waiting all half for it. Finally coming through, but feeling too little, feeling too late to really mount a comeback against a team of MOUZ's stature. World number 2. And OG had their time in the limelight. Did it start and end on Nuke? Is there anything to show down the tail end of Mirage? Good grenade. 5v4.
And mid firmly held by MOUZ, as it has been throughout almost all of this game. Whether it was CT side or T side, OG could just never get a proper grasp on this mid control. Even now, Spooky feels scared coming out through short, doesn't want to get caught overextending. You can't afford to make matters worse here. This is a nice heads-up play from Adam, at least, taking away Palace. It's a good position to play from if MOUZ end up going A, but he's up and left that ground. Peeling away now and looking for a B would rotate with Spooky dying over on short. That means NiP might have 5 players coming his way up through the connector. Or 4, rather. First shot lands. It's Palace now that he's got to start worrying about, and with this being cleared by Adam earlier on, he might just fall to it. Jimmy gonna catch him by surprise. Adam left as the last guy in the round for OG. Is he in with a chance? That first shot connects cleanly. Bomb drop, 10 seconds. And Exertion runs and guns for him. MOUZ are on the brink of victory. They've got 1 round left to collect.
Exertion just playing very strong on this T side, closing out these rounds for MOUZ. Constant source of openers across this series. Doing what he does best. 7 chances to finish what they started, MOUZ. Back in fighting form. It was good signs for OG, but for a new roster, that's all it ever was. Adam B fitting in very well. Month on this team. Arostos, little bit more trouble today.
Yeah, I think the thing that's getting concerning on the Arostos front is just, his time in NiP was far from spectacular. You don't want to have him go from being one of the pinnacle pieces of that SOAR team to kind of 2 failed projects past that point, but never really saw him get going in this series. Arostos reclaims 2 over in middle. It's a little glimmer of what he's capable of. It's given OG a fighting chance. Adam gonna catch a freebie on Jimmy. That leaves Brolin 1 versus 2. Bomb retrieved out here in middle. The defense split up. Brolin very low on health. Needs to catch this kill cleanly. Nikodos barely even knows what's happening before his round is over. And now he's left looking on as Adam begins the long path into this rotate. On the eve of a MOUZ win, it falls to Adam. Try and save this. Brolin's got the bomb to play around. Molly out, not caught on that first swing, and Adam knows that's the only chance Brolin's gonna give him. That's the only opportunity he's gonna get, that one chance right there. Brolin, ice cold in the clutch. MOUZ with the reversal. They take this cleanly. Inferno dominant in their wake, and then on to Mirage, never challenged on the remaining maps from OG. And for OG, their time at Bounty is over.
Well, it might have required a little bit more exertion than expected, but MOUZ still keep the series clean, take the last 2 maps in commanding fashion, and show why we have yet to see a bounty hunter actually claim their prize.
Yeah, another one of those weird-ass stories, where the most wanted team gets off to a good start, either win the first map or apply a lot of pressure, but then when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, they can't get it over the finish line. I think OG on the first map, I do want to say that for people just tuning in now, getting back from work, vacation, whatever, they played good Counter-Strike on the first map. Unfortunately, Peter, they couldn't keep it up on the second map, and here Mirage as well. Let's be honest, it wasn't competitive.
A total of 6 rounds, won only by OG since they won on Nuke. Yeah. So I mean, MOUZ definitely came back and showed who was the better team, and that's also what we expect. It's the same thing that happened in the other games, that we do see the favorites dropping a map, but then they just feel like, okay guys, we actually need to step up. This is not going to be a walk in the park. Then they do it, and they turn out their monitors, and then they actually decide to play good Counter-Strike, and that's also the case today.
I mean, sometimes if you need to wake up quickly, if you need to get back in action, a little slap in the face will do the trick. Get the blood flowing.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a slap in the face. As I said, during that first match, I thought MOUZ played okay. It was just OG coming out and playing really, really good and doing a tremendous job on Nuke. Second map, third map, I want to say something sweet to OG. I can't. They didn't show anything whatsoever, neither from an individual point of view or as a team. And on the other hand, MOUZ got the job done. It's also hard to praise MOUZ for winning 2-1 against OG. I think, when you think of it, it shouldn't take 3-4 hours for MOUZ to beat OG. But then again, a win is a win, Peter. They move on into the tournament, and they still remain one of the favorites to obviously be inside this arena later on, Mike, but also go all the way.
Yeah, but there was one case maybe on Mirage where I thought that OG could actually make it more interesting, and that was after winning the pistol round on the CT side. They did actually yield an AWP onto Nikodos, and obviously he did have a couple of crucial misses, and they actually won. They didn't manage to convert that round, and then from there on, you just saw MOUZ running off with it, continuing playing without the respect. They played with the pace, and they also played with the trades, which I believe lacked a little bit on Nuke.
Well, are there any other nice signs to take forward for this OG team, right? They're a team that's just gone through 2 changes. We've seen Adam B come in. We've seen Arostos come in. This is a new squad. This is a new OG. New talents being brought through. What did you like from them?
I mean, we saw the peaks on Nuke. I think you said it as well. Nuke is their home ground. That's a map they play to a high level. We also saw the flaw they have in the map pool. Second map wasn't even competitive. We've seen them not play well on that at all. I think Mirage was disappointing in the sense that I feel that's an open map where it evens out the playing ground, where you get to see the real strength between the 2 teams. And nobody really expected OG to put up much of a fight, but it would have been nice for them to do more. It's not a game that changes my perspective on OG, to be completely honest. It doesn't change anything. I still think MOUZ is a fantastic team. I still think OG OG is a team perhaps on the rise, are having to figure out, where they want to go from now. So I didn't really learn much, unfortunately.
No, obviously the key for OG is that they need to work on the map pool, right? They cannot go through best of threes by only being really good on Nuke or maybe on the likes of Dust 2, but obviously they need to have more like a deeper map pool so they can take the initiative and actually somewhere else and only on this one.
Still looking to build, and a person who's going to be part of that. We've got Orozdos joining us for an interview here. Orozdos started off very well there. Obviously, not so much to plan in the last two. What's your takeaway from this series?
I mean, we don't have that much work. And I think we did a nice anti-strat on Nuke. And for the other maps, we don't have that much practice. I'm still standing on the team, right? We have been working for almost 2 weeks, and I think we did what we could.
It's also a very tough opposition to play MOUZ, obviously, in a game like this with limited practice, as you said. So maybe I'm a bit more curious to hear, how has it been practicing with the guys? Do you think that you're improving day by day, game by game, or is it's hard to join a new team and find your footing?
I mean, it's been nice playing with them. They are around my age, and they are really hardworking. I've came back to my positions again to anchor, and I was playing entry frag and stuff like this. So yeah, I'm still getting used to it, and yeah, I think we have a lot to improve.
What do you think you can buy into coming into the likes of OG? You've had obviously your best time in SAW, and you've actually had quite a good run back in the Portuguese team. So how do you feel like that? What can you contribute with inside of OG?
I mean, as an anchor, when I was in SAW, I was really good at holding my sides and playing like alone. For example, they used to play 4 in one side and leave me alone in one side, believing I could hold it alone. And as a lurker, I would have a lot of impact, and I want to bring that back.
Looking forward to seeing you do so. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I mean, it's only been a little bit of time, right?
Yeah,
Two pieces changed out, lots to build, and a MOUZ team that's just coming off of a grand final inside the BIG.CEST. They're pretty good.
But that's my point, I don't think we learned too much in this game. I don't want the viewers at home to be like, oh geez, they're going to suck. They'll never make it. 2 maps where they weren't competitive, they suck. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I wasn't any smarter, now than I were before this game, and that is what annoys me a little bit. I would have loved to see them remain competitive on map number 2, or maybe map number 3. Give them some more time, figure out if Orozdos can get back to his best. I think Chrisen is still a player that I value a lot. I think he's a great in-game leading prospect, especially in a scene right now that lacks in-game leaders as well. I still think there's certain interesting parts about OG, but the only thing I'm left with right here is it was a great performance in Nuke, but that's about it, and not enough to satisfy me, to be honest.
And obviously, let's not forget that they took a map out of MOUZ spot, so obviously they can play a high-tier counter. Sure, it's about getting the consistency done, but there's no doubt that OG just needs more time.
Well, they may be leaving Jacob unsatisfied, but they'll have to be satisfied with that performance at the Bounty because they're done. They're out. They're gone. They have no other chances for it. We have more teams to eliminate today. It's always elimination on the line. And when we come back from this break, 2 more Bounty Hunters will step into the arena and we'll step off the desk.
You want a cliffhanger?
Right, buddy.
You want a cliffhanger?
Cliffhanger.
I think we have a team losing the Bounty now.
So you're saying somebody's finally about to claim a bounty?
That's what I'm saying.
That's a heck of a cliffhanger. We'll be back after this.
NiP as an opponent? It's been a while since we've seen them actually attending, you know, tier 1 events. What do you make of them as an opponent?
About NiP?
Yes.
I mean, they are playing very good CS. I have been watching them, not just because of our match before, because they play very well in Nuke, and that's true. They play some maps good also, and I was watching them, and I think they are playing a very good Counter-Strike. They are so aggressive, and but we are Brazilian, so we are used to beat these kind of things.
I think we have a really good chance of beating them. I think they are a good team and they have some good players as well. But I think they should have done better at Cologne as well, and they have been lagging a little lately. So I think we are playing them at a good time.
NiP versus paiN next up on the cards here at the Blast Bounty with myself, Spears, Fu, and Maui. Fu, I don't believe we've ever worked at CEST together.
I think we worked at CEST in 2020 online.
Okay, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That does not count. Really interesting matchup on the cards, right? Because we're looking at NiP on the rise. We're looking at paiN as maybe a little bit up and down as of late, Maui.
Rocky.
Yeah.
That's how I would describe it for paiN. They have lost some of the form that we were hyped about, given what they accomplished at Austin. And into this season, we're just kind of left scratching our heads like, where's the paiN from a month ago?
That is the question. But for NiP, we've been wanting them to come back for some time. And finally, they've grinded it out. They've got the roster together. They're back on the tier 1 scene, Vu. You happy about that?
Yeah, I mean, you always want to see NiP. They're kind of a classic legacy org, come back, be a force to be reckoned with in the scene. And you got to put it on at least a little bit Kaspersky.
Yep.
Difficult name.
Yeah, it is a difficult name, but he's been great in the server. Like, let's look back in Cologne. Everybody was very pleased to see him entering the server, delivering some great results. Obviously not making it, you know, to playoffs level. We weren't expecting that realistically, though, Maui, right?
No, but the fight that they took to Na'Vi, who showed that they also have some good form into this season, gave us belief. NiP taking NiP to 3 maps, making it competitive, even on some of the maps that they lost. That really instilled a lot of confidence in this team for me, where now I'm thinking, okay, this team felt like they were one piece away for the entire previous season. Like, you know, Erasdos was not really holding up his end of the bargain. Maybe that's the transition to English. Maybe that's just uncomfortability with how Snappy wants to call. Doesn't really matter. Kaspersky fits like a glove.
Well, let's get some thoughts. Sorry, Vu, just to cut you off there. But yeah, Shush has some thoughts about Kaspersky coming into the NiP lineup. Let's see what he had to say. So tell me a little bit about Kaspersky, because obviously in Cologne, he was looking very comfortable in the team, piqued a lot of people's interest who maybe hadn't seen him in the tier 1 scene before. Can you tell me what stands out, in your opinion, about him as a player?
I think the biggest one is probably he's just really hungry to play and to learn. His aim is really crisp, and he's just taking every information he can, like from me or Marco or .CEST, whatever we give him, he's just taking it in and just learning from every single experience. And I think he's just really smart as well, compared to him being 18 years old, not that much experience. Like, he's controlling a lot, moving a lot around on the map. And I think that's what I'm most surprised of. Before he joined the team, I didn't expect him to talk that much. I thought he would maybe be a little bit quiet or a little shy, but you can't feel that at all.
Yeah, it's crazy just considering how young he is coming into this type of squad, already putting some solid numbers on the board. Floor is yours, Fu. What do you think about
Snappy said about Kaspersky is that he reminds him of Nerds, a playmaker that wants to make plays. And I can't say enough positive things about this guy on the server. He gets aggressive, and it seems like they can't use him enough. The more he goes for opening kills, the better he does in a map. He just dominates, and he kind of, I don't want to say he came out of nowhere, but I think he popped off kind of out of nowhere to this height that he's hit recently.
I don't think he looked this good necessarily when he was playing with Glaive on Ents. I mean, there were moments where I was kind of thinking, is Nate the better player on this team? But Kaspersky, I mean, this guy is a shot in the arm for NiP. He is clearly giving them some more explosive firepower on those entries, like Vu is saying, and the multi-frag potential. Like, one of the highlights he had back at Cologne, where it was just killing 4 people with just 4 insane bursts one after the other.
Yeah.
Like his aim, I mean, he definitely looks hungry. He's eating them up.
Super crisp. You mentioned Snappy's name, Vu. What's the comparison when we look at a guy like Snappy versus BIG.CEST on the other side of the server?
I think Snappy's a little more coordinated in terms of utilizing utility. When I look at BIG.CEST, he's kind of lead by example. He almost reminds me a little bit of Kerrigan, actually, with pulling people apart, pulling apart the rotates, getting in between. I think for BIG.CEST to do well, and you don't necessarily see this as much with Snappy, he has to be playing well, and I think the team will play really well behind him. If he's having an off game, they can sometimes fall apart a little bit.
On the head-to-head, I mean, Snappy definitely is the more tenured in-game leader. He's the one that we've seen hoist the actual trophies, like at IEM Dallas a couple years back.
Yes.
So he has the reps, and I'm just kind of glad that Snappy was able to, you know, lift from the ashes an NiP roster that otherwise was pretty much just down and out and the laughing stock of the scene along with Evil Geniuses.
It seems so criminal that Snappy was left out of the scene for so long, right? The fact that he had to grind back with this squad, I'm so happy for him. Full bias here. I'm really happy that we get to see him back on the server. What is the story with the paiN side of the equation when we're looking at the Austin Major, semifinals, great stuff, then post-player break? Like, what's the situation with them?
I mean, I feel like you can pin the blame on maybe the team just kind of getting complacent, but if you want to place that blame on an individual, it's probably Snow, who's been one of the bigger letdowns of the paiN organization. You know, he's been brought in. He was fairly sought after. A couple orgs wanted him. I think Wildcard wanted him at one point. And then since then, he has really failed to deliver. I mean, I know that some people have remarked on some role changes, like he's playing more anchor spots and things like that. But even from those kinds of positions, someone with raw mechanics and ability should be able to perform better. But I've seen Snow in positions where he is supposed to get a 1 out of 10 difficulty trade, and then he just flubs his lines this season. So he's got to shape up right now if Snow and paiN want a chance to defeat this bounty hunter in NiP.
Is it all on Snow, Vu, in your opinion? Is that maybe a little far stretch?
I wouldn't put it all on Snow. I think Snow's done. He's done the best he can, but you're right. He has been a little lackluster. He has been a little bit underwhelming. I think when it comes down to it, I would like him to be better. I would like the team to, it feels like in different events, at different matchups, at different times, you have different players kind of disappearing sometimes. You have NQZ, he's had a couple of off events at times, but when I see him at his height, you know, what he did at the Major, I think he was an amazing player. I want to see more consistency from this team, and I think if we see the consistency, they can reach much higher highs.
Are we calling the paiN result in Austin lucky then? Like, what's your takeaway with that, Maui?
Well, I liked a lot of the ways that paiN was constructing their roster. Don't get me wrong. I think Davideus is a fantastic, aggressive rifler. I think NQZ has proven that he is the best Brazilian opper. And I feel like DGT was just such a clear upgrade on paper for Kawes. However, I feel like what we've gotten from this season is more of a regression to the mean, but it's almost just I'm now getting whiplash instead of just a slight decline.
We got Ancient, Dust 2, Nuke. Any surprises in terms of the veto here? Is this what you expected?
I think that's exactly what we're looking at. Both teams really like Nuke, so they let it go to the deciders, so they didn't have to give the other team a free pick. I think it makes perfect sense.
Well, we are ready to get the game underway. We have got paiN versus NiP with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you so much, Freya and the experts. That's right. Austin playoffs, paiN back in the server, but not the Austin playoffs form that got them there.
So it's a very fair question.
It's a very fair question indeed. What are your thoughts on it?
I think the difference is LAN. And I think that what we've seen when we talk about paiN coming into majors is they could be terrible at home in Brazil playing local matches, then come overseas and be great versus international competition. At a major on LAN, it's almost like FaZe in some sense.
Okay.
Like that's kind of what FaZe do. It's like their motivation clan when it comes to very important matches where they're all in person. Here, they are also, I think they're also in person, but it's not the same environment with a crowd or with the idea of one. With the way that paiN play, they are, I mean, they're Brazilian too. Let's just put it that way. You know, of all the teams all the regions that benefit the most from a live experience with lots of people and lots of energy, it's the Brazilian teams. And right now, I mean, NiP have been grinding all year online.
Yes,
like
sir.
this is where they're the most comfortable and they have had their most impressive results most recently. So it's a weird situation where the bounty hunter is also the favorite.
It's one of those ones where like we can try to sell you the snake oil that NiP are bounty hunters, but the odds don't lie. Recent results don't lie. Ninjas and Pyjamas come into this game in better form, but can they pick it up, or are they just the stepping stone for the rebound? For now, it sounds like the latter. Until UJerks comes through that smoke, thought there was a bit more potential for it. We've got a Molotov here for Snappy. He would need a second Molotov, though, unless they give him space. But the solution is a smoke, and now he's going to be led to look like a fool. Unfortunate that they have the counterpiece of utility for exactly that, and paiN are going to pick up pistol with 3 players alive.
I mean, it's great that they did. Actually, a couple of good shots from Snow is a great sign for paiN, because that's somebody who was brought up on the desk for good reason. You know, Snow, tons of potential, very young. Had such a great result at that major, but his individual form is not just steadily climbing over time. It can't be sporadic if this team is going to succeed over a long period of time. So, good start for him.
Fast Mac 10 move out from Kaspersky, but dropped to 10 health thanks to the 2 frag grenades. So utility, again, a key element of these first 2 rounds to the favor of paiN, and clean shots from NQZ at a distance really just suck the life out of this play for NiP. Little flank for Davideus out middle as well. Possible threat of losing a player in Donut means he doesn't waste any time, and this one gets cleaned up just the way paiN like it.
So here could be a game where, well, we've got no upsets happening besides a map or 2 getting overturned. In this game, the odds favorite being the Bounty Hunter means this should be the upset, sort of.
Should be.
You know, it should be.
But then if technically it is the upset and paiN wins, it's still not really an upset.
There,
so
there
what
we go.
is
Yeah,
it,
what
man?
is it then? Yeah.
What is it? What are we? What are they? NiP? They are on pistols. Having to hold off before guns come back around. Oof, though. Quick sudden burst up the top of ramp. BIG.CEST slides into the action, and Schuss is going to get himself a second. Able to push short side as well. Could potentially compromise that rotate from NQZ. Bomb plant safe from this position. Incendiary flusters Wrinkle, but not into the angle.
Ooh.
And we get the snappy flank. Oh, but they hold for it. Davideus, good presence of mind. And still smoked off on short. Shush, that's 3. He's gonna have to ace this, and he could! 4th kill, lickety split with the headshots coming out of that. And he was always predicting the rotate. Now he's gotta do it with 2 health. And as NQZ guns him down, he'll deny him that 5th stepping stone on what would have been a wonderful Shush highlight. Still a great message to send to paiN that he can bring this level, but it's a 3rd round nonetheless.
The return of Shush is what we're also trying to see with this re-emergence of NiP on this lineup. It felt like all their careers could go to die in this situation, and Shush is somebody from Heroic. I mean, I feel like he was my favorite anchor for such a long time, and it was a question as to, you know, what's going to happen in his career now if NiP are just in VRS hell, and they've just sort of survived being up that past that like 100 rank mark, and now have climbed up to a spot where, funnily enough, they've got new VRS problems, but still.
Shots towards middle, we'll get back to that. The technicalities of the Counter-Strike world, because straight frags look good until BIG.CEST from Shelf gets the better of it. UJerks, though, gonna keep this one alive. Doesn't have the bomb. That sits outside elbow. Minute 20 to cook. A 1 versus 2 left in front of him.
Yeah, they haven't seen the bomb with these kills, so UJerks has to go and get it, but the CTs, they'll be guessing, and they've just split the difference. I mean, Snow's in a great spot. I don't think he needs to move much from here. But UJerks is slowly going to run out of time to both get the kills and the bomb back. NQZ very careful about this spot, and they grab this round as well. So it's a 4-0 start here for paiN. It's exactly what you want to see from paiN. I mean, again, like, for a lot of us, I think the only asterisk is LAN. And recent games as well, if you want to compare. Be more excited to see NiP play right now than paiN, sure. If this was like stage 1 of a major, I would just instantly switch over to paiN. But it does kind of also say that all the changes they need to make are mental. It's not tactical, it's not ability, it's not aim. Sometimes you gotta wear dress pants to work from home to do the same job, you know?
Right.
Meanwhile, Pimp asked today if he could wear shorts to a wedding. So
that won't be allowed.
Dress for the job you want, not for the one you have. Seems like sound advice. Keep your pants on. Kaspersky is looking to join up with this B commitment. 3 players ready to go up this ramp. CTs haven't shown much. They smoke off the front of it, and Ujerx hits the ground. NQZ through smoke. That's a nice return from Wrinkle. Snappy's going to use that kill to create the further... Oh! Again, though, what goes around comes around. DGT lines this up. 12 health is all he had to finish off that kill. And you can see how it just slows down the entire pace of what NiP had going for them in that bomb site. Kaspersky trying to snap back towards short side. His 4K back on train. And Cologne turned heads. Individually, he is on fire, but can't hit what he can't see. And a creepy Davideus crawls forward, supported by Big Uzera. paiN gonna keep these winning ways rolling.
Wow, man. The timings and everything are just perfect right here for paiN. They're in the flow of things. Just as Kaspersky comes to check on short, no one's there. They make that push happen. That was just a beautiful decision to make, honestly. Here the hold is pretty solid. Obviously, it's all unnerving to throw that smoke down and see someone coming through it at the same time, but that also serves your next teammate who has to defend the site. I mean, they're playing great.
Oh, again, gonna try to play with tempo, hoping that Shush could replicate that Tech-9 near ace. Not this time. Nothing going for them here. Snow is on the scene.
Full control.
Powering up, rolling down the hill and getting bigger as this goes. 6-0, the start here on Ancient.
Damn, and it's quick as well. The pace that NiP are bringing there, you know, very much trying to make every round as short as possible, but it's not scaring paiN at all.
This gives us a second to talk about the Ninjas in Pajamas. I want to discuss Snappy's struggle in CS2 because I can't think of a bigger heartbreaking situation, man. This guy, since the swap from CSGO, first and foremost, his individual level when CS2 came out was horrible. He said it himself multiple times, couldn't get into the groove of the game, etc.
Yeah.
Okay, he gets cut, he moves to Ninjas in Pajamas. The VRS situation at first was them being outside of 100, unable to get the invites to the Tier 1 events. They went into the kitchen, flew over to Las Vegas to play North American lands in Fragadelphia, won that, finally start grinding through, finally start to find improvements, and now they're in that horrendous spot where they can't get invites to Tier 1 invites, and they're too high in the rankings to get invites to Tier 2. I just feel like life's out to get him. If he were to tell me that life's out to get him, you would almost have to believe it.
It's the Churchill quote, you know, if you're going through hell, keep going, because they've already done the hard part, and I think they've built some grit off the back of it. But, well, maybe they'll just... It'll get even worse if they lose this game, actually, because a single elimination, this is a big stage here for NiP, and it's not a good start in this map.
It's like, it's an individual that I want back in Tier 1. It's a player that I still have belief in. He had changed that because he's improved an individual level. Like, he was struggling so much with the new game at first. I like the formula of this new Ninjas in Pajamas. It's nice to get them back at a Blast event. And you thought today would be that day where they could just get enough to break into, say, top 10, top 15. But...
Yeah, I mean, they built a lineup where everyone has potential.
Yes.
And they just have a veteran IGL who...
Yep.
I think his biggest issue was attitude. Like, it's not like all of his colleagues didn't also have to play this new game they didn't like that much. They figured out how to play it, and now it's a lot better. But now he's got a lot of players who could probably teach him a thing or two about how to play. And this mid lurk actually could change the round. Kaspersky gets his, but NQZ now, chance that he can make this weird.
Kaspersky on 17 health. Puts a smoke in front of himself.
Yeah, he's got to get across.
And
oh, that was such a good play, actually.
Half a second more, and he's got that kill, and then maybe, just maybe, but at least he had the lineup. He had envisioned how to win this, but it comes down to a bit of timing, and the pain continues here for Ninjas in Pajamas as the 7-round streak keeps growing.
Truly only a half second off of making that work. And if he had that lineup, how hard would it have been to kill him with the last guy. So nice try. But another round where just trades are consistently better until the end of the round here for paiN. But yeah, I mean, they've like, I don't even heard from Snappy on the climb back, but I'm gonna say there's no way that they've made this happen. You know, every time that Vitality won a MR12 best of 3 on their streak, I thought of Snappy, because I thought this is one of the most, you know, the people who's critical of this format change the most.
Yeah, okay.
And would say that this game is random because of this.
Right.
And every time Vitality would win a game, they're here to prove that if your team is good enough, that MR12 is viable. There's no doubt that it is more volatile than MR15, but the idea that you cannot be good or cannot be consistent has now been squashed.
Right.
No. You might need drops or something, you know?
A little ZywOo,
but you
maybe.
can do it. And I can't help but feel like that has an impact on teams that didn't believe before.
If you're slowly losing belief in this game and interest in it too, I invite you to head over to Sponge's Twitter, because he posted a clip of Kaspersky's 4K on train from Cologne without X-ray on. And watching that, that's one of those plays, like every play, you watch it without X-ray, it's that much more impressive.
Yeah.
But that one to me is just like exponentially more impressive. The time to kill on each of it, the way you can see him envisioning the next peaks, that was one of those plays that absolutely deserved that treatment. So, second monitor, get it up. That's at SPUNJ.
Yeah. Yeah, Kaspersky is the truth, man. It's a really, really promising player.
And there's truth to Wrinkle and UJerks as well. Goes back to what you're saying. I like the pieces, but this flash from Snow, he meets his maker, was set up to go for the success. Instead, it's going to be BIG.CEST leaning alone on this B site. Now burned into the open as well. He's also going to go down with nothing, and a well-timed red flank. Speak of the devil, Kaspersky's in with all 3.
Tell me how there's 3 guys waiting for him, all lined up, and they all die. 3 guys watching the window flank, and they all die. Like he was playing aimbots right there.
Just came at it, had him frazzled. So there we go. First one pops to the board for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. You can see that flash not hit anybody. So Snow's just walking wide into 2 sets of eyes. We get a gun swap there in the middle for Davideus. That'll cost him.
Yeah, bit unlucky. Taking out a timeout after you lose 1 round, always key. You don't want to just accidentally lose 2, then 3, then 4, then 5.
I think especially where like getting the ball rolling has been a struggle for paiN in the last month since Austin. Go ahead, burn 1. Great start to the day for Snow as well. Desk kind of put him under the microscope.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was getting better for a while.
Fast one again, huh? Gonna try to barrel into the Opper. Flashes just saved that Opper. My God. Snow again back to the kill feed. This time he doesn't go to them, they come to him. And he lays down lead. BIG.CEST right ahead of it. I mean, that overstacked B bomb site in response, the timeout's perfect.
I need to know whose flashes. They threw their molly too deep and were aiming to op in front of it, so they were not ready for that rush at all. But the flash, I guess, was to assist the peak, and it got everybody.
I want to say
but that helped out the CTs.
Yeah, Snow's coming in from left. Yep, Snow from long through that one, top of ramp. Because there's no assists in the kill feed either.
Yeah.
The kid can do it all. 12 frags for him, 12 for NQZ. Both were present on that bomb site a round ago. BIG.CEST gets peeled off early this time. Again, it is going to be the Ninjas trying to get themselves on this B site, looking to pop the smoke, pre-firing this position. Snow's fine with that. You want it?
Wow.
Come get it!
Another multi-frag from the young gun, supported by Davideus behind it, and paiN are tapping right back in to that win streak.
And he's putting up one of his best halves of the year here, 15-4. They asked for that fight. They needed to open the smoke. They ran through with 3 guys, but they got stuck up in it. A lot of these rounds have been possible. But these holds are just too perfect. Will be a quiet finish to the round here for Wrinkle.
Actually, you should have thrown your smoke deeper so you could keep eyes on the bomb.
Oh, man, they knew exactly where he was going to be. They needed to hit that first shot. They couldn't do it.
And Snappy not tucked into the corner. Didn't expect that burst of M4 bullets to come through at him.
That's a big risk, and it's just, you know, just comes down to who comes out first if they win their fight or not.
Got hit by the truck.
You jerks did not deliver there.
Counter-terrorists win. Sniping from the grassy knoll.
NiP are telling themselves, man, if this was land, bro, we would be. We got that cologne hangover.
Well, it kind of feels like an Astralis situation where they just absolutely beat up on Rare Adam because they had to prove that Cologne was the off day.
Yeah.
paiN trying to do the same thing. I had much more faith in the Ninjas than I did Rare Adam. So I do find this shocking. But we'll see if maybe a 3-round T-side can be pieced together now that they've got man advantage at the start of this one. Davideus taking a chance with the smoke spam. Tidbits of damage done, but no equalizing kill just yet. A main fight queued up. It's going to be Shush versus DGT. Well, that bomb was leaning towards the B site. Now it's actually doubling back. Oh, this is going to be an important round from DGT, and we haven't really had to say his name because all the rounds have gone to B. Sliding down beneath that spotlight. Shush, though, throws caution to the wind. Didn't anticipate Davideus on big box. And still the T's weren't really ready to go. But Shush was convinced he had really created more space for free. Instead, met by smoke, but there is still a bit of hesitation here from the remnants of paiN as well. NQZ starting to carve a path through cave. We hit 40 seconds. Donut belongs to the Ninjas. And paiN have peeled entirely off this bomb site, opting for temple control instead. Now mollied out of that. Davideus could go look at the angle, but it's an op on the other end of it, so not really the best duel unless he really swings. Feels to me like Snow's ready to get going, but Hands no longer busy on that bomb. He's going to go for the incendiary, and as he pulls it, Kaspersky hits him at the perfect moment, and Wrinkle's not going to drop that shot. So Shush's opening is not for nothing. This is the Ninjas with a second round.
Gotta love all of Kaspersky's decision-making, and the way that they set up the exec was excellent as well. And the second molly into the temple push is perfect, so protocols look good. It's a hard-fought round. They get a second. 3 max means that this is a disappointing half no matter how you spin it, but at least if you get your wins, they're near the tail end. I won't say NiP are hopeless just because paiN, there was a lot of rounds that they really rested on one really important trade, and paiN found it. But I mean, how close paiN are to the finish line is hard to ignore.
Almost could have been a lineup. Off give cover. Wrinkle's got the double kill going, so mid control tested and bested this time to the favor of NiP. Uh-oh. We catch U-Jerks at an awkward time. Three-round T-side certainly possible. Snow's looking to get going. Big Uzera, though, no more flashbangs for him. One piece of util left is Snow. Will he put it down on ramp as an execute comes out? He throws it a little ahead of time.
paiN are searching for lurkers, but there isn't really anyone to find. It'll eventually just be a staggered exec here on the B site with everybody. Snow to back up, but this will have to be a retake. Oh, another great kill through the smoke.
They hear that jump into the back of sight, but Pillar is impenetrable. Whoa. Snappy just got blasted away.
Being good at that is a skill, I'll say.
Suddenly, we've got a man advantage situation. This was 4v3 with the post plant going. Ooh, missed op shot's gonna cost Wrinkle after he opened this with the double, so we go back to a shush clutch, and not this time either. Snow right there to trade it. Again, it's paiN just staying on top of it, and you know why they're laughing, collecting half of those kills in the retake by way of smoke spam. paiN pick it up, double digits on this defense. Dominated by Snow. That's the tale of this one. 17-5 on that first half. Obliterated the attack over on that B side of the map. And when it came to A attacks, well, we only really saw it once, maybe twice. NiP were very constant in their assaults, and
it's
well,
very snappy.
Snow was constant in stopping it.
Yes, he was. Look at his kill count here. He actually farmed that half. So many smoke spams, so many spray transfers, mow downs, whatever you want to have seen with the M4. He put it on display. That was the half that the desk was looking for.
So I expect something positive, Vu and Maui Snake. Or else. Kaspersky, dual Berettas, ready to go. Doesn't commit. BIG.CEST is probably feeling like he just dodged a bullet. Or just dodged about 30, actually. He'll look to link up with the mid play instead. Bomb is already in A main, so we know where this one's anticipated to end. Snow, though, kind of working on his own out middle as BIG.CEST decides to make sure nobody flanks out through that cave. And now BIG.CEST is just very far removed from the full-blown commitment out A main. 3 players charge out, get to the cover of the boxes. Don't find kills with it, though. Now they're being laid out on the floor of this A site. Sjuush turns back.
Oh, clean.
Very nicely done. Triple kill here for Sjuush off the USP is going to give the Ninjas and Pyjamas something to work with. At least here on Ancient, the second half will start well.
Yeah, I think that'll be, that's actually a pretty promising sign. I mean, at least getting to see their CT side would be something. This could have definitely been a wash, but I don't think paiN will be too uncomfortable regardless. NQZ, 16 health, looking for any little bit that he can get. Almost gave up on that angle before he saw Snappy. Great round out of Sjuush.
Got a heads up 1v1 towards middle to kick it off. And then Wrinkle kind of alleviated a bit of pressure too, but nice crisp shots. Crisp, clean locks.
Nice round, MOUZ.
Bro, they play so fucking weird. Like,
Yeah, as long as they've been a bit lucky. As long as we slow it.
It's just luck, guys.
Well, you got to tell yourself that for sure. You know, I'll say timings were important, but that's also something paiN are good at. So
yeah.
If they make the comeback, you know, those words will have a lot more oomph. Let's see if they can beat the odds, beat the luck.
I'd like to know, I think it was Snappy when he said like, oh, they play weird. I'd like to know what he meant by that. Like, what about this has been weird in his mind? Maybe if they get him for an interview, winners or losers. What was weird about that? I think Snow just whooped you. Not this round.
Yeah, I mean, paiN do play weird. So, like, they're kind of like Bad News Eagles. You know, they don't really play like average tier 1 teams or whatever. Not that NiP meet them all the time.
Yeah.
That's not what I would call tier 1. But they are a very personality-driven team, I'll say that.
I wouldn't want to have to play against paiN either. Difficult team to pin down. Except for the days that they seem to implode. You know, sometimes paiN just feel like they beat themselves. Didn't think we would see that today with the way the first half went down, but we'll see as the pressure goes on, the inability to close, etc. If that actually happens, because it's pistol conversion to double the rounds for Ninjas, and the first rifles of paiN come out now with a pretty stark advantage. It's still 3 FAMAS and an MP9 out here for NiP. AK's basically across the board for paiN.
The split's going to come in real strong versus Kaspersky's FAMAS, but he's doubled up with Sjuush. And actually, Wrinkle coming back to mid might be the move.
They're going to wide swing into elbow. Snappy and Sjuush getting the better of all that. Snappy.
I really love that.
Nice kill from Cave into elbow with an MP9. Just trying to add himself to the 2 guns out middle, but the trade-off is A was understaffed, and now it's going to belong to DGT. Low health as well for the rotate. Shadow advantage is what Snappy just shot at. He sees the shadow on the wall, jumps the gun. Trades go back and forth towards middle, and this round's back in paiN's control for only a moment. UJerks is going to try to get onto scene as fast as he can, or is he? He has the option to walk CT, but that's going to give more space and more time for the bomb plant to get off site post-plant.
Looks like he's going to, I don't know, maybe walk this temple. I'm not sure how he wants to approach this, but still early on into the bomb. Kit, no nades.
UJerks at least arrives silently.
They're getting far away from this.
CT control could be the death sentence of UJerks. DGT working his way up that alley and very deep on this position from NQZ. Knows he's probably not going to come clear you and ready to swing for it. What a great way to just avoid the threat and close out the first gun round from, if I'm not mistaken, a 3v4.
Yeah, I don't even know if they knew where he was coming in from, right? Because he didn't get a kill Did he get a trade and then made that rotation? I'm not sure. NQZ got the last laugh, got out through the smoke, I think. That was great. The NiP attack in mid looked very strong, so to be able to counter that and win back against it, it's just as impressive. I think that split came in and Kaspersky was there inside a donut by himself, and they were just holding back on A passively. They would have lost anyway, so a good effort. But you brought it up. They had really good guns that round.
Yeah.
Better than NiP's. Now it's about to get really weird.
Snow's only had one frag so far in the first 3 rounds of play.
Top util damage and ADR for Snow this game.
Keep it going. Out mid again. Okay. Like a gargoyle. Kaspersky's just sitting up on that ledge, doesn't react. Luckily, Shush is going to do the heavy lifting. Snappy finds BIG.CEST through the smoke. And yet again, it's a clear advantage out of the gate for the Ninjas and Pyjamas. Didn't win them the round 1 round prior.
I think that's the little bit of luck that they were hoping to have in the first half. Yeah, that was kind of funny, just not moving.
So it's like he kind of accepted death.
Yeah.
Take me.
And Snow was like, I can't control the spray for a guy who's not moving.
I could just... Also, I mean, great distraction to set up Shush, but don't let it slide. UJerx steps in. Davideus wasn't ready for a second. NQZ with a chance to surpass Snow's kill count if he pulls this one out of the hat. And with a 1v1 queued up on B site, plenty of time to. Doesn't look to me like Ninjas are going to make a move.
NQZ is awesome in late round situations. It definitely makes some highlights happen. And a little damage there, no headshot.
Yeah, does he go for the kill or the plant? Because you know the rotate's coming now, so you gotta make a move on this, I think. Flash comes over, UJerx takes an initiative, and majority alive for the Ninjas is exactly what they're hoping for. Scoop up some of those AKs that the T's used against you a round ago. Try to get this CT side back online.
Yeah, because if they don't, it's over. They can't afford any more weirdness here. It's 4-11. He might have got caught on that lip.
I think he took one step to the left and thought he had fallen off the ledge.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That's my thought.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's like, hey, I'm safe. Shit, I'm dead.
Six-round comeback or 2 rounds to lose. I mean, it just really depends on your perspective. Both are very achievable.
Should be a given with 4 Glocks out here on the field. Taking in the foliage. What's this lineup?
What's the difference of foliage and fauna again?
Fauna is animals, flora is plants, and foliage is tree cover. Like grassy, leafy, green.
Oh. That would have been a good round of stats right there.
Ooh, don't let the Glock get you, Kaspersky. That's better. Give them a taste of their own medicine, a pistol that goes both ways. Still an MP9 now for NQZ, and Davideus never got the rifle really going. See a move from the Ninjas back towards Red Room. NQZ stomping about.
It's a little uncomfortable with the op out in that position. Not going to be held perfectly. Wrinkle doesn't get his shot in, and
there we go. Okay.
They don't. It's like they're not like solid enough where they're definitely going to make this happen. They do leave a lot of gaps. Wrinkle's missing 1 or 2 shots here and there. Like they need to get better if they're going to make this possible. They can't just chalk this up to weirdness. That's for sure.
It's like, if anything, I think you're looking a little weird too, NiP.
Yeah, you guys are the weirdos.
We'll see as the game goes on. 5 rounds the gap now. 11-6 paiN lead. Had to wait a second to get back to the guns. Now Davideus is the exception again, but it's because he's unequipped. Not ideal. Smoke in the sky. Snow is gonna punish, comes swinging out through elbow. Rebuttal is quick, evened out instantly. Good on the Ninjas to put a quick stop to that mid play because it was looking all paiN for a moment. Snappy's gonna get into the action, takes an initiative down the ramp, gives his life away, trying to gain info. And so his two other teammates will have to pick up his slack.
This next move is everything.
DGT, if he wraps around the back, he's done.
Uh-oh. Oh, he didn't see it. Okay.
There we go.
All right. That actually, well, keeps this whole game alive, to be honest. 2v2. And paiN could be going to the right side. UJerks is the first line of defense. Wrinkle's coming in slowly. Minute left. But they're not wasting time.
That's both players confirmed. Frag for the bomb planter, soften him up, prime him. Oh, but gun out, man! At least a pistol. If not just the gun, I mean, you would have known the smoke just came from inside cave.
Yeah.
Now UJerks on the retake. He could still make up for this. Puts a smoke down in front of him, still concerned about cave, but that wraparound from BIG.CEST. He's now up there on the ramp. Damage both ways, and it's paiN to take 12 off that.
Yeah, why take the fight like that when you could just go get vision or walk, and then Wrinkle instead of
that's a glaring mistake.
Keep your gun out, yeah, for sure. Walking with your knife out is like
here of all places too.
I mean, walking because you got to switch back too. Walking with your knife out for the extra 5 units of speed is like no scoping when you could just quick scope.
Right.
You really don't. You're not gaining anything by trying it.
If he gets caught like climbing on middle box, I'm like, you don't expect a cave peek or something, but you're already in the first cave room, brother. I'm sure he's beating himself up about it, so we'll let it go. But tough pill to swallow at a 6-round deficit. Luckily for them, Ninjas and Pyjamas again in these opening fights, which have been coming quickly at the start of every round. Sometimes to their ability to close, sometimes for paiN to just take back. We'll see how this one goes 3v5.
Feel bad for doubting paiN, you know, based on recent games when you see this. They're just so hard to sort of predict where, you know, where their form's going to be at sometimes, but this is what you want to see from them. They're punishing all the mistakes. Oh, they played so well in Austin because that's where you keep it weird.
Oh, that makes total sense. You figured it out. Yeah. That is what they say in Austin. Keep Austin weird. Ooh, caught by the timing. Spurs. Oh, never mind.
He didn't finish off the clear, actually.
I mean, I saw the barrels coming. He was ready, but he didn't think Snow would just blast him away like that. Jumping beyond the FAMAS, not going to work out. Shush, but pretty damn consistent in these ones. So he's able to catch 2 towards Donut, and that's the 7th round for NiP secured.
It's bumpy in both halves. I mean, it was, you know, we were looking to spawn it in half number 1, but in this one already we see moments where paiN can either win or bring it close already. So again, work's cut out for NiP. At least they've earned themselves a quick eco out of paiN. And another way paiN are like FaZe, they love close games too. They don't like just winning cleanly. That they actually don't do that very often.
Should be easy pickings, and it is. Woohoo! Ace for Shush inside of an A site. Gonna continue his tear to the top of the scoreboard for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
I mean, that's, yeah. If him being at the top with his eco ace padding, his stats are gonna be stellar here. Most importantly, cut the money off. No bomb plant on the A site this round.
just tied Snow's kill count with that ace.
Most concerning part here for NiP is all their looks in mid are getting countered by paiN.
Yeah, it feels like if paiN don't lose 2 players in the first 15 seconds of a round, that's where they're going to close this match.
Yeah.
Because they've been pretty hard-headed about letting those fights happen early, thinking they could just win them all, but it's been NiP with the majority of them so far since we switched sides.
That's the NiP T side that was very one-dimensional. paiN have actually brought a lot of variety to their mid plays.
I'd say the only variety that was lacking was just timing that first duel. And this time they do change it up by sitting outside the doors until 1:15. And is that first showing of a slower engagement gonna be what closes this map? Snappy nade in hand, sees a sliver. They're gonna jump on that. And the smoke's not gonna stop him. It's not gonna keep him alive. We've got pressure here for UJerks. He's also now smoked out of it. Grenades coming at him. Bullets don't connect, not quite like all of the sprays from paiN. Second volley of damage goes out, but it's him who actually takes more in return. And finally, NQZ is gonna move that bomb up as they go for a boost on long side, just trying to catch players off. Snow finds Shush. UJerks 1 and done. And so 2v4 is what's needed here from NiP. Map 1, their map on the line. They've got the angles from smoke from short ahead of them, but Kaspersky just gets dropped in an instant, and Wrinkle's op's been found out. So 3 players left to push this one over the line. paiN made sure that they didn't lose opening duels at the start of this round, and with that, it is an instant close by the looks of it. Wrinkle gives this a chance. Jiggles into Cave and gets put down by DGT. That star-studded performance from Snow in the first half isn't going to waste. Not today. Stealing away the Ninjas map pick, despite Ninjas being odds favorites.
Yeah, flying start from paiN in the first half leaves them with a lot of wiggle room going into the second. Maybe a little bit topsy-turvy from what we expected in this one, Maui, but one thing is for sure, Snow, he showed up to the server today.
Without a doubt. Snow got a huge smile on his face. Hope he's able to continue it throughout the rest of the series, but it was undeniable. What he was able to accomplish on the B-side defenses really stopped NiP in their tracks. It even felt like NiP really were targeting him, and for Snow to stand up in this fashion put a few haters to rest.
Snow heard us talking. He heard us talking in the pregame. He needed to silence the haters.
He was shaking in his little boots. What were your takeaways from this one initially, Vu? Did you expect this result to go down?
Oh, well, actually, we got a couple rounds here that are going to actually demonstrate just how well Snow played. I mean, the counter utility was something that was just fantastic from the side of paiN. In this round, I think it was the player from Cave that was throwing a flash to defend the bomb site. This time, in round 9, it was Snow just flashing for himself. And I think that really goes to show, maybe if your aim isn't up to snuff, if you are actually having difficulty in terms of individual form, just develop better protocols. Make it easier on yourself. Use good utility.
Yeah, I mean, he threw a flash to support his offer. NiP full blinded by that. And I've got a round as well where the problem with NiP is that they just weren't the NiP we're expecting. They weren't the NiP that we know and have come to love a little bit if you've been watching them. They're just on different pages. I mean, in this round specifically, they get the entry and they have the right play on the macro sense because they know paiN are going back for mid control. They break the smoke, but there's 3 players there. 2 of them have flashes. Nobody throws a flash. It's not crazy to break that smoke, flash behind, swing out with a couple of players. You know that 3 players are going for the retake in mid. Instead, they have no flash. They just expect Snow's gonna miss or something. Snow mows him down, easy round, and that's a moment in the half where NiP could have come back into it. It was still winnable, but they didn't.
Yeah, I love how you kind of took the more positive spin on your rounds, Maui. You go for the negative view. In terms of how NiP started off that first half, were you kind of on the same page as Vu? Like, were you expecting more from that first half of NiP?
Well, it's just clear that Snappy came into this one with a game plan, and I would have excused him for round 6 and 9, okay? You're trying to make these fast B rushes work in your favor. You're testing the protocols and the individuals on that bomb site, and they passed, okay? That's why Vu's round, by the time it gets to round 10, now you're going to start victim blaming a little bit, okay? Like, they're in the hole because the game plan didn't work, but then to even dig a deeper hole for yourself
after the fact by doing something that's relatively similar. Yeah, there's a little bit of a mix-up. They got to pick and mid. But to still try to test Snow, like, he's already farmed enough confidence in that game. I think he was on 15 kills or something in that half. I mean, he had roughly 12 leading into that one. Like, he's got the hot hand, and you're just feeding him at that point. So you never want to feed the hot hand if he's on the other team.
Absolutely not. 17 in the first half. I believe he rounded out with somewhere around 21, 22 kills. So it kind of told the tale of the second half as well. But Snow showing up in this form, this is exactly what we want to see from paiN, right?
If you're a paiN fan, you want to see that. If you're a NiP fan, you want to see him do a little bit worse in the next map. But yeah, that's the Snow that we were promised when he was coming into this team, and we've seen flashes of at times, but we've struggled to see the consistency, and we've struggled to see him do it to this level. We want to see more of that.
This just looked really cut and dry for Snow, that Snappy wanted to call plays that were in the first 15 seconds of every single round. Like, even though Snow has had a lot of difficulty playing against Tier 1 opposition for the last couple months, he can still hold a rush, okay? And that's where maybe you pump the brakes a little bit on the NiP hype train, because this felt a little bit too single-faceted in terms of their approach, that they just wanted to pick on this kid, this child, this poor Brazilian child. Snappy was trying to pick on him, he was trying to use him, abuse him, and Snow stood up. I'm glad.
And then he just turned 18 as well. That's wild.
A few of the rounds where Snow actually did falter were the rounds where NiP slowed down. They did slow it down. They take mid. Then you have the aggression coming out from paiN. And when that aggression came out down the B ramp, NiP got the kills. They turned those. They converted one of those rounds. They should have converted another one. But they only did that a couple times in the entire half. That's what we wanted to see them do, to actually give them different looks, like you're saying.
Wasn't just the Snow show, let's be real, NQZ. He also stood up to the test. It was a conversation we were having back in Austin, right? Is looking at kind of the Brazilian field of AWPing, particularly considering now Fallen has given up the mantle. Who is kind of the next best thing? I think NQZ, he's definitely a contender for that title, right?
I'd say firmly, as a matter of fact. I don't really see a case to be made for practically anyone. I mean, the other LatAm great opera right now is Try, and unfortunately he's not Brazilian for all of their fans. I mean, NQZ has been really rock steady for paiN. I feel like he's had a couple lapses throughout the year, maybe like one event he takes off or here or there. So he's not necessarily an elite opper overall, but in terms of what the entirety of the South American continent is producing, yeah, he's damn near the top.
And when NQZ shows up, sometimes he just gets such impactful kills. He's such an important member of paiN in terms of just giving them a backbone that they can prevent aggressive plays, that he can counter plays, he can pull out the rifle just fine. Yeah. When he doesn't show up, they lose everything. But he is relatively consistent. Great game from him, and we need to see more of that if he's going to counter X.CEST going into the second.
It's a tongue twister in a name.
Who would you compare NQZ to? If you're kind of looking at the Counter-Strike greats of old in terms of that AWPing style, is there anybody that he's like kind of similar to, maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from?
I would probably go with someone like, this is kind of crazy and people are going to be like, what? But I'd probably go like Alu.
Okay.
I think positionally...
That's out left field, yeah.
Yeah, Alu's positionally was very strong, and NQZ chooses a lot of great fights. He doesn't stay static for too long. If he realizes something needs to be done on the map, I think he goes for it. I think NQZ's rifle is probably better than Alu's was, and we don't have as many like bot Alu moments from NQZ now, so he's kind of a more refined version, but just good positionally. I'm not getting blown away by the mechanics of either players when they were at their best. It's just that they made a lot of good choices sequentially.
That's a great callback. Alu, a player that often is forgotten in top 20 lists, great opper, which really does remind me of NQZ quite a bit.
Let's talk a bit about the other side of the coin, though. The uglier side, I would argue, because this was NiP's map pick. We're expecting them, particularly in that first half, to come out a little bit stronger. So where does that leave the taste of NiP in your mind?
Yeah, that's a half where I agree with Maui. They had a game plan. They wanted to run the game plan. They struggled to adjust and adapt when the game plan went poorly, and then they just didn't give themselves the breathing room to recover into the CT side. They started to get something together, but when you're down that badly at the half, you don't have a chance. You really can't bring it back.
Something to note about NiP throughout the Blast Bounty is that because of the weird limbo state that they find themselves in with VRS, where too high to get tier 2 invites, too low to get tier 1 invites. This game has an immense amount of pressure on them.
Yeah.
And even though this is online at home, everybody should be relaxed. I feel like they just got tunnel vision on what their one idea was, and they just kept swinging for it, even though they were striking out.
But that's the thing that surprises me about Snappy, because, like, albeit it was back in CSGO, he was so good at adapting on the fly. It's like, why do you feel like he's not able to do that moving into CS2?
I mean, okay, there's a lot of different reasons over the course of what he's done in this game, but in this individual example, it was just like you just focused on the single plan and didn't really have a good plan B for yourself. Overall, with what happened on Falcons, though, honestly, I thought the calling was okay on Falcons. Like, their T-side win rates were always way better than their CT sides, but as an individual, for some reason, he just didn't love the game at first, and so he let his individual form slide, as you can only be bitter for so long at a space if you're the one that's trying to make it into a career.
I think really Falcons had trouble coming together as a team. They had famous clips of them team flashing each other, running in just odd ways, and that somehow feels a little bit like what we saw in that game. I think on a macro scale, they did make some adjustments getting later into the half, but together as a team, and maybe that is the pressure that you're talking about, they just didn't pull it together as 5 players.
The pressure going to be feeling the burn for the side of NiP, and this one is going to be a tough one to turn back around, because Dust2, the pick of paiN, lays in wait on the other side of this break. Tell me about the Dust2 pick for you guys today. That will be the second map of the series. How comfortable are you feeling on Dust2 at the moment?
At the moment, I mean, the major was one of the most maps that we played, and right now we made some change there. You guys gonna see, and in the prex we're very good. So let's see.
BIG.CEST keeping his cards close to his chest in terms of the changes coming into this Dust 2. How do we frame both sides of the equations when we're looking at this map for both NiP and for paiN?
Well, I feel like they are comfortable because they have a lot of reps on it. I'm kind of confused as to why they're going for changes, unless it's just based off of Cologne form for them. That's just a single loss. For NiP, on the other hand, this isn't really a famous snappy map. Okay, that's how I kind of characterize it. Like, he was really good at calling on it when he had Spinks, who just killed everybody.
That's understandable.
It was a little bit easier back then, but now with this lineup, I don't think he's really getting the same mileage out of the players who aren't really just the individual forces that he was.
I think Kaspersky, he compares a little bit to Nertz, or Spinks, I mean, no? A little bit, maybe. He's
lightly, maybe. I mean,
like a dire Spinks, yeah.
But he can pull out some great things, and I think when you do think of it, though, this is more of a BIG.CEST when map. When you think about their playstyles, what they're great at, this is a map you expect paiN to be a little better on. But I wouldn't sleep on it because I don't think this is either team's necessarily their favorite map. They want to play Nuke.
Well, Maui, you're looking at Sjuush on the NiP side of the equation. Why is that?
Well, Sjuush has just been one of the highest rated players for NiP in the last few months on Dust 2. He had an exceptional Ancient. We didn't really talk about him all too much because really Snow just stole the show.
Yeah.
But to see Sjuush in this kind of form, it's going to be great for the defense for one side of the map. So I'm expecting Sjuush is going to handle business on that B site, but I'm just a little bit concerned if the trifecta towards A is going to hold up their end of the bargain in comparison. And I want to see if paiN move away from Sjuush, who also kind of opposite to Snow feels like the hot hand.
For Sjuush to go 117 ADR, top frag, and a 13-8 loss, and nobody mentions him until 10 minutes later, that is the story of his career. That is him on Heroic. That is him his entire career. He's just forgotten about, but he's such a great player.
Maui, just one quick one. We did have one demand from Connor. That was to say something nice about paiN. Say it to the man. Give it to him.
Into this one? Okay, yeah. Honestly, Scrawny, everything that paiN just showed me in that last map, I'm beginning to believe again, okay? I saw what happened at Austin, and I feel like BIG.CEST, Snow, they're going to get some barbecue after they cook NiP.
I hope that was nice enough for you, Connor.
It was nice. I'll give him that, but you know, it's just another classic Maui Snake flip-flop. Who else are you going to apologize to, buddy? Huh?
Just tricked into apologizing again.
Got him. Mohan?
Yeah.
They did kind of glance over Sjuush, and I completely understand why. Snow
Say
really
something nice about Sjuush.
Yeah, he stole the show, right? But I mean, Sjuush was there. The question is just who else is going to step it up? Because unfortunately, when we looked at that Ninja CT side, it just felt like some of the mechanics were letting them down. You know, Kaspersky was going for duels inside of middle, gave us a moment here or there, but like I could identify a few U-jerks moments where the spray wasn't as clean as it had to be. Just felt like mechanically, the Ninjas weren't able to lean on what I've seen from them lately. I don't doubt that it's in them. Absolutely not the case. I thought they were favorites for this game. I thought they were sharper than ever. But that last map, I think, just kind of betrayed their own mechanics a little.
Yeah, I think odds are always based off of recent form. So if you took the scope of the last 3 months, then paiN would be the favorites. But I think recent form being the driver of the odds always makes sense. I think that's actually the most important factor in CS. Like, how good have you been? How good were you yesterday, the day before? What's your trend right now?
How about today?
But yeah, that we can't forget that scrolling back a short amount of time, okay, fair enough. paiN can destroy a team like NiP. But they also can lose their map pick. That's actually one of their favorite things to do.
Classic.
So, yeah, let's see if that happens here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I don't know if it's their favorite thing to do, but it's definitely something they do often.
I thought it was like a cultural thing.
Oh, they're just into that kind of stuff, huh?
I think Snappy just took a stab in the smoke.
Opening kill the way of paiN. Snow just hitting him with it. Gonna tap right back into the momentum he had on Ancient. Now he's got Berettas. It could damn well be Snow's day.
It's a snow day.
Oh, does everybody know what that is? Well, we're Canadians. That's definitely...
Oh, right. Snow days are some of the best days of the year.
Yes, sir.
So they're days where you don't have to go to school.
Yep.
And don't have to go to work.
It's when there's too much snow on the road for a country that is very prepared for snow removal. I'm not talking about when, like, the UK gets an inch and people start crashing cars.
Yeah, well, but technically, they those countries that aren't prepared also get more snow days.
True, right? Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes we'll get a few feet.
Right, that's the thing, is our snow days meant you got to go play in the snow as a kid.
Right.
Because there's so much snow.
Yeah.
Build snow forts.
Play in the snow, yes.
Snowmen.
Not Q Counter-Strike.
No. Like Swede. Well, it's not actually Swedes get snow. Got snow?
They probably are also playing CS on those snow days.
Nowadays, it's paiN with snow. Blowing open this B-bomb site. Nice double kill. Yeah. That's how it's going to have to feel kicking off another map.
How old was Snow when he first saw snow?
Oh, when he first came and played in Serbia, I think he was like 15.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right? When we were...
Oh! Oh, that was filthy. Just the... Wow. And the crouch to the unpeak. I would love to see if that was an adjustment or it was just dead on. Beautiful shot out of NQZ. He definitely got his credit on the desk.
Keep trying, Shush. One more magazine through that door. Maybe something lands.
The ammo's free.
Am I crazy for thinking that when he was playing in the Academy League, they were boot camping in Sweden? Hold on. Snappy's 5-7's got something to say about it this round. Iwi tries to run, gets ejector seat through the doorway, and then another kill comes out to the favor of NiP. So there's definitely something to stand on this round at 55 seconds.
It's kind of weird. Like, they could just keep it going as a split. Oh, the adjustment
over
here. Shush goes to just see what's going on because it feels like the A split would still happen. But he's also the only anchor.
Unfortunately,
Mid B is smoked. CTs are both behind it.
He had that scout. We hear him shoot one bullet, and Snow.
Dude, he's just awesome today.
Yes, sir. He snaps
really
over
awesome.
to it.
It's a snow day. The worst part is when you have to wear the snowsuit to go out. As a kid, I used to look like a fire hydrant. I couldn't put my arms down.
Thomas looking to get saved. Doesn't feel like that long challenge is coming, so you can keep it.
Man, this would be so disappointing for NiP if they just losing this game, considering the draw.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Considering the draw.
Their pick.
Their pick.
Their pick, folks.
Great pick. And it's also single elim. And it's a big match that's online. It's sort of exactly what they've been gearing up for.
It's like Passion UA yesterday, forced to pick Spirit.
Yeah.
And that was like the best choice they could have made. Like if I was them, I would have done it too. They take a map. They're looking at NiP like, are you kidding?
If I was you guys.
Here we go. Gun on the field in UJerk's hands, and he's going to sign it up where the attack comes at them first. So well placed to kick this one off, but we'll see if that just serves as fuel to move elsewhere. Davideus down to bottom middle versus a pistol. No trade potential. Kaspersky, 5-7 duels, good. And now he's going to lean forward, grabs the rifle. It's all about that tunnel pop. If they can get past Shush. Oh, now Shush is going to get supported by the AK. They've got to clear all the corners, and knowing that that AK-47 is coming over through that doorway soon enough, they're at least able to predict this, but the AK out through window tries to hold them back slightly. Popped open is the smoke, no contact through it. But a third rifle picked up thanks to the efforts of Kaspersky, who's looking through that top of the gap of the door. Can't find anything else.
That smoke's gonna land right on them. They're pushing in.
Yeah, they're gonna go through off the flash, and it works. Well. One FAMAS pushes the play into the close mid-door hold. And that 5-7, Kaspersky making the most of it, upgrading into the AK, peeling the second player off mid. Ninjas in Pyjamas rob a round away here in the third.
Lots of great moments from the players of Ninjas, especially Kaspersky. He's the only one who I'd say, like, didn't really miss a shot, made lots of good plays, did look as solid as you need to be to impress on this stage. And, well, maybe Dust 2 will be a better map for the team overall. But as for paiN at the moment, no save necessary, and QZ still got it up. takes the late. Oh, no, Wrinkle!
No.
Headshots, Kaspersky trying to push mid. A team kill.
Man.
It had to be a headshot.
And it landed on NQZ.
And it collided NQZ.
Yep. NQZ is covered in Kaspersky guts.
This is...
But survives it.
It's not even... It's no one's fault. This is a blameless crime, I think.
It's definitely not victimless.
He hit who he was supposed to. Kaspersky would have had no control over running in front of him at that moment, I guess, and because that was just to call it a spawn. I'm pushing mid. He was just supposed to cover it.
Well, he covered it all right.
That's incredible.
Huh. Now, it's all going to be okay, assuming Ninjas can win the round. You've got a health advantage over NQZ.
You know what their paiN are saying about them right now?
What?
They play weird.
Matrix gets as close as he can. Difference was last round, you know, DGT kind of walked through that door alone. This time, nobody's going to take a look at it. NQZ just holding for the potential tunnel push. Not the case. Shush still in that B site. So Wrinkle's going to get a chance to recover from that opening team kill, and will do so with a quick kill to BIG.CEST. 15 seconds on this clock means A has to be the target. Davideus is going to compromise the Opper. He feels that squeeze, so he goes into the swing. Snow stops him. Bomb is being planted here for the cat side, and the coverage from NQZ, who would have died to a single bullet from that rifle. UJerks can't get the kill, and this is going to be paiN capitalizing on a 4v5 made way by Wrinkle.
This is a blameless round. No one's fault. Just move forward.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate considering what this means now for the map. And it was paiN who narrowly avoided saving into this round after losing the last. But, like, who could you blame? Who could you blame? The only thing that could have changed is... The only thing I could blame... Okay, there's something that could have changed. It could have been Wrinkle picking high instead of low. And then maybe doesn't actually hit Kaspersky. Stylistic choice.
Let's see.
Just look at the timing. I mean, it's crazy. How? How can you blame anyone? That's insane.
Kaspersky's melon also looks like it's past the door already, too. He, like, hit him in the back of the ear.
Yeah.
Kaspersky just should have turned his head.
Yeah, if you look down.
Yeah, just, you know, look the other way.
Yeah, what a noob.
Timeout called. And I
so does that mean that... No, that wouldn't have happened. Well, is it possible? It's possible that NQZ got collatted in the melon.
In the melon.
Because it's so far away that maybe with the collat and the damage fall off, he got domed. No. For 86 damage. Nah. It's possible.
Because a headshot, no matter what, even if it's
447 damage.
Yeah.
But through somebody from miles away.
Probably still like 200, no?
Yeah, probably. But what if it's 86? A deagle from that distance doesn't even kill you with the headshot, so.
Correct.
Actually, from that distance.
Yeah, it's the real long duel. Yeah. And mid isn't long as long.
I only say that because when we looked at it from that POV, it looked like it was actually only his head showing.
I didn't think Kaspersky got hit by the bullet either.
Maybe it went through the box into the head as well.
Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
We can blame something.
Yeah.
Online play.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Plan? No team kill.
No team kill.
But Kaspersky's soul was one frame behind his body.
True.
That's what online CS is. It disconnects the soul from the body.
That's true. I thought we were in the sub-tick, but whatever.
That too.
Oh yeah, that doesn't help. That hurts.
BIG.CEST out here. This pool of smoke grenades going down on middle's got to raise questions on both sides. Snappy to tuck back into the same door where he's gotten a 5-7 kill in the past, waiting for this mid challenge. Ooh, Kaspersky steps into it. It's amazing what he can do with his head attached to his shoulders. Moves back into the B side as well here to try to bolster Shush. This walkout from paiN is going to be met with some real resistance. best performing NiP player of map 1, and the player we look to step it up. Kaspersky goes down though. NQZ and Snow reopen this bomb site despite taking a bunch of damage. There's a world where the CTs keep the pressure up. Snappy could send that flash over before paiN anticipated. We hit 20 seconds. He's burnt the util, and NiP didn't pounce.
This plant, let's see if it can come. The flash, depending on who it hits. No, they're going to push through.
Yeah, they dive down. Ah, he doesn't plant the bomb, and now NQZ is doomed. UJerks comes flying through the windowsill, catches them off. No extra money and no extra kills. It's majority alive NiP.
That flash could have changed things. If it hit one person properly, they might not have been able to push through the window on that timing, and it's a new round, but okay. Glad to see this for NiP to get this kill from Wrinkle. The rest is easy.
Smoke for BIG.CEST, that's it. No, excuse me. P250 DGT.
Sounded like you were punching in some digits right there.
That's actually my social insurance number.
Really? That's my postal code.
People frantically Googling the Toronto area codes now. You ever had a stalker?
Yeah.
Okay. No, sir. No entry allowed here. You'd think, but that P250 was worth it. A single kill at least. Tied game. Ninjas in Pyjamas going to answer as quick as they can. We're tied at 3 here, folks.
They've got to be able to tell themselves. I mean, even when they were losing badly back on Ancient, they were kind of telling themselves like, yeah, we're still gonna figure this out. Like, they didn't really seem tilted. They seemed frustrated. I don't know where the line is between frustrated and tilted, but
sure.
They still seemed in it, like we're thinking about next round. So, love to get a check-in again, see where their head's at. That's a quality grenade here. I mean, they're fully locked on long. There's not going to be a split coming in. I mean, I like the CT position.
And look at it just force their way in off catwalk.
Yeah, this nade's going to be amazing.
It's all guns a-blazing on the attack. 5 players strong for paiN. Trying to get up catwalk. They drop down, spotted by the Opera. Wrinkle doesn't get the shot off. UJerks could make up for everything. 2 kills already. Shush slides out. He's been rock solid for the Ninjas. And he will do so again. DGT called back to the site late with no bomb possession. And so no long control, no party.
I don't think the due diligence was here for the cat split to really sell things. Like, look at Snappy. He's been locked in this position on long the whole time. So his 2 teammates on site knew they could play the defense however they wanted. They opened up Goose with this spot. They allowed for the Opera to take his peeks in Wrinkle. And even though he didn't get his kills, he allowed UJerks to multi. So bit too simple here for paiN.
You said due diligence?
Yeah.
Isn't that an Australian instrument?
I think that's a didgeridoo.
Oh. Right.
Which I don't really know what that is, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, if you had done your due diligence. Regretting not having that fully smoked off with the angle for the mid guy. We just realized now with the UJerks replay how easy that is. I was mistaken. I thought it was actually the long guy coming to support, but no challenge through mid doors. He turns, 2 backs turn to him. Put that round to rest. And now, your reward, sir. Pistols for paiN, barring DGT.
Dude. Could have been $100. Oh, there we go. Second chance to play.
Nice wall bangs from DGT. Snow's deagle shot from the top of middle, in between the eyes of Kaspersky. It's going to make him nervous for a second because BIG.CEST just picked up that AK, so it's still out there on the field. Can't control it. One smoke if they want to try to get up Cat.
Yeah, NiP are actually a little stressed here because Wrinkle's low. So and Snappy is in a spot where it's a great spot, but you can't just cross back, right? Because if you cross back, you expose yourself potentially to critical information. So, you know, that means that UJerks is really locked into a fight if they are going to go up Cat. But they got to be doing something.
Well, NQZ had bomb and a Glock.
They're not going to go long with no. They don't have smokes left.
Nope. No, they do not. They are really hoping.
They're going to go long.
Yep. Yes, they are. They're going to try.
You're not going to go long.
Yes, you are.
Are you serious?
No problemo, they say. And of course, why would everybody be long? UJerk's going to walk back. He gets caught by that NQZ AK that just got picked up there, still considering catwalk. Now everybody facing on the cross. You don't need a smoke if you just take the fights as 3. Unbelievable that Snappy gets owned that hard by NQZ's Glock, but by God, they have opened up this round.
He didn't even shoot. Did he get one bullet out of his gun?
I don't think so. And if he did, it didn't hit.
They just took long.
And Wrinkle was tagged.
Using their smokes on a mid to be fake that no one moved on.
That Wrinkle was literally looking through the 2 smokes the entire time.
Still worked.
How do you pull that round out of the hat?
I don't know if that's the most NiP round ever or the most paiN round ever.
Yeah, fair. It's a fusion cuisine tonight.
Yeah.
A little bit of both.
That's unreal. A Glock.
I mean,
they sent the Glock out first. It wasn't even a jumping out backwards, bait me, I got the better gun. It's Glock entry, and it wins.
And from his perspective, I mean, how many players does Snappy actually get to see when this happens? Just NQZ, right? Just NQZ with bomb, and that's why they stay so focused on catwalk, because surely there's no way everybody goes long.
That's actually crazy.
Oof.
1 bullet, Snappy shot. That had it all.
For better or for worse. And again, it's going to be this Snow NQZ performance trying to keep paiN.
Like, could that happen to Vitality? Like, could that happen to ZywOo?
I don't think ZywOo would have been holding the angle like that.
Well, he wouldn't be playing long, but could it have happened his way? Yeah. Based on yesterday, yeah.
Maybe, sure.
But drops? No.
Just got Util coming at him. They burned him out of the Humvee corner last time.
Oh, Mr.
Plays
Pauly.
1 corner closer.
Mr. Smoke. Ew. They just missed both nades so badly there on B. I think they just put Shush inside the smoke. What can he see?
He still has vision. B players lean against the tunnel exit. But paiN are rerouting this one. Shush sees this as an invite to go clear it all out. Thing is, looks like B's still the intended target. It's just not with tunnels. DGT's looking to pick up tunnels late. Shush hears him coming. Nice. Now you know tunnels has been pushed. Should still anticipate somebody else on B, but you're gonna have to run this up that ramp. Hope you don't get hit from behind. Kaspersky from behind Car. Only the 1. Still solid. Keeps this 4 versus 2. And of course, Shush is freed up to come back towards site. Being held though. He tries to make his play, jiggles it, and NQZ hits the headshot.
He wanted to fight early, and now it's just a raw 2v3. There's actually a chance that they can pull this out.
Couple flashbangs for Wrinkle to try to get them into the site. He starts chucking those over, finds its target. Davideus blind, nobody pounced.
There was no other flash though. That was the only one.
Now Davideus trying to spam him through the wall. Snappy's play from tunnels gets shut down, and NQZ is so locked into this window corner that he's just gonna bring them to him.
Oh God.
And so he picks it all up. 2 versus 4 in the B site.
Oh man, that was not good. Not good for NiP, the way that looked. I mean, if there was a second flash.
There was, which is weird. He had a molly and 2 flashes in CT.
Oh, okay.
But I only saw the 1 pop.
I see. Because they got him blind, but they didn't push off that one. And then it's also Shush who wanted to take an early engagement. 4v2 is pretty much a done round. A 3v2, you know, it's 3v2 with B-site control. It's not that easy to win the round if you're the CT side. So, you know, it's not often you see Shush take a risk that he maybe shouldn't have. Maybe he believed his team were going to win that round, but obviously we saw what happened.
Any chance we have the cinematic
we got
of
the
both flashbangs?
Kaspersky op headshot from Wrinkle. We have this last round where Snappy gets glocked, and now we have this round where they lose a 4v2 retake on the B site. This is the NiP I remember, unfortunately.
And the NiP that we thought was of the past. They were moving in the right direction coming into this game tonight. Back to the action we go. Double nades on NQZ, only for 42 damage. Certainly could have been worse, but he's got to give up the angle.
I take it back. I think anyone would have died to that Glock. I keep replaying it in my head. I'm like, what were you supposed to do? Like,
still thinking about it.
Literally perfect.
Poor guy. Couldn't have felt good. No, NQZ actually finished that first map only 3 kills behind Snow, who slowed down from the first to the second half, unlike their Opper. Now here's NQZ again. Great game.
And I'd say he's the most improved player on the team.
Okay.
Over the last year.
Certainly has the ability to take over servers. We saw that in Austin. Drop down into CT goes well. BIG.CEST looking to join up with everybody. And this is just going to be a Shush hold inside sight. Tries to find timing on the peak. That tunnel squeeze is coming. Top mid control here for NiP, but there's no help. And already NQZ is turning around to watch that flank. So,
tagged.
Do what you got to do. Snappy survives it. Picks up the op, and they'll try to save 2 ops on this one. But it is paiN taking a 6th on this T side at the very least.
This one's a much more normal round, just a very clean split into the B site, and one where NiP don't really have a chance to hold it. So, the back of my mind, I was like, this is the kind of game where NiP or where paiN lose their map pick, because map 1 they had some really good stuff happening, but you know, maybe NiP had more regrets than anything else. But on this, you're kind of seeing a little bit of that sloppiness. And you're just not seeing it from paiN, man. paiN are just, they're playing against more good teams more regularly and bigger matches, and they're learning from it. They're also not making roster moves every 6 months, so it just looks pretty damn solid.
Just looks much more well-oiled than what we got at the start of the season. They started their season earlier with the Fissure event going into Cologne. BIG.CEST had an exit interview after Fissure and said, like, well, we just need to be a little more professional. He said the mentality was great. Emotionally, we're in a great place. We, you know, took an extra bit of time off for the break, as in, like, didn't really practice. But what they lacked was that professionalism, and what he meant was just practice moving into Fissure. Now, they had hoped that between Fissure and Cologne, they could get it back to where it was in Austin. I'm sure now that's that regret in the back of their head, because you kind of sandbagged the biggest event of the season, barring the major.
Yeah. Yeah. Only one chance at that tournament this year.
You know, maybe you hope Fissure goes a little bit better and you can just rely on what was going down in June. That would have given you more runway, more officials, but they bombed out of it. And Cologne really was no better. Here we go towards this A site. Remember, double ops out there on the field for NiP with that save last round. At a minute, flashes start to pop. Snappy's MP9 just telling him where he is. And the MAC-10 gets down towards long. It's not pretty, but he gets there. Unfortunately, for paiN, it is Kaspersky with the multi-frag in the meantime.
Don't blow this one, NiP.
Quick redirection.
Yeah, it's one player over here on B. They're trying to cut off rotations. They've probably alarmed the CTs quite a bit. There's 3 players leaned heavily. And Wrinkle's just thinking, man, are they splitting on me? Man, is someone going to come help me?
Dude, that Molotov just spread so far on this side of the door.
Yeah.
But it popped on the CT's end.
That's value. Okay.
UJerk's easy long hold. 4 bullets left, and that's what's going to cost him the long control.
Wait. Okay.
That was weird. Somehow NQZ gets between 2. Luckily, doesn't cost them, and NiP hope to close this gap slightly towards the end of this half. 75 health for the 1v3 attempt. But DGT's been having a struggle on Dust too. Him, Davideus, and Big Uzera not really contributing to the 6 rounds paiN of 1.
He's hanging out here.
Doesn't have time to win this, and they're going to take him down before the clock even expires. That's a 5th for NiP.
Yeah, no, we'll make something good out of this. I mean, good scramble towards the A site. There was a chance there that definitely B-Split could have come in. Would have been very hard for Wrinkle to hold back all those players. I thought the rotations were quite slow, but it looks like NiP had the right read that paiN would just reorganize towards the same site. So good for them. And I guess as long as they didn't have a mid-B smoke, there was no way to block Snappy's vision off, so Wrinkle could just hold the tunnel the entire time. Timeout being used for the last round of this first half of Dust 2. And it is close as it gets.
Still thinking about that 2v5 in round 9.
Yeah. A 2v5?
That was 2v5 on B side.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. 2v4 post plant.
Oh, yeah.
But 2v5 in total. Wrinkle right back at it. So NiP looking to finish this on a strong foot. Already got tunnels control. At least they're getting active. A players should be well prepared that something's coming their way, and sure enough, good angle over top of the smoke. So 2 op kills for Wrinkle. Gonna be feeling good about the way this half is at least ending. T-side Dust 2 ahead of you. This map's not lost. Very underwhelming performance from the majority of the paiN players, regardless of the lead that they had coming into this last round, which may have just fizzled out. Davideus looking for the answer, but nobody's going to show him skin, and now they've been completely corralled. You could just leave Kaspersky on this one. We'll see if paiN can fight their way out again. But Utility pressuring them, and UJerk's gonna send it through with the flash, confirms everybody's out here, and Kaspersky's not waiting around for you to take the kills. He'll go get his. And NiP close this half with a couple consecutive rounds to tie up.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
Thank you very much. That's the bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramid!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out there, Chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Dependent.
Open.
One side and one in the towards car.
I'm nading close door.
Okay,
Can
then you
flash
heard
through
me.
door.
Then you heard me. Yeah, flash.
Flash. I have one more.
I don't see the card one. One side.
One side.
Flash.
I'm one side.
I'll pick
Flashing
card.
window.
Flash. Burning side.
Two side. Tower and backside.
Tower. On backside. Yep.
I fucking miss my bed.
Yee, the 2v5 that leaves a sting. Snappy not happy about that one. Don't blame him. Not the sorts of rounds you're supposed to be losing. And, you know, they had the tools for the job.
Yeah, they had this, the second flash came out. Wrinkle called it to the window. It just didn't hit anybody because they were both facing the door and blocking themselves from the window. So if the first one came out, that would have been better that way. But 5v2s can be won without any nades, actually. It's just a matter of, you know, small decisions. And I think that really did start with Shush inside of the tunnel trying to get an early fight. So either way, one of a few things that went wrong for NiP in that half. Some their fault, some not their fault. But it leads us to a 6-6 position, which is not too bad, I guess, considering it's paiN's pick.
paiN have already taken over top middle control. NQZ gonna go attack this long hit from behind. Davideus a bit slow on the climb up, and NiP already on top of him. He's got a frag to try to soften up the ramp players. Then he's gonna sit inside this smoke. For how long? Ooh, what can Davideus do? Jumps behind them and is covered thanks to Shush. Oh, NQZ, he's letting this one slip through his hands. Snappy and Wrinkle gonna pick up kills elsewhere. And for a second there, paiN thought they could just pounce on top of the ninjas. NiP come out 4v1 instead. Had a couple elements of surprise there, with Davideus diving out through smoke, with NQZ hitting the flank timing. But when the flank doesn't get a kill, doesn't scramble the players on site, NQZ is gonna know that he probably could have helped out to win that one.
It's a game that could be full tilt if NiP don't win it, but they win the pistol. They put themselves in a great spot here on CT side. And I think, yeah, hopefully they can leave their woes behind them. Give us a third map in this series. It shows what they're really about, because I do feel bad about the fact that, like, we're just not seeing the best version of them right now. Like, in my mind, again, they're a team that have climbed from literally over rank 100.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is pretty stellar. You know, that's like...
They're unironically...
It's just that their standards for them are so high, you just are like, well, they should be back down there.
Of course,
but the grind itself is incredible and so difficult to do. And if a team like Monty did it, they would be the star of the year, you know? So, yeah.
They're genuinely one of the best examples of a team that has proven it is capable. It is arguably harder than it should be, and those conversations are still to be had, especially when they find themselves in this weird place right now, not getting tier 1 or 2 invites.
If you got to go to Philadelphia as a European, it is harder than it needs to be.
Sure. But hey, go to Philadelphia.
Yeah, that too.
Missed opportunities here with the scout shots. Oh, I say
what
that.
a shot.
Kaspersky thought he had done enough there. DGT with the SMG on site, and Davideus off ramp, confirming the last two players. NQZ could do this, but the player on site in Shush gets away from him. So already some retake utility coming down from that CT spawn. There's 2 scouts for the retake, no kid. One at this distance, though, and the 5-7 in the middle. NQZ making up maybe for that pistol with some clean scout shots.
Yeah, they decided to take their fights individually. I don't know. Would you have taken that Galil fight versus the scout? You're one shot.
No, I would have stuffed the guys trying to come up from CT spawn.
Yeah, go for those trades and then just win the cat plant position. So I don't know. Shush, I feel like he gave NQZ the fight he was absolutely hoping for in that spot. And now it's 7-7. paiN tie it up.
This shot,
yeah,
I mean,
nice.
Kaspersky goes from 100 to 0 in a millisecond.
Hey, don't clear Goose.
Especially when you still had, like, you know, the smoke on site still gives you Goose positioning.
Yes, he's going to be last to scale, too, because he has that scout. You know he's just holding that.
Unless he didn't think NQZ was that far back and instead was trying to take ramp to retake. But I don't care what you were thinking. It didn't work. And so all the momentum of that pistol win gone, but they're going to try to just charge down through long. It could still work. At the very least, it does for the 5v4. You've got map control elsewhere here for paiN, and not the best buy for NiP. Snappy takes the Galil off the 10 health of Wrinkle. Trying to make this long control work, and the smoke spam is fantastic from Kaspersky. NQZ drops Shush. Mid taken by Ujurks, and that's going to bring all of this back, but BIG.CEST's gone deep through Suicide.
How could they read this? It's, they got it. Nice one, Snappy. That's a great shot. He was frustrated with his aim earlier. Just thinking this push looks so crazy to come and clear, but man, 4 players have been tagged, but NQZ with the op.
That's the thing. Giving him M4, he's got a chance, but the op is too valuable to lose. He would need this kill up close first. Kaspersky, slow approach, doesn't matter. He gives the shadow away. Tough pill to swallow for paiN. That jubilation you felt 40 seconds ago just evaporates.
Snappy totally saved it right there. It would have been just like round ruined with the low HP bars, and that push coming out so early from BIG.CEST, it looked like a golden opportunity. He caught the flank back as well. It wasn't like he had to flank through long. Oh, just an excellent adjustment. Like, he's checking spawn in general, but...
They go for the force by themselves, paiN. Gives them 2 M4s to work with and a scout. But, I mean, it's got to be said, the only reason this game is still close is NQZ and Snow. You've got 4 kills on the other 3 players of paiN. But BIG.CEST takes a 5th.
Yeah.
Oh, what is happening?
The...
He's got to have some kind of vision.
Are you kidding? They could have blown that open maybe, but still the headshot, and just like that, paiN.
No.
Reclaiming control.
Oh.
How?
Make it make sense.
He really had 4 kills and then hit 2 scout headshots through smoke.
Yep. To the player's top middle. I mean, it could be the lineup because it looks to me by the radar that, yeah, it is like that perfect angled. It's not like he's catching them over top of the smoke as they swing wide. Is that him just spamming the perfect lineup? I'm hoping we have his POV. So this will be the 45-second save. Let's run the BIG.CEST replay.
Yeah. Trying to see that.
Not 1, but 2. Yep. It's just the perfect line.
You're kidding. And then the second one? Okay, they blew it open. They stuck it.
All right. Okay.
That was nice.
Great shot, but at least
nade too.
At least they're not both like that. Thanks, guys. Great production.
That second one was exquisite.
All right, now show me those cool ADR bars. Yeah. Caught you sleeping.
It's all manual. They just have to draw them every time they want to.
Yeah. Johnny, get back on the bars. Oh, shucks. I wasn't ready, see?
Sound like the same guy. I guess back then everyone did sound like the same guy.
Yeah. Because there was like a million humans. Oh, there. Maybe we can only do them in freeze time. I don't know.
Wrinkle.
I don't know how any of this works. Okay, it's freeze time only. All right, sorry, guys. I've exposed the secrets.
They're freezies.
My bad. I've just got questions, no answers. So, back and forth we go. It's definitely a mental rodeo for both these teams, but I feel like after the first map, NiP have less mental juice to burn through. They do find a lot of mid control for free, so let's see if Snow and BIG.CEST can hold back the mid play. Tunnel's not a problem. Angle on Car is perfect for BIG.CEST. He gets the lineup that he's looking for. Now Wrinkle tries to peel back, looking to just get to the doorway because Sjuush is going to find an opening over towards long A, but Snappy's got the bomb outside B site. If you're able to pinch the players in spawn, then maybe Snappy's freed up, but the window push. Snow, you devil. Now Wrinkle gets blasted away by DGT, and Sjuush has been found out because of the 1 kill he's gotten this round. Snow pushing window is what really takes this out of the hands of Ninjas. You can't let them make the play because there was a chance they could have pulled that off, so Snow goes for the initiative.
It's pretty damn excellent. I think it had a little bit of the same flavor that helped out paiN in Ancient, which was these site holds. I mean, last time it was Snow, now it's BIG.CEST here, who, when you mentioned his name, Connor, he had 4 kills.
Yep.
Then he got 2 scout headshots through smoke, and now he's put up another hold that is 2 kills versus a full rifle, and the impact is there. paiN are now in the lead off the back of that. The team that's impossible to predict in so many different ways.
Fun to watch, always entertaining, but very hard to predict which version you're going to get on any given day. I prefer this version.
Any given round.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Yeah. I'm looking back at the delay feed. He had 4 kills in round 15. Or rather, the 14th. 15th is when he turned this half around. Doubled them since.
1 tag through the door. Oh. Money is absent. Oh, great shot, Sjuush. Maybe they'll get a stroke of luck here. Decent guns, not a single piece of utility, but there is one on the floor if they want to grab it. Though DGT could run over that.
Players out, off the flash. Oh, can't capitalize.
Yeah.
You know, the desk before this game went live said, maybe we'll watch paiN just avoid Sjuush since he was quietly so good back on Ancient, but this hasn't been a repeat performance for Sjuush. There's been no reason to avoid him, and unfortunately here, even off the first kill, can't manage the second.
It's arguably made a couple of the mistakes that have helped paiN back into the game.
And now you can see it with the last round, Snow just kind of coming out through the window. You can see paiN slotting in 2 initiatives. Pressure's sort of off, money's flowing. You got a read versus pistols. And so they're not going to let anything squirrely go down here towards middle. BIG.CEST on cleanup duty. Goes from 4 kills in round 14 to now sitting on 11 by the end of the 18th. Great example of holding for the wide swing. Crosshair placement was perfect there for Sjuush.
You know, with FURIA firmly international and doing really well, paiN are just trying to be the best 5 in Brazil. With a little help, obviously.
Davideus, good trades.
I guess the best 5, Latam.
They do feel like the spirit of Brazil.
Yeah.
This round's getting put in the bag as well, so paiN starting to really pull ahead here with the CT side. Kaspersky gets something going towards B. Snappy could come join him. He just runs it down through tunnels, but he's worried that someone will push those doors. Kaspersky's got little to lose.
If Snappy goes too slowly, he actually might get caught.
He slid out to the boxes.
It's so close. Okay. Okay.
Snappy takes over sight.
Tunnel flank is going to come in.
Yep.
Wasn't spotted, but they're coming to clear it perfectly. Smoke should be helpful. We'll see. Util won't get used. They're going to push through.
Mid control's good, or are they?
Oh, wow, that was a chance.
Moment of hesitation here. They've got a full belt of utility for Davideus, but they want vision before they do anything at all. And Snappy's just letting Kaspersky go to work. Confirms both players there. Snappy not moving a muscle, still watching doors, but surely he's seen both. Turns attention, lines them up, but can't kill both.
Is there time?
Yeah, I think so. No, never mind.
Run from it. That's
a second or so short. They waited out that smoke by choice, but slowed down just enough in the process that NiP pull this one off, and this game still stays close.
It would have been, fine to actually do that, push through, but we're a little alarmed, I guess, by someone being outside of the door, which is sort of a weird thing to be scared of from the tunnels, but... Good mid-round, getting into B safely, playing it down to the wire, and still, it's very expensive for NiP. They've got some work to do to catch up. Luckily, this buy's still pretty decent.
BIG.CEST's performance has had an uptick. DGT the same. A little more runway. Maybe you get Davideus. And QZ could also serve as the showstopper. Doesn't see anything despite all that presence towards the doors. Oh, it's going to be a challenge for Snow. He's got a smoke grenade still. Drop that in front of this execute before it comes at you. He's hanging on to it. And there we go. They're still going to challenge through. Snappy isn't ahead of it. Flashbang was good, but NQZ able to find it because they flood out before the door smoke goes down. Trying to get ahead of the defensive smoke. Looking like it's going to pay off. Nobody's going to give NQZ an angle. He'll throw that incendiary out.
Oh, they're going to turn around.
NewJerk's holding the smoke. He's got the crosshair on BIG.CEST's head. It fades. He'll hit him. Second CT also dead. Low health bars for the remnants of NiP, and they will hold back that window retake. NQZ's op too valuable as the money has been whittled away at. paiN are going to have to let this 10th round go.
That was a very signature, snappy-esque exec. The flashes were so fantastic. There were many, many layers to them, and I think Snow did a good job of trying to find his spots to get in there, but he basically ate every single flashbang and had minimal impact as they exited. So what I'm wondering now is, are NiP going to try the exact same thing? That's the only thing that could make it even more snappy-esque.
Sure. Rinse and repeat.
That's very convincing. Sometimes in live environments, it's too hard to figure out the solution to the problem that's just happened. If it is going to be a site that's understaffed or just played with one player and those flashes were so effective, if you can scale this far, you might think about trying it again. But they don't have that in mind at all. It's going to be a long take, it looks like. CTs aren't rushing over, so this will be given over for free.
Really keeping the challenge up. Kaspersky's already in front of the smoke.
Oh.
Davideus, the last player on paiN, struggling to this degree.
Oh, watch, now he gets a 3K.
That's what I'm thinking. Tries to give that smoke a bump. Yeah, nice header.
Solid.
Goal! Players on the long wall. Ahead of his utility, though. NQZ is going to be under pressure if Davideus dies. But he at least cleans up Shush, and the DGT covers exactly what they need as they lost the Opper on site. More damage comes out, but it's not that substantial. Kaspersky still with 3/4 the health. Man advantage here for paiN. Bomb is on Kaspersky. He's not able to best Snow, and so it's Snappy only. Nothing for him in this round. He's sitting down there with 7 frags, and paiN pulled back into the lead.
Didn't get him the 3K, but he did get the smoke block, a kill, and they crossed off of it. It's almost as if from their perspective, they couldn't tell. I don't know exactly. It really wouldn't have been a big deal to re-smoke that, considering they got long for so cheap in the beginning of the round, plus they had 5 players, but sometimes you leave it open so you can fight, but in that spot, sometimes you might want to smoke just like deep CT when you try to do that, so that you don't have to fight catwalk, deep CT, and the guy close up. Weird choice here for NiP, and a costly one. paiN did everything they were supposed to do. And that's why I wonder sometimes if you're looking at it from the T perspective, you see a smoke on the wall, you can't tell how much is not blocked off. It might look more sealed to you. But that one was pretty Heavily bumped.
Nice shot, Wrinkle.
That's excellent.
That's what you're looking for in a round where majority are on Tech 9s. Great start.
Just instantly dove back across mid.
That's BIG.CEST. Any chance he can get to put his hands back on the op? Is he going to take B alone? Make it his own responsibility. DGT, meanwhile, gunning for the long control.
They're still fanned out pretty heavily. I don't know what the call is out of spawn at the moment here for NiP, but they have options. Oh,
nice
that's
flash.
Spotted.
Yep, that's one pistol down. Utility coming out from the tunnels. BIG.CEST cautious, but there's no flood of the utility. DGT, oh, he runs through long, gives a gun over.
I love it. The Snappy holding that. They kept the full default going while they actually made it look like a mid-B.
Snow goes for long play, him versus Snappy. Gonna chase him down, takes half his health in return. There's that AK still out on the field. The flash finds its targets. Snow's missing shots. Can't pick a target. Then he does, and when he focuses in, it's a laser shot onto OG.CEST to keep man advantage in hand, but barely. 7 health Davideus, 9 points for Snow. Nade onto the planter is gonna soften him up. Kaspersky, 15 health, and an offer to take this long-range fight, but now the op needs the other 2, and he will find BIG.CEST.
Does he know? He doesn't.
Wrinkle swaps over, unsure of the position. A Tech 9 shot will push this over the line, will tie the game again.
He's gonna jump up. Wrinkle, is he gonna come clear this? But who does this favor? It feels like the CT.
Playing the left side.
Oh, maybe not.
Sees him coming. Great reposition here from Wrinkle. Keeps it cool under pressure and cleans house on that post plant.
Yeah, he's willing to take that risk and go all the way wide on CT. And that is what allowed him that vision. Beautiful first shot in this flick. paiN timeout. This one's going the distance. Looks like they're going to donate 12 here. They've got, I mean, NQZ's op at least, but NiP's round to lose. I mean, if NiP find a way to lose this round, they'll just lose the map outright. They're going to be broke. But there should be no way. Ooh, they're gambling correctly, actually. They're taking it early. It's
not like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good move. The thing is still, man, if it's going to be 5 CTs here, you see this position happen with guns, and the CTs still don't win sometimes. So NQZ would have to do something incredible. And there's one, but I mean, surely you're not going to run back into this, right? You're seeing all that.
Yeah, op's been found. You can take mid control in the meantime. Smoke off this CT position. Should be able to get the bomb out along.
They're not overreacting. NQZ's staying on A.
Pistols make their move, lining up for the Galil. That's going to take a ton of pressure off NiP now. Bomb can sit in pit.
I mean, now you just do not go A, right? You have blocked up every route of exit for the Opera, so... Nicely handled here for NiP. Hoping to be able to say Ancient was unlucky.
The slow starts for the majority of the paiN players could come back to haunt them in this one. NQZ remains locked in, but Not enough targets coming his way here in the 23rd. BIG.CEST has no money, so important for at least one to survive.
Oh, that's working. Oh, okay.
Nice try.
Leave me alone.
Get out of here. Bomb pops. NiP secure overtime with this one.
But can they complete the landing?
Felt like for a while it was getting away from them. Buy comes out all right for paiN. DavidCEST to the long fight. Flash is coming over. Eesh. Not the prettiest duel. So he looks to get out of here. Again, NQZ on a wider angle than maybe they're ready for. He's been playing a lot of the time on site or in towards middle. Fire burning behind him. Doesn't spread entirely. He puts it out regardless. Drop to half health. Nade's gonna finish the job. Good utility play here from NiP to get the highest performing paiN player out of the equation. Final round of regulation. DavidCEST wallbanged. Sjuush just tears him off that site. And while DGT drops down off of Catwalk, that's the open invite for the cross. Snappy is removed from this. It's 2 players on site. A push through smoke, and UJerks isn't ready. But Sjuush sure is. 55 more damage done. Scours the field, and he hits it.
What a find.
Low bullet, so be it. Brings Snappy over to the action. DGT gets the duel towards Car, but he is done. NiP rob back their opponent's map pick. Takes all 24 rounds of regulation through headache and a lot of rough rounds, but they stay composed enough to close this, and this series needs a third.
NiP striking back at the opportune moment. And I think Connor hit the nail on the head there. There was a lot of scrappy rounds, a lot of messy moments, but thank God for Wrinkle in some of those closing moments, Maui.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Wrinkle, what he was able to do in one of the last rounds, what Sjuush just did right before our very eyes. A lot of clutch moments for the NiP side, and they definitely needed it because I don't think paiN was low on firepower in that one either.
Absolutely not. We get the clutch moment from Wrinkle coming in. This was just beautifully played, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, this is Wrinkle just outplaying, to be honest. He goes for the play towards long, hits a nice shot. This jump on the box is to just barely catch that play before he could back up. You know that peak's coming eventually. You're trying to get out of the way, but he couldn't in time. And then the knowledge, he must have been told, this player's low. He wraps around, but then the game sense to realize he's not peaking here. He must be up top. Crosshair placement in the right spot. Easy kill. And he doesn't care. He goes, I've done this 100 times this year. No problem. Easy win.
I'm really impressed with what Wrinkle was able to show there. I mean, he had in the beginning of the half a pretty consequential team kill where it felt like, oh no, NiP's nerve, it's falling apart right there. But then to come back in the half with that one, a great redemption story.
Well, maybe some of the other NiP players had a bit of a better reaction to that clutch. We can check in with it in this mic top moment.
Searching long.
Do it. You guys are low.
That's
Hey,
awesome.
two city, one dinked. Last dinked, 10 repeat. Nice! What the fuck is going on with the
Nice
sound?
Artem, insane.
Someone holding a mic?
Okay, a bit of a better reaction there from the guys, but that was so instrumental in terms of NiP getting back into things, right? Like without that moment, they could have been eliminated already.
They would have been eliminated.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would always put it as simply as that. I mean, I don't think they win that game if Wrinkle's not able to accomplish that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we all thought it was over.
Yeah.
We all thought it was done. We thought it was done. Wrinkle pulled it out. I mean, that's a 1v3. That's exactly what you want a player like Wrinkle for.
Okay, let's go back to the second half, the beginning of the second half, because things were just so back and forth here, Mara. We've got round number 14, which is paiN obviously answering back as NiP. They did manage to win the pistol. How did paiN respond immediately to that?
I mean, paiN's sniper rifles were pretty ridiculous in the second half. I mean, they had scouts, they had ops. This is a great scout round where NQZ continued to prove why he is Brazil's best opper, but obviously on the other sniper rifle this time. Some pinpoint accuracy from him, a nice crossfire between him and DGT, and just the flooding of bodies from these paiN players. As soon as they recognized what NiP is doing, it felt like they all just swarmed the bomb site so well. And I thought at this point, okay, NiP, they are down and out if they lose a round like this one, but it was still, regardless, a great fight. But this just showed the mechanical prowess.
But then how did they respond, Vu? Because they responded in kind.
Yeah, I mean, NiP just come back with their own force buy win right immediately afterwards. And after this one, I'm thinking it's over for NiP. They're going to bring it right back. They take the op out of the hands of NQZ, who picks it up on a round 3. It's an early time to get it. You have some aggression coming out of BIG.CEST, who needs to bring the round back because of the early deaths they had.
That's crazy.
But that awareness to get that kill is unbelievable. They already have a player out mid, they take him down, and then they take the off of the hands of NQZ. But on the other side, BIG.CEST just does this. Through the smoke, headshot. Blows the smoke up, second headshot. What are you supposed to do, Maui?
Oh my gosh. I mean, Kacpersky just got caught off guard also by a gimmicky boost play towards the short side. I mean, there were a lot of solid ideas. I felt like paiN was more fueled by little gimmicks, and maybe NiP had... Usually, I feel like when I see NiP, I'm like, they're going to do a gimmicky rush, they're going to do a gimmicky execute, but it was actually paiN on their defense that looked like they just needed more of those tricks.
A lot of utility gimmicks as well coming out in this one. We saw a really nice smoke block coming out in round number 21. Very instrumental for that, but we also seen a hell of a lot of times the HGs were opening the smokes as well. I like to see that.
I mean, there was great use of CS2's mechanics, and NQZ definitely was the benefactor in a handful of those situations. paiN clearly have a great game plan for how they want to get their defense going, just with all the little ideas, the breaks that they go for. And I'm glad to see that NQZ is able to maintain some of that form that we got throughout the season, or last season that is, because, man, he looked really sharp.
Yeah, NQZ bought time for his team. There was a moment, I think, round 18 or so, NQZ has 17 kills, 3 players, everyone but Snow, the 2 players we called out, NQZ and Snow, everyone but Snow had 4 kills. 4 kills in round 18, 19. NQZ bought them enough time to get into the game, and then they lost anyways.
Yeah, that's how the tale of that one goes. Let's go back to round 21, though. What was so notable about this, blockage of this utility from the side of paiN?
I mean, this is why paiN was so difficult to take down for NiP. I mean, they blocked the smoke. I'm pretty sure that means that NiP had to have thrown the non-meta smoke, though. If you throw a jump throw from long, you can actually get it so it's unblockable. But either way, this felt like, again, like they're using CS2 mechanics very well. You body block the smoke. NiP are unable to cross. This felt like another nail in the coffin, and that's why this game was so exciting. There was so many back and forths, so much usage of utility. It was very interactive between both of the teams, and we see that really paiN, if there was a smoke in front of them, it was only there for half the time because they were breaking it constantly.
You like how they were approaching this, Vu?
Yeah, paiN know exactly what they're doing with these smokes. You can't really say too much wrong about NiP because these smokes are going to get broken. You're going to have to deal with that. Yes. You hope they miss. You hope you can get a trade maybe, or you hope you can get a stray shot that gets the kill back. But the reality is you can't really deal with. They're going to throw a nade at the mid smoke. Sometimes maybe you put an opper there, but with no op, you're just going to have to deal with it. And they struggled.
Tell me a little bit about the kind of 2 sides of Snappy's calling, because we were kind of critiquing it a little bit on Ancient, particularly considering that it was their map pick, and then we're coming into Dust 2 and Maui, we're saying, this isn't necessarily Snappy's, playground in terms of some of the in-game leading. So were you impressed with what you saw in terms of some of the adaptations that were maybe lacking on Ancient?
I feel like, I don't know if I really saw... I mean, Vu, did you see like strong adaptations from Snap? I kind of felt like the game plan Davideus was having a super hard time at A. I felt like they did kind of start sending it towards him a little bit more after they realized that. But sometimes it did just come down to individuals on NiP bailing them out of situations that they were a little bit behind in the round on.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about that wrinkle clutch, that really brought them back into the game. You had moments from Kaspersky, even when they were looking like they were going to lose, he had his moments, and you had some individual faltering, but you're right. I think the game plan was a major part of this from NiP, and Snappy individually struggled as well, but I don't think he did anything wrong in terms of strategically. It just wasn't it wasn't anything crazy impressive. It was just what you expect from Snap. You expect them to give you a good game and to never lose you the game, and that's exactly what this was.
Well, NiP pulling out some magic at the perfect time, which does leave us on the grounds of Nuke to be settling the score here at the Blast Bounty. One of these two teams will be eliminated after this break. You've obviously played with a number of in-game leaders during your professional career. How does Snappy differ to those that you've played under before?
I think Snappy is really good at connecting emotionally with his players. So he knows what everyone needs, basically, or if someone is feeling down, he can instantly feel it as well, and then you know he's there for you. He's also giving a lot of freedom to pretty much anyone. So I think, in general, his system is pretty easy to just plug and play, basically, and he's ready to help you.
Going to be needing all the emotions to be in check moving into Nuke. Maui, you were talking about this as kind of being the perfect handshake between these two teams. What are the stats looking like when we're looking at the frequency played and the frequency won for these guys?
I mean, NiP has been making this one of their home maps practically. I feel like they are usually going for Train, if not oftentimes Nuke, if they can get it. And for them, this is a great opportunity for them to slingshot themselves in the rankings too, because we haven't seen many bounty hunters actually punch their way up, cause some upsets. NiP felt like the on-paper most likely one to defeat the favorite and the most wanted in paiN. So I want to see and make sure Snappy does have his emotions in check and make sure everybody on the team don't feel too much pressure, but recognize this is a big moment for them.
Let's talk about how Snappy is using some of these pieces, because you were bringing up Kaspersky and just how he's kind of fit him into some of these roles on Nuke. What are we looking out for here?
I think this is my favorite map from Snappy in terms of his utilization of an entry player, because a lot of IGLs, you're thinking weaker IGLs will just throw an entry player out. They can have problems. This is why, maybe not because of the weak IGL, but this is why Donk has trouble on this map. You throw an entry fragger into the A site, he's going to get shot from above, but there's a lot of really intricate strats that I think NiP have to actually set Kaspersky up, even on execs into the upper bomb site, on plays towards lower. He's always got space, he's got the right timing. Snappy puts him in a lot of places to succeed, even on one of the hardest maps to succeed on T side.
I feel like we saw a lot of flares of that in the, I think it was the Na'Vi game at Cologne that NiP played. That was super impressive. So if you're paiN, there's a decent amount of tape to go off of on your opponent. Any kind of adaptations you think they could be making to prepare for NiP?
I mean, I guess I'm just interested in how NQZ is going to be moving around, given what's on footage for NiP recently. And I guess the one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about when it comes to NiP on Nuke is that I feel like I feel like their set pieces sometimes are fairly known. And now, having watched paiN go as deep as they did at Austin, they can definitely game plan around their opponents. They caused a couple upsets because they knew what they were heading into. And so the brain trust of what BIG.CEST is cooking up, I feel like that's where, if BIG.CEST is the IGL that I have thought he is for the last 6, maybe even 9 months on the runs that he's had with lesser pieces, then I feel like he's going to understand what Snappy's going to throw at him before it even happens.
paiN just winning the knife there, which means they will be deciding which side they're going to start on. I'm assuming, Vu, that will be the CT side. So if that does come to fruition, what are we kind of looking at?
Yeah, I want to see exactly what you mentioned here, is that they know what they're getting out of NiP. There's tons of tape out there. NiP couldn't have changed up that much before this game that you don't know what they're going to do generally, at the very least. And you need to have a game plan, an idea what they're going to do, dominate on the CT side, enter the T side, and try and finish it off.
I mean, considering NQZ, he's had a flyer of a series so far, right? Like, I'm not expecting him to slow down coming into Nuke, no?
He's not the guy I'm worried about. I'm worried about people more like Davideus, who was super quiet there on Dust 2. I'm worried if Snow can actually sustain this throughout the entire series. So I think it's more up to the supporting cast, because NQZ is going to get his.
Well, one map does decide who will be eliminated from the Blast Bounty. It's going to be going down on Nuke.
We are still waiting for a bounty hunter to claim a head here in Malta, and this could now be the one. We go 3 maps.
Supposed to be the one.
It's supposed to, and out of the gate, it definitely didn't feel that way because of what Snow and NQZ put forward on Ancient. NQZ kept that up over Dust 2. I'm here with Maui Snake. I feel like Davideus is going to have to kick it up a notch. Unfortunately, sitting on a 0.71 rating across the 2 maps now, just kind of looking to tap into the potential we know he has. Shush has found his consistency. Wrinkle and Ujrix just had great maps. It's like, it feels to me like whatever wasn't clicking for NiP back on Ancient, they've washed their hands up.
I feel like this is just their second map pick, though. Like, they should. They've literally won so many times on this map. There's only a single time in any of their wins where a team's got double digits. They have 3 losses in here, but it's just a sea of green. Amazing T-side stats as well. So, yeah, they're going to be so confident.
Kicks off well with Snappy and Kaspersky into the kill feed, into the A site, in with the bomb plant. Retake demanded of paiN in a 3v5.
They're kind of the Monty at Nuke right now. Like, they did all that practice, then they play one really good team like Na'Vi, and they actually win.
And it's being held from the rooftop. Oh, never mind, it's not being held. Shush got the Molotov.
Just
just
tying
gonna
his shoes up
guarantee
there.
it. It's like, do I need to throw this, though?
Just throw it, though.
No, keep it. A souvenir, a pistol round that goes down real smooth. Kaspersky dropping 4 kills in that pistol.
He had the best 4K of a Cologne.
It was pretty damn good.
It was amazing.
Yeah, keeping that one clean.
There was the Deagle 4K.
Yeah.
But
there's an argument.
I don't know. That was lucky. Because Berkeley, he could do that every round. The Deagle clip's not happening every round. Oh, okay, man. At least put your feet on the ground.
Kind of gross.
First.
He did. technically. Technically, but barely. Spring-loaded shoes. Davideus gets out of the vent alongside Snow. Both were looking to get some footing down towards Decon, but Davideus, unfortunately, a little late to the party. Here comes NiP, 5 strong. 5-7 gets blasted away, so money made here by Snappy. And a B site that's now completely free for the taking. Shush is still on top of Silo. Like a gargoyle.
Bomb has been planted.
Waiting around for one more. They've pulled this one off with only 2 points of damage coming out of paiN, despite this being a force buy.
Neither of these guys are playing like amazing teams on this map. paiN probably slightly better, but like not winning all their games. Yeah, like I think this, it's just so good. Feels like NiP almost just felt like they had a map to play with. Now they really think about this nuke.
Terrorists win.
You said in all the NiP wins on nuke, only 2 teams have gotten to double digits?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird stat because they've lost 3 times. They've won how many of these games?
That would be 16.
They've won 16, and only once out of those 16 wins, someone's got double digits even.
Okay, damn.
It's just they've been so clean when they're in control. So that means you know, they're winning, and they're only winning half of their pistols.
Yeah, and they're winning majority on the T side.
Yeah, or no, they're just doing both on. They're even better on CT side, but they're also winning majority T side. They're just like, they're pretty
kind of good, man.
We'll call that well-rounded.
Sure, yeah, okay. It's a good time to pull that out. MP9 and pistols with it. 2 sets of Kevlar here for paiN. And NQZ and DGT. They're just going to go for the stack, hope that NiP follows through. Be a shame to watch NiP just step on this one, though. No protocols to be skipped. Surely you start to hear that player burn, and it's a red flag for a guy like Kaspersky. Or is it an invitation? He takes damage in response. That's the SMG to go down. Oh, and the moment BIG.CEST looked like he wanted to try to grab it is when Kaspersky comes in for seconds. Now that flood of all the other CTs is supposed to catch NiP off guard before they have time to figure it all out. Snow's just hoping they'll think, surely not all 5. He sits back here. Bomb getting closer. Goes for the P2 fitty kill. Won't find it. So 3-0 start for NiP on the T side of Nuke, a map that they've only lost 3 times out of 19 games, as mentioned by Launders. I'll call that a good sign.
Yeah. With the lead and the pistol, they only need half of the pistols. So those seem to be optional. And when they get them, well, that's when it gets really bad. paiN have their work cut out for them. You can already see how so sort of in the zone they are with all these peaks and everything. So it might finally happen. It might finally happen.
Slow to heaven.
This is what you want to see in a T default. It's a nice loud map, lots of flashes. They're scaling outside. They're putting pressure on Squeaky.
Nice. Got NQZ off his perch, and that's going to secure 2-player secret.
Snuck 2 by. No answer from paiN so far. They actually don't know what's just happened.
They definitely feel like something's happened, but they certainly don't know what.
It's like when David Blaine steals your thumb, you know? You're like, you can feel you're missing a body part, but unless you see it visually, you're not going to realize. A kill helps, though.
Surely. Holding off on ramp. Kaspersky, the first casualty of round 4. We hit 45 seconds. Just hoping somebody steps into the crosshair. We see the CTs wiggling, and BIG.CEST. Fast time to kill on the Squeaky hold. Still an additional 2 players on that A site with him.
They're really trying to make a lot of noise downstairs to draw the rotations lower.
Right, shake it up a bit on A. Hope somebody steps into the kill, but so far it's all coming up paiN. Gun's making a difference here. Wrinkle can't get into the engagement. DGT and BIG.CEST continue to clean up, and UJerk's just looking for a desperate plant from here on out. Could cross behind Silo and go for it.
Yep.
Might as well take the money.
No nades.
But you've got an entire team of paiN players coming your way. So yes, money is the bonus, but an excellent first gun round posted by paiN.
Very good. I mean, that just goes to show you, I mean, you can take all the map control that you want, but if you don't get that opening kill, it can all be for naught. All they did was increase their odds of having a CT confused to make that opening kill easier. And they also set up a great late round position where you can see they could play with upper and lower at the same time. That's what they're looking for. But this sort of releases attention for sure for paiN. They don't have to over-rotate when they get that kill by DGT. Someone we talked about.
Kind of round win that could put paiN right back in this game.
It's nice how they Counter-Strike, there's a natural bottleneck to everything. Like, there is such thing as too much map control, right? There is too much commitments, getting too spread out.
Too aggressive, too passive, too old. Although the limit of that one yet to be seen. I watched Fallen Rifle today for the first time in his career, essentially, and look fantastic. Yeah. So, proof's in the pudding. You can teach an old dog new tricks. First blood again for paiN in round 5. Slow it down. They go silent. Gonna try to put some pressure on the follow through to the A site. Done a lot of just watching the squeaky door now. Looking like they'll take it. Snow into cover for a second, dodging flashes. Here's the footstep. Oh, they try to dive back. Crushed. And Snow's got other ideas. Right back to what we saw in Ancient. Rock solid defense in the face of packs of ninjas. Not one person allowed to even touch that ladder. He sends them packing and coffins instead. And even this save from Snappy is compromised. There's 15 seconds here to hunt him down. Excellence from Snow yet again.
Damn, that was awesome. Yeah, that seems to be his specialty, man. And I remember when it was, you know, it was meant to be him opping and being that kid to come up as an opper, but it's just not necessary on this team. What they need are these holds. Snow's putting it together.
Keep them coming. Like a laundry chute of corpses. It's the drive-through at the morgue. Single AK here for Kaspersky. He wants revenge towards ramp, perhaps. We saw him be that first casualty versus DGT. Oh, that's what he wants second servings for. What an entry.
That was raw.
And look at the pace that's right behind it as well. It's going to send paiN scrambling down towards control here. Snow versus Kaspersky stops him. And as that bomb plant's going down, in smoke, no cover, Snow all too easy. Yet again looking for a triple kill because he knows his teammates are inbound. And NiP know that it's a time-limited recovery mission. They may now both have guns, but should be cleared off of the staircase, and this one comes up all paiN, barring that entry in ramp.
Damn, Snow with 12 HP gets those 2 kills. He is putting in work right now. That quick rotation downstairs, it didn't feel like, I know, you could see it from Kaspersky's eyes. No one's stopping me. I'm taking control side. We're getting this bomb down. We're going to the next round. After this kill, it felt like it was done. Stopped in his tracks. That's crazy.
Been hyped up by the Brazilian scene for quite some time. Guy like Fallen gave him his credit, maybe before it was due. Coming into his own in this last year, if this is what he's going to be able to find in terms of consistency.
Another Academy League talent.
3 straight rounds for paiN. Wall of smokes up with UJerks ahead of it, already on red, bomb in tow with an escort in Kaspersky.
Oh, see you later. See you later. No chance to play this round.
They call him Wrinkle because he just got folded. Smoke meets UJerks down on B. Ahead of this is paiN already. Player on each side of vents.
What's the next move, Snappy? "45 seconds up, and they have a chance to sneak the vents."
If you can get Shush to compromise the vent hold, with a peek like that, it really opens it up for the secret push, but Snow's on the other side. They just throw caution
what is
to
happening
win.
right now?
You completely write off the threat of another player towards control. You thought only one's down on B. With how fast paiN have been getting down there, you should have known better.
I mean, there's that, but also just like, what is this aim from Snow? That even if they're looking at him, they die just as fast. Like, damn.
Laser focused.
So what did he even see?
I don't know. Back to the drawing board for NiP. Felt like they started to get something in motion there. It was nice to get the solution to vent. That at least did push paiN back slightly. You can push him back all you want. Eventually, you'll have to deal with him. And right now, nobody is stepping up to that task. We thought it could be Kaspersky with what he'd offered in terms of entries over on ramp. Looking to tap back into it. He doesn't have his AK. He's got players in front of him. Back turn, DGT makes it look easy. And NQZ's support close enough to make sure that it should just be the one. Snappy in a pistol fight, toppled 5 straight here from the defensive paiN.
And nicely done, man. I mean, there's just so many factors here. A lot of them are Snow, whether it's upstairs or downstairs. The holds have been consecutive, and now everyone's fragging. I actually really like the style of play coming out from NiP. And their map control, their default, their utilities all look good, but like in terms of getting that first kill, it's just not happening. Even when they do, I guess Kaspersky did, beasting through ramp that one round, it's just countered heavily by paiN.
Fast flood out A floor, right into Snow's line again. We've already seen him with a triple kill mow down on the doorway. No other targets for him to shoot at. Davideus holds the other side of the site, and the Snow goes back. No one's going to stop him. This was guns in the hands of NiP, but you wouldn't have known it.
That's crazy. Another full exec. It's not even like they just decided to run out everything. Like they had a strat in place to take the site. It's something they used on the pistol that worked out beautifully. They tried to put a lot of pressure on a team that doesn't have a comparable nuke record. It's NiP, who should be ready for everything, but Snow has brought back the form he didn't have last map, the form he had on the first map. The form he hasn't had for months. Just in time. Snow with the big bars. And Kaspersky is definitely well supported in this game, but yeah, no one's really standing out like the paiN players are.
Back towards ramp again, they'll go. Again, Kaspersky with an AK, but not this time. And NQZ picks up the kill outer, so no alternative option. Majority for NiP still up, but all just tucking their tails back into the lobby. AK changes hands, but they're jumping back into the spawn, so DGT knows what he's chasing. Full reset attempt coming out here from NiP. Oh, dude, now they're walking with knives out. If he keeps this pressure up, he's going to catch him before they can round silo. Wonder if he farms them.
I would start shooting right away because his
It's like
teammate died.
weird cover here, right?
Oh!
No.
It's actually changed the round. Well, he wasn't even being greedy. He was just looking for one clear shot. What a moment for Snappy. He was barely looking at him, man. Just turned around slightly.
Wow.
3-on-3. This is a massive opportunity for NiP. They're still not in favor in this round, but...
In the dying rounds of the first half, Snappy pulls that deagle shot out of his ass. Because where have those been?
And now it's Snow in his usual spot downstairs. They have never been able to kill him here.
Last time they didn't even look for him, but... You could also just play to avoid him.
This might be a fine thing to do. They can plan for decon. Yep. Snow's not in the site, and yeah, they're going to go for it.
Snow's going to try to take a look.
Surely they don't let him just... Oh, they leave that open. Oh, my God. Wow, crazy.
Shush, go ahead and try to clutch, but you know the pressure's on. Fast stomping down behind him. Eats the flash because you know he's looking at the door. And so paiN still pull this out. Yeah, he's going to let him know.
You know what he's saying. I mean, they were... they were watching. They were trying to cover the plant, staring right at the door, and he's just blowing them away so fast. Like,
damn, this shot from Snappy. Oh, that's sick.
What is that? Oh my goodness. He even killed the planter first. Still, oh, it's the deagle. Wait, why is the deagle covering it with an M4 on his back, brother?
What?
They didn't want to reload that before he went down? Was that? Did they pick that up?
He had that by the time they got into the vent crossroads.
Yeah, that's silly.
Could have reloaded that when you open the decon door. It's not like you're not making sound.
All right. Sometimes it's your own damn fault.
Yeah. Look both ways before you cross the street. Check under your bed for snows. Little monster on this bomb site. Multi-frag after multi-frag, his 12-4 half, and still 2 rounds to play. Davideus has been able to have a better half, or a better map. He's not dying while he watches Snow absolutely farm. NiP go quiet, maybe let that main player get close, but then Kaspersky just tries to jump with the element of surprise. UJerx, he has been just completely muted outside.
To be honest, the series hasn't been incredible from him.
Snappy's gonna find one, but possibly too late. Big Uzera burned in, had 7 health for that Snappy duel. We've got 20 seconds on this clock. They could just try to put it down on A. Snow is ready to come back up this ladder the moment you turn your back to him.
See if they clear this properly, but with the time left over, surely not.
You've got to start skipping steps. Snow's still waiting, and by the time he gets up here, DGT's got it over. This is 8 consecutive rounds from paiN, so NiP will just be lucky that they even won the pistol.
Yeah, it's great. I will say, though, even if they get one more round, they're still going to be, like, pretty fine in the second half. It's even better side for them. This has been an amazing CT side from paiN, absolutely, but the job is far from finished. It's just insane, the performance that Snow is putting up, though, on these 2 CT sides, the first map and this map.
Insta trade here from Snow. UJerx tries to change positions entirely. Takes up Hut, but unfortunately loses the squeaky player first, so he comes out into a site taken by the defense. Snappy's kill makes it interesting. Back 3v3, missed shot from NQZ. Ooh, but DGT should have a free one. Will it matter? Still 2 more players to take down. They would have seen the bomb on Snappy, who doesn't hide the fact that he's running over towards A.
Yeah, they can't milk that one. DGT would have loved to, but instead...
Shush is holding this, I believe. No, never mind. Plays in heaven. Lets him have that space. Smoke in front of him. Would be desperate to run through it. Shush gives him the fight.
Why?
Shush just goes for the duel.
He's made a lot of moves like that this series that are like, why? Why would you do that?
And with the timing on the main smoke fade, Snappy's still going to have to keep eyes on it. Bomb is planted on the back of site. If I'm not mistaken, it's down for Beneath Heaven, which means it's going to have to be the wide swing out from Squeaky. He's playing behind the vent. This is a missed position.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do but run, trying to get back at this. Snappy's going to come around the corner, get blown apart.
What?
And TGT back on it. This is a defuse in a 9th round for paiN. 2 mistakes, Sjuush and Snappy. That clutch just all too easy. Yet another CT side masterclass coming out of Snow. Totally shut down that A site on multiple rounds. Oh,
it's Snow Day.
That it is. I mean, Dust 2, maybe not so much, but between the defense of Ancient and Nuke, lights out performance.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's the best aim I've seen from him, like, pretty much ever. Like, just in general. Rifling so many clips back to back. Just massive amount of highlights, looking comfortable. Just, like, very, very, very solid stuff. Really coming into his own. But, I mean, this feels like a game where the pistol wins the game. If you're the NiP on the CT side, 66% of their rounds are one CT side, and they have won a lot.
You know, there was like a little bit of foreshadowing with it because, believe it or not, the Fissure event at the start of this season, that was his highest rated LAN event ever. And he bottomed out in 9th, 12th position.
Right, okay.
You know, but over 7 maps, a 1.23, it's like, okay, this season is going to be something special. The results maybe kind of, you know, put it in the shadows, but after today, I feel like we've got to highlight it again. Snow is tapping into something this season.
That wasn't, yeah, that was the team struggling, not him.
So I will politely ask for more of this from here on out. It's fun to watch. Wrinkle, what you got? Door's gonna swing with 3 players behind it. Takes down Davideus. One does slip out. Third player kind of scrambles him back between the 2. And Udrix gets insta-gush for 99 damage on the ramp peak.
Yeah.
Ugh, he's lucky to be alive. Kaspersky, though, will open and close the door behind him. How polite. Now, we've seen what he can do on the CT holds. Time to clutch. Snow's wrapped around towards... Oh, you catch him on the jump up. But do you really catch him? No kill. And now the door is closed between you and all 3 players remaining here for the Ninjas. A 9-3 CT side is great for paiN, especially with the defensive abilities of Snow. A pistol here could have wrapped up this series quickly, but now you've given NiP the lifeline they need.
I think it was like a pistol here would have made this T side way stronger, but still no guarantees. Without a pistol, I feel like it's just... I feel like NiP are almost slightly favored now. So they have to convert themselves. So there's that. But there was no plant on this round for paiN, so it's not like you're going to have a law coming into it. We'll have to see about the approach, but this will be the real skill check. The map pool in general is just going to get much more CT-sided with changes in overpass. You know, minus Anubis plus overpass.
Yeah.
So overall, that's what we've got to watch for, especially here in the fall season.
I don't know if Snappy's mental could have handled getting Zeused, so I'm glad for his sake. NQZ denied. Any money on the round? No.
No money.
Udrix.
No money.
Who said that again?
It was Bit.
Bit, right.
Yeah.
No money.
No money. What was the thing you said the other day?
Bit?
Yeah.
We can't talk. We can't say that.
Oh, okay.
No, he was saying some bad words. But there was Malbs who said having fun.
Having fun.
And then there was Frozen who crashed out.
Buy a smoke, Ronnie.
I think that is one of the fun things when players are at home but still on TeamSpeak. They let their guard down a little.
Yeah.
You know, you can be goofier with the boys in TeamSpeak than you can be on the big stage.
For sure.
Unless you're on FaZe, then it's always kind of goofy.
Yeah. Gets even goofier in that case.
Yeah, right.
All right, paiN. Show us what you're made of.
Ooh. Snow gets caught. Snappy's not falling for it. Bucko.
Well, the strat was to disrupt that ramp and hit it from both sides, but instead they got shut down outside and our 4 guys stuck here. But you know, paiN, they'll group up, they'll be persistent.
They'll do it properly. Utility over the top. Oh, Udrix, beautiful. Making that FAMAS look easy. 6th and 7th kills.
He didn't even have a turnpike rotator on that.
Nope, just doing his own thing all alone, which could have been a disaster if he didn't put forward those 2 kills. So well done. What's left to do here at 25 seconds? I think it's simply going to be a save.
In the first map, NiP just let so many of their mistakes cascade. Like very small moments to just kept allowing them to pile on, and that can't happen anymore. Starting to do reputational harm.
Gonna let them know we know where you are.
Where they live.
And now you know I know you know where you are.
I've always thought there needs to be a word for information that is no longer useful once too many people know it.
No, it's okay. We're much better. Just play with confidence.
Brazil!
Brazil!
I think the word you're looking for is shinfo. Shitty info. Once everybody knows it, it's shinfo.
Shinfo! I see. I didn't know there was a word.
Yeah, dog did. Like, hey man, it's hot out. Yeah, dude, shinfo. I can feel it. Or when your teammate says there's 2B, but there's only 1, shinfo.
Uh-oh.
Deus, quick crack into main. With Kaspersky down, that's a firepower department. A little bit less equipped to hold players back without Kaspersky. UJerk's on the recovery though. Not his best series, but this side is starting to come together with the ramp hold with this return. And a couple more come out to the favor of NiP. NQZ's now dead. He brings Shush with him. We've got a clutch queued up for DGT, but no bomb possession.
Yeah, they gotta get that back.
And now with that nade shaving 35 health off, it's just a tough one here for DGT. If he wasn't 15-9, I'd say not gonna happen, but he's got just enough time. He's got Wrinkle already low.
One nasty shot in the back, and the second guy's really low. Wrinkle, is he gonna push off this? He totally could have.
He's not ready for the player up close on the corner. And also Snappy towards red. So Snappy's coming through with a couple of kills this round as well. Wrinkle's got the multi-frag.
Yeah.
UJerk's brought it back from the 4v5. And NiP seemed very well equipped to handle that outer pressure.
Brazil. They feel, I'm sure they feel in their comfort zone. I mean, you don't get the confidence of the reps. They have the reps.
Sure.
They have the results. They have
Makes sense.
You know, they can get scared about, oh, how embarrassing it could be to lose, or, oh man, we got like the best draw of everyone here, and you know, we aren't able to pull this one out. But like, they have put in so much work, particularly on Nuke. Their CT side, it's just like overall super consistent, and the pistols are working to really help them out a lot. It's going to be paiN who are going to look inward, I think, get a lot more serious right now, because they're going to have to work to mess some of these rotations up, or come at it like Kaspersky and get double entries insta and open up a site. Hope there's no snow on the other side.
Snappy's starting to feel a little frisky outer. Making moves, changing up positions.
See how he responds to this. He's pushing outside. Oh, he's been watching demos. Yeah, he just walked in front of that, called him out entirely.
I mean, individually, this is definitely his best map of the series. Never broke double digits in the kills on the other two. Shush holds back Davideus. Gonna finish off BIG.CEST. 3 versus 2 looking good, but the guns are getting empty. He needs a reload of the rifle, and the USP won't find a second. Then UJerk's peeks over top of heaven, reopens A site. I said Snappy's looked good. Good enough to clutch this remains to be seen. Molotov for Snow. Low health DGT, but that is put in position. Although maybe a little ahead of time. The fact he switches to the op man, this is a save call, isn't it?
Yeah.
Double digits here for paiN. That is 10-7.
They lost upper. I don't even know how all these other trades went down, because from that perspective and Shush, it was like, what more could you ask for from an upstairs hold, to be honest? 2 kills on 1 guy plus Snappy with that opener, but they did it. They did it. They actually get to 10 off this round. Very, very solid stuff from paiN.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah,
well, that's something they've been good at. Oh.
Okay.
You were asking for DGT.
I see you see it right there at UJerk's. The fact that he steps out, and the moment he steps out, he also instantly tries to turn back. He realized he missed the timing to truly save Shush, and should be with Snappy for the retake.
Yes.
But he gets caught right between those two realities.
Yes, I think he's been very awkward.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're getting.
The whole series, yeah.
Awkward. Awkward indeed.
I was a big fan of that Saw lineup.
Yeah?
Yep.
With
Belwer.
Rostos?
Yeah.
Uteris? Roman? And I'm sorry for forgetting the 5th. My bad.
Can't remember it either.
I'm not going to look it up because this game's going to get good.
It's mostly Aristos and UJerk's, though. That was, yeah.
taking these duels with a Galil, huh? He's confident after his very clean smoke spam. Better be careful. Wrinkle's got that off out on the field. M4s for the others. Oh, the timing off the grenade pull and throw. Nice. Shush just gets slammed in the back of the site.
I mean, that's like, Shush was literally, like, did he need to do that? You know?
Fair.
He was full peeking to flash the inside of a lobby where no one was even pushed. So it was a risk. It got punished. That can happen. One back for the CT side. And now a lot of pressure here on UJerks.
Yeah, mollied out. He's got a teammate. Oh, and Snappy does a good job of drawing the attention for UJerks to come back into the duel. Davideus is going to leave, but it's man advantage NiP. Snow's got a lot of play to make with this outer control and nobody here to stop him.
I think these mid-round situations are where paiN kind of show how they've made some deeper runs and more interesting moves in big games versus big opponents, but keeping the numbers high is always going to be the best advantage you can have.
Wrinkle's not. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, this is a moment where they.
Wrinkle's a setting duck.
Yeah.
But he makes steps. Oh, hello. Easy.
Heard that late.
Vent player gets out, makes loud stomps over towards lobby. He's burning himself.
Okay.
Or rather, had no choice. Spreads just barely onto him. Decided not to reposition. Offered up a bunch of health, wouldn't have made a difference. Headshot is instant, so the cleanup's good. Launders, that's what's important. The cleanup for NiP is good.
Yeah,
it's not majority alive.
A spot where they didn't know where everyone was, but the opposite vent player could just be watching Heaven to cover himself. Since no one else is watching that, they know it was ramp that was attacked. DGT between these two last rounds has been a huge threat.
Wasn't ready for that deep op angle. Oh, the way that spreads.
Spreads faster now.
True. That is true. Are you telling me incendiaries are back?
Yeah, I mean more so, I guess. Mostly it's a slight change. But it's
fine
a big impact over many rounds.
It's like the, $50 per kill bonus as well for the team. I mean, that one's obviously more unarguably just better.
Yeah, $50, you get a hoagie with that money.
Oh, come
on.
Snow with the
No.
The Raptors player's gun is low. NQZ comes through with one as well. Two players who started on Tech 9s into a clutch. And UJerks is slipping off ladders. NQZ spams slightly by the pistol.
They kind of need to win this round because this would be sorely embarrassing to give up 11 of this.
I mean, it's low health here for Snow. NQZ on half health as well. Utility for the retake. Just dumping it out from main. Oh, but it's an insta-kill from Snow. Clean shot from 12 HP. And all this time, Wrinkle's just been beating his chest, letting them know exactly where he's coming in from. Snow's gonna stay in the corner. Wrinkle figures out the crossfire, will do nothing about it. It's another multi-frag from Snow. 4 kills deep. He opens that site himself.
I mean, that's great. But, man, unfortunately, in my memory of this series, it's gonna be one of many rounds that NiP just totally screwed up. Wow.
Tech 9s. We want to sit here and praise the CT side of NiP. We were confident from the get-go that they felt like they're in the comfort zone, but can't look away from the glaring mistakes.
Using your whole mag right here and then just getting run down by someone rapid mini. It's a low buy round where they could be anywhere. Oh.
And it's a fast headshot on Snappy while he's in another fight, but Kaspersky was just fighting him one-on-one.
Yeah.
With a rifle. Dies to the body shots of Snow. And now look at the economy. Ooh, God, I don't know what this graph's, numbers, but that's big.
The top series here for Snow.
It's the first time Snow's been the tallest guy in the room. Such a sick series from him between the CT sides, and it's awesome to see him be able to jackknife a round like that onto the board. Nothing but respect for Snow. This season of Counter-Strike, he is tapping into something. And Wrinkle's missing nades. NQZ way too ready for that peek on the side of Garage, so things go from bad to worse. That was one of the 2 good guns NiP have to work with to deny paiN their 12th. The other rifle announces itself on that A floor. Kaspersky trying to get lucky with some spam. Tags Snow slightly. He's got the advantage here. MP9 just not gonna get the better of him. He hits 20 frags in 20 rounds of play. And it's not just quantity, but quality. Kaspersky, shadow advantage given over. Snow gets cleared from the corner, and that's a good disengage before any teammates were ready to trade it.
DGT in a tricky spot, and he has been a nuisance here on this T side. There's a lot of floating going on, but Kaspersky, I mean, he's got a lot to handle. They come down here. 64 health. No smoke to fall back on. He's going to hear them start to spread out. And he takes the first kill in upgrade. And a chance to get away. Sticks around to fight.
Shush moves down off the off. Doors open. Good job to drop BIG.CEST.
Wait, 10 seconds. They've got to go up right away.
All's good. Few seconds to spare. They left their options open. They send BIG.CEST in on the Hail Mary mission, but it's bombed down. It cost them maybe more bodies than they should have let slide, but it's still a huge ask of Shush to pull this off. No kit, no util, just the op and the idea of elimination from Bounty on the other side of this next round. He's gonna take a look at sight, but again, 10-second defuse needed. Dodges the first off shot. That's his opening. If you're gonna go, that was your moment. He now posts himself on the angle, but the waiting game's not gonna be one he can win. So indeed, tucks tail, gets out of there, and we're gonna have 4 series points for paiN to finish this off with.
I mean, playing for OT is the correct decision, especially when, again, they look at their CT side and they think we should be doing better, but look at the money left behind that op. It's almost nothing. paiN were able to take that Tech-9 round, take the win where they shouldn't have, crush the economy in the same blow, and potentially steal another map away from NiP with the series at that, and with it being single elimination, their tournament life.
Kind of busted up by, but luckily for you, you didn't just lose your ramp player.
paiN's gonna be man of the match, or sorry, Snow's gonna be man of the match here. Between 2 out of 3 maps. By the way, the maps they win. So many rifle highlights.
That Tech-9 into the 4K is something. Certainly impressive, but just rock solid CT sides. Absolutely shutting down bomb sites in the face of NiP's challenge. Looking to find positioning inside Secret. Met Snappy here not long ago, but it's a further back angle, and this time it's Wrinkle on the op. Heard him burning, so he's ready. No surprise, maybe, that Snow gets toppled by that one. Still, remember, lesser weapons elsewhere on the field, one of which UJerks here on ramp, Deagle in hand, 3 players on the other side of this smoke as we hit 35 seconds. He reveals himself, they know about it. Up close, the op prevails, but it now gets picked up. DGT has opened ramp. The possibility of the lower hit is real. You see the scramble. NiP send 2 players downstairs. 20 on the clock, bodies in the open, and Snappy hits a critical kill to take the wind out of the sail. But it's only temporary, and the bomb could still find an opening on A, if not for Kaspersky, sitting on top of the ladder.
Yeah.
This is a free frag every day of the week. Bomb dropped, irretrievable. The first of 4 goes the way of NiP.
Yeah, there's that at least. They get their money back online with this round, pulling this one step closer. It was a scary moment, but Snappy took that big risk of actually stepping out from decon and not just taking a passive op shot, which was an option. The finest margins keep NiP in this game, but bravery is the thing that helps them out the most.
Snow back to outer. That last round certainly bit of a buzzkill for him to just get picked off like that. No impact on a round.
Snow's had a lot of fun leading these slow positions outside, pushing into secret. They're getting a response. This is going to work out for the CTs, though.
Well timed. Shush a second. And the cover from Wrinkle's good.
Yeah, I mean, that's a full court press right here. 2 players left on the T side.
Bombs lobby.
They're walking away to go back because they have to. Kaspersky quietly on their trail, and they'll maybe turn around, maybe not.
This round certainly ends up being disappointing if you're paiN. Feels like you never really got a chance to go. You finally decide to climb down the ladder, and there's just a guy coming through hut at that exact second. Shush catches him off guard, turns it into a 2K, and the op coverage, exactly what they need to guarantee it.
Find themselves in a good spot. I don't think they have an OT game in their nuke record so far. Usually doesn't have to go there.
After time. Money issues now, potentially.
Yeah, that actually is
big time.
Quite a heavy kill.
Look at the timing on this one. Just as you step down that ladder, sitting duck for Shush. It's going to be real money issues. This is going to be a 24-round game now. Guaranteed.
That's where paiN do their best work.
Last timeout of regulation comes out with it too. It's enough to pull it out of the hat, isn't it? We've seen what Snow can do with that Tech 9, the 4K round that kind of kick-started the close, or so we thought it was. And NiP have survived half of the match points, 2 to go. Molotov and a flashbang. All the utility in this one. Flames in front of their pack towards ramp. BIG.CEST tries to run it through. Not gonna happen.
Wow.
UJerks just laughs it off as Kaspersky holds off the A play as well. So this round falls on its face. And we're gonna go 24 with a very secure looking Ninjas in pajamas. Little squeaky challenge put to rest. And here we go, folks. The distance again between the two.
A game that could be over, you know, barring a fewer mistakes, but that didn't happen. So they'll have to do it the hard way and the more fun way, the more exciting way here for the best of 3. If you're only going to be here for 1 game, you might as well bring it to overtime on map 3. Pressure's on paiN. I can only help but feel if this goes to overtime, it's NiP are heavily favored.
DGT light nades and only a Galil because he died after time 2 rounds ago. We'll put a pin in that, see if it winds up mattering, because Davideus looks to find an entry from top silo. Took a look at it and repositions. There is an op out on the field. We've seen it dedicated to secret in the past. Right now they're trying to put it over towards ramp instead, and it's a deep angle as well. There have been many rounds where UJerks eventually gets some sort of contact. This is not looking like one of them. Tapping away, BIG.CEST nearly dead.
Always must put pressure on that cross. They do. Rest of the map is quite quiet here.
It's 4 players downstairs. And
DGT trying to set up an obstruction.
Yep.
But this one's not coming back upstairs. He's wrapping around. Snappy's already made the rotation lower. He senses something different is coming.
Snappy waited until map 3 to play better.
There's no ramp rotation, though. Wrinkle can't leave, so... and UJerks dies outside. Lots of pressure on Snap. He's alone.
Oh, he hears the open door. He hears
Wrinkle's
the bomb
come down.
Wrinkle's going to try to find an angle, scours the bomb site. You've got a player pushed up close to the base of ramp. Snappy, will he think about this? Davideus right here next to him. How much space does Snappy get away with? None. The 24th round of play, and it looked strong for a second. 2v5 retake demanded of NiP. They've been looking better in recent months, but now Sjuush with a much-needed clutch and a back turn to Snow, who will close this. Those last 2 frags, both his. A great start to the season individually for Snow, from Fissure to Bounty, eliminating the one game, the one opening match where we all thought that the Bounty Hunters were the favorites. Not the case. Still no upsets at this event just yet.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunters mere inches away from taking down paiN, but once again, the most wanted prevail. It was one of the closest matchups that we have seen between the lesser favorite sides. But yeah, heartbreaking for NiP for this one to fall in this fashion, considering there were moments where if little mistakes weren't made, we could be looking at a totally different outcome.
If mistakes weren't made, which is why you're probably disappointed for NiP, but also, I mean, the thoroughness for paiN, how concerted their efforts were in every single play that they're making. Like, in some of the earlier maps, there were rounds where they just won with firepower. I thought they had great strategies to close that game out.
Yeah, I would say when plays started breaking down, when the first option wasn't going right, that's where things get tough to do, and that's where paiN showed, hey, we made the playoffs of a major. We're an experienced team here. We can take those rounds and close them out when we need to.
Should we take a look at one of the, unfortunately, many rounds for NiP where there were some fumbles, some misplays? Round 19, what was the kind of issues going down?
See, I'm trying to be positive here, Freya. I think this is a great round for paiN. I think this is a great round for paiN. Yes, this is if you look at the buy, obviously this should be NiP's round. And obviously this missed shot from Wrinkle is one that he wants back. But I love the double layering of how this approach was from paiN. They throw the cross smokes outside because Zero was diving down. It was some misdirection. Snow just swoops on in from Mini, gets a couple kills onto the A site, and then they just bum rush the A bomb site. It was a together effort. They had a little bit of misdirection here. The only real misplay I think that happened in this round, for my eyes, on NiP is, yeah, you missed the shot, Wrinkle. But discounting that, it was that Doche just, or not Doche, sorry, UJerks just kind of sprinted in from heaven when his teammate was still smoked off Mini. Other than that, that was just a really well executed strategy and crafted one from BIG.CEST.
If I'm going to be a little negative, I think you're right. He swung out heaven a little sloppily. They took the double fight. They had the fight from Mini where he wasted his whole clip, wasn't ready for a player. And they had the fight from right next to Vent where he just loses a straight up duel. I think he still had a Tech 9 in hand. That's a strat you're expecting. That's a great strat, but it's a strat you're expecting on that type of buy. NiP should have seen that coming. I think they want that one back. Yeah,
maybe I'm taking a little bit too of a negative view from NiP, but it was because what I was really impressed with what I saw from them in Cologne, right? And we know that Nuke is, such a well-orchestrated map typically from NiP, so very competitive one nonetheless, but just heartbreaking for NiP to close out in this fashion, right?
Of course, of course. I mean, there are totally mistakes you could point out for NiP. There's a reason that they weren't able to capture this victory. I feel like round 12 is probably one that they're even more frustrated with, though. If we want just pure mistakes, the DGT clutch to close out the half in a game that's 13-11, to lose a round like this, to lose the momentum going into the next half in such a brutal fashion, this is where it really felt like, NiP should have been capturing a little bit more. Again, it's just kind of, the way this all breaks down is generally quite favorable for the NiP side. They get a couple kills outside. Sjuush gets some deep control towards outside himself. He gets the kill on the player in Big Garage. And yeah, this is shaping up really nicely. And as soon as they know where DGT is, it feels like there's no chance for him. But then Sjuush just gives up a free fight from heaven. And then Snappy, maybe he could have played this slightly differently. He could have peaked a little bit earlier, but I think the one swing from Sjuush is like, man, he's so stable most of the time, and to just give that up without trying to just collect a little info, they're scratching their heads.
If I'm going to give NiP a break here, this is the type of round you lose at the end of a half where you just got absolutely destroyed. I think that was already 8 rounds in a row at that point. Sjuush is not a player that makes a mistake like that very often. No. but it's the end of the half. You've been getting wrecked.
And it is the end of the line for NiP here at the Blast Premier Bounty. We do have Snappy on the line to get us a little words after that series. I know this isn't the way you wanted it to fall, Snappy. Appreciate you joining us. Tell us a little bit about this nuke, because it's been a really great map for you if we're just looking at your win records. How did it feel different today versus paiN?
I think they played a good CT side, and also I think I honestly have to take it on the chin, because I think I had my probably worst calling game in 2025, the whole year. So I think this was completely. I played not great, and I also called bad. So I think a lot of it is sadly on me, but also we had some advantageous rounds where we're just screwing up. Also, I think we had 2 rounds, one where we get a ramp entry, and then we just go for solo plays everywhere instead of actually covering, and then one where we are misplaying a 3-on-1, like which is peaking. And then for CT side, I think. Yeah, I mean, we actually fought well, and the most annoying round is the last round, because we had all the info that was secret, but we didn't move, even though we were screaming to move. And then in the end, the guy who ended up moving was UJerks on Garage, because he felt forced, not his fault. And obviously there was a cover, but we knew they were secret because we heard them. We heard all the hits. So yeah, I think we played bad overall, but the main one was me.
You kind of halfway answered it there, but I was wondering how this series, not just Nuke, felt like from inside of the game, because it felt a lot of the time like you had some of the right calls macro-wise, but the team didn't feel like they were on the same page, not only on Nuke, but Ancient and Dust2 as well, that there was a lot of individual mistakes. Did it feel like people were feeling the pressure of this match, or what do you think?
Maybe we definitely weren't playing great. We had a warm-up prag where we were insanely strong, and then it felt different when we got in the game. And then I also think Snow played insane. Like we were trying to maybe target him a bit, but I guess that was a big mistake after his performance today.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about the pressure, I mean, it's been made public just like how awkward it is to be in the VRS spot that you guys are in, where it's not quite high enough to get all the invites, not even low enough to get some other ones. So did that have a factor, just kind of recognizing that there was a lot to build on potentially for the season if you did well here?
No, I think like for me it was just a terrible off game, and maybe it was pressure, I don't know. And for the rest, I can't say. I think I'm not sure how. I will have to watch the demos to see it, but I think for Nuke there was too many misplays, too many entries given up, and then the good situations we had, we didn't close out. We won both pistols, so on a map like Nuke, where we have like a 16-3 record, we should win it every single time. But my calling was not great, and then also I think too many individual blunders over the whole series.
Snappy, just one quick one. Obviously, this isn't by far not the end of the season for you guys, but where can we see NiP next? What other events do you have on the horizons?
Well, nothing, I guess. We will have some qualifiers for some events coming in October, I think. And that's pretty much it, because as I said, we're just outside. We're going to try to go to some of the open lands. So I think that's all we can kind of play. We'll try to play the qualifiers we can play, and then the open lands we can play.
Well, gutted to see you guys departing here. Snappy, thank you so much for your time, and good luck. And those are subsequent qualifiers you're mentioning.
Thank you.
It's it's just such a tough spot for NiP to be in right now. Like, you couldn't have stated it any more perfectly. Like, the pressure for just the VRS points in this match, it's huge for NiP.
Of course. I mean, a lot of the invites at the big it's kind of awkward what they did with the VRS invites, where it was that so many of the invites are handed out during the off season, and the ranking isn't changing for that month that all these events are happening. And so you just had this big batch of teams that just got invites for the first month and a half, maybe 2 months even of the season.
Yes.
And there was nothing anybody could do to change that. So yeah, unfortunately for NiP, this was a big opportunity and it didn't go their way.
End of the line for them here at the Blast Bounty, but we still have one more game to be rounding out today. That is going to be Legacy taking on Fnatic, where I caught up with Lux and BlameF earlier on today. Let's see what they had to say. Lux, I just want to cast your mind back to Austin, because arguably you were the Cinderella story of that major. What were your takeaways coming out of that event?
I think it was the best event of my life. I think that first time I was in a team that we kind of showed our game to the world, and it wasn't just a team that went there, won a couple games and went back home, So we kind of made a story there, even though we didn't make to the playoffs. But I think we put our name, our team in the map, you know.
Yeah, of course. It was a beautiful story to see unfold, right? Looking back to last season specifically, I think it was fair to say that on LAN, you were stronger than you were online. Obviously, we're playing online today. So how are you going to bring that same LAN energy today for the team?
Yeah, I think that being together with the boys, we kind of had this energy. We qualified to another BIG.CEST event last week, and we were all together and we're screaming and all doing the stuff we did on LAN. So yeah, I think we will manage to bring that energy back.
You recently added Cypher to the squad. Can you tell me why you added him specifically, why he was so appealing as an addition?
Yeah, I think he has many good qualities. Of course, I'm not the one in charge of roster changes, but if I have to give my opinion, I would say that he's a very vocal guy, which I think is always good to have. I think he also is a very aggressive player, which is also great to have, and I think he's also a skilled individual, and he's like grinding a lot, so it's like a lot of motivation to play with a guy like that for sure.
Has anything changed in terms of team composition, roles, positions with the addition of Cypher?
Yeah, on some maps it has changed. On some of the maps where he was, maybe he's taking some different roles, and some of our players also changed a little bit on some of the maps. But I would say in general, it was pretty close to what MOUZ was playing.
And how much time have you had to be working with this 5-man Fnatic roster? Like, what's been the preparation for you?
I'm not sure exactly the days, but I know we were playing official here last week, I think it was, and we had, I think we had like 5 days of practice with Cypher before those. So I would say maybe 1.5, 2 weeks without being 100% sure, like something like that.
Fnatic versus Legacy to round out this evening's action at the Blast Premier Bounty. Now, we talk about Fnatic. Obviously, I posed the question to BlameF, new addition to the Fnatic roster. But let's be real, Vu. They haven't been strangers to this, I mean, simply ever-changing Fnatic roster throughout 2025.
Yeah, I mean, they started the year with one of the more confusing pickups of all time. Burn My Love getting picked up. Sadly, not to stay, but yeah, they finally seem to have stabilized the roster a little bit, but not a lot of time on the server so far.
I don't have a lot of great things to say about the Burn My Love pickup. I'm glad that they've actually swapped him out for Jambo at this point. Even Cypher in the fold as well, a guy that I'm a fan of his gameplay. It's not always been the most consistent, but it is flashy and it gets me excited.
I was going to say, there's definitely a big but coming along with that, Maui. Tell me about, I mean, it's got to be tricky, right? When you're cycling out this many players, like just to achieve a little bit of stability as a team. Like you kind of need that if you blame F, but there's just been so many ins, outs, shake it all about. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for the IGL, especially when you're talking about Fear, for him to perform when you're also putting in multiple new players. You have to slot them in. You have to be staring at your radar. Where are they going? What are they doing? You have to be microing them all the time. And I think that's part of the struggles Fnatic are having. They need a roster that they can actually get comfortable with.
Yeah, it's just impossible to really grade but what Fear has really, I guess, failed to accomplish with this lineup when he hasn't had a stable lineup to work with. I saw what he was able to accomplish with Passion UA, the fact that they got that upset BO1 victory over Spirit back in Shanghai. That really kind of caught our attention, probably even helped him secure this kind of job. But since he's joined Fnatic, they have really no significant results to show that would make me think that that is a sustainable triumph in IGL.
It's a very tricky one. Then we look on the other side of the coin and Legacy, the miracle run of Austin, or maybe not, Vu. Maybe
it's not a miracle if you can reproduce it. They're going to do it again. I have faith. Do you have faith, Maui?
Are they the underdogs here? I don't think that, well, I mean...
They will win this event.
But you're saying in the context of the major, they're not going to qualify, then they're going to get subs in, and they're going to do it once again, Vu? We're going to see the exact replica of Austin happen at Budapest later? They're going to win the major.
Maybe in 3 years. Maybe in a couple of years, Vu. Nah, I'm going to pump the brakes on that one. I mean, what Legacy was able to accomplish in Austin, it did steal our breath. It stole the show.
Yeah.
And a lot of these guys put their names on the map. I mean, yes, if you really followed Counter-Strike at a hardcore level, you knew about Dumao and Lado. Maybe you'd heard about Lux. but you didn't know that they were capable of sticking it to tier 1 teams in the fashion that they did before Austin.
Ending Vitality's streak at the same time. They truly shut down tier 1 CS.
I think the problem for people to analyze Legacy is they have so many regional games, game after game, and they dominate the competition most of the time. But how can you really expect that to transform and beat Vitality? How are you expecting that to happen with the teams they play against on a regular basis?
And this ain't just by luck of the draw, by the way. Like, we were talking about the CT sides for Legacy. What is it, the 5th highest in 2025 out of all teams? That's crazy.
Depending on how you sort it, their T side is also amazing, but I think the CT side is kind of what carried them in the major in a lot of these situations, because they have a trio. They have Nissim, Sads, and Dumao, surprisingly, that just dominate on opening frags on CT side. They set them up well. They're in good positions. They win the duels. They put them in constant 5v4s, and they can convert those really effectively.
I mean, the constant pressure that they were putting on teams was almost humiliating by the end of the major. You knew what was coming. We've seen them run a lot of these aggressive plays, and yet they're still pushing Doron Nuke like 5 seconds into the round and getting a double kill out of it. So there were a lot of great moments for Legacy. And you have to think Fnatic would have game planned for it, but I think a lot of teams were game planning for them, and Legacy was just on a different level at that event.
Vu, I feel like I'm learning so much about you today. Are you a Legacy fan by chance? It's kind of sounding like it.
I'm more of a Blame F hater.
Okay, I know you love Dumao, though. Maui, he's your boy. He looked great at the major. You're a big fan of him screaming, hooting, and hollering everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Dumao was fantastic. I like the combination of him and Lado, the fact that they've been together for, 3 years now. I mean, I feel like if Legacy is able to recapture the energy that they had at the major, run with it into this season, they could really punch up into the VRS rankings, get back into another major legitimately this time instead of via a substitute ruling. And if they're able to do that, then we're going to finally see the fruits being bore that feel like they were promised for us for so long from the Brazilian team, because these guys have been on the radar for so long that it's just almost been kind of comical. Like, when are they going to be the next up when they've been the next up for 3 years?
Well, we are ready to be getting into the game. The final one to round out day, and number 4 of the Blast Bounty, we got Fnatic versus Legacy.
Yes, ma'am, Freya, let's do it. Legacy back in action in international competition, Mohan. We know what they did back in Austin. Obviously shook the world in terms of Counter-Strike. Came short of the playoffs, that's fine. Still impressed everybody. Now it's time to, after, again, being back in a regional environment and owning ever since, take a piece out of one of Europe's longest-standing European organizations.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happens here, because, like, you know, Legacy might be a team that actually, they scale up really well, like to play against the tier 1 and the major level competition, and then they play well at home. But it's possible that everything in the middle is actually more of a challenge for them than that. We don't know. We're going to find out today here versus Fnatic. It's good to see Fnatic playing at Blast event. We haven't really casted them in some time. And, I mean, they've got a roster with lots of good pieces, but it's not coming together in any, I think, meaningful sense, especially considering that they've made some really good, like, strong pickups. I think the expectations are kind of high for me. And I think the last time we saw Fnatic at a major was Paris, right?
Paris for certain.
Yeah.
They eliminated Nico. I feel like we haven't had to talk about them since, unfortunately.
So let's see. Last time we saw Cypher as well.
True. Well, he floated around.
Saw Jambo Shanghai.
Yeah, sure.
Fear Shanghai.
Fear and Jambo know what it's like to exceed expectations at a major. Shanghai was their Legacy's Austin. Into the A site. Lux full blind. We got a lot of bodies here. Check out that mini-map, folks, before people start dropping like flies. Somehow, some way, no deaths yet. 10 players up, bomb planted. Here we go. Push into the temple. Cypher connects to Lotto's forehead. Jambo's got a nice wrap around CT spawn now. It's like, it felt like Legacy was getting the retake going. Now they've lost their spawn control. They will still find both those kills on Cypher and Jambo. You've got Sadzin on top of this bomb. 10-second defuse. Fear's being covered. This retake is on site, and Crims only has 11 health. Nothing more they can do from it. That is an excellent recovery out of Legacy. I didn't know where that was going to go.
Who knows, man? That was just a madhouse out there, and it did come down to kills. And that very much did feel like a Legacy round. because they like to play with a lot of action going down. But 5v5 until a bomb's a quarter past, and yeah, not surprised that the Legacy got the kills in the end, but they had to protect a 10-second stick. Helps out a lot when you don't lose players while you're retaking.
Flash here for Fear. If he even gets a chance to set his teammates up, that's a team flash on the ramp player, but it's okay because you can see the effect of it. Lotto from the other side gets what they wanted, which was to just clear out anybody who dare step through that doorway. Frag grenade for Fear.
Perfect.
They know where you are, buddy. Still trying, huh, with the jumping MP9s? You're lucky he's 20 health, and you still died for it.
It's not trying if you succeed. They just keep succeeding.
Fair. Is that Device? Oh, no, sorry.
It's Device. It's Bravice.
Lux, my dude.
That's good.
Converting of the pistol. Strong move as well. Definitely.
Everyone's gearing up for Movember. You've been ready all year.
Years now, Mohan. One of the old dogs. November, is that in the summer?
Yeah, it's just the tail end of fall, actually.
Cypher gets through that smoke on lane. Round 3 is where Fnatic find guns. Is it also where they find success? Smoke down in front of the ramp play is going to keep Jambo out of it for now.
Flatta with just a fun little angle. They're smoking behind this push. Oh, it'll work. That's clean. Fear's mad about that. Bomb gets dropped. That won't matter too much. The smoke allows for the escape as well, so get 2 tricks in 1. But they haven't made speed on mid, so now they're going to start to creep in, but it's already at a point where the CTs are ready to watch it. Flank is coming in. They won't see anything just yet. We'll see if Nissim gets caught off guard.
Oh, he's trying to get away, but nade out. She goes back into it. Crims and BlameF combine for that red room kill. Lux is going to have their backs turned to him. Dumao could cut off bomb. Yes, he does.
Yeah. And yeah, with mid control, he had the ability to do that. It's good mid rounding.
But it does fall onto the ramp. Problem is there's a smoke at the top of the ramp. Jambo, what do? Grab bomb, hide inside of it? No, you wait here. Dumao gets closer. We hit 25 seconds. The back lanes of B site have been cleared. He's just got to grab that bomb and get it into the site.
They can come kill him, though. Oh, the
Incendiary down on it. That's going to burn themselves out of chasing this. Or is it? He goes running through. Stops the bomb plan. And Crims turns around a little too late. Somebody's going to have to pick this up. Crims going back and forth, losing teammates, squeezed by Legacy. They will deny the plant and win with majority alive.
I'm dying. They threw that molly, and I think they didn't even care. They knew the entire time they're going to be running through that thing. Like, either you don't run through it and fight us, or we're coming after you if you're willing to go through it. Whatever you're down to do, we're down to do.
Down indeed.
I mean, it's solid mid-rounding with, like, with the elbow push, can no longer help fight mid and save Nissim. He's dead. They're out of view. But they can use that elbow push to help Dumao peek out of cave and do something interesting over there. So I like that they found that option.
Also, Dumao absolutely off to the races. 9 kills, 0 deaths.
Hasn't even started yelling yet.
No, he just did. He was absolutely screaming in his bedroom.
Oh.
Or I suppose actually they're on land, so that counts. As in a boot camp. Cypher's going to find an entry towards mid with the only Galil, but then it dies right after. So Nissim doubles back to site. Not ready to plant, buddy.
What?
Jambo. Mistakes were made.
I don't think they're ready for this pace right now. Oh, who's not ready for who, though? Let's see. Fear, gonna push?
Oh, that's a good reaction. Surely that caught him off. Deagle not gonna find its mark, so man advantage held onto. Gun picked up, though, by BlameF. That could be what turns this upside down, but eventually Bomb's gonna have to get grabbed in a minute they've got time.
I feel like Fnatic are waiting in a bunch of spots where they should be peeking, and that's just slowly getting them eroded. Crims, one more great Deagle shot.
This is gonna be one of those games.
One more great Deagle shot.
Takes damage back. Lotto, the sole survivor. And that's 4-0 for the boys on Legacy.
Crims has been on Fnatic since the dawn of time. Since we were making homes out of rocks, Crims has been on Fnatic.
What's that signed jersey in the background? A signed big jersey. Where are you? Where are you, Legacy?
Crimbo's house?
Yeah, good luck, guys. I got eliminated, but you can keep trying.
Got some free PCs.
Did that player cam just say coach?
I didn't see it.
Pretty sure that was independent on camera. Where could they be with a big jersey? This doesn't look like Yanko's place.
He does. Aren't there just so many different rooms?
There are, but it doesn't look like anyone I've seen before.
Oh, okay.
Also, why would Yanko have the big jersey? At first, I thought it was a G2 jersey. And I was like, no way Yanko put a signed Nico jersey up. Although it would make sense to motivate everybody that does roll through.
Yeah. Looks like Nissim is trying to pretend to be bald here with this blonde hair.
Rub that bald head for good luck, because you're going to need it.
Service
surrounded.
camouflage. Oh,
He's got Jambo done for, but obviously so many bodies inside of A main already. 4v3 we go. Legacy's favor. Ahead of the smoke, but fire right on the other side. Dangerous game, Lux. You're crazy! Oh. But he finds a pocket.
Who's
the
in danger?
Spot to stand in.
Lado naded him.
He's still in danger because of his teammates, and we've got Crims 1 HP, 1v3.
I mean, I feel like they're just so far ahead in terms of every piece of utilities getting thrown, all the pushes. Again, it's another moment where, like, Fnatic are they're too slow. Like, they're putting things in place. They're expecting, okay, we have a second now to clear things for free. That's not how Legacy operate at all.
Right.
Every piece of utility is actually an invitation in one way or another.
Who just opens that up like, hey, I need to see. Total disregard for your teammate. I also just couldn't believe Lux was still alive.
Stand on the lip of the ledge there. It was a great play.
Nades for bottom middle. Fear brings one down with him. Doom out just trying to pounce right back onto the action. He'll spam him down. Cypher's Tech 9 comes back with an answer. That's an AK for Jambo, but again, fast rotates, right? Legacy are just suffocating with the speed of the rotations, with the amount of moves they're making, trying to keep this action too much for Fnatic to handle. Cover from Jambo is great, but this angle from Lotto almost caught him off. He's not going to think about Cypher, but Cypher pushes deep, and it pays off. Now, you know the last guy's stuck inside of Cave, and the bomb can just go run A.
Okay, but then you're leaving your teammate here alone in this 1v1. There is a chance if he gets caught where he can go for it. We'll see. Lado's going back around through mid. Okay, the plant comes down a little earlier than he's anticipating. The op-in play for Cypher. Okay. I mean, there's no smoke available here for Lado. He's looking for something crazy to happen. He has a kit to work with, so I think he should just be moving faster if he wants a real chance at this. All right, just as long as he doesn't miss a shot here. Oh, wait, what's happening? Cypher, hello? Bomb is bomb's planted there, open a CT as well. Why even do that to yourself?
Shit, man.
Wait, what?
On to the next one.
That is the.
What was that?
That was the definition of overthinking.
Did somebody give him bad info?
Bad info.
I mean,
after. Yeah. I mean, after if you're in a 1v1 for 20 seconds,
like he's so
you're the only one who has info.
From Donut.
Yeah, that was. But even if he was coming from Donut, he doesn't need to hard commit to that angle.
I mean, you can tell the reaction. He knows. He knows.
I guess we did just see him wait in CT for an extra few seconds, just cause. So, all right.
Convinced himself it was good to go. Right back into the action here. Fnatic trying to step up into the tempo that Legacy were setting early on. 6 rounds straight, for the record.
Where he planted and.
I don't think anybody should dwell on it.
I might.
Certainly not Cypher. That's a tough one to accept.
They might partake. A bit of a dwell.
Don't mind if I dwell.
I'll be loitering on this for a second.
Gonna chew the bone.
All right.
Dumau's still waiting.
He didn't move. He never left.
Never left. Bomb at his feet. Cypher inside of cave.
He never even changed angles.
Red Room player stomping around, causing a ruckus.
These boys are built differently.
They've been waiting to get back to Europe.
Yeah.
Waiting for some international competition. Waiting for a real test. Because they cleaned house between Austin and now at home.
Yeah, like in the past, they'd be one of the teams that falls off immediately after a fairy tale run and then just starts losing to anybody, you know? So, real great stuff to see them continue to play well.
And luckily, it's also usually a case where a team like that, after a run like that, gets like broken apart, poached by other teams from the region, but because Brazilian buyouts are so ridiculous, they get to stick together.
And contract deal is great.
Also, Legacy, good org.
That's true. And great logo, to be honest. Looks like a Stroopwafel.
Nissim out from the corner, gonna catch players on unprepared. Pistol swing from Crims.
Oh, nice. He missed.
Done. That's what we're talking about. He hits Cypher from behind him, in fact, to get the third one. We go 2v2.
Close spotted.
In front of him. There's confidence here from Lux to just keep playing with the USP.
Not ready for this push, it doesn't look like. They're going to sit behind this.
Crims, though, this side of the smoke, sitting duck. Duck, duck, goose.
Here we go. Another clutch. Second chance. Let's see. Don't overthink this one, Cypher.
Odds are he'll pick a different position. Fall back into donut.
They have a smoke, though.
Yeah, that they do. Kid on Dumau. So the guy who's 14-2 will have to be defusing. Maybe that's the silver lining. Problem is Lux is already 2 kills deep into this round, so he's feeling it too.
They're playing it standard. They know how this ends, I think.
Just try to trade it.
See if he's got that spam lineup. That's the really important part, actually.
And go for the smoke on top of Bomb instead of just canceling his angle, so he'll have to find it through. Trying to get him off, but lineup's not good. Gun's empty. Things get awkward. Covered here by Lux. 0 for 2. 8 for 8. Our legacy.
Yep. Unstoppable. Pure confidence. I mean, they're putting in reps, man, and they've seen so many good things from them on so many different levels. And they're really fun to watch as well. Like, their style of play, I'd be scared to change a player out because it's kind of like, you know, old FURIA. If you were to change a player out, you'd also have to give them like a list of new things that they have to do to like match the style of play that's happening. Legacy are very much on the same page.
Just keep it together.
It's a book not many people have read.
Crims thought he had an element of surprise. Nissim turns around. That 6th sense tingling. Tries to make it happen here. Cypher's got the answer. Struggled to close, but won't to open. Puts this round right back into the realm of possibility. Bomb is planted, and a fresh smoke on the CT lane is going to keep Sadson out of this for a second. And that extra second's valuable, because we've got this long flank from Dumau in position soon. 2 smokes for the retake, plus an incendiary and flashes. Definitely tools to work with here for Legacy. And so much of a half with so much money in their bank accounts, you know they're going to give this a swing. But it's going to get real close. Not ideal for Jambo to miss that one, but he'll come back and pick it up. Fear kills Lotto, but if the bomb clears all of the Fnatic players, that's also not a horrible spot to be in. It's going to be 8-1 the scoreline, but the bomb's got BlameF's name on it. So first round on the board, but it costs you everything.
Yeah, it's quite expensive. I think that is actually really relevant. So, I mean, at least they win though. First, just taking a victory is the place they need to start. It's a great entries from Cypher. This is where it should have been quite an easy round, to be honest. I mean, that's kind of where you want Cypher too, in opener.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's where he turned heads back at Paris. We go multiple bodies inside A main. Not gonna let them forget about it. Crims, nicely done to clear the corner. There's his multi-frag. Lotto gonna go flying out behind the plant box. And Nissim's already on the scene.
The Sads and flash as well, it's amazing.
Just the pressure that stays on top of them here. Players sitting in the smokes. It's a pistol out for Sads, and he'll push this over the line. From winning your first round with 0 players left to another round that takes about, what, 20 seconds.
It's not the flash itself. It's not the push through behind default, because like everyone does this. Sometimes it looks silly. It's the fact that he can run from the other side of the map to that push, not have to stop and wait for the flash, get through, turn it into a spray down, know that everyone's going to be blind. It's fluid. It's way, way faster than other teams are doing it, and that's why it's catching Fnatic off guard.
For 10 rounds now, it has caught them off guard. And a bleak reminder, but this is Fnatic's map pick, folks. Pressure has been at an absolute 10 this entire time, and the team play, the tethering between legacy players is just damn near perfection.
Yeah, like we like to make chess comparisons, right? But then there's always the element that this game is live.
Yeah,
Well, that's, yeah. Well, I think, honestly, the community. Like,
sure, no.
In terms of the tactics and the strategy. But the main difference is that this is live. And when you see Legacy play like this, they're abusing the fact that it's live more than other teams, right? So tactics are the same, but the speed at which they're executing it, they're not waiting for their turn to do it.
I mean, this is such a suffocating pace. I'd like to know when this game officially started. Originally scheduled for 8:35. When did this half go live? Because I feel like it hasn't even been 15 minutes. 20 minutes to the dot.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. This is 20 minutes half. Well,
it's fast.
That's fast.
Yeah. We have an average map time of like almost 50 minutes, right? Or 46 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, no offense, Fnatic. Don't think this one's going to get there. But we'll see. I just expect Legacy to slam their head against the wall of the T side just as hard as they are now. It feels like they're already playing a T side.
Yeah.
But another gun round here. The final round of the half for Fnatic.
BlameF holding both pushes. There we go.
5v4. Is it enough? 2 rounds. Is that enough? Gives himself a great smoke to play around. BlameF kind of opening up with a bit of tempo.
Bomb.
Bomb hits the ground. Player in the pocket found out, but Dumao keeping that pressure up. It's going to have to be replaced by Lux. Great double kill from Crims. Crims has been trying to save the day. This is a Lotto 1v4. He has bomb possession and a player stuck in this corner. If he wins this fight, oh, now the clutch is truly on. Halfway through this 1v4. BlameF, though, pretty quick from the other side of the map. Found out. BlameF goes for the triple kill. It is 2 rounds for Fnatic on their map picks T side. Will it be enough? Are Legacy going to keep tapping into this tempo? There is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Fnatic could feel that half slipping through their hands the entire time. It was just a matter of trying to get a grasp of the situation, and Legacy wouldn't let you. Very well oiled, slippery throughout that first half.
Let's go. Let's get pistol, please.
Now
Come
we
on.
bounce with CTSS. Let's go. Very important to find our rhythm, guys.
Yep, that's for sure.
Find a rhythm.
Find that rhythm.
Get your groove. Get in your groove.
You know?
Get groovy.
Gotta dance to the sound of your own beat. Fight in middle. Goes 1 for 1. P250 falls back. It's the lane peak. Jambo picks up that kill over towards A.
There's no one in B, actually.
Nope, and they're about to find out.
That's, yeah, the CT's getting a little too occupied with holding on a middle. Bomb will get planted, it looks like. What can Lux do from here, really? Oh, don't tell me they're up. Just wait this out.
Oh, okay. Good thing they trade that. I feel like Crims has been the guy that's saving them.
Another smoke.
And a molly.
Just wait it out.
It's gonna take a minute. Sadson plays inside it. Oh, Otto's gonna take all the attention as well from the base of ramp like that.
I think he's cave for sure, right?
They get the kill from the top of it. They definitely think he's in cave, but they're just gonna push into clear. He slips around. Oh, and he executes Blame F. That is so smooth from Sadson. Your rhythm will not be found.
Yeah, because they've got too much already. They don't need to find it. My goodness. Great play. That was just also, they got their kills, but they didn't get out. You know, inside of middle, they were there for so long. They didn't have anybody in B pushing. And it was at that point, Legacy with no choice. They couldn't come win mid. They just saw 3 players there.
You know, jokes aside, when they say that in the team speak before the game, like, we just need to find our rhythm. Well, there's no surprise you didn't find it in the first half because of the tempo that Legacy were taking.
Yeah.
Legacy dictated everything that was happening, and you were just trying to play a game of catch-up the entire time.
They're playing the guitar, you're dancing.
You better keep moving, buddy. Crims again into the kill feed, trying to be the hero. 12 kills to his name. While nobody else on his team even has double digits, they'll get absolutely smashed out of this one. And I mean, can I throw in the towel?
I know. And
let's try to reset between maps.
And there's just all kinds of trades, like all kinds of rounds. This round, they could have just out-fragged. There are a bunch of 50-50s in here. Like, watch this one. That could be theirs. Right here, you could get a kill for sure. They get crushed on all fronts. No chance.
I think what Fnatic need is just the reset in between maps. You want to find your rhythm? It's going to take a break. Step outside. Have a breather.
To be honest, they've been waiting all night to play this game. They should be pretty fresh.
Yeah, but after that first half, you know, just having no control of the game and the pace of it all, not being able to step up to like Dumao, who just the moment he could has run down that B ramp almost every round of CT side to either find it occupied by players that he just ends up killing most of, or clear for the taking.
They're playing 2 different games, and I think it's so impressive what Legacy can do, like all jokes aside, because it's not like everyone can do this.
Right.
Legacy are one of the teams that have been consistently made this their style.
God damn! 13-2, folks. I'll just say it. Austin, no fluke.
No fluke.
Legacy looking to speed run this series. And I'm going to be real for a moment, Vu. This felt like 2 completely different teams on the server today. Even when Fnatic had opportunities, just like that second pistol round, Legacy still somehow able to get it in their favor, and they do it so fast. That's what's so impressive about it.
Legacy is playing like a team that can beat Vitality in a best of 1. That's what they're playing like. Fnatic is playing like they're Fnatic, and Crims has been on the team since 2016. They're not doing anything terrible, but unfortunately, Legacy is just, they're better in every way.
Every single way. I mean, they're doing a lot right, okay? Legacy, the plays that they had to set up their players, whether they're pushing down lane, fighting for mid control, felt like it consistently had good flash support, multiple people that were fighting into the angles, and also they were just outplaying them.
It just felt like a team. Like, I felt like I was actually watching a team when I was watching Legacy.
It was like I was watching Prime FURIA in the best way. You know, they were aggressive, they were in their faces, a couple little tricks here and there, but it was just the sheer amount of aggression, how often they just had full info of what was happening.
I think it's easy to write this one off as Legacy has better players, better aimers. They were hitting their shots, maybe you could say, but I don't think that's the reality of it as much as they have a style of CS, a brand of CS that's in your face, and it doesn't give Fnatic time to breathe, time to make plays, think up a play in the mid-round. You're reacting, it's off of instinct, and you either make the right read and get the trade, you get the shot off, or you don't. And that's a great example in this round. They force through the smokes immediately. They don't let Fnatic get into an after plant and try and outsmart them. They take the fight to them, and it works perfectly.
I know the saying is expect the unexpected, but like, surely this is expecting the expected for Fnatic, right? Like, it's not rocket science to look at Legacy and go, hey, okay, we know they like to get aggressive. We know that they like to play fast. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm being way too harsh, but this isn't like it was out of left field in terms of how Legacy likes to play, no?
I have a feeling that a lot of European teams look at Legacy and they see the style that they play, and they probably think to themselves, how are these Brazilian players playing at this tempo and not getting punished? And they probably just think to themselves, Fnatic and many of the teams that were upset at the major, just play to punish. Just kill them when they actually make these plays. But they're too well rehearsed, and they're not just random plays. They're consistently throwing so much supporting utility so that they can push down lane, take the fights that they do, even pushing smokes. Like, you can't take Legacy lightly at this point, and I think that Fnatic didn't really think, I don't even know if they thought they were the favorites or anything like that, but they just got a rude awakening here.
I mean, they did their best. You can say that much, but the problem is you can expect the push is coming. You can expect it all you want. Once you're in the server, you got to have the reactions down. You got to have it ironed out. You either have that or you don't, and they didn't.
Should we take a look at the mid control that they were able to kind of deploy over this map as well? Because obviously such a crucial area of the map, particularly when we're looking at Ancient, and yeah, just able to get the upper hand in basically every single situation, right?
Most of the time, I feel like it was Legacy that was coming out on top. And we see right there, I mean, Cypher, he gets one kill in middle, but then they're able to clear it back out. There's no possible threat from another angle, and Legacy, again, like, you're just gonna see great utility, the stacking of bodies in that position, a lot of just different looks that they're giving. I mean, whether it's two-man, one diving right into cutout immediately, sending it all the way down at the beginning, like, yes, you can be prepared, but there's a lot of different variations.
And the key here is these are mostly early rounds in the half. We saw a lot of mid-control fights. You brawl it out early on in the half. Then later in the half, you go, why is Fnatic only going for execs? Why are they just going on the extremities here round after round? Well, when they went for mid, it didn't really go all that much better.
Let's dive into what was very little of the second half, let's be real. I kind of thought, okay, you take a moment, you have your halftime break, maybe you sit back, you have a little bit of a conversation, you can breathe for a moment. It's not just Legacy pushing you. And then Fnatic, they actually have a man advantage in this pistol. What happens next, Maui?
I mean, this was just such an incredible play, honestly. I feel like this is where you do have to tip your hat to Legacy. I mean, Lux, he tries playing around the smoke first off, and he's only able to come up with the one. But then it's Sadzin who drops his own smoke, mollies towards the long side, and then plays around his smoke. It's like, if it didn't work once for Lux, let me try my hand at it. So he actually makes it work incredibly well and is able to really just dupe the Fnatic players.
Yeah, I mean, BlameF is maybe seconds away from realizing, hey, someone could be behind. As this smoke goes down, you're thinking, when is he going to realize? When is he going to realize? Not quickly enough, and that's why you see him push out of the smoke just before it goes down. He knows eventually BlameF's not a bad player. He's going to realize he must have pushed the smoke. He gets him just beforehand.
He's not a bad player, but why? But you're his hater.
That's another story.
Hey, we got time, V. We got time. No. Demao, obviously, your boy, he popped off. The ever talent. He's showing up more consistently. That's what we like to see from Demao on Legacy.
He was 5-0 on opening duels in the first half. I mean, every time he was trying to take any space away from Fnatic. I mean, he was a big proponent for the in-your-face style that propelled Legacy to the heights that they reach at the major, and how dominantly they were able to dispatch a Fnatic here on Ancient.
He was 5-0. Legacy was 10-2, I believe. 10-2 in opening kills. That's Legacy just, they know what they need to do. They know what they're doing. They know the game plan. They know what should be happening. And Demao, major part of that, absolutely.
On the flip side, felt like Fnatic, they just didn't know what on earth they were doing. Let's contextualize. This was their map choice coming into the series. That's obviously not the way that you want it to be falling. I mean, is there any strings that we can pull on for Fnatic at this point in time? Or are you already saying, GG, FF, it's over?
Based on that game, no. In general, maybe, sure, maybe, but that game, no.
I have to concur, unfortunately, for the because I saw a lot of great work. We'll talk about map 2 later, but I saw Legacy show me a lot of great stuff on that map too, so I don't know how it gets any better.
Okay, like any strings you're pulling. If you're just looking at general Fnatic,
Crims was
if we're
okay.
really trying, Crims was just okay.
Crims was okay.
Just okay.
Crims has been the negative talking point about Fnatic for the last year or so because it really does feel like, why is he on this roster? He was the only one holding it together for some of those rounds.
That is the headline as we move to break. Crims was okay, but I'm wondering how they're going to be faring on the other side of things because Inferno does wait the exact map that a Legacy were able to hold Vitality streak on. So let's see how it goes down after this. Considering the end of last season was a fairy tale run for you in terms of making the major, what's the goal for the end of this season and the end of 2025?
I think the main goal continues to be making to a playoffs. And yeah, after the major, we kind of saw that we need to dream big. You know, we need to dream beating those top 1, top 2 teams. And yeah, but the main goal is making to the playoffs, but the dream is to get a big event for sure.
Looking at what's in front of you today, Fnatic, I was looking on HLTV. It doesn't seem like you guys have any officials versus them. How much do you know about Fnatic?
I think that we know the players, of course, BlameF, Creams, the guys from Passion, Jumbo and Fear that were in Shanghai. And they got a new guy, Cypher, as well, that was from BC Game, I think. And they're like a kind of a new team. They're always changing players. So yeah, we don't know how much a lot of their play style, but we studied a lot and we are pretty confident.
Sounds like you're very well prepared. Thank you so much, Lux, for your time. Good luck in the match.
Thank you.
Didn't know exactly how Fnatic were going to be approaching this one, but ultimately Legacy just didn't give a damn because that first map, that was an absolute whitewash. Now we move on to their pick of Inferno. As we talked about, it was the very map where they submitted one of Vitality's only losses in the entirety of 2025. So why is it over, Maui? Why is it over?
I feel like what we just saw in Ancient, we're going to get that, but even more refined from Legacy on map 2. The only saving grace is that the Fnatic can probably start on the CT side, so maybe they're going to be able to slow them down this time instead of just taking it right in the face. Pause.
But then but the problem is then you go and you have five Legacy players running you down. What are you going to do? What are you going to do for Fnatic? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I feel like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, and Fnatic, they be don't-ing most of the first map, right? Like
this year's been a lot of don't-ing for Fnatic.
I'm really struggling. I'm really struggling.
Yeah.
See, Maui, you said you had some tea before the break. You got some tea to spill on Inferno? Was that the tea?
Wait, what? No, I'm not sure.
That's why you said you had some tea to spill.
Okay, now I don't want to get too lost. I don't want to get too lost in a tea segment.
That's okay.
So,
that's okay.
but I'm just gonna say, if you're looking out for anything on the Fnatic side, just see how Cypher's integrating. Okay, that's all I'm really concerned about for them right now. I'm not sure if this Fnatic lineup is gonna do much damage in Tier 1 this season, but I would like to know if a piece that I'm very excited about in Cypher is able to at least, you know, just hold his own in some duels versus a Legacy team that seems red hot right now.
Okay, so this is like a data research exercise.
Yeah.
That's it. This isn't a win. This is what statistics can I pull? Where can I see? Okay, that's really exciting. Vu, you got any more excitement for us?
Prediction.
Okay.
I would be happy if they got 6 rounds.
Okay.
If Fnatic got 6 rounds,
that's a win.
That's a dub.
Wow.
That's as good as a...
It's crazy. We're talking about Legacy like their Vitality right now. It doesn't feel... Like, what they did at Austin actually did convince us.
Actually made them Vitality. Yeah.
It made that... They took their powers.
The Vitality of South America. That's what we're going to brand them as. Well, gentlemen, are you agreeing with Vu's prediction? Do you think that Fnatic can even get 6 rounds on Inferno?
Guys, Vitality couldn't on Inferno.
Yeah.
That's what happened the first time. This is, if you think about it, they're kind of like Legacy Fnatic.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Yep.
Legacy are Legacy Fnatic. They are playing with that same aura, we'll call it.
Oh yeah.
Running it down every single step of the way, but also doing it in an organized fashion. The flashes are there, the team play is there. It's all the same tactics, just a little bit sooner.
I want everybody to realize how much of a nerd Freya is. She said, "Oh, this is a data research exercise? Fun."
Yeah.
Also, data research exercise. What kind of research are we extracting from that first map, Mohan? Because it was hard to take anything away from Fnatic. It just felt like Legacy were allowed to play their game from start to finish.
Yeah, like you said, it was like they were playing T side on CT side. It should have been Fnatic able to control and slow things down when they wanted to, but they couldn't. So here we are on Legacy's fun map against Fnatic.
This might be more aggressive than what you just watched on Ancient. Fnatic again.
They like their aggressive pistols. Fnatic, that is.
Yeah. We saw that with the 4 players stuck up in middle of Ancient, stuck around for a little too long.
Wow, a double rotation over to the porch side. There's 3 here. That's interesting because so many were spotted, so they're hoping that Legacy just kind of call the bluff, commit A.
Howie Snake wanted us to keep an eye on Cypher and his integration into the team.
Yeah. We saw, 2 entry round in the first map. A couple of weird moments in clutches.
CTs make a move. Legacy were waiting for it to happen. They don't end up picking up as many kills as they would have hoped for, but Nissim picking up the frag to Cypher in Apartments is big.
How tricky is that? They're actually pulling the rotation back to A. Fear's here waiting now and rotate.
3v1 on the B site. Fear gonna have to step up and Doom out insta-kill.
Didn't he get hit by that smoke?
I thought so.
You can't sit there then. You can't sit there. You get hit by the smoke. They actually know where you are.
Who said 6 rounds for Fnatic would be a win? Unfortunately for them, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
We can call it whatever we want to call it. That's up to us.
In CS 8, it might be.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. When we played MR, whatever that would be.
MR3. Is that how that works?
I don't know. And Jambo's just going to save his Kevlar and a T Molotov. He's got a T Molotov. This is worth saving.
Yeah, that's true.
He has an actual Molotov, not an incendiary. A Molotov. Dropped by Lux. But once they dedicated into this B site, fully aware as to where they were waiting. Unlucky. Pause is already over, no problem. Tech solved.
Fear getting loud. But yeah, I thought Passion UA were going to be the Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, but then they got broken apart.
Yeah.
That was the tragic part.
That is what happens. You know, it's a Fnatic.
Not with Legacy.
Eyed some players. Yeah. Fnatic eyed some players who, you know, yeah, why wouldn't you go for them?
Yeah,
Make
of course.
your team better.
Yeah. I think Fear specifically, kind of as like an in-game leader, put himself really into the market.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of teams like the Fnatics floating around that are looking for that next big IGL that can take your team to the new level. But you know, also Passion UA, a newer organization. Legacy in the past have proven they're willing to spend money to succeed in Counter-Strike. They were one of the teams that had, you know, Cold Zera, who's definitely not playing for free.
Yeah, that's true.
Roster that makes more changes than others in Brazil's region. Or rather, the South American region. Championed by Brazil.
Coach?
This is independent for everybody who's wondering.
This is Coach.
This is Coach. Hey, Coach. Does he have a blast mug? No.
I think it's IKEA.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot that at the Blast Studios we have those too.
Yeah, oh, right. Right. Same ones.
I still haven't stolen one, but...
Eternal Fire.
So there's Eternal Fire, there's Big. I'd like to know where the boot camp is. It might
Gotta be net, right?
Might be.
It's a different... Lots of different rooms. Maybe they should put a Legacy jersey, a black jersey, on this open wall here. Oh, is that a whiteboard, actually?
It is.
It might be. Maybe they could draw one. Back to it. The only thing that could slow this game down is
tech
issues. Pause.
Yeah. Or maybe a force buy win for Fnatic. 2 MP9s. It's never fun to like write off the possibility of a team being able to bounce back into a game, but I mean, there we go. Into the action. They'll try to take it down Banana, and if Doomau didn't have that sliver of vision, maybe they get away with it, but when he gets 2 kills, it's an invite. He thought there would only be 3. Found the 4th. And that'll be a reason for Legacy to head elsewhere off Nissim top middle, because if there's still 2 players B, you know it's a 3v1 on A site. Why not take that chance? Odds in your favor.
Indeed, and the CTs aren't moving, even though they fully are aware that they've given up that info. And going Arch cuts this off. Fear can take over Hulk's control, but they're going to be hyper aware of 1 player over on A still.
And they're going to go B.
At least the push is coming down. No, they're just going to phase it. Yeah.
I know, but what if, as the banana push comes forward for Fnatic?
Because they just don't know.
Lotto finds Fear. But they're still not entirely certain if that was the 1A player or if that was just a banana rotate that followed. So they'll be a little cautious still. Soon they'll find out there is nobody home. But going through the motions regardless. Crimson Blame F have a difficult job ahead of them, so
what can Legacy achieve here? Are they in the running for Budapest? If this is not a fluke from their last form, they continue for another month. They they actually had an insane run with a very hard draw at Austin as well. Like
lowest seed.
If they had a paiN draw, like they could have been paiN definitely in the top 8. So we know that for sure.
I mean, when you say are they in the running for Budapest, you mean attending the event, or do you mean like winning the whole thing? Okay, for playoffs.
Because for me, if you're in playoffs, then you're in a position where it's like, depending on the draw, you can be a Mongols or a paiN and get to finals. You know, you just need the better side of the bracket. A lot of that's RNG, right? So, are they in the running? As long as you're a playoffs-bound team, I think you're in a running to win a major. That's how I look at it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Heroic. You know, it could be the heroic outsider situation. It could be the Immortals. Who won that one? Immortals Gambit situation. It could, you know what I mean? There's a lot of situations like that. So, yeah, are they in the running for playoffs?
Could you be an avant-garde for like Star Ladder the last time? Slipping your way in? Yeah, I see your argument. I mean, you have to remember they were eliminated in Austin by MOUZ. MOUZ won their 2 maps, 13-11, 13-10.
Yeah.
It was mere rounds away from Legacy being in top 8. That's the same MOUZ that went on to beat Spirit.
Yeah, because it just feels like there's just so many contenders these days. I mean, like serious,
right?
Not just good for 1 month contenders.
And I think there's people out there now that would say like, "Oh, Laundries, you're crazy playoffs." But we have to remember that was their last LAN event. Since then, we've been kind of waiting for them to get back to it. So let's see what they do at Bounty. But this is a hell of an opening tempo. It'd be a real statement if they're able to just completely blow Fnatic out of the water, because so far we're 3 days into Bounty. The most lopsided games we've had was FaZe beating BetBoom. Great. We wanted to see a new FaZe come out of the season looking well. And now all of a sudden we get the same thing from Astralis, but they beat Rare Atom, who are definitely still trying to piece something together. If Legacy is the 3rd most impressive team so far in opening games, I mean, Spirit lose a map uncharacteristically. Na'Vi lose a map uncharacteristically. MOUZ lose a map uncharacteristically.
FaZe lose a map?
FaZe did not. 2-0.
Did not, yeah.
The 2-0s from the teams you expect, it's just FaZe, Astralis. And this is one of the more closely seeded matchups.
Yes. There were way more lopsided matchups.
This is Seed 20 Fnatic selecting Seed 16 in Legacy. But to think that there was 15 other teams seeded higher than Legacy, and this is the form they're bringing to the table, like, put them in the server versus a little wonky-looking Na'Vi and tell me they don't have a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see them matched up to FaZe right now, or FaZe, I feel like they put so much pressure on them. Because they're playing the same. They're playing the same.
And I can't believe it, but let's say Legacy close out this series as it feels like they're going to. That's 3 days of Bounty with no upsets.
Yeah.
That is
crazy.
12 out of the 16 matches.
We're only the 2nd Bounty, but never before seen in history.
Sure. We're on the brink of history, folks. You know, and when we look at the 4 games tomorrow, you know, it's like, are any upsets going to happen? Will FlyQuest beat Aurora?
Yes.
That one, you know, we could put in a maybe.
Santeros is back.
Complexity versus Heroic. Complexity would have to beat Heroic. Now, weird, obviously, with Heroic making roster changes today. Can Ents beat Mongols? I don't think so. Can NRG beat Vitality? You don't need to answer.
Can Legacy beat Vitality? Can NRG beat Legacy? No.
So Lux goes down here. First gun round from Fnatic. If they're going to give us a game to talk about, should start with guns.
Yeah, let my shooting do the talking.
They did keep 3 players alive last round, so looking to make it happen here in the 4th. Off that, Blame F catching Lotto on the boost, and Jambo's found one as well. Started to look convincing. Here's the rebuttal. 2 kills into a 2 versus 5. All pressure on Dumao now. No bomb possession. Just him versus Crims on site for now. And a fast rotate coming through Library in a second. It's going to be the end of Dumao, you'd think. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, goes back around trying to take it to Crims. And I feel like Crims has been the beacon of hope.
Yeah,
throughout Ancient, he was. And so now, nice to see he's able to put an end to this 2v5 attempt. We've got Fnatic on the board 4 rounds into play.
He's like, yeah, I used to do that too. He's back in my heyday. I was going faster than you.
I've seen it all.
Yeah. that's an overall solid performance here for Fnatic. They stop the bleeding. Hey, no talking during tech pauses.
Now it's on my mind. Will Complexity beat Heroic? I think that's the one. I think Complexity beat Heroic.
What about the Aurora game, though?
FlyQuest Aurora?
Yeah.
Xanteras is back.
JKS is back.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that one, okay. That one we got to put a pin in. Good, okay. We got a reason for y'all to tune back in tomorrow. There's got to be at least, I mean...
Yeah, if I didn't have a reason,
mathematically,
I wouldn't come back.
Mathematically, there should be 4 upsets tomorrow.
I love it.
There was supposed to be 1 a day. Hit the dink there. Jambo survives it.
Jambo was having a bad time back on Ancient.
Finishes Doom out. Cypher's gonna get
crazy.
smashed by Lux up close. Luckily, Fear in sight to trade it, so good thing they had 3 players on that B site out the gate. Man advantage for Fnatic despite 2 players on 44 health.
Again, another solid position. BlameF behind the smoke. They're looking to put pressure on him directly. That nade, good damage. He'll peel back, and now he can kind of play off the clock a little bit. Crims has been solid by himself over here on the A site. Rotations are all looking perfect for Fnatic. Don't see how they can lose this round. Crossfire's in this position. They have Arch now.
If you're trying to find timing, we'll do exactly that. Peels Sadson off. You got to jump over that balcony, but it's not going to happen. Fear finds the timing on it. Everybody there to help out one another, and that is the convincing defense we need to see from Fnatic.
Yeah, that was good.
They saved 3 in the first gun round to make sure the economy stayed healthy, win the follow-up, convert that with majority alive. Here we go.
Jambo Op starts it off. I mean, that was good CS. Like all the positioning that they slowly push forward over on the A site just looked ideal. Like they could see the entire map. So taking all the money away, they have a chance to tie up now. They should.
Dogs are off the leash. Sadson goes barking up middle. Meets the off. Desert Eagle not going to get it. Okay, Glock kill on Crims.
And the upgrade insta. How did he do that?
Missed op shot. BlameF's got it, though. All's good towards middle. Bomb carrier is Lux, who will find another one from the pistols. BlameF trying to save the day as that Glock somehow just tore through Crims. There's money to be made, but he welcomes them to swing, and he's not going to find cash nor kills. Tied game, folks. 3 rounds each. Good on BlameF to stop that in its tracks, because Crims was thinking, God,
I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah.
Dude.
Was he tagged? Is that how the...
I have no idea.
Was that 2 Glock shots?
It didn't seem like a double dink. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, he must be tagged there. Oh,
oh, burst, dude.
Oh my gosh, how much health did he have?
I mean, tagged by a Glock shot once is what?
It can be 8 damage if it's in the leg, so...
Little elbow hit.
A fleshy one. That's crazy.
Nice Glock burst.
Yeah, no kidding.
Also, the fact that you get a tap and then switch to the Glock while switch to burst to
more
chase it
Fnatic
down.
stuff. That's JW stuff.
Yeah. What the hell's going on?
Fnatic reincarnate. Karn!
Karn!
It's their legacy.
You know there's one behind the logs. You saw the frag come out. Now you're stuck. Now you're locked in. Fear seems fine with it. Loses track of where the crosshair is at while blind. You got Jambo low. Here's him jumping around as he calls Cypher over. BlameF starts to peel back. Arch side smoke gonna go down. Put this one on Crims. Utility over the top. Insta headshot from Crims. Very impressive first shot. tries to chase it. They back up into blame F, so they're starting to lose track of things here. Legacy kind of running one too many risks. That's the bomb as well, backing up into blame F.
Yeah, they actually had a great spot for the B take, and instead tried to do this the hard way, and it's solid from Crims. If you can flick that fast, you know.
Then you can play on Fnatic for 10 more years.
Yeah, you get to stick around, man. That was a quick headshot.
Try to spam smoke. They take a bunch of damage in response. Blame F gets burned down.
That works.
Nissim, though, doesn't have the HP to get tagged by that molly. Dumao is insane to just run through that for 64.
Yeah, but we already knew that.
Get him. Yeah, that's fair. Flushes them away.
Yeah, gotta be careful with this.
Fnatic are forced to let this save happen. 2 AKs in hand for Legacy. Fnatic, for the first time in this series, have a lead.
Oh, yeah, that too. They have a lead, and they're kind of like, they're kind of like running the show right now. They spent a lot of time getting prepared for Legacy's Inferno, maybe. The map that they can lean on.
I think also just like Ancient could have caught you by surprise so badly that you're never able to recover the half. And let's be real, with the nature of that first half, it's like just call it quits.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to just give up, but if you were, that's the kind of game you give up.
Yeah, save your energy for
reset
that.
for Inferno. And now I think we're getting that. Like you knew in the pistol round what Legacy were going to try to tap into, because you just had to eat it all of Ancient. So
watch for every push.
And like Fierce fired up as well. You can see him starting to shout at it as the round wins come
through. Played on Passion UA. They were fun to watch. Same way.
Fnatic aren't just going to roll over and take this. So it's nice to see them putting up some kind of a defense. Crims getting some kills. Blame F and Crims both 7 kills each. Jambo has gone for this pick a couple times. This time early 5v4 with a round where there's not a lot to work with. This is good. We're 2/3 of the way through the CT side, and Fnatic are exactly where they want to be, but that could reopen the B site, if not force Cypher and Blame F behind the death, and Jambo still just keeping this op down middle, really preventing their movements. And on top of that, body bagging all 3 of the Legacy players that have fallen here in round 8.
Nothing more fun than
this guy could ace.
Good re-peek.
Missed shot. Finds his 4th, and only 8 health left on Sadzin. Jambo is the hero of round 8 to keep this momentum firmly in the grasp of Fnatic.
Great shots there in the mid, and I mean, last round we saw them trying to the bitter end with like 10 HP apiece. This time, 8 HP on Sadzin. He's out of there. Jambo having way more fun than he did on Ancient.
Just this round alone reminds you of, that certain flickiness Jambo's got about him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we weren't seeing it. Thought he had lost his spirit.
Never want to see a man without his mojo.
Oof, yeah.
Jambo's mojo is intact.
He's in the mojo dojo right now.
Counter-terrorists win.
Best looking chicken models in video game history, if you ask me.
I haven't played many other games with chickens in them, so it'd be hard for me to...
Point in case.
Case in point. Point in case.
What did I say off broadcast the other day? They're second-hand man?
They're second-hand man. They said it about a woman, too.
Nice nade damage. Golly gee. Look at all that. 48 health left for the 3 tag players of Legacy. Might as well call this round over. Utility is king.
Yeah, what on earth?
Woof.
Yeah, Jambo, keep re-peeking mid. I love it.
Yeah, you got boiler control. You can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, you got everyone to support you. Get in there.
But careful, don't be sending riflers down. It's one thing for Jambo to take a little cheeky peek, but you try to push the cart down mid.
Nice shot.
The wheels can fall off. These damn European cobblestone streets. You might be winning, but you don't have the suspension for this.
Can they go too far? Is it possible? We're still within the amount of time where things can get sketchy, but it's actually Legacy already deciding to save. They are.
Yeah, I feel like once those nades hit, this round was done. Jokes aside.
Yeah, I mean, there was, if this mid push had like really gone badly, that would have been a huge regret.
Yeah, both rifles
would
die.
They didn't know about maybe all the damage they did, but man, were they successful. This is pretty wild. Things change fast in Counter-Strike.
There we go. There's the 6 rounds Vu needed to say.
Okay, wait. Is there an HE that can come in here into spawn? That would be a problem.
He has an HE, but...
Yes.
There's too many walls.
Yeah, but just one...
Just give
one
the
good
old...
bounce.
Just give it a try. Crim's gonna let him go. Look at that.
Oh!
Nice deep nades. Had him like sitting ducks.
Great shot.
Oof, that's Cypher, baby.
Solid work.
What was this? A data
analysis research
something
experiment?
Well,
Freya loves.
Now he wanted us to watch Cypher's integration, the utility, right where it needs to be. Oof. You try to pepper that smoke. Feeling salty now. Sadzin dealt with. BlameF's got Lotto, pushes through. We have BlameF pushing through mid smokes at 1:40, folks.
That's what I want to see.
This ain't your daddy's BlameF. New and improved.
It's coming.
And it works. No way. MOUZ dead. Fnatic are absolutely taking control of this. Legacy, this is how it felt. This is what you did to them. They found their rhythm.
Found the rhythm they were talking about.
Look at that bomb. Placed perfectly on the half wall. Up.
How did he?
Up.
Wait, how did he stay alive?
Whoa, no. Pop-up's all good. Cypher's got the close.
Blind spray down. Beautiful. Nice round, BlameF.
They found their rhythm.
They have a Vu win already. A Vutery.
Scary for a second, but Cypher closes. Tech9's now for Legacy, looking like a shell of themselves. They'll try to tap back into that ferociousness. Smoke down on middle. Fast move over towards the arch. Corner player comes out. Easy does it. All 3 players on this A site with a kill a pop. Crims double dips. And Sadzin has no bomb at 1:30.
Man. Now all I'm saying is one of these guys is winning Budapest.
Ring, 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 ring. Ring, ring. Pick up. Ring, ring. You're such an asshole, dude. Okay, never mind. Okay. I'm just an idiot.
I don't know what happened in my head, but I instantly planned to not pick up the phone. And then I made myself laugh. So stupid.
Oh, man.
Okay, who's there?
No, I'm not. No.
Come on.
No.
You can't rob everyone who could have been listening.
Okay, ask again.
I picked up. Who's there?
Not Legacy. That's all I got.
Oh, it's one of those things that only be funny in the moment.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Glad you got a laugh out of it.
Ring, ring, ring.
Burning in the fire, MOUZ. What's the opening here? This is 8 rounds in a row. I'm not laughing at Fnatic, I'm laughing with them.
He's in this. Oh, I lied. Big time. Jambo couldn't miss, but 1-for-1 trades. Kind of okay. This is what they were missing, though, lead into B. However, it doesn't really do much.
Fear thought he would get away with it.
That?
Nah, Lux has other ideas.
What is
Time
that?
to shine, Cypher. Top orange held. That's man advantage, and he knows where you're at, trying to chase him down like that. Lux is fighting tooth and nail for this bomb site, and he's got to, because Lotto's not nearby.
Gotta be planted for Banana in this spot while the smokes are still fresh, maybe, but...
Jambo's got the angle now. Bomb's still not picked up, sitting pretty on first orange. Ooh, but he goes for the flash.
Yeah.
And that flash sets up the coffin swing out from blamF. Now Lotto knows both positions. Insta headshot, clean one. Scoop bomb up, close this clutch. That's the plan. Fakes once. blamF will not bite.
Gotta be careful. No time to leave.
15 seconds now, thinking he's over towards the church door. Confirms the position, goes for the cover plant now. blamF chucks out the flames, down to 7 seconds. blamF has just played with his food so effectively until he swings in for the kill. Oh boy. Last round's here for Legacy, but it was a half that smacked them up the side of the head that left their ears ringing.
17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team. Advice. I don't know, the bell is ringing, might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're gonna get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site, and he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they eat the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Zywo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A 4th! Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
One shot. He's dead.
Shoot,
Bomb,
dead.
bomb, bomb. Get close, get close. On apps.
Early B.
Take a B up close.
Can be peeking you ready. Out balcony one.
Dead balcony.
I
Two
can
on this
lock.
guy. No!
Good shit,
good shit, good shit, good
Nice
shit.
round,
Rody, fucking beast.
Vamos! Good comms on it.
Lighting that fire early on in the half, and we know what it turned into, an 8-round streak out of Fnatic and a stellar defense over towards A between Crims and blamF. I mean, that's 12 kills Crims, 11 on blamF. It gave enough space for Jambo to have a dominant round as well. But those two tethering on brackets control really shut down any plan Legacy had at giving us another show like Ancient.
Yeah, 8-round streak. Wait, but Legacy won the last round, right?
Yes, they did.
Just that image. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, 3-0.
I was like, oh my god.
8 rounds, and then a 4th one for Legacy.
That was just that crazy situation with Blame F. So, a good spot here for Fnatic, and man, lots of quality rounds, not just random. They did such a good job of stuffing Legacy. Exactly the game that Legacy wanted to play. They had the counters. Now they take a gush on their way back to the B site. 2, in fact. That is a massive handicap to start off this pistol. They'll call in some additional support. I mean, sometimes pistols can just be a headshot, but what an advantage to have.
Lux finds one. Fully blind, though. Stuck in behind the pillar. MOUZ down. Lotto, time to shine. 13 health, not enough to do it. So no multi-kill from him. And those 2 headshots are enough to get Fnatic to follow through into the B site post-plant here. Looking all too easy in the pistol.
They do have to be careful. They've been not totally the best in some of these post-plant positions. And the CTs have quickly reclaimed top banana control, so they know that this is a lot of players on site or construction.
2 behind the new box. That shot's only 19. Yeah,
that's not fair.
Not enough, really, but they come out from their cover. They want to get this pistol over the line, and they've got this one under wraps. Sadzin leaning back, hoping to get some exit kills. This is Fnatic to go 9-4, start the T side strong, and just look to absolutely flip the script after Ancient, because after Ancient, Fnatic were laughed out of the server.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just 20 more minutes, and that's a wrap. Crazy impressive. I mean, especially considering going into map pick. We know it's Inferno for Legacy. Like, there's just so many signs. But they kept their confidence, and they really said, you know, we just need to find our rhythm. They found it. They really have.
Forced buy out of Legacy, led that scout to take a quick look early, but Sadzin happy to just let them have at least their side of brackets. Really giving Fnatic the reins this round. Trying to interrupt Banana now with a peek around off that frag grenade, but you lock the 5-7 into the sandbags, smoke in front of it. That'll get Fnatic moving back.
Yeah, and they want to take it, so they might just press pause, come back to it. Great nade, right on Hobbit, off the back of the head.
Hit 35 seconds, still smokes to block CT, and that's what you were looking for.
That's the Cypher shot.
Yes, sir. Fast first kill. Okay, Sadzin through the door frame. Why not? MP9 hears them stomping over. Time to spare. If they want to make sure to be extra cautious, clear out that backside well, they'll find nothing home, and Jambo through the smoke spam gets the better of Lux. So this is a very comfortable post plant to secure the double digits. Fnatic tearing it up on Inferno at this point.
Definitely. The investment comes down. I don't know if they'll get any extra kills here, but half the job is done. This big redemption map for Cypher, and starting T-side is nice. Getting to see his entry capabilities. I feel like he's sort of like a Jax, you know?
Oh, that's a fun comparison.
Jax has, you know, incredible aim as well.
Terrorists win.
He's sort of got a very, like, antsy play style. Fun-loving energy. And also, I think they both said they want to just be the best entry fragger in the world. I think they have both said that.
Sometimes it's good to just focus on what you do best.
I agree. Because cast a net too wide and then just end up halfway to everything. Oh, there's a tag.
It's like if you wanted to be the best play-by-play in the world, Launders, it would never make sense.
Yeah. And you don't have enough melanin to do color.
I'm working on it. Utility over it, Lotto. You've been corralled, gentlemen. You can follow through. There's nothing wrong with that. You just got to get through this stack site. But going back is going to lead you to that NiP Mac 10. You still feeling it? Yeah, NiP's got this tough decision. Is this enough? Should I get closer? No, you definitely shouldn't. You've cleared out so much of the map.
I think Fnatic have the right idea.
Problem is they're low health, right? They already took some damage, so it's like they've got the idea. It feels like both teams very aware of what's coming, but who's got the balls to pull the trigger first? There it is. Sadzin into Jambo. Lux finishes off Blame F, so it's a low Cypher. Full health for Fear. He could be the hero here, but that Desert Eagle not needed. It's the 5-7 smoke spam that pushes him over. Bomb is on the ground. We said Fear could be the star, but that flank out of NiP. There it is. An answer from Legacy. They figured it out. They put Fnatic in a tough spot, softened them up, tenderized them before finishing it off with the follow-through behind from Banana.
They kind of knew the push was coming in. I say they had the right idea because even though they're walking into 3 players, if they play it slow enough and stay grouped, then they should just believe in the trades. If they went back, there's a chance it gets way more messy. They run out of time, a rotation comes over, and things get worse. So thought they were in control of that spot, but it's actually Legacy with that scout push, making that first move. That was nice.
Oh, awkward for Jambo.
Super awkward. What happened there?
Giving Dumao a little bit of momentum. Needs some up in apartments. Going to make this round look easy. You know, Legacy, no chumps on Inferno. We know that. It's a flatter T side than they would have liked, but that last round at the end of the half, strong gun round here. It's only a 4-round gap, and if the round is too quiet for too long, Dumao is just going to start blasting. And as he does, he finds his 3rd of the round. Bomb dropped in the process. Cypher, good luck.
Damn, they didn't score that easy 11th. That's what they missed with that last round.
And that could damn well be the round that comes back to haunt them.
Yeah. We saw what Legacy's CT side did last game.
Money's bottomed out for Fnatic, so AK save well worth it. Legacy know it's a long road to a victory on Inferno, so they'll let it go.
Give me a corpse.
Open up the skies. Dumao triple. Kind of operating on his own. Frag grenade goes over, but this 3rd one too. It's just...
It's like he used smell to identify his next target.
I feel like we've been seeing these headstand ragdolls a little more often.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's funny, you know, because there's new ragdoll physics, but it's almost like there's enough ragdoll momentum to put you on your head, but not enough to flip you over. So a lot of people are just stalling on their head for a second.
Yeah, true. It's a good skate trick.
It's goofy. It's like when people used to just fly into the sky when they die every once in a while.
That had to be the best update when they first made it, so your ragdolls were flying.
Yeah,
I love that, man. It felt good.
Like rocket-propelled bodies. But here we go, back in with that AK Cypher was able to save. It's going to be the only gun featured in this round for Fnatic. It seems like a pretty easy solution. You save the AK on Cypher, let him do what he does. Entry attempt into brackets, pistols run forward, Cypher gets his. Does die to Sadzin instantly, and everybody else started to head over towards Arch.
So much nade damage.
Jambo picks up the AK with bomb on his back, routes around through the apartment.
Crazy push.
But unfortunately, it's those two other players that go elsewhere that falter here. So 61 health for Jambo. Could try to save it again, but that's a minute 10 to hang on. And you know MOUZ on the prowl.
Yeah, he's always looking for a fight. Jambo, yeah, can peacefully find a way out here. Exit and save with his AK.
Run it B.
Another good. Oh, that is kind of open, isn't it?
Until you get to the cross.
Oh, he's walking now.
Yeah. He was going to do it. He had to go all in and just hope they left it fully empty. How do you piece this one together? 1 versus 2 in CT spawn. No util, so pop heads. Not going to happen. Lotto quick to the kill. 3 rounds the gap now. Certainly a CT side that could still come alive. We just thought the first half felt so flat. Maybe, just maybe, Legacy, we're going to let Fnatic back into this game, or are they just playing with their food here?
We want to just see how they're, like Inferno's been shaping up lately, because, you know, the whole map pool skewing a bit more.
Gonna have to have Cypher sitting on his hands, 13 and 6. He's in a good place, but not well equipped. Had his chance last round, now plays to the Tech 9. You think you would put the AK on the entry, but he's got that full belt of utility and a Tech 9 instead. Gets to the boiler uncontested. Throws out a few pieces of util. Doesn't find the resistance that maybe Fnatic were hoping for, because the trade potential was rifles behind Cypher. Here comes Sadzin on an op.
And
hit that for 99 versus 96 in return. 99 is kind of messed up.
99 shouldn't exist, yeah.
If you do 99
it does 100.
In 1 bullet,
you just fall over.
It should round up.
You should die a second later.
Okay, I like that.
Bleed out.
Ah, bleed out mechanic.
That would be cool.
Ooh, now we're cooking.
Yeah. 98, I think you should get like a minute.
I think knife damage should also apply bleed out.
Yeah.
Ooh. Happy to keep on dueling. These
solid
were guns.
Rifling, man.
Were past tense. MOUZ just more than happy to sign up for these fights.
Wow.
Shreds through the banana control. He dropped bomb in the process with that as well.
Oh, come on.
And then Crims on 1 HP. Gets toppled as well. So another multi-kill moment here for MOUZ. Kind of, you know.
Why are they so nuts on CT?
I don't know. I could see the parallel as well between like running down ramp on B Ancient and running down banana on Inferno.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, MOUZ is, for lack of impact in the first half of Inferno, he's back to what he did really well on Ancient.
Inferno at Cologne was 51, 48.5 CT sided. So even Inferno's going over.
There's no T-sided maps in the pool anymore, right?
Dust 2. No, Dust 2 55 to 45 CT side.
Everything CT sided.
I guess this is like, maybe this is the least.
Independent calling a timeout for Fnatic. Can't help but notice that lead is evaporating if you are Fnatic. You won the pistol here on T side. You converted for the 2-0 start to the second half. Haven't won a round since. Starting to feel a little scary when you look at the economy as well. You've got Jambo. Again, this is kind of like when Cypher saved. 1 AK, sure. But when everybody else buys next round, Jambo's on a limitation. You haven't had all 5 players with the rifle at the start of the round. MOUZ right back at it. Oh, all too easy versus the pistol players. And, you know, last time Cypher was set up to get a first opening entry. This time, Jambo's not a part of that B hit. And so the fact that the fight happens at Banana before he can do this, get into the action on his terms, just leads Fnatic to have to 3v5 instead. And Sadzin has been more than happy to take these angles, whether that's the fight to Boiler versus Crims or these apartment holds.
keeping the op mobile, but he's very alone at the moment.
Extremely alone. But why are they coming to him?
Bomb possession.
I guess it maybe makes sense to put a little pressure on him, but
you get a second gun, get the op upgrade, go for a save.
No way. Oh my goodness, what a shot. With the bomb down after all this is just kind of comical. We got to get back to it or save.
Is BlameF going to save the op?
But yeah, might as well, right?
Don't want to save the op?
I want to save the op?
No.
Didn't go punt for that op?
No.
Was just looking around?
Not looking to use it, not looking to keep many.
It's going to die.
That's all right. Everybody's got a rebuy.
You can choose. It is your life.
But don't commit suicide.
Suicide. Every map is CT sided, Connor. It is Inferno. That is the second least CT sided. 51-48. And it's also 51-48 for Mirage.
Otters, they're about to lose their lead.
Yeah.
If they don't make this rifle round work.
It's feeling like it's very CT sided. Is why I was looking at this.
Here comes Lux. That flash, dude.
Perfect.
Cypher just, I mean, I feel like Cypher was blind for eternity.
Yeah, that lasted longer than normal.
Like he turned, checked the door, turned back around, was still blind.
Yeah.
Now MOUZ doing what he does, taking the fight down Banana. Has he lost a fight down Banana since he confidently started these duels?
If you watch the other POV from this, like, how are they even going to stand a chance?
There we go.
A couple of good trades with the bomb as well,
yeah,
for once.
That's key. Not losing the bomb over to MOUZ's aggressions. But it is still man advantage here for Legacy and health advantage over Crims. And watch MOUZ go. He will not waste a moment. He stomps his way up, though, before the team's ready to help out. So he just throws himself at that. Feeds himself to Jambo. And now Crims plays close smoke underneath the nose of Lotto. Nissim's going to have to chase through, and Fnatic may have finally done it. They break through on this T side. Since converting pistol, they've not won a round until now.
They absolutely had to. And
did MOUZ go too fast?
It's the... I mean, maybe. Yeah, like, there was a smoke on Arch. They needed to wait, I guess. It kind of depended what... He's clearing everything out. Depends if he's actually going to commit to the site push or not, because they jumped out of pit. But the only reason Jambo can stand up here is because they have this fresh Moto smoke. That wasn't respected. It's those Halls entries that help out so much here for Fnatic. That was Dumo killing both players on B.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a monster with Banana. Ooh. Oh. Speaking of monsters, hello, BlameF.
Nice shot.
MOUZ is the one who's kind of keeping this game alive. 20 kills to his name, 13 is Lux. Nobody else double digits. Clean one from Nissim, but player poor. Nothing.
Uh-oh. Everyone's
nice turnaround
dead.
from Cypher. Brackets gets melted, and it's over the line. Jambo finds his 14th kill of the game, and Cypher's kicking it up a notch. If Maui wanted to collect data, Cypher's giving it to him. Gets all three of these kills inside of brackets with teammates all around him. He is just spinning like a top. 16 and 9 now after that round.
Yeah, that was a huge pivot. Nicely done. Entire mid dismantled. No arch smoke needed. For one more good kill to start.
Trying again and again, but
the first time MOUZ dies on B.
Makes sense. Jambo leans back and finds it. Can only get away with those ballsy moves one too many times. Sadzin recover.
It's him and Nissim. 2 players per site. Easy one on Jambo. Nissim kills Fear. Still behind the pillar. Nissim gets a double. Oh, they hold it!
Oh, that's nasty.
They hold the whole thing because Nissim turns for the 3rd.
Wow.
Holds off the arch side. 2v5 on that brackets play.
Nuts.
And we got a little more left in the tank for Legacy, it seems.
That's Rop's style right there off that skinny pillar. Excellent use of it. Trusting his teammate, baiting the shots.
That's just like Cypher's turnaround 1 round ago.
Nasty. Yep. Oh.
First map point denied, 2 to go. For the first time, Dumao gets stopped in his tracks on Banana.
The 4v5 just woke him up. No relying on Dumao there. Uh-oh, they're ahead of this mullet. Oh, kind of.
Jambo chases,
he
doesn't
didn't
get the kill. It's a ton of damage, but lets the utility survive. And so Dumao's gonna start dumping it, his smoke included, just hit the ground. Cypher's gonna go through it. Spam comes out. Lotto's gonna finish it. Fire back sight, smoked off Lotto, waiting, buying time. But it's low health on the coffin support. And down goes Dumao to the headshot, but exposed on the cross. Lux keeps the pressure up, but the site players both dead now. And so this flank from Banana again is gonna have to be key.
Bombs down, back of the fountain. They're not working for top B control.
Nissim arrives on the scene. Tons of utility on his belt, but a player inside that CT smoke. He's gonna come through it. Jambo goes for it. Finishes off Sadzin. Nissim hits his first. You've got a player stuck in the back of the site. That dark corner now flooding out. Burning him into the open. Nissim turns his back and we're done here. Fnatic with a recovery. Not just in response to the CT side coming alive, but in response to a total blowout back on Ancient. The fact this even needs a 3rd map has me stunned. We'll catch you on Mirage for the conclusion of Fnatic versus Legacy.
Fnatic find their groove, they find their rhythm, and they find a win on Legacy's pick of Inferno. We could not have predicted more wrong, Vu, if we're being entirely real. An incredible comeback from Fnatic after what was just a dire straight on Ancient, totally revitalized on Inferno.
I would like to apologize to all the Fnatic fans, Blame F, Cypher, all the fans at home. I'd like to apologize to everyone. I knew your game very well, and I just didn't think it was good enough to do that.
I mean, I feel like we were propping up Legacy to a height that they could only fall from. Like, they could not sustain what we said about them, okay? I know about the run that they had in Austin, but that is the double-edged sword of the style that they play. It's really aggressive, really in your face, but sometimes it gets a little bit too hectic even for their own good.
Let's just dive into that first half because Fnatic, 8-round streak on the CT side. I mean, you kind of alluded to it, Mario. You said, okay, maybe something they can grasp on is the fact they're going to be starting CT. They can kind of dictate the pace a little bit more as opposed to that Ancient. They took full advantage of that.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't think on the scoreboard necessarily Jambo had the most kills at the end of the first half, but he was controlling space so exceptionally well with the op, just instilling so much fear in Legacy as they tried to find different ways to approach. And you could see Legacy were just left scrambling. They were pushed back so many different times, and Fnatic played with that sort of confidence. They kept the fight to Legacy. They didn't just play back in the bomb sites all too much, and that really stumped Legacy because they got a taste of their own medicine for once.
I think this is one of those ones where Fnatic went back to the between map segment and they talked to themselves and they said, look, let's just play, you know, let's play aggressive, let's play in their face, let's play this one and not leave anything on the table. And that's exactly what they did. They did the aggressive plays. They didn't really give anything. And you could see Legacy, they were caught off guard. They weren't expecting repeat after repeat, aggressive play after aggressive play, in your face Counter-Strike from a Fnatic team. You're expecting them to be scared going into that one.
I don't want to expose you, Vu, but you did say in the green room, you know, you've been watching a little bit of Fnatic on the CT side, particularly of Inferno. You said you didn't really rate some of the setups. Did they change anything up specifically with Cypher coming into the mix to kind of, you know, experiment, make it a bit more?
They did change something up with Cypher coming in, and that's what I didn't like. They brought Blame F, they put him over towards Arch side, they had Cypher on B, they had a tough T side against Sashi. That's the game I watched most recently where they had this setup. And then on CT side, Blame F just wasn't able to get the rotates in time to defend the B site, which was getting run over. I really thought watching that Legacy should be able to do the same thing easily. Turns out I was wrong.
Yeah, completely different story when we look at the numbers there. Round number 8, Jambo popping off. It was one of the many moments where we got to see him really having impact, which was great considering didn't really have much to show on Ancient.
No, and I'm glad that we're getting something out of him because I feel like it's safe to say that Jambo is an upgrade over Burmalov. And so for Jambo to play with this confidence and this level of precision, this is what really helped Fnatic dictate a lot of what was going on across the map. As Legacy are just trying to duel him or throw a single flash in his face, he's just taking those fights willingly, as top oppers really should. So to see him be able to just kind of be the beacon of hope in a Fnatic team that's kind of meddling through some of the beginning stages of this. Like, once he got the op, it just felt like it was lights out for them.
This is one of those ones where Jambo, you saw how many times he was re-peeking there. He was re-peeking all half long, just absolutely punishing Legacy for not having players ready to trade and for not having an op set up to try and counter that, to try and prevent him just dealing with their riflers so effectively. That's Jambo going, guys, we got rolled over on Ancient. I want to pick up this op on CT side Inferno, and I want to make sure I have no chance where we could just lose the round. I'm going to force this win for us by going for these plays. And I mean, it worked perfectly, and it put the fear god into Legacy for a lot of that half as well.
I posed the same question to you earlier when we were covering the paiN game, just in terms of kind of AWPing styles. Is there anybody that you compare Jambo to in terms of how he likes to approach the game?
I mean, that was just incredibly aggressive on this particular map. If I look back at it, really some of the other games from when he was playing for, what was it, Passion UA, actually, then I don't really know. He kind of felt like more of a system player, but one that could have these little moments on the CT side. Kind of a difficult person to really compare one-to-one, because this is the game where he just read the game so well and just decided he's going to do everything in his power to possibly just dissuade Legacy from just walking up mid.
Yeah, I think this is one where if I was to compare this to someone else, it would be a completely different game than you necessarily usually see from Jambo. He usually plays a little more coordinated in terms of, he plays a little more back. He doesn't necessarily go for 70 repeaks, but he's still a great opper in general.
Should we take a look at another round this time on the T side of things, where Jambo had impact, but also Crims had impact? We got round number 20. What was kind of the tail of the tape here?
Well, once we get into this one, I feel like Crims still kept on in terms of being able to just be that rock for Fnatic, and this is with a huge advantage. Legacy have a 5 versus 3 in this one, and again, like, it feels like they want to create so much chaos, and once they did that, they actually turtled up, which was nice, but then Fnatic just go for essentially a big porch pop and some Halls presence, and they were able to actually squeeze one out here in what felt like beginning to be doom and gloom for the Fnatic T side.
Yeah, this is one where, I mean, this is Crims. We talked about him in the first map. He had a pretty solid first map, even amongst a really terrible showing from Fnatic on Ancient. Comes into the second map, has another great showing. Crims, I mean, he is a focal point of discussion about Fnatic. Should Crims, is he up to par for the gameplay they want to be hitting at this point? And I mean, 5-1 in opening duels, 70 ADR. This is the Crims we want to see popping off when we watch Fnatic. We want Fnatic to succeed.
It's pretty nuts, isn't it? When we talk about kind of faces of franchises, like Crims and Fnatic, they go hand in hand. And we were talking in the green room with our producer as well. How long has he been on Fnatic now? What was it, 9
Since
years?
2016.
Damn, that's insane. Is there anybody longer that's had a longer tenure out there? I don't know. Maybe Twitch chat can help us with that. I kind of raised Tabson. That was only 8 years.
Almost,
only a mere 8 years.
Almost as long.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
In terms of how Legacy kind of leave this map, I think you framed it pretty well, Maui, that when you set such high expectations, you kind of only really fall from them. But there's a reason why we had high expectations. They beat Vitality on this map handedly. Like,
yes.
I'm left a bit flabbergasted that they couldn't give more up to Fnatic.
I feel like Legacy on the T side just were going through some of the motions to be punished as actively as they were by people like Jambo and by some of the CT aggression of Fnatic. To me, that's just saying that Legacy kind of fell apart in terms of the trading, in terms of the spacing, some of the teamwork, because individuals just thought they could take space by themselves. They were rightfully punished for trying those kinds of moves without the supporting players or utility. And so it bolstered Fnatic's confidence. And then Fnatic just started, once they had a head of steam, they just ran with it.
I think the way I describe this one is it's a reality check. It's a reality check for Legacy. They need to come back to earth, realize this is a real team. We do have to play real CS. We can't just solo play, take space all on our own without utility, without support, and actually expect to win 3 maps.
And the punishment inflicted by Fnatic does mean we go to a third. If Legacy have any hopes of keeping their heads here at the Blast Bounty Season 2 of 2025, it's going to be going down after this short break. nothing, and I mean nothing, makes me happier than saying Counter-Strike returns to London. September 5th through 7th is where some of the best teams are going to be descending upon the OVO Arena. Funnily enough, Legacy are going to be battling for a spot there, just as they're battling to keep their heads above water here at the Bounty. I can't quite believe I'm saying this after what was just a lights-out first map from Legacy, but we find ourselves on Mirage. Maui, how do you expect this one is going to be panning out?
I would still give Legacy the favorites, to be the favorites in this one, because I feel like the recent changes for Fnatic probably have them a little bit out of sorts. I feel like Fear, as far as I know, he was usually playing one of the mid positions, whether that was short or con, and now I think he has to be an anchor towards the A bomb site, and so that adjustment period is not generally easy. A anchor on Mirage may seem kind of straightforward. You could just jump spot from toll booth the whole round, but it's not actually that easy at all. There's so many decisions, and so he's got to be on his game, and I feel like Legacy will try to punish him.
Yeah, and it only gets more complicated when you have a team like Legacy that's going to make aggressive pop plays. They're going to run out. They're going to swing out Palace on you. They're not going to give you any time or space to think, and that's where it's going to be even harder for an adjustment, an additional player. That's why I thought it was going to be tough on Inferno. That's why it was extremely tough on Ancient, right? It's just not going to be easy for them. Maybe they have a chance. I mean, certainly they do, but I got to give it to Legacy as well.
Fnatic are going to be starting on that CT side as well, so they're going to have to be getting hot out the gate. You mentioned it as well, Mary, the fact that, you know, Legacy, they have historically struggled a bit more online than they do as opposed to LAN. Do you think this might maybe be a bit of an intangible that we have to factor in coming into this?
It really feels like last season, Legacy did practically nothing of note until they went to the major and just put themselves on the map. I feel like the focus that Legacy brings to LAN matches was much more concerted and stronger than what we are getting from them online. And even during, what was it, the ESL Challenger League season that they played, where they didn't even win it. So in North America. So that's kind of concerning. And I hope that the lack of focus that they had in the last map is not going to be a recurring factor.
Yeah, if a lack of focus is ever going to get dealt with, it's after a map like that. You win 13-2, you get hard reset, you get absolutely destroyed. This is the wake-up call. They go into Mirage, they have a good chance.
We are ready to be diving into Mirage. And Connor, I have a very urgent request from production. To celebrate the fact that we're going back to the UK, would you be able to cast this first round in a Scouse accent?
No, Freya, I'm in control of the accents, okay?
You gotta take the pressure off first, then it comes in.
Yeah.
Naturally. I'll make it happen.
It's got to be organic.
In this game somehow.
No, I can't handle the pressure.
It. Yeah.
But hey, what am I?
There's like a trap wire you have to hit in the middle of a round. I know how to do it.
Mohan knows how to push the buttons, guys, all right? You should have asked him in secret, but
nice try, buddy. That's what I think.
But we are excited to go back to London.
That 100%.
Yeah, because last time the crowd was actually really fun.
And also,
it was an anti-saving crowd. No saving allowed.
True, every save was booed. And also, every time we go back to a city, it's usually better than the first time. You know, more people have FOMO the second time around. You get to see what the event is all about. Everybody who came the first time comes back the second time because you always need more Counter-Strike. Shall we?
Let's run it. I think Legacy are going to absolutely smack Fnatic on Mirage. That's actually brave to say because it should have happened on Inferno as well.
Oh, you're such a brave guy. You're so brave.
That's right. Fnatic were so impressive that they stopped it from happening. But Mirage, another map where I think it just gets scary when you got aimers like this. And this is...
BIG.CEST like, where's the fight at?
Yeah, they don't know what's happening. Like
that felt really fast.
The T's and the CTs are in crazy spots right now.
And now it's really slow. I mean, this was just like the pistol back on Ancient that started the series when all 10 players were in the bomb site hiding between 3 smokes.
Right now, the T's are so close to being able to like go for their exec. They have time to wait. And the CTs, they have enough map. They have to have good positions where they don't have to move either. It is a stalemate here. And I think that might favor Fnatic. We'll see.
Jambo just sitting around in the palace. It'll favor whoever starts hitting headshots. And right now, that's Blame F. The answer comes back. Jambo's low, so they know about the palace player already. Sadzin's still floating around on catwalk. Crim's yet to come take that glance towards sights. You know, you've got 2 players stuck on B. Jambo Deep Palace, though, really feels like it could end up being a real problem. Now bodies dropping towards B. Nice. Fear's going to get the instant headshot. And it really comes down to just those instant kills out of both BIG.CEST
Nailed
and
it.
Fear. 2 kills each with 2 bullets each.
Damn.
Very clean stuff from those two.
No, I mean, straight up, very impressive for Fnatic to find all those spots. They didn't ever have to go search into the A ramp. They didn't have to search into window. They were not worried about it. They were slightly weaker on B because they had 2 players there, and the A players were locked up. They couldn't rotate that easily, but they had great spots to cover each other. 2 players is enough for the B site, even if you could get split. And they didn't make the real big mistake of trying to get back in a window or something like that, where that was very clearly legacy territory.
So rapid fire Tech9. Didn't do much. Set up the other players to push through smoke, and there is no free space over on this B site. Crimson Cypher making quick work of the Tech9's 1 casualty, so be it. Excuse me. Got the hiccups.
That's okay. Trapped air.
UCAST, I'm going to hold my breath for 2 minutes.
Okay. When you come back, you better be British. He's not going to be able to hold his breath. 2 minutes? You can't hold your breath for 2 minutes. That really is impossible.
Is that a challenge?
Yeah, it is. Molly up the A ramp. They don't care. Mollies are optional when it comes to legacy. And a Deagle up top. Misses the mark slightly. Nissim down to 4 HP. Looking to score a plant here, but that bomb's already running back out to spawn. This round quickly becoming a wash. A lot of movement here. BIG.CEST takes one down. 2 left over. MOUZ all alone. I don't think there'll be any yelling this round at a MOUZ. One last chance for that Deagle. It goes down to 5 up here for Fnatic. No bomb plant. And the cleanest start you could ask for. 3-0.
Man, it's going to be a really tough pill to swallow for Legacy if they just absolutely blasted Fnatic out of the water on Ancient, only to go ahead and lose this series. And we're early on Mirage, so I'm not counting chickens till they hatch.
Yeah, you're not tacoing out.
But not letting Fnatic have such easy rounds and conversions like that. We'll see what comes of it. Crimson BIG.CEST, the driving force on the half that got Fnatic back into the game. They did it on the CT side. They'll do the same again. That's the plan. Fast move down into underpass. Fear and BIG.CEST. Fast reaction. MP9 goes for the swing. Lotto knows there's a second player down here. They both knew of one another. And then that Palace swing's going to catch Cypher off guard. But the fact that he burns him from beyond the grave means Jambo's gone unnoticed.
It's useful. At least he's unnoticed, but no one here on the A side. So now it's like opened up again. He could be there. Feels like they kind of needed that kill. Crawl up onto Cat is very threatening to the CT side. They're not in a position to deal with this at all.
Window smoked as well, and Legacy looking to go through the smoke on Cat. Just as it fades, they've got line of sight, full vision deep into the B site. They'll approach with caution, but they'll keep this one moving forward, trying to play off the timing. Lotto looking to join them as well, soon enough.
Yeah, just hoping it's A, but it's just not.
Satin's got bomb.
Yeah. Crazy to be clearing the
right,
window,
yeah, die there,
facing it
forward
with the bomb.
Yeah.
Doing the whole site. I don't know.
Scary.
He didn't even need to expose himself to that. He's just, and then all the way back through the window. All right.
He just likes the feel of danger.
Yeah, just puts his whole team in danger. Nothing gets more exciting than that.
Taking a look at this because there's a smoke down on Catwalk, so that's not going to make Crims's approach any easier.
They have great utility to try to retake, but
they also have great utility to save.
Yeah, but we're going to London. We don't like that.
London, that's so later in August.
Middle of winter.
Well, maybe you should have just saved. Yeah. Looking for the exits instead, and we'll see if Crims can bring anybody with them. They are so prepared for Fnatic to be up in these hallways. Feels like once you know there's one, they're probably both trying the same shtick.
These are the ancient style trades.
Yeah.
One player gets 2, another player just does some crazy entry. But it's still 3-1 here for Fnatic. When off comes down, Legacy haven't bothered with that too much. It's too slow. Ops are slow and expensive, aren't they? Nice shot, Jambo. Hit bangers back on Inferno.
Slowly see him powering up once they had the runway to play around with, once he was allowed to take those mid-peak risks. Nade to underpass. Not going to find anybody because DuMao's already out of there. Steps ahead. BlameF burned down. And a nice little wallbang almost finished him off. Ramp player would have heard that.
Yeah, he would. Sad's been backing up off that audible. Nissim gets a kill as well.
Oh, damn. Now BlameF's in a horrible spot, right? With 5 HP inside of this ramp, and they know that you were jumping around. He turns his back. His teammate picks up the kill towards middle, but it's the bomb to have this clear path into A now. 2 clearing frags of that bomb site. And it's Crims off to the save with DuMao on the prowl already.
They can hear him as well. They can plant. They can hunt him down. Crims at least runs the other direction. He could have potentially walked by, but that's unlikely. May just find him in a second.
Nissim found the walkout of Palace this round. He'll find the closing kill as well. That's 3 and 4. And Legacy closing the gap in on Fnatic's early lead. Palace walkout has served Legacy good, or served them well, excuse me, so far. Sure done served him good.
Yeah, couldn't get scoused that way.
You're waiting though, I can feel it.
Looking for the...
What's the in?
Trigger.
What's the in?
Yeah.
How do you make the clown dance? It's there. It's coming.
3, 2, and...
Cha-cha 1. Oh, he missed! And now he's doomed. You got pistols coming at you, and M4 in front of it. DuMao. Ooh, clean up duty. Great cover. Keep your offer alive. Keep that investment compounding. Jambo done for. So thought you had somebody in the top of middle in a pickle. Not the case. 4 survive for Legacy as we get tied up at 3-all.
Now they're looking like themselves, sort of. But in the 3 rounds that Fnatic won, I'm seeing like a good balance where this just feels like a great close to the series. The best of Fnatic, the best of Legacy. Like, that's what you want to see going head-to-head. Gotta say, man, Crims is better, looking better than I feel like the last time, you know, really watched him play even a couple of years ago.
I was baffled. Bamboozled even that Crims made it through another offseason for Fnatic was they were making moves. And that's not because I don't celebrate Crims. Because it felt like maybe it's time. But he's looking strong.
Yeah. Oh, that's awkward. What a crazy push. But to be honest, it's a great read. Cypher goes down too, trying to help his teammate out.
BlameF running at this window. Lux gets his 2, leans back a little bit.
They don't care. They're like, yeah, run after me. We're taking the A site.
It's all there. So Legacy finding the open space as Lux opened up the window, crawled through, and left.
It's going so far now.
Daylight robbery through middle, and no free exits here for BlameF.
The amount of molly damage they willingly take is unbelievable. Part of their secret, I'm sure.
If Fallen can switch to a rifle in 2025 and get FURIA into playoffs with a kid that nobody's ever heard of and a Yakindar that was at a career low, then I think Crims should have one more season.
I'll just say, I think, though, that Molodoy helped.
Molodoy helped. That's true.
I think Molodoy is very special.
You got a point.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of really special names going around right now, but Molodoy is really special.
You've got a point.
But yeah.
But Fallen specifically on his rifle looks so good.
Yeah. I mean, Jambo could be that guy for Crims. No, he did. He did.
King of Kings.
Yeah, it's not even about today, because today Kinder was awesome, and yeah. So, but just gotta say that Moldoy guy, man. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I think Moldoy might be the real deal, Rick. I'm gonna do everyone but Scouse.
What about Cypher?
What about him?
You think he's the real deal?
He's pretty good. I'm watching for his integration as Maui instructed me to. Crimson Fear with M4s shouldn't be enough in the face of what's been really smooth moves from Legacy. They're just gonna force the issue though. I'm for it. You identify the threat, but you follow through on everybody else, and that second M4 still, well, it goes down with nothing. It was Crims with first blood. He gets a second kill. He loses his teammate. I mean, I'm here to give him a chance, but is he here to give us an ace? Because that's what's going to take here.
Make it happen, baby.
He's got the bomb, right? He's done enough. He's put that bomb. Okay.
Oh.
He tries to go for style.
That is so wild. I love
gotta
that.
Respect it.
He's like, I'm Fnatic, not you.
You gotta respect it.
I have where did the inspiration come from to go for that deagle shot? I have no idea. But also, he was right. They were just literally waiting for him on Apex on that specific headshot angle. What a moment. What if he collat deagled them?
What if?
Then in that case,
I'd
shave your head.
That was inspired by Cat of Imperial Valkyries.
Yeah, true. That was a deagle shot heard around the world.
Still maybe my favorite deagle shot of the year.
Yeah. What about the 4K from bench?
Never heard about it.
Two MOUZ out. Flame F doesn't really know that the fortress is getting sieged at the moment. Fear takes him out, though, from behind. He's got good cover. And immediately, that's the A attack finished. And just letting DuMOUZ see how far he could get. That was the whole plan, it looks like. It's like DuMOUZ like Yakinder if everyone else is also Yakinder.
Sure. You're onto something.
Clone him.
They've gotten close enough. Cypher and Crims to combine on the hold. Ooh, but they made a loud step off that flashbang as well. They know damn well where you're at. Sadzen trying to get something to shoot at.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out.
It's like the bomb is here, though. A player's about to show something. Are they trying to make it seem like it's just a fake it B?
If he gets a kill right now, I mean,
20 seconds to run into A is insane. You've let this fizzle out, but you're still walking into A side as if you have any chance in this round. Yeah, this one is burnt toast, overcooked, charred meat. Lux and Lotto kill a piece, but I mean, there was never a way to win this.
No.
What was the plan? I would like to know. To be a fly on the wall of Legacy, a Portuguese-speaking fly.
Yeah, I think it was the A players were probably supposed to do more there, because why are the B players looking to fake or draw out attention with the bomb? If they were going to do that, they needed to do it way earlier so they could run to A afterwards and go for that fake, but at that moment, like, there wasn't one clear plan. Or there was, and either the A side guys or the B side guys just totally failed to recognize their responsibility.
Failed to launch.
We're ending B? No, we're ending A.
Failure to launch. Critical error.
Shot in there for Sadzen. This has become a very fair game. You know, no one running over anybody else. Fnatic have officially humbled Legacy a little bit.
Yeah, they've definitely slowed him down, but them and DuMOUZ are two different things. He's not able to double up on this one. The op can see Jambo's barrel, so he's waiting for that stairs peek. I know that the tip of that thing came around the corner, but FlameF's got other ideas. Nicely done here. Fnatic gonna tie the game back up. Took him a while to answer after that streak of rounds coming out of Legacy, but standing up to the test now, tied at 5 rounds each.
Yeah, we are talking about the least CT-sided map at 51% CT-sided.
Valve, please fix.
Not only have Fnatic avoided embarrassment, they have really turned the tables.
Really put this into the realm of possibility.
Excellent util damage. Yeah, they're moving like a real team.
Three players ready to rock for Fnatic in mid. You've got one stuck behind barrels on Legacy side. And that's MOUZ, so he will fight you if you want to. paiN seems more than happy, though, to sign up into these middle-of-the-round duels. We saw it last round inside of the A site, floating around bench, getting his impact in. This time, just at bottom middle, finding a 5v4 for Fnatic. Again, is there a lead that comes with it? That's the question.
One flash to keep their attention for a second. This bomb's going to go B. They make some noise nice and early, and they're going to cut quiet. Crim's jumping up, but will he swing? Any one small mistake, and that could be an issue, but few are more shrewd than he is. Careful in a spot.
Piece underneath.
Oh, they're trying to go off flash.
Cypher comes off catwalk. Do the apartments players pop? Crim's, he's going to drop the ball, and Nism doubles down with the insta-headshot onto Cypher. Luckily here for Fnatic, there is still fear in windows to catch Lux, so we've got a health advantage here from the X-Passion UA duo that is Fear and Jambo.
Wow.
Jambo decided to let himself burn down to a crisp. I said health advantage until he opts to walk through fire. Got the op. Awkward angle for that sniper, holding off towards the bench. He lets the round go.
I love this post plant.
Lets the bullets fly.
Really highlights their strengths, being able to trade off each other. Jambo just trying to get a freebie on the way out, but definitely prioritizing a way out.
Worried about his own exit. He will call it and get out, but the chase is on. Lotto's coming for him. Nism gonna have to swing here as well, and that's the opper down. Everybody down, in fact, as Legacy takes a 6th. At the very least, 6 T rounds on this Mirage map. This flash from B helped out blamF.
Yeah, I wonder who's happier about that with all those players dying.
I'd say honestly just Legacy, because at least tail end of the half, you're just getting it on the board.
Yeah.
Just get it on the board. And there's maybe no op to deal with next.
Yeah, and they just need some Galils, really.
But what does the buy look like for Fnatic? Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I mean, great.
Yeah, these are good buys.
The Galil in the MAC-10 ends up finding Jambo. He doesn't have a helmet, but that's really the asterisk.
Let's sound off on a B hit. Jambo with the op on Cat to start is actually kind of awkward. Let's see if this is a problem.
Just kind of barreling down again. He doesn't have a helmet. But the MAC-10 won't find damage because Crim's giving great cover.
Nice.
Double kill from Crims. Goes for the bench climb. Crazy reposition that just keeps them busy. So we've got ourselves a tied half, which is unbelievable. The fact that we're even on map 3 after that ancient game. Fnatic with the recovery of the day. Can they recover enough to close this series and be the first upset of Bounty? Lo and behold, we have made it to the final half of Fnatic versus Legacy. We thought after a 20-minute first half in this game, when Legacy showed no signs of slowing down after Austin, that this one was done for, man. It felt like Fnatic were just a dead fish in the water. But now, Mohan,
they are
alive.
Yeah, they're swimming again.
Because BlameF has actually been a great part of a lot of this action. In the mid-rounds of this first half,
I haven't seen him bait anyone.
He's in the middle of the bench play on the A hits. He's out in the bottom of middle taking duels. BlameF is tapping in to his mechanics. And that is why he tops the charts for Fnatic 11-7. Can they call this victory? Can they get through the defensive Legacy on Mirage? Final half of the day, folks. You got nowhere else to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a salty loss, I think, for either team at this point because they've shown they can really win. And, you know, your Legacy maybe feel like you already should have. So what it could come down to, this pistol could be really important. Lotto recognizes that. What a shot. Oh, 2, in fact.
Chance at a third as the P2000 sings. Nissim arrives on the scene. Jambo's got 44 health to clutch 1v4. And they're just going to swing him down. Legacy, that is a convincing move.
Every time they switch over to CT side, it's like they just go up 2 levels.
Yes, sir.
It's like the same fights, but they just level up so their comfort so much. And Inferno, I mean, fair play. Fnatic like slowed him down and got those 2 rounds to close back to back off the back of like Cypher entries. But a lot, that comeback was really happening near the end. Dumao yelling. Cypher recognizing. Now it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Dumao can yell like that when we're at a major because we're in a hotel and we own the place, but he keeps doing this. Neighbors are going to call the cops.
It's okay.
Are you winning, son? And for now, looks like they will. It's a massacre inside of the A site, as all Fnatic wanted was to jump out from Palace with a plant. No can do, says Legacy.
No can do.
As they go 8-6.
That sounds like a city and none of it.
And none of it. One of Canada's great territories.
You name any UK territories?
A UK territory?
Yeah.
I don't know. Wales? Something like that?
Is that where Cyprus from?
No. I don't think so.
You better get that right. You know how they feel about that.
That's true. That's true. They're a very tribal people, the English. Joke, funny part is they all sound the same. Wide swing out for Palace again, but about the same result despite having full guns. That's right. Rifles out of Fnatic for the first time on the T side. We get a bit of an answer here between Crims and Jambo. Problem is Crims is low, cut off from the bomb site. They actually get a chance to, oh, never mind, of course, because when there seems to be any kind of a chance, Dumao swings into it. Jambo cuts down 2 though. Headshots to just put them out of it. That bomb was cut down on the crossover, and Lux has ramp control. Last spotted towards Ticket. Does the timing and the route of Jambo, which now looks insane.
It is insane. I mean, he could go for the cat play. The thing is, the bomb on default is, I feel like, really unfortunate because Lux could play so many different spots that are all safe. He's sitting here on Tetris wondering what Jambo's going to try to do. Jambo's here just to confuse him.
Well, he's confused me too.
Yeah, it's working. But
trying to play this as if it could be like a T-spawn flank?
The thing is, I think you play this not for the plant mentally. You just play it knowing that the bomb...
For the duel.
You're in proximity of the bomb if you're the CT, but...
Lux not going to announce himself, has a huge health advantage here. One bullet from that A4, and Jambo is down.
Oh, he peeled back because of the time.
Yep.
He's going to force a plant, but Lux can take one last peek. We'll see if he tries to do that.
Thing is, Nissim's got that frag grenade, so there's a way to deal the killing blow without ever having to take a peek. Smoke grenade down onto it. Lux chucks the frag. Oh, but the position is perfect, and now Jambo, gun back in hand, goes out. But the climb onto Tetris hasn't been spotted yet. He would have to snap this up, and that is too much of an ask for him at such a health disadvantage. He dodged the frag grenade in the what-if situation. It's Legacy to go up 9-6.
Like, Lux kind of couldn't play that any better. Like, that was literally so hard to be able to figure out. With the amount of time left over, Jambo does something cool by just coming back to the same spot super, super late. And Lux plays with the right amount of activity, but doesn't just stick around too long. It was was a smart plan from Jambo, but he actually still didn't really know where Lux was the entire time.
I mean, there's a world where like you catch him on the jump up. Maybe that's where
that nade came from.
What do you mean?
Because he threw a nade at the plant. I'm just wondering in Jambo's head, like where could that nade where could it have come
had to
from?
have been ramp.
Yeah.
So it was just that throw the nade across to Tetris so quickly. Blame F tries to do that now, and Sadzen's already locked in on the angle. So op dominance here in round 16. There is no counterpart on the side of Fnatic. Well, there's Jambo, but he doesn't have the op. Galil instead, like everybody else on this team. Limitation spread across the board. Bomb floats top mid. Cypher's trying to find an angle into window. Lux on the approach. Is he ever going to consider this? No, but
it doesn't
great
matter.
adjustment.
That's crazy.
Frag grenade for the guy who boosted him. Says
way
thank
down
you.
There. Fear, I mean, come on. There had to be someone boosting him. No one's walking into your crosshair now, man.
Hoping he just didn't have the hardware. Eats the nade for sticking around, and a very comfortable looking situation here for 50 seconds left in the 16th round. CT sides have really been where Legacy kind of do their best work. Cut short after a disappointing T side on Inferno, but
yeah, they're just terrifying up numbers because they always just roam. They keep pushing. But okay.
And this time we actually just get Legacy across the board. Like that's the thing. Doomau almost pulled them, dragged them kicking and screaming over the finish line on Inferno. We're 2 maps done in this series. Doomau holding a 1.66 rating.
Fnatic have to save this one. Gives a Legacy 10. But these guns. These are guns they wouldn't see if they didn't save them now.
Little love tap for Jambo. Nissan comes in to clear.
After time.
There's more to be had, but they're going to go hide down an underpass. So 2 do move forward, but after time stings. After time and you die, and 2 players just straight up had to save.
Yeah, that's, you don't say majority and you die after time. That is brutal. That is brutal. That'll make you sit down and stand up.
Then you got to sit back down because the next round comes at you fast. It's going to be Jambo, poor guy, relegated to the P250. No armor even. They decide to get more for everybody else. Again, just trying to cross top middle is going to cost Fear a ton of health. Been having a rough go of it here on Mirage. Utility continues to pressure them as they try to inch their way down middle. Crims will open up. 5v4, Doomau down. Climb into the window, held back by Lux. That was the plan. Cypher ends up winning his, but as he crawls through the murder hole, Sadzen's gonna find him.
Yeah, might have been a bit too quick to that, but they do have like a lot of numbers.
Next one up. You hear the fallback.
Wow, what a reaction. That's so fast. That is so insanely fast. And now, do they want to make it over to B? That might be Sadzen's best chance of getting another free shot. Bomb will be recollected. My goodness, what a reaction.
Nasty shot inside of Win. I mean, you would have not blamed Sadzen for being caught off by that. You've just killed the guy who boosted. You hear somebody leaving, and the timing there could have actually been Cypher's boost.
That was just blindingly fast. Okay. But with the 2 CTs on the other side of the map, I mean, either it's a free shot and they try this, or it's just a save potentially. I guess Jambo's only got a P250.
Crims gets the kill.
There we go.
It's an op on the ground. Jambo can go grab it if he wants to throw his life away. Somebody's got to clear out corners anyways. And once nobody comes at this for the retake and Legacy, that's a great weapon for him to find.
Yeah, definitely.
This almost makes up for the whole, you know, dying after time.
Yeah.
Don't mind if I do. And he scampers away as Fnatic cut that lead down to 3 rounds.
That's sweet. They find a way.
I believe Fnatic is part of the longest ever CS2 match. That was played online.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. I vaguely remember.
Is it Fnatic Rare Adam?
Yeah. 71 rounds of play between M80 and Fnatic.
M80.
This happened earlier this year. If I'm not mistaken, I think Darth Mike was commentating this. Darth Mike here with us in Malta at the moment. Here's an article from Striker, late 2024. Look at that. 71 rounds.
That's a lot of them.
It says LAN, actually.
That's almost 3 entire maps.
So, Fnatic really want this, Mohan.
It's like a best of 5.
They've just got to remember that game. It ain't over till it's over, and sometimes it's not over for 71 rounds.
Did they win?
That's a great question.
After all of that, MOUZ looking for the...
No, they lost.
They lost. Just remember, you can play for 3 hours and still lose.
Nissim and MOUZ.
Oh, they're not checking underpass.
Oh, and the player down beneath is spamming upwards.
Oh, okay, there's a lot of lag going on.
It's kicking in, bro.
Oh no, what's happening? Oh my goodness.
Well, it's a 2v2, I'll tell you that. Bombs down on B site.
It might not be, yeah. Who knows?
Might just be us.
Yeah, it might just be us.
Just us, not them. So, Lux finds the one towards Catwalk. This is going to push Cypher into a clutch. Had 2 uncomfortable clutches. We'll call them back on Ancient this time. Peeks into Market. Oh, he gets run down, though. Just commitment here from Lotto, even with a teammate still a few paces behind him. And so Legacy up to 11-7.
Now they're in the driver's seat. Here's where it all starts. Not clearing into the underpass. That's sort of like inexcusable because it's just a full B exec. You're not defaulting. You just have to take a peek, and you would have been able to catch someone there. That's just like half your problems eliminated right before your exec starts. Can also open up a new round where you make it a split on A instead. A touch sloppy in a critical moment. But here we are, actually. It's actually a great round to go B. Nissim is alone for the moment. Sad's in place. Just